Welcome to OBS World, a revolution in car culture and technology. It's a 3D metaverse that merges real-life petrol heads with Web3 enthusiasts. Come inside and let me show you around. It all started with Dmitry, a die-hard car enthusiast who gathered a community around his love for cars. His vision went far beyond collecting cars. He dreamt of a space where anyone, anywhere in the world could tap into their passion and love for cars. This is where the OBS World takes shape, a fully immersive experience created by petrolheads for petrolheads. It's a place where the lines between the physical and the digital world blur. Meet our mascot, embodying the adrenaline, excitement, and precision that is the OBS World, a constant symbol of the fusion between human spirit and technological innovation. The OBS World is all about the community, about bringing car enthusiasts together, sharing experiences, and creating a digital automotive ecosystem like no other. The heart of the OBS World app is built to connect and inspire petrolheads. It's a place where you can keep up with the latest car news, join virtual and real events, and share your passion with others just like you from around the globe. The app lets you customize your garage, showcasing your personal NFT car collection. And then there's our NFT marketplace, a treasure trove of unique digital collectibles and experiences. Cars, garage spaces, and even tickets to exclusive events. All of these become pieces of the automotive world you can own and interact with in exciting new ways. We're not just bringing the thrill of driving to your fingertips, we're building bridges between the virtual and the real. With OBS World, we're giving every car enthusiast a chance to be a part of the global car culture. It's not just about driving or owning cars, it's about the passion, the community, the thrill of being part of something bigger than yourself. Every feature, every detail of the OBS World is designed with one goal in mind: to fuel your passion for cars, to bring car enthusiasts together, to create a global, immersive, and dynamic car culture. And this is just the beginning. We're constantly innovating and pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the real and the virtual world. We believe that everyone should experience the automotive world, regardless of where they are. So join us. Be a part of this revolution and help shape the future of car culture. Because at OBS World, we're not just an app. We're building a community, a lifestyle, a movement. Welcome to OBS World.
Cars for me is mentor, style of your discipline, of your life of goals. I believe and I know car can charge your batteries when you need it, because you have some special connection with your car, because car has story, and this story is not just, it's part of your story. This is we are petrolheads. OBS World is not just about cars, it's more about community, dreams, passion, networking in petrolhead life. Nürburgring event is an example for our future users who will join us and create his history on new page of culture. This is possibility they can find in OBS World.
Right before last year's OBS World Endurance Cup, sponsored by OpTibet, we announced that the winners will receive a ticket to go to real track day and experience something which not many people do. The most difficult thing going from sim to real is obviously the feeling of the car. You start to feel the weight, and also there's no reset button. They've all adapted incredibly throughout the day and started setting really good lap times with the cars. I think they really maximized it and have impressed many people around the paddock.
Young people now starts with sim racing, and if they like it, of course I'm sure they will say, one time I have to drive at Nürburgring Nordschleife. They want to feel it in nature.
Very, very lovely, very expensive car, so I was a little bit cautious, just starting to get up to speed, get confidence in the car, especially on the braking. The braking was quite a big difference. You get a lot of G-force in the real car, so just being able to just get up to speed with that was important at first, but I think by the end of the first session I was starting to feel confident, and then when I went into the second session, you know, it was flat out, and the instructor was fantastic. It was really good. I enjoyed it a lot, and I still think there's more time in it. The racer inside me wants to go faster, but yeah, massively enjoyed the experience, and I'm very grateful to OBS.
Racing is all about looking forward, but let's look back at our season beginning in Spain, where things kicked off in Aragon, and then, of course, we had to tackle the tricky Long Beach. Zandvoort was our third round amongst the tight twists. We saw a lot of cautions where things picked up at Spa-Francorchamps, and it was, of course, a difficult one. Mugello, new track, and also saw drivers do some unusual strategies to take that win. And then we went to Road Atlanta before a short hop down to Sebring for the final race, where it is all just looking forward now because it is the season finale. I'm Joe Peak here with Lewis McGlade for the Pulse 8 Hours of Sebring's. Lewis, this track is often considered a real test for the cars because of the bumps.
Yeah, exactly. You know, obviously we do see a lot of drivers getting caught out on the bumps, particularly down into Sunset or T1. I've even seen in qualifying, just been keeping an eye on things, already been a lot of drivers being bitten by this circuit. Corners like Tower really bite as well around the back end of the circuit. It's a really quick track though. The bumps are the main characteristic, but it is a fast one and good for racing as well, especially in multi-class environments.
In fact, well known for multi-class with the 12 Hours of Sebring. And there's a few places you can overtake, but you got to watch out for the pitfalls that come with them and all the various bumps that we were talking about. Here in Florida in the springtime, I can attest, having been here recently, it can be a little bit humid, but pretty good weather down here in the Sunshine State with lots of beautiful beaches and, of course, some incredible wildlife as well. And many other races besides the Sebring 12 Hours, the Daytona 500, the 24 Hours of Daytona, as well as the new one, the Miami Grand Prix at this fantastic circuit. But this is where the championship must be decided here today with one of our longest races of the season, 8 hours around this circuit. And as is appropriate for Sebring, we're going to kick them off at the nighttime here so that they have to deal with a little bit of the darkness that comes with this circuit often at races here. There's a few lights here and there, but otherwise you're mostly in the pitch black for much of the time. The long Ullman Straight, one of those big features that we heard Lewis mention, and the Pulse 8 Hours of Sebring tonight. They're in the midst of qualifying right now, and the GTPs see Team Fordzilla ahead of Race Onion. That's really one of our big fights in that class, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. When it comes to the championship fights, all three categories are wide open. I will give you a little bit of information on the other categories. PPF Racing have the pole position in the GT3 category, and that's really, really important because that's giving them an extra point. Obviously, there is an extra point for taking that pole position, which will help them in the championship hunt. We'll go through all of that, obviously, through the race. SRB Motorsports by Lint Vega currently have the LMP3 pole. But in the OBSP is Fordzilla. Fordzilla have been really strong this season, particularly in qualifying. They've had a couple of pole positions much earlier in the season, rounds 1 and rounds 3. Still yet to take a win this season. Maybe this is the time they do it and throw their hat into the ring championship-wise. They're only 10 points behind.
Yeah, it is so extremely close down in those LMP3s as well. About 1.5 seconds between the top two there, seeing Beaver Grease Racing and SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega trying to decide this one. It could be upset by SRB Motorsport's regular team there as well, who have 3 wins, but unfortunately had a bit of a slump earlier on in the season. But watching Race Onion and these last few moments of the qualifying, they've got less than 5 minutes to go out there, and they've got about a quarter of a second to make up to take this pole away. It's a long race, so you don't necessarily need the pole, but it will not hurt you in this situation as they're actually going to dive into pit lane, maybe to take a fresh set of tires before they head back out. Fordzilla still out there with Abel Torres in the car.
Yeah, I've got to say with Race Onion, you've got to remind you, they are the form team at the moment. Whether that will carry into the final round, we'll have to wait and see. But every official session, every points-paying session of the last 6, they have scored maximum points. Pole position at Spa, race win at Spa. Pole position at Mugello, race win at Mugello. Pole position at Road Atlanta, race win at Road Atlanta. They have been absolutely cleaning up on the challenge run. They had just 18 points before that, and boy, did they outscore it 78 in the last 3 races. WSR Esports butt kicker getting knocked off that championship lead in the last round that they've had since taking the first 2 victories of the championship. Can they turn their form around a little bit? They have struggled quite a lot, but still have hoovered up some very important points.
Before we even get to the green flag, we got at least one penalty for the number 23 team. That's SRB Motorsport by GE. Crossed the line too many times after the checkered flag fell. Since that is done manually here in this series, that means you're not allowed to do that, and they're going to be starting from the back of their class at the start of the race. A bit unfortunate beginning for them. The BMW of Fordzilla carrying on in the last few minutes left to go. Now down to less than 3 on the clock. And you can watch for the 15-minute mark. So actually, it's less than 2 minutes ago, it looks like, for them here in this OBSP car. He'll come up through the Fangio chicane towards the braking of Cunningham. This is one of the more narrow parts of the track, so that traffic of Race Onion in front of him definitely does not want to catch them through here.
Just the 6 OBSPs this time. We've got a slightly reduced field on that front. Still got plenty of LMP3s and GT3s, mind, so their time of navigating traffic won't be particularly or that much easier. But for the rest of the contingent that are driving around, it might actually be a lot easier for them having to only deal with 6 OBSPs to navigate them. So realistically speaking, should be all right. But we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully those OBSPs don't get taken out too early. We'll see what the WSR Esports bucket car will do into the final corner. Surely going to finish this up out wide. Ooh, nearly into the barrier.
Yeah, you got to track it out as far as you can go with pavement going all the way, and it pays off. A 44.0 has put them on the front row. Race Onion now has to respond. They are on a warm-up lap right now. So they'll essentially get one last shot to try and take a fast lap as Team Fordzilla improves further down to a 43.7 now. They've got 0.3 over WSR and 0.4 over Race Onion.
Great lap time there from Abel Torres. We'll see the OBS World by Simsakar Bukar Mehring coming down towards, I was going to say it's Le Mans corner, but it's not. It's down towards the Collier Cunningham and up towards Tower section. I will just tell you, Peter Zuber has just started a lap time, has gone through T1 now. So we'll keep our eye as to whether that Race Onion number 15 car will work its way up the standings and maybe take a 4th consecutive pole. And I can tell you right now, they are pushing real hard.
And they're going to need it, considering that is nearly half a second they have to try and improve to overtake on Team Fordzilla. Relatively cool conditions at only 83 Fahrenheit on the track surface itself, so it should be ideal. Shouldn't be too slippery out there. And as they weave their way out of the hairpin down through the Fangio chicane, I'm showing them only tracking about even with their best lap. Remember, they need a vast improvement, so they're going to need a better second half to this one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm looking at this thinking maybe it's not even the point of them grabbing pole position right now. It's trying to get themselves back onto the front row. Race strategy is going to be really difficult for a lot of these teams as well. We'll discuss that as well once we're done with qualifying. But right now, there might even be a little bit of slipstream. But guess who that is? That is Abel Torres ahead. I'm just getting a little bit adding distraction for Peter Zuber.
It gets out of the way so he doesn't get a penalty for obstruction. And that will allow Race Onion to try to complete this lap. He looks a little wide coming through Le Mans. And yeah, he is down by 6 or 7 tenths at this stage. I'm pretty certain that this is going to be it for them. As the checkered flag is out there on their last flying lap, they come down through Sunset Bend. Are they immediately taken into pit lane? They are. They know it's over. They're going to start no better than 3rd.
Which isn't terrible, but it's not great. But for Team Fordzilla, who find themselves 10 points behind Race Onion to grab that pole position, very, very good indeed. 2 of their main championship rivals for Race Onion are directly ahead. We are going to have a full-on fistfight round here.
That takes us to our pole position. Team Fordzilla starts on the pole with WSR Esport butt kicker OBS starting next to them. Bit of a surprise there since Race Onion has been dominating pole position. They start 3rd instead. And OBS World by Simsa begins next to them in 4th position. And then in our small OBSP class, BC Vault by Simsa starts 5th, and Grow Racing Team Blue will round out your 6-car field of OBSP cars. What about our LMP3s here, Lewis?
SRB Motorsports by Lint Vega grabbing the pole position with the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car alongside SRB Motorsports and Locals Autosport taking over row 2 before we get to the first and only Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car inside the LMP3 category today. SRB Motorsports by G&E alongside them on row 3. MTS Garage and A&R Endurance Esports rolling off of 8th position in class before we get to Locals Autosport Black. 2 to go green as well. We've seen them having a couple of struggles. They want to end the season on a high. 4SR Racing and A&R Esports, the number 58, will round out the field in the LMP3s.
Getting down to the GT3s, PPF Racing Team puts themselves on the pole as they try to clinch this one with Valkyrie Competition starting next to them in their Porsche. After that, it's Blue by TC starting in 3rd as they're flanked by 1010 starting P4. Then we go down to row 3. Over the Limit Racing Red sees Renoverse by Tomedo starting next to them in their number 3 machine. Over the Limit Racing Blue then begins on 7th position, as 8th will see HundredForce starting in P8. Yellow by TC will begin in 9th position, with the top 10 rounded out by the number 117 of Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. They get some sneaky wins sometimes. The number 11 of Icarus International, trying to turn their luck around, will start from 11th. Trispalv will be in 12th, and Yellow Submarine Squad will begin 13th of 31 cars to wrap this up. Slightly smaller field, as we will be talking to a few of the drivers here in a moment. Well, there we have our national anthem, and we'll start off with our GT3 pole sitter, the PPF Racing's team, Enrikas Klepikos out there on the grid for them in that number 227. But we have Gail Valero, who set the pole time. Gail, we saw you put some incredible laps in the recent races out here. You felt like a bit of a secret weapon. Do you think you can help be an anchor here today in this long 8-hour race?
I will see about that. You know, it's a long race. Lots of things can happen. So we'll try our best to fight into the championships if we still have hope for our first place.
This track is notorious for the bumps. Do you pay any mind to them in terms of how you race this track, considering it's a fixed setup, so you can't do anything there? Are there any places you try and avoid?
It's a fairly secure setup for us. We have a few kilos to keep the car down anyway, so we're secure on that. Yeah, of course, Sunset, the last corner, is notorious for the bumps. And it's a bit more tricky for the prototypes.
Well, best of luck, and congratulations on your team's pole today.
Thank you. Have a good race.
It's the number 227 PPF Racing team with Gail Valero talking to us. That takes us to our pole sitter in the LMP3 class, the SRB Motorsport by Vega team. And it is Kasparas Vin who is going to be speaking to us while we've got Zelinskas currently out in the car. Kasparas, it is such a tight fight. It's practically whoever finishes in front of one another out there today. So how do you approach this race? Do you watch your rivals in the championship, or do you just focus on your own thing?
I feel like it has to be a bit of everything. The race being so tight, everyone's doing everything they can to win. So you have to be both focused on yourself and on your rivals. So we're just going to be doing our best and seeing what we can do today.
Well, speaking of needing kind of chameleon eyes out there and watching everything, how do you deal with having the faster class coming up behind you as well as having to overtake those slower cars? Do you find that difficult?
Of course, this track can often push you into weird sections of it that are extra bumpy while overtaking, so it can definitely catch you out by surprise, especially with the stiffer setups of these LMP cars. But we're hopeful it should be not too bad. The track is wide, there's some pretty decent overtaking spots, and so we'll see how it goes.
Well, best of luck. You guys are starting on pole, so you've got the track advantage, and here's a good racer.
Thank you very much. Good luck to everyone else too.
Kasparas Vin from the 181 team, which takes us up to Abel Torres from the 966, who put the pole lap down. Abel, you guys have come into this one trying to see if you can take your first win of the season. What's been stopping you feel like, from finally breaking that duck so far, and what are you going to do to try and change that here in Florida?
Hello, I will translate Abel, okay? Abel te pregunta que estamos aquí para trabajar la posible primera victoria del campeonato y qué crees que es lo que nos paró hasta ahora por no poder conseguirla.
Sí, vamos a intentar aguantar la carrera, aguantar la primera posición y sobrevivir. Y en el resto de carreras, pues por un motivo u otro, un problema, una salida de pista, un accidente, nunca pudimos llegar a la victoria. Pero vamos a intentar llegar en esta.
We are here to try to win the race and try to win the season, and the reason we had no chance in others, it was sometimes because own mistake, other times because race situations. We really don't know why we didn't score a win in this season, but we are here for the first and the most important.
What do you think your chances are of a win today? Give me a percentage.
A ver, ¿cuál crees que es el porcentaje de victoria posible para hoy? De 0 a 100.
Pues deberíamos tener un 70, un 80, porque velocidad tenemos, gastamos menos rueda que ellos. Entonces, con aguantar la primera posición sin matarnos, tendríamos que ganarla.
I think between 17 and 18%, because we know our car is fast, we are fast, we know how to take care of the tires and make long stints, and if we can maintain the first position and do not get in troubles, we can do it.
Well, thank you for talking to us. Congratulations on the pole, and best of luck, Abel.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That was Abel Torres in the 966 Team Fordzilla. And Cody Iglesias, a special thank you to our translator out there to make sure we get the words from everybody here, and we don't count anybody out, even if there's a bit of a language barrier. They're lined up and ready to go. They'll get their pace lap, and then they'll be off for 8 hours as we see them here on the long main straight looking down into the first corner. We've been talking so much about the bumps, Lewis. One thing I think sometimes people forget, and why we talk about them so much, this was built on an airfield originally, as we take a look at the success ballast, and once again the Acura finding themselves really weighed down by quite a bit of it. And the pavement here on the front stretch through Sunset Bend, through certain places, that's the same pavement from when it was built before World War II.
Yeah, and it's kind of one of those ones that there are some controversial people in the world of sim racing who do believe that, and obviously motorsport as well, who do believe that maybe this circuit, it would be interesting if this circuit would be repaved to see what it would be like. I say absolutely not. This circuit should never, ever, ever be repaved. It is just that the bumps are its character. It's the history of it. Yeah, it is the brutal part. Obviously, in real life, you know, it's the big test for a car. But in sim racing and stuff, yeah, it's not it doesn't test the car that much. They don't really have like suspension failures and stuff like that. But it's that big. It's the big test of mentality and that endurance side of things. It's a proper endurance track.
And for the success ballast for the GT3s, as that's the only other multi-make, since LMP3s are all one make, it's Porsche who has the worst of it. Although Ferrari's starting to see themselves weighed down a little bit. This is the end of the season, so they don't have to worry about it anymore after this. They just got to deal with what they've got. Always interesting to me how successful Porsche manages to be, despite having the weight so far to the back of that car. They just know how to deal with it, and they always manage to get quite a quick machine, even here in the sim world, having been BOP'd on the sim officially, and then here in this league, they still need a bit of BOP to try and set them back and slow them down, make them equal with the rest of the field, give everybody a shot to try and win this one. We just wait for the last of them out there, as I'm sure they're getting a bit of race control instructions here at the end, and then they'll be sent on their way for this one. 8 hours of racing. We've seen some long ones before, Lewis, but 8 hours is a long time, long enough that we're even going to have to swap out a little bit ourselves. Zach Sweeney and Dara Thacker are going to be taking our place about halfway through, give us our vocal cords a chance to rest.
Yeah, exactly. And it's only after a couple of hours. If you're bored of us immediately, it's only after like a few hours before we'll pass off them. 3 hours. So it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to deal with us too much. It's okay. Obviously, yeah, it's going to be interesting to hear what they say about this kind of racing. You know, their kind of first time dealing with it. Well, Zach's done a round before, but we're going to have. Safety cars, I think it's almost a guarantee. Counter to how we've done with the previous couple of rounds, you won't have to hear me trying to work out whether the race is going to go full distance or not. It is not a distance race, it is a timed race. We know it's going to be 8 hours long, which is, I say, it's exciting.
Indeed. 8 hours can hold a lot of action out there, and I'm with you. I'm pretty certain we're going to get a safety car sometime in those 8 hours. Those bumps do mean that it'll often catch cars out. And there's a lot of places where there's just not much runoff. You'll see, especially up through Cunningham, Collier, Tower, the barriers get very close. And one thing I can tell you, because I mean, I've called lots of races on here on the sim, so I knew about the bumps, but getting down there in person when I did the track walk, I'm kind of shocked there aren't more drivers in real life that are calling for it to be paved, because some of them are stunningly big and just shockingly rough out there. But as you said, it's considered a part of the track now, so they have no intentions, as far as I'm aware, of repaving those sections anytime soon. As long as they can work around the truly dangerous parts and patch up those as they can, they're going to try and stick with this as long as safely possible.
Which, again, I respect. There's too much of this circuit, which is the character is its bumps. If you did repave it, I think it's an interesting thought experiment, which we can obviously do in sim racing. But we could repave it in sim racing. We could make it flat and smooth and all that stuff. And I'm curious as to where Sebring would go in people's like ratings of a circuit. So if you kind of take that circuit as a whole, like this circuit, I think it's in quite a lot of people's endurance circuits in the top 10, top 5 for quite a lot of people. If you repaved it and it lost all that character, I think it would drop down a lot. I think people would be far less inclined by such a track if it was just kind of, because it's fairly flat and
very
potentially, without being like too disrespectful to it, I think without the bumps, I think it's fairly characterless.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely tricky corners, but yeah, without the bumps, that changes a lot of it. There's some of these corners especially have a bit of camber in places down to the apexes, which also might change if they repaved it all. I guess, if they had to at some point, I almost feel like maybe what they need to do is repave it as though it was an airfield. Just put down like it was a new airstrip, instead, and that would maybe it wouldn't make it as bumpy, but they'll start to form over time. So maybe. I don't know.
Who knows? We're waffling now, getting ready for this one, but I think we should probably start building up. Do you want to talk a little bit on strategy before we go racing? Each of the teams only has 5 tyres, 5 sets of tyres to get them through the entire race. So it is going to be difficult for them to manage that. We're going to have to see a lot of double stints out there, which around the circuit, which as we've discussed before, gets quite hot. That's going to be very, very difficult indeed. And obviously, when we were saying about championship-wise, to give you a very brief update on it, it is 1.5 points between the top 2 in the LMP3 category, 4 points between the top 2 in the OBSPs, 9 between the top 3. And in the GT3s, it is 7.5 points between Blue by TC and Valkyrie competition. This is going to be a fun one, Joe. I am so looking forward to it. I've got no idea who's going to win.
Neither do I. And up at the front, the drivers don't know either, but they're going to try their best to make it a done deal as they come up to Sunset Bend to kick off the Pulse 8 hours of Sebring. Fordzilla will have control of the field. The Porsche pace car is going to swing around Sunset Bend towards the pit entry, giving way to the 966. What's it going to be like at the start? They know it's going to be a long race. They can't risk the cars this early, but they got to try and go for some track position. Green flag is out as Fordzilla accelerates away. Gomez tries to take the lead, but WSR Esports is quick off the line with them. They're going to be side by side as it's BMW versus Acura down into the first corner. Long way around. They're a little bit too far out, and they can't quite use the momentum. It carries on down into turn 3, and finally Fordzilla takes the lead. What about the GT3 start, Lewis?
Yeah, obviously that was pretty nice in to be fair, in both LMP3 and OBSP. Will we get the same kind of nicety in the GT3 category? At the moment, the inside line is being taken by PPF Racing. Valkyrie competition getting hung out to dry just a little bit, and it is Bambulis working his way past in the number 10 tenths car, and maybe even up into the race lead, straight around the outside of 3. Bit of contact with the PPF car, and that car has gone from 4th to 1st. The Audi is on a charge.
Oh my goodness, they are worked up here at the start as bounding over the curbs. 10 tenths is leaving nothing and living up to their name. So PPF gets demoted down into P2 as Blue by TC under threat for that 3rd place by Valkyrie competition, coming down into the safety pin as they brake heavily for the first time into this popular passing zone. A little bit of side by side through the midfield, but otherwise the front of them will stay single file. SRB Motorsport by Lent Vega still remains your leader on the top of your screen in LMP3.
Disaster for Valkyrie competition then, already losing out an awful lot of time. Look at that for a big send though, down the inside. One of the the yellow by TC car does push them clean off the road, going up towards the Collier Cunningham section. HundredForce goes straight off the road. It's over the limit racing red that was squeezed out there. That was a bit naughty by the yellow by TC car. I mean, it's made a lot of progress. I think it's up 4 or 5 positions, but that was very naughty.
And we've got a car off. We saw them kind of trundling through the grass. That was SRB Motorsport, who have had to take a tow. Seem to have gotten caught up in something, and they did not bring out a yellow flag. I guess since everybody's bunched off on one side of the circuit, they're going to allow it to go without a yellow as they sent out the virtual marshals. My goodness, look at this battle for P2. Beaver Grease Racing just ahead of Locals Autosport, and Yellow Submarine 3 wide into the first corner, and they're going to bang doors. Boys, this is an 8-hour race.
Yeah, they ain't racing like it. I think there might only be 2 laps left in this one. Probably for someone there is only 2 laps left. That's a big shame for the SRB Motorsport 245. We'll talk about that in a second. But look at the level of racing between these LMP3s. We were kind of talking about how we've not had too many safety cars in previous rounds. We didn't have any at Mugello, for example. I think they've kind of ignored some of that so far today already from the off.
I thought the smaller field meant things might be a little bit calmer to start things off, but I guess not. As we check in on Race Onion, still stuck in 3rd position, Fordzilla still leading, and WSR Esports butt kicker in 2nd, exactly as they gridded up. In fact, I don't think any of the 6 have changed positions since the start. They have not changed positions. No, you're absolutely spot on there. Just to talk a little bit, by the way, of the LMP3, because I just wanted to go and double check on the SRB Motorsports car. Obviously, that'll be their championship gone. We'll see actually what happens to them. Bit of a dive down the inside of the Yellow Submarine Squad car, sent them round right in front of everyone, and there's even more contact there.
Yeesh, that is a shame. And that car now, obviously removed from the championship. They were third in the championship, 9.5 points off of the championship lead. Obviously, they've had 3 pole positions so far this season and a victory at Spa. And their title race is done. Thankfully, their teammates, though, are leading the way.
Yeah, they'll be allowed to get back out on the track and repair the car, but it's pretty much a foregone conclusion on them having the victory here. Down to Blue by TC, sitting in 3rd position. They're trying to do what they can to get by PPF Racing. Seem to be lacking a little pace here at the start. Klepicus taking over for Valero after he set his storming pole position. Seems to not be as quick, but quick enough. Unfortunately, 10 tenths have scampered away there. You can see the gap as they head into Sunset Bend. It's up to a 1.5 seconds.
Saw the note that just popped up on your screen there. The 532 Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car has just been given a drive-through penalty for that contact between themselves and the 245 SLB Motorsport car going down into the hairpin. I am not shocked by that at all. So Roy Vermeer will have to return into pit lane to serve that one. Just a drive-through though. It's not going to remove them from the race, but I'm sure they'll be fairly sheepish on the go down through pit lane. Battle for the race lead though in that LMP3 category.
Beaver Grease still doing what they can to threaten the 181 as they head up towards Cunningham. In fact, they're distancing themselves from that Yellow Submarine car even without the penalty, up to 2 seconds between themselves. It's a little wide there from the 181 coming through Cunningham. Beaver Grease can't close in through that mistake quite yet, but they're making sure to keep them honest.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is the battle for the championship. The top 2 in the championship. These 2 are separated by 1.5 points. We don't need to do any mathematical calculation. It is whoever is ahead of the other. That's it. Simple as. Yes, other teams can still win the LMP3 championship. Obviously, the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car, that 532, can still win it. The A&R Endurance Esports car, they can still win it, but they require a lot of luck. They require these 2 to almost basically DNF from this one. Between these 2, winner takes all.
Exactly, which is going to make strategy very interesting later in the race, because as I was speaking to them before, I asked the question, do you watch your rivals? And it sounded like yes, to a degree. They're going to have to try and pay attention to what they're doing, because that's their focus. They only need to beat that car, but you can't try and get too tricky and be too clever for your own good as they come through turn 1 once again down towards turn 3. This is where it tightens up into one of the more technical sections through 3, 4, and 5, and then things open up out of this late apex corner through Big Bend and into the safety pin.
Yeah, exactly. Love that it is just called Big Bend, by the way. I feel that's such an American thing. Honestly, I think it's fantastic. Here we have some battles, though, down in that GT3 category. 10 tenths have just pulled away fantastically. To the same degree, by the way, that Team Fortilla have pulled away in the OBSP category. They're out of 2.4 seconds. 10 tenths have just under 2 seconds on the rest of the field. PPF Racing and Blue by TC embroiled in this fight, as well as Valkyrie Competition. After that very poor start, they've been able to kind of balance themselves out, get themselves back involved in the race, and they're being caught a little bit by the Red by Toledo car, to be honest.
Yeah, those top 5 are still somewhat clumped together, barring the distance that Boombillis has put on them. So definitely could get a 4-car battle for second, depending on how things go at this stage. It does appear that some of them have kind of settled in at this stage. After we had a bit of chaos in the first 2 or 3 laps, finally drivers are realizing they've got so much in front of them, they need to just try and tick off some laps, let things play out.
Yeah, exactly. It's just we had that opening lap where I genuinely think everyone was in a really harnessing the week 13 vibe. But I think now things have settled down. People are realising there's a long time left to go in this race. You don't need to pass immediately. And I do think Ladosakis might just wait a touch before making a move. The 82 cars received a warning there. I'll go and double check as to what exactly that was for. But that is the Yellow by TC car. I'm sure it was something on the first lap.
I believe causing a collision is what I'm hearing. Yeah, that's what it is. So they're going to get away lucky on that one. Ooh, are we side by side? Yes, we are. PPF Racing in blue by TC, as they're going to be overtaken not just by one, but by two. Valkyrie Competition gets one of their spots back, moves back into P3. Things are not looking good at the start for that number 227 team. Not sure if this is something that they're planning on or if they're actually concerned about being overtaken by so many cars at the beginning stages.
I don't think they'll be that concerned. Main reason is the driver that grabbed pole position for PPF was Gar Valero, who is one of only 3 platinum drivers in the GT3 category. The other 2, they've got a silver, they've got a gold in the car. This is their gold driver behind the wheel at the moment, trying to get past Valkyrie Competition. You got the Tomato car on the inside, just trying to find that way past. Reverse by Tomato. I kind of feel that maybe Clevercast might want to back out this one, but says absolutely not. I want to stay ahead of this BMW right now. Oh, such a near squeeze between the pair of them, and now I think that 227 does have to settle for 5th place. I wouldn't be panicking so much. Gar Valero is nearly 10k I rated. You know what I mean? Like, he can drag them back into it a little bit. He did back in Road Atlanta.
Whoa, and he sticks his nose in down at Cunningham once again. Sakaluskas says no way. He's going to fend him off and hold on to 4th. But yeah, some fierce stuff trying to keep from losing too many of these spots. Valero, we saw at Mugello, absolutely blitz through to bring it up to the top spot. Yeah, he is incredibly quick, so I don't think they'll be panicking. This is a little bit disconcerting seeing that car drop back so fast.
Yeah, like I say, it's not ideal. I still don't think they'll be panicking so much. But let's be real here. It isn't what they would want. It's not great. But the worst thing you can do right now is to panic. Right? If you panic, that's where you're going to drop back a whole host of positions. So for right now, you just got to be settled in what's actually going on, as we've got some more moves going on.
Yep, that's a battle between HundredForce and Over the Limit Racing Blue, as well as a fight here for the OBSPs for 4th position. Looks like WSR Esports Butt Kicker are going to take that as, they got pushed downwards. How did they lose spots? I guess here we'll see on the replay. This is into the hairpin. Did they get pushed a little bit wide themselves?
Oh, I think it's just all very messy in all of this. They're clearly not really fussed about catching Fordzilla, are they?
No, or can't, because it's up to 3 seconds ahead now, as our OBSP class is actually catching the back of the GT3 field now. So drivers are having to watch those mirrors, make sure that they hold a predictable line while the top of the field dices through them. On board with Fordzilla, you can see the pace difference.
Yeah, indeed. It's just, that's the first time carving through traffic. It's where it's at its absolute thickest again. As we were saying before, with a slightly reduced OBSP category, things will be fairly settled within the like the GT3s and LMP3 categories, because there's less OBSPs to work their way through. Going a little bit for a brave one. Looking down the inside, going into Tower. Favourite corner when you've not got people ahead of you. When you do, you have to back off so much speed. Juan Manuel Gomez is absolutely flying at the moment. They've got this car working really quickly, and it kind of explains the 70 or 80% chance of victory, which Abel Torres was suggesting a little bit earlier on in that interview.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when he said that, I was like, wow, okay. So they feel pretty good. And so far, so good. But we've seen, and he said, a lot of the times it was just stuff out of their control that kind of caught them out over the course of the season. We'll see how much they're able to avoid that this time as we jump back down to our LMP3s, a battle for 4th, as Trump is going to find Rakauskas just dive up the inside into the safety pin, and that will give him that P4, the 113, back to where he began this race.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, we've got plenty of battling and such happening up and down. Including, whilst you might you're going to get a little bit of confusion though if you go back a single position, because it's the same liveried cars going into battle. This time it is the A&R Endurance Esports 58 coming out on top. So that was a move from Jonk on the inside of a bonus, and now I think Gaukis is going to try and find his way down the inside as they go through Tower. Updated provisional standings at the moment. WSR Esports Bucking would be third in the championship. Fordzilla would be second. I think Race Onion then would be our champions in the OBSPs. We'll double check that one, but Larry's going to be doing all the stats behind the scenes as quick as possible.
And let's not forget SRB Motorsports by GAE in this group. They're at the tail end of it, going to be in the middle here soon. Much better exit off of Le Mans as he overtakes Locals Autosport Black. They got sent to the back of their class. They have passed at least 4 cars now to get themselves up to 7th in class. I guess maybe 5, since SRB Motorsports are now multiple laps down, had to take their penalty. Nice job trying to recover. But unfortunately for them, they're a ways off the top spot. In fact, it looks like almost 12 seconds already up to the leaders.
Yeah, exactly. They're still. We're kind of seeing a lot of this like very aggressive races. Actually, it's fine, fair enough. But it's more that it's costing you time. I don't even like necessarily care that much about like the risk of making the moves. It's more of the amount of time it's costing you to your rivals, to, for example, the victory. It almost feels like it's very short-sighted. There's the provisional standings in the correct order. Sorry about that. Race Onion, of course, they are the ones that are, at the moment, the provisional champions, despite Fordzilla doing everything they can. So why Fordzilla winning the race is great, but they need a little bit extra assistance. They need Race Onion to finish third or worse.
Coming off the final corner, using every inch of that pavement. We're watching Over the Limit Blue versus Yellow by TC. Very colorful battle up here as, Apex taken away for HundredForce coming into turn 1. That'll cost them a little bit of time as they fly off onto the curb, using as much as they can without hitting the dirt out of T1. And then down into turn 3 as well. Look at them bunch up as they slow up here. They need a good exit. Oh, it was poor once again. HundredForce struggling on this lap.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not quite the one for them. Not really marrying too well with the track at the moment. It's fine. They got. I think they were one of the cars that was kind of pushed off a little bit going through that Cunningham Collier section on that first lap. I distinctly remember they were pushed over onto the right hand side. So got to be a little bit careful. I think they're on that bit more of a comeback charge, but maybe there's a bit of like that kind of red mist as well. But not quite working out too well at the moment. They've got the Yellow by TC car and the Over the Limit Racing Blue obviously directly behind, but that Merc. I mean, we've seen Mercedes be very strong this season. You brought it up about like the Vilnius Tech car and how impressive they've been at various points this season. Well, they might need a similar sort of drive from where they are at the moment, because the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech are currently sat behind this train, looking for a way to possibly go back up to the OBSPs.
Indeed, and you know, this might be a race that plays out well for Vilnius Tech, considering the races they won were sort of earmarked by the chaos, I guess you could call it, just unpredictability. When the dust settled, they were the ones left standing. And when you've got an 8-hour race, that opens it up to more unpredictability. So that might play into their hands. We'll have to watch and see while the fight for second in the OBSPs rages on. Race Onion now about 2.3 seconds off of Gomez in the lead for Fordzilla. OBS World by Simsa as Marin trying to breathe down the neck of that number 15, but unable to do anything at this stage. So they sit and wait patient.
Yeah, exactly. You know, when you're battling, especially in the ABSPs, they should know better. You're battling for a championship right now. Race Onion, I wonder if they're well aware as to, they probably would be, but I wonder if they're well aware as to like the gravitas of the situation that they're in right now. They're 2 seconds behind Team Fordzilla and Juan Manuel Gomez. They do have this OBS World by Simsa car. Now, obviously, we're 7 hours and 40 minutes away from the end of the race, so long time, fair enough. But in their current position, they win the championship. If they drop back behind the 66, if they finish in third spot, they do not win the championship. So this position is very, very, very important.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they want to simplify it, second or better clinches for them, no matter what anybody else does. So they just kind of have to hold on to it from here as they come down into Sunset Bend amongst now the LMP3 cars. So a different flavor of lap traffic, is for the first time they're having to pass the other prototype class on this track. In fact, we're going to check in on a couple of those battles once again with Locals Autosport versus A&R Endurance for fourth.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a tight fight that we've seen quite a bit. I don't know what's quite happened to the other Locals Autosports car. It's dropped back a little bit more than we would have expected. Obviously, was involved in that fight with the second of the A&R Endurance cars, but alas, they've navigated a couple of the LMP3s fairly cleanly and have built a bit of a gap, these two, on the WSR Esports Buck Kicker car that runs in behind. You can see them popping around in the background as we return to the GT3s in this whole battle back towards the yellow by TC. You've got the Over the Limit Racing Blue and, of course, the Vilnius Tech car. Ooh, a little bit of a look down the inside going into Sunset, and there's the commitment coming in from the yellow by TC car.
This is a difficult one to go side by side. You need some trust in your competitors, and onto the main straight as it usually does. The battle is not over. It's going to be a drag race into turn one. Now they've got another friend, though, involved in it. That's Vilnius Tech sticking their nose down into turn one. Yellow by TC can't do anything. They've got to give way.
That's a lovely look there and a lovely move from the 117. There was some controversy with them back in the previous round at Atlanta with a couple of incidents and such for the Vilnius Tech team. But that is an absolute delight going into the first corner. Saw the side-by-side, picked up and dropped it straight back through. 966 has received a final warning, and the reason is clutching. Now, I'm going to assume this is in relation to fuel saving. I don't know, it was against the rules. But in relation to fuel saving and what clutching generally means, is let's say, for example, you're going into a corner, say, for example, Sunset. If you push the clutch in at, say, you're normally braking at the 100 meter mark and you put the clutch in at 200, you coast up to it. It's not the same as lifting off, because lifting off, you still have the engine slowing the car down. Clutching kind of removes that, and you really do slide up to the corner, then get on the brakes and carry on it. It's much better for fuel mileage. But it is much harder for car control, which is generally speaking why it's outlawed.
Yeah, I was just going to say we were getting a message from Race Control on the reasoning behind that rule. I'm with you. I didn't realize that they had banned that one earlier on. Apparently it was after round 2. So just caused too many problems out there with drivers who couldn't handle it, were attempting
Correct.
it. So
it's hard.
Yeah, it is tough. But that means that now they've got to watch something else, and they have at least caught someone here today at a track that does have plenty of heavy braking zones where you can try and make that happen. Blue by TC still under threat coming down into Sunset Bend. Yellow by TC, rather, that we see under threat by Over the Limit Racing. Red now, who we didn't see involved in this fight before, but they're joining the party.
Yeah, they're now knocking at the door. Seeing their teammates up ahead, thinking they want a little bit of a piece of all of that. With that whole clutching warning, by the way, I don't know if it's probably more because of traffic, but Juan Gomez has dropped nearly a second back into the clutches of Peter Zuber, so we might have a battle for the race lead fairly soon. By the way, the main reason why that will be difficult is that if you're going through a corner and you've clutched in, as you're going through a corner, when you remove that clutch and the engine basically re-engages, that bit is really hard on car control. If you mistime it, you're backwards. You're gone. Like the timing of that, you have to be perfect. The very best in sim racing will tell you it's very easy, and they do it all the time. Fair enough, and that's because they practice it time and time again, and they get the rhythm down perfectly. If you don't know that rhythm, just don't try it. It's too hard.
Well, the battle just won't quit here. Down into Cunningham, still being led by Over the Limit Blue. Vilnius Tech now second in line. This is all for 7th place, effectively, as they head into Tower. One of the more critical corners, because you're going to be on the throttle here for some time. Flat out through Bishop, which is another one now that I've seen in person is kind of stunning to see, because there's not much room to the outside. And yes, it is a flat out corner, but if something does go wrong through there, you are flying into those tires with nothing to save you.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a brutally quick track, and like I say, if you have an off around here, They're generally fairly big. They are generally fairly big. I mean, if you misjudge the final corner, I remember one time I was watching IMSA around here, as you do, and they were on. I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been like an LMP2, it might have been an LMP3, and they went to the final corner, and the car clearly hit a bump, and it just understeered from that point, and just went straight into the barrier. There was nothing they could really do. It looks so silly. Turn 1, if you have a bit of contact around here, you're in the barrier. There's nowhere else you're going to go. You're in that tyre wall. And those are things, they write off your races. They're done.
Yeah, well, especially in turn 1, if you get damage, I mean, good luck trying to come back around the entire lap to pit in. So drivers will have to limp the car around if it can do that. Vilnius Tech here. Let's see if they can put one over on over the limit blue. Don't think they're quite close enough down into the safety pin this time, but they're certainly making that 747 car think twice as they hit the brakes into that right-hander. Just about a half an hour into this race, not too much longer before we start to see the OBSP category have to come in for their first pit stops.
Yeah, and expectation is that there will be a lot of double stints from the OBSPs. Realistically, when you're talking sort of about 45-minute stints for them, and a race is 8 hours long, and with them having only 5 sets of tyres, it means a majority of your stints today will be double stints. And to be fair, with the double stints, as much as we are... The race circuit is expected to get cooler as the day goes on, because we're about 2:40 in game time. And so obviously with it being an 8-hour race, we're going to be finishing fairly late in the evening and probably quite a lot cooler. I would still recommend getting your double stints out as early as possible so that you at least have the tyres should a safety car come out, which again, I'll remind you, the chance of a safety car around here pre-race was reckoned it was about 50%.
Yeah, so we should expect them. We just don't know when, per se. They managed to survive perhaps the most likely period for that is a little wide there for the over-the-limit blue car. Is going to open the door for Vilnius Tech. The 117 can't step through, but they're going to get ever closer to that blue 747. Coming down into turn 1, he's going to stick his nose in, see if he can shake him off the racing line, but no, chopping down. Pranauskas is going to say no, not yet.
Again, brilliant racing though. Like there's just it's like the level of aggression, and there comes Juan Manuel Gomez just trying to work his way past. Navigating it nicely. Got a couple more to pick off, which he'll do going around Big Bend. Obviously, no major dramas. Vilnius Tech and whatnot just ticked off going through all of that. We'll see if the Race Onion car will be able to do so. That gap for the race lead, by the way, sub 1 second as the OBS World by Simsicar. Very committed.
Certainly, they're trying to do what they can, knowing they could affect things here with Race Onion. Earlier I said it was no matter what. It is not. WS Esports could beat Race Onion with the win if Race Onion was second. But right now that's not looking like the case, but it could easily switch around later on, especially if we do get some of those safety cars or penalties that upset the apple cart. We're still watching some of our GT3 cars. In fact, that is the WSR Esports butt kicker machine just going by, and they're being chased by BC Vault. This is where I was saying things can be a bit sketchy with the 2 different classes coming up through Bishop and into Jean Debienne. I've seen it go wrong so many times with miscommunication.
Wasn't it Jose Maria Lopez, Pachito Lopez had an enormous one there a couple of years back going towards Bishop, and it was like the car hit the barrier and rolled over. Like it was a big crash. And the thing is, like I say, if you have an incident around there, which is, I don't want to be that guy, but in 7 hours and 30 minutes, I kind of see it happening. We'll have to wait and see. You can see there, obviously, Insights powered by Grip. The A&R Endurance Esports, the number 58 car, is the one that has gained the most positions so far at 6. And that includes getting past their teammate in the number 59. Of course, Grip is where you can find the live timing for today's event, which is obviously very good, actually.
Ooh, and I just as that was mentioned, I turned my attention to the A&R Endurance car. There was a spin behind them. I worried that maybe they had made contact, but no, it's just Kirpus and the SRB Motorsport G&E car spun themselves. So They lost a little bit of that time that they had made up with their charge from the back of the field. They're still sitting in 7th. One down from where they would have gridded up were it not for that penalty. Checking back in, and the never-ending fight here in the mid-pack of the GT3s for 7th spot over the Limit Racing Blue, doing a pretty good job dealing with the pressure from behind them.
Yeah, indeed. Also, to just touch on that SB Motorsport Genie, obviously they have 3 cars in that LMP3 category. They've lost one basically sort of from the race, who I believe, I'm going to double check, they are back out on track. The 245 car that had that incident on the first lap. That was in championship contention, obviously isn't anymore really. The SV Motorsports by Vega is the one that's in championship contention. So because the G&E car spun, don't worry about it too much. Their main car that's involved in that championship battle is still in the race, and so all is well and good within that category, although Beaver Grease Racing Plus have pulled out a 4-second margin on the 181 as we keep our eyes on this enthralling fight. Again, brilliant stuff. Between this grouping. Of course, we know that the Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech car, they're quick. They've won 2 races this season, trying to get their way past Over the Limit Racing Blue, who are yet to take a victory this season. But of course, they're all a long way away from taking victory today.
Yeah, about halfway down through their class currently, so it's not looking as likely as they come. Oh, things look a little bit unsteady there for Over the Limit Blue off the corner, and that will give a good exit to Vilnius Tech in comparison, who once again kind of shows themselves in the mirrors, but this time they don't try and actually get the nose underneath them into turn 1. That is, I mean, I wouldn't say an underrated corner as we check a replay here, and yeah, that's the 87 car. That's 4SR, who finds himself turned around out of turn 5. He'll get it pointed back forward. But yeah, that first corner, that's blind. You can't see anything around that wall. You're looking for a sign actually that they put up at the apex on the fence and try to turn into there. It's scary.
I once made a move around the outside of the practice sessions, fair enough, but I made a move around the outside of Nikodem Wisniewski, a Le Mans virtual champion, around the outside of T1, just saying. It was in practice, it doesn't really matter. But I'm very proud of myself for having done it. I remember it was 8 years ago. The thing is, it is blind, but when you get it right, it's so satisfying because you come out from like quite wide and then you throw it straight in, basically to the barrier, and you kind of you don't quite grind the barrier, but you get as close as you possibly can, and then you just drift back out. The only problem is with it feels more open as you go through turn 1, but obviously it narrows quite a lot on the exit, mostly because of the grass that appears. So tricky corner, really, really hard. So is that, though, and that is a bit of a moment there for the Over the Limit Racing Blue. That will almost certainly be a slowdown penalty, so they'll have to give that up to Vilnius Tech and the rest of them.
There it is. They pull off to the side down the Ullman Straight, and just like that, it's not just 1, not just 2, 3 positions lost because of that one little error down through Jean Debienne, and they've gone from the lead of this train to the tail.
You can see there the provisional standings. Of course, Larry's bringing it all to us at the moment in the GT3. It's pretty simple for Blue by TC. 10/10 to lead, and definitely not in the championship contention. And they are pulling out quite a championship lead on Valkyrie competition and PPF, who haven't had the best start of this race. But watch for PPF to come back strong as the race continues, so don't worry about it. Got one of the LMP3s working their way through in the middle of all of this. That is the 815 Beaver Grease Racing Plus race leader in the LMP3 category.
And PPF needs a continuation of form here as they were first and second in the last 2 races. Before that, they were struggling after they started things off so well with a podium in 3rd at Aragon, but it seems like maybe today they're just kind of minding their P's and Q's at the start, waiting for the race to come to them as we watch that battle now be overtaken by one of our LMP3s here, and that is going to, I think, be Beaver Grease. Yeah, that's Beaver Grease Plus, our leader. Just go by them down before they get to Cunningham. Wonder if we are seeing a bit of fuel saving with some of these behind, such as Over the Limit Red and Yellow by TC. They've seemed content to just kind of ride back here for some time.
Yeah, you can do some pretty big fuel saving around here. I think that's the important bit. It's why it's such a well-loved circuit, I think, for endurance racing, because your strategy is fairly open. If you want to save tyres, there's plenty of places where you can save tyres on here. You want to save fuel, there's plenty of places where you can do it without like losing too much time. You can think a little bit outside of the box on the strategy. So, all things considered, it's all pretty solid. There's the MTS Garage car, the 111, working their way through, and hopefully for them, they'll be able to clear all of these. But the LMP3s, they're just not that quick in a straight line comparatively to the GT3, so it's probably only going to get one by the time they get down into Sunset Bend, and that's exactly the case. That's why LMP3s are really tricky to navigate traffic in.
Yeah, I'm sure it can get extremely frustrating at times, as MTS Garage going to use that little bit of downforce on the inside to see if they can find some extra pace coming through Sunset Bend. They'll demote over the limit red, and now they've got to try and get by Yellow by TC and Vilnius Tech as they chase down SRB's number 181. SRB team, as you were talking about earlier, using almost the Plinko method, is throwing more cars at it, hoping that they'll get a good result. And so far it is working with this second place car.
But as much as that is the case, I don't think it's going to be good enough for the championship. Again, we've said before, between Beaver Grease Racing Plus and the SB Motorsports by Vega car, whoever wins, that's the important bit. Who wins between the pair of them? And at the moment, that 3.5 second margin, way too big for EOS. We go back in the category, though, to the SB Motorsports by G&E car, Locals Autosports Black, who we're looking at here, and the 2-to-go green car just sat off the rear end. They'll be the next to navigate some of this GT3 traffic, but as much as they're fighting down to the point, I mean, they're still paying for, fighting for points, paying positions, which might help them in the championship move up.
Exactly. Still stuff to be fought over in terms of points, even if you aren't in the hunt for the overall crown. Also want to mention, speaking of SRB, their number 245 machine is back out on track. They're 6 laps down from the leaders. I think 5 laps down from class leaders at this stage. So they're just kind of circulating, hoping that maybe they can pick up some things on attrition. The only car in the GT3s not to have any sort of success ballast is the BMW. As we watch down into Sunset Bend, the number 3 here, doing what they can to try and work themselves a little bit higher on the podium. Renoverse by Tomito's been chasing Blue by TC, but they've lost a couple car lengths since we last looked at them, about half a second back from that second place car, and both of them are just nowhere near 10/10. We'll see flashes of them maybe in the background at times through some of these camera shots, but they are often ahead by almost 4 seconds.
Well, I mean, the Renoverse by Tomito car that we're looking at here is yet to have a podium this season. In fact, their highest finish this season, just 6th place, which they have done a couple of times, in fact 3 times in totality. They find themselves at the back end of the top 10 of the championship. This will be a big result for them to round out the season. It's not going to shoot them up into championship contention. They can't win the championship. They're very much out of it. Obviously, being a season finale as well. But it can move them up genuinely like 3 or 4 spots in the championship, getting a result like this. And to be perfectly honest, it seems as though the car's got even more pace than just 3rd. It does seem as though it does have the pace to check past the Blue by TC car. And the Blue by TC car's so far ahead in the championship that almost, at the moment anyway, it almost doesn't matter too much to them. 1st, 2nd, 3rd doesn't really matter because they're comfortably clear of that car just behind the Valkyrie competition.
They come out of Tower down towards Bishop and pick up speed. MTS Garage doing a fairly decent job here in 3rd place. They have had a bit of an up and down season all throughout themselves, so glad to see them looking good at least the start of this. They've had a single podium themselves at Spa on top of it, so they kind of need a good finish to the season to maybe set themselves up to carry some momentum on into the next one when they'll start later. It is a long season because they only do these races for the most part about once a month. They're so long, they want drivers to have a chance to prep and do everything they can because these are a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you're taking part in an endurance championship, it is going for multiple rounds. And it's not just like the iRacing special events, which are cool and stuff, but they're not like interlinked. It's just like one is for one. Whereas these, you're playing for a championship. You've worked through a season. I've not done too many endurance championships. I've done a couple. I did one last year, and there is a sense of relief once the season ends, because you're just like, oh, thank God for that. But you're still pushing all the way through, and there's some sort of like extra camaraderie in battling in a championship all the way through, regardless of finishing position. It's more just about like the endurance spirit that we've spoken about so many times.
Yeah, everybody wants to see the checkered flag, whether that be in the race itself or for the entirety of the season, be able to complete as much as you possibly can. As we check back with our OBSPs, this is Adam State versus Roinen out here for fourth in this category. Things have split up through the rest of that field, so that's why we haven't really been showing a whole lot of them. It is definitely smaller than it has been all season long, and not too big of a surprise. One thing that I will say, I can't blame drivers for not being as keen to race these faster cars, because the higher up you get, the more technical these things get, the more difficult it is to drive them. We have to remember, some of them are professional sim racers, but we're not talking about professionals in the same way that a lot of real race car drivers are. So this is a hobby for a lot of these drivers, and when you're talking about having to balance real life and trying to take this as seriously as possible, that's a difficult balance to make, and trying to be really good at what even the professionals struggle to drive tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you say that you're with pro drivers. I'm trying to think of pro drivers on this grid. And by pro drivers, I mean drivers that basically do this as a job. I think Gael Valero probably does, obviously with the Apex Racing team and that lot. I can't imagine too many others would be classified as like pro sim drivers. And to be fair, like the pace of this grid, it is rapid to the point where I think it shows an important thing with sim racing, particularly on iRacing, is that when we talk iRacing, you generally mean skill of driver, right?
Yes.
But because it's a league, and because you practice differently for a league than you do for an official race, you just do. That kind of difference that we're seeing, for example, at the front of the OBSP category, and you look at Juan Manuel Gomez. Juan Manuel Gomez, right, is not. I think he's not even a platinum driver. No, he is platinum driver. But at least as far as to where I've got him, he's 4.7k. I think he might have lost a bit of iRate. I think you've got to be above 5 to be a general platinum driver. I think he might have dropped down a little bit. He's 4.7. The race onion car Peter Zuber's 9k. Right, that is almost double the iRate, but the pace is still the kind of the same, and that happens up and down the order. Like we see people that have got like 3 or 4k back them with 6k drivers and stuff. It doesn't quite matter as much because the way you practice for a league race is completely different.
Yeah, diminishing returns when it comes to iRating. Is good side-by-side action here coming down into Jean Demian between HundredForce and PPF Racing Team. Looks like Klepika's trying to pick things back up once again and go on the attack. Big bobble coming out of Le Mans by Maynard. Is that going to slow him down? No, it does not. Guess that extra weight on the Porsche just hindering it as it tries to accelerate down the longest straightaway.
Yeah, I was taking a little bit of a look there off the back of the Porsche of Klepika's, and going like once they'd cleared about 3/4 of the Ullman straight, that was when the gap actually started to grow. That was when the Mercedes actually started to build up some of that gap. As oh my goodness me, A&R trying to go for a move there on the locals Autosport car, and again side by side as one of the OBSPs tries to pick their way past. That's the OBS World by Simpson car. So almost a little bit of drama there on the short sheet between 1 and 3. But yeah, this must be a very frustrating time for that 227 of Klepika's. Just you're potentially faster than Maynard, but you can't do anything about it.
And now it's a gap of 5 seconds, P2 to P3. It wasn't that far apart before. I'm checking. Last lap from Maring was very, very slow. And I'm checking. It looks like it's just traffic. I wanted to see if he had an off or anything. And Just luck was not on his... Oh, no, he did have an off. Excuse me, I found it. This is coming through Le Mans. He made contact, it looks like, with Locals Autosport through that turn.
Oops. I guess, you know, it happens. It does. We're going to see plenty of contact throughout this race, but yeah, that's a bit of a shame. That's why, yeah, like I say, some of the gaps are larger. It's 4 seconds in the OBSPs. It's 6.2 in now in the LMP3s and 3 in the GT3s. Whilst we do have a very close championship, the race hasn't looked quite as close in the opening hour or so. But a lot of this could be different tyre strategies. Can I just have you noticed what the track temperature is, by the way?
Yes, very, very hot. It is 119 Fahrenheit. It was up to 121 a little bit earlier. And Celsius, I think that's probably up into the 50s, isn't it?
It's almost 50. It's 48 degrees Celsius. That is very, very hot.
Now, that's just the track. It's 84 Fahrenheit out air temperature. At about 47% humidity, which in Florida terms is actually not bad. So we're going to watch the replay. And this is that contact that I was talking about with our P3 in the OBSP class. Just, he thought he was down to the inside. And to be fair, that seemed like a decent move to me. I guess just a little bit miscommunication between the pair of them.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones that you maybe need to see from offboard to kind of like really get a full understanding as to what the dealio was there. But like I kind of agree, it does, at least from that angle, it does look as though the OBS World by SimRacing had kind of like cleared, had come through and had basically cleared. But again, maybe it will be maybe other angles will be more telling. I always say the amount of times on a broadcast I'll be like, that's 100% this and then you see it from a different angle and you go, yeah, exactly what I just said, ignore it.
Yeah. I always try to give the caveat that the stewards have a much better chance to go and look things over thoroughly than we do. We get maybe a couple glances. We can, if we're in the sim, we can get another look at it. Okay, so here I think is from on board the Locals Autosport car that gets hit. Yeah, and even from there, it looks like they're not doing anything wrong. So that might just be a racing deal.
It is a racing deal, I feel. I would say that if I'm putting blame on either side, the LMP3 is kind of like it's turning back in onto the rear left quarter of the car, which is always going to tip it round. I think that it's clearly like not intentional. All they're trying to do is they're trying to get straight back in behind the OBSP, the OBS World by SimRacing car, going out onto the Ullman Straight. You know, trying to get the best exit possible. So it's kind of it's not that bad, but we'll have to wait and see as the car 113 has received a drive-through penalty.
Interesting. So that is the 113.
That is the local Motorsport car. Is that for that? Oh, there's 2 to go green. That was a sketchy replay. Are they coming into pit lane? No, they're not.
Yeah, you're right. That is the Locals Autosport. That's the one that made the contact, I believe. Is there even 3 wide now, including with the lead in the GT3s, making a little contact with the 58. That was 4 position. And understandably, Bambulis says, okay, I've had enough of this. He backs out and lets them go.
Just to clarify, by the way, that penalty for the 113 was not for the incident with the 66.
Oh.
Not for the OBS World by SimRacing car. That was for contact between themselves and the 534. That's the yellow submarine squad car that is in the GT3s category. So contact between those lot is to why that 113's received that penalty. So we don't know if that other incident is going to be under investigation. We don't know yet.
Oh, man, if they get 2, that's right there. That is a bad day to start this thing off within the first hour of the race. And coming down through the number 58, having made what was a very opportunistic pass, but in the end successful despite the sketchiness. Looks like they're going to be able to dash away and also see that car behind them disappear, having to serve a penalty. Yeah, we're understanding they drove into the back of the 534 is why Locals Autosport 113 car got that first penalty.
Very silly, very, very silly. But look at that, by the way, 9:66, fastest lap of the race, just been set. And we're nearly 50 minutes into the stint, so those tyres are still doing quite well, clearly, for Juan Manuel Gomez. And so we'll have to wonder as to whether we are going to see potentially a tyre swap once they come into the pit lane. Another warning coming out. That was for the 12 car, I believe.
I'm seeing.
I don't see it on my list, but
I see the 47 getting a warning here in race control. That would be BC Vault by Simsa. Not sure if, what that was for, but I'll double check the sheet here in a second. I'm also a bit surprised we still, okay, as soon as I say it, Grow Racing Team Blue has pit in. So, okay, finally we're getting some of the OBSPs taking service. This is a long first stint. I'm kind of impressed. I mean, usually we look at, what, 40 to 45 minutes for these OBSP cars?
Yeah, but I will say you've got to remember one major thing here is that the track temperature is really high. When the track temperature is really high, you're not as quick, right? You don't go around the circuit as fast. So when you're not going around as fast, it's because you don't have as much grip. And if you don't have as much grip, it means that you're not going you're not on throttle as much. You're not going through the corners as quickly. So you're having to lift out a lot more, basically kind of scrub off a little bit more speed to get it in. And then you're having to wait to get on the throttle, which means that you're saving, even though it's hotter, the track's slower, and you're saving more fuel. Or at least it's easier to save fuel when it's hotter, rather than when it's cold and you've got so much grip, it's unbelievable. It's actually really hard to save that much fuel because quite a lot of corners are really fast. So yeah, you got to be careful of all this. The 58 A&R Endurance Esports car, by the way, is another one to receive a warning.
Was able to track down the 47's warning. That's BC Vault by Simsa. They did a dive bomb and caused a collision, it looks like, with the number 113. So that's why they're getting a little bit of a wag of the finger. And the 113 is that locals Autosport, who's, man, they've been involved in everything out there today.
Yeah, there's been some fisticuffs out there on circuit. So we can see Team Ford delivering to the pit lane. Juan Manuel Gomez remaining in on the car, and that car ain't on the jacks. That is the normal height of a BMW Ford Zilla, powered by Ford apparently. That's what it says on the side. So no tyre swap coming in for Gomez, which makes sense. Again, to remind you, they only have 5 sets of tyres to get them through the entire race. That includes the ones you start with.
And they're back out on the circuit now, so they'll return it in 5th position, but we need to wait and see what happens with the others. Here's a replay down at a Sunset Bend between a couple of our LMP3s. Was there a car stopped that I saw in a big accident coming out of there? Yeah, I think...
Valkyrie. It is Valkyrie.
What? They're in pit lane, so they must have gotten some big damage from that one. Yeah, so that starts with a spin from the number 177 down at a Sunset Bend. They were flat across the track as those two were battling, no place to go, and disaster ensued.
Well, we're going to have to spool up the replay machine and see an awful lot in all of that. My goodness, some huge drama for them to deal with. I will say the Valkyrie competition car is rolling off of pit lane now, but look at the front end of that car. It still is not on. There's going to be a lot in all of this. So what happens to them? It's going to be a solo mistake.
Yeah. Wow. Their championship hopes undone with this one little error. They tried to pull back on, and that was when those two cars came across. And that blue car, that was the 87. They actually have had to take a tow. They thankfully were right at an entry gap in the barrier, so we did not need a safety car. But they are basically parked with a ton of damage.
I'm going to say I think that's a slam dunk penalty for Valkyrie. You can't. Yes, during the instant, it sucks. Yeah, I get that. But you can't then slap the throttle down to the ground as people are coming through. Yes, you don't know they're side by side or not, but it doesn't really matter. You're accelerating whilst there are cars coming through. So very dangerous. They are going to pay the price anyway on damage, and I think you can say to Valkyrie competition goodbye to the championship, I'm afraid. They've had some great flashes this season, but that will be a very painful moment for the squad.
You know, they often say that it's not the championship decided in the last race, it's the entire season, but you can't help but think that so much of their hopes just went out the window with just that one incident. out here with the last stages offering a potential for a championship, and all of it goes away just like that. The 747, in the meantime, over the limit blue, still sitting behind yellow by TC. These two have been glued nose to tail for pretty much this entire race.
Yeah, exactly. We were kind of discussing the potential fuel strategy games. With the fact that the OBSPs have run longer than we were expecting, even the Race Onion, they are now on pit lane, but they've only just come down. So Peter Zuber comes in. With the OBSPs running longer than we expected, they've gone from 45 now to basically almost 50 to 55 minutes on the stint. I wonder if then the GT3s can actually go comfortably longer than an hour.
Yeah, I'm starting to suspect that's going to be the case, and that'll make things nice for them because they can split this up pretty evenly throughout the 8-hour race, but the OBSPs are going to have it quite difficult. Oh, Race Onion with a short stop. Race Onion's going to take the lead away from Team Fordzilla, 43.2 seconds. WSR Esports also with a short stop at 33 seconds. Very short stop. Okay, so we got a little bit of some split stuff going on. Whoa, big problem for, was that WSR?
Yeah, it was WSR Esports butt kicker, so that's why they've lost even more time in all of this. And unfortunately, the dominant force at the start of the championship, it seems like that's fallen by the wayside a little bit. Race Onion taking over the race lead with a short stop. So what they're doing is very aggressive, is what I can feel. Is that they're taking a short stop now, so that they're taking less fuel. So I don't think they'll be going for 50 minutes this time. They might be going for half an hour to 40 minutes, but they're double sticking the tyres, so they're not. They're trying to make sure the fuel load's not so high on the second stint of the tyres, so that even though they're not doing a full stint, they're not taking the full length of the tyre, they're getting more of an advantage in the longer run, if you kind of get what I mean. Like, they're not being on the really, really, really worn rubber for very long. They're getting onto the fresh tyres. Could be a great strategy call for them.
Got an interesting one that we have actually seen before here in this series. The 177, that's Valkyrie Competition. We saw their car was missing the front on that Ferrari. Well, one of the rules is you have to have headlights that are working by the time the sun goes below the horizon. Well, they've been given that warning by race control that if they don't get the car fixed up to that degree by the time the sun sets, they're going to get parked. So they can still stay out here racing now, but they're going to have to hope that the team can get that car into a condition that they can carry on into the night.
7 seconds there, the difference in pit time. Again, Insights powered by Grip. 7 seconds shorter for Race Onion on pit lane than Team Fordzilla, and did see the penalty has come up on your screen there, so the pain goes from bad to worse for the 177 Valkyrie Competition in a shock to absolutely no one on planet Earth. They've been given a penalty for a bad rejoin.
And just checked for our sake that it's 7:23 p.m. It looks like the sun is scheduled to go down below the horizon. So they still got about, looks like 4 hours, I think, before sunset here. Plenty of time for racing, but that means they will go well into the dark here today. As through the first corner, we continue to watch that bright blue Porsche of the 747 carry on in 7th place. And down through turn 3, chasing on over the limit red, as well as Vilnius Tech in front of them. A little bit up the road at the safety pin. This is the battle for 7th. 2 to go green. They need some good luck. They've had a bad season out here so far. Haven't been able to stay out of trouble. Right now, they're still on the lead lap of their class and doing their best to hold back the 181.
Yeah, indeed. As we continue to see this MTS, so I think it's LMP3s into the pit lane. As MTS Garage come over into the race lead, Beaver Grease Racing Plus and A&R Endurance 59 onto the lane. So the LMP3s are working their way down as well. So pit lane's fairly busy at the moment. We shouldn't be seeing any of the GT3s into the pit lane for a little while, as we expect them to be potentially going a little bit longer than the hour. But you're absolutely right. Yeah, some teams have not had a great season, but what better time to get a solid result than the season finale? You know what I mean? It's
exactly.
It's what you build on going into the next season, into future rounds.
End it on a high. Give yourself something to be proud of over the off season. As they see them continue to hold the position. Nope, not as the 181 makes a dive down into Sunset Bend. They're going to get through, and that's because two to go green were pitting. They wanted to, I think, just have a nice clean entry and not have to worry about what was happening beside them.
Yeah, I think because if they'd have gone into the corner fully committed and then understeered a little bit, then maybe the 181 would have gone up and under. And obviously, if you go up and under, then you can't get into the pit lane. So I think it's actually quite smart from two to go green. I mean, if you're entering it and you're kind of not really sure what you're expecting from this race, and you've not had a great season, what's the point in battling so hard with with all those up the order? I think we have seen a few, by the way, pit from inside. Well, I say definitely seen a few pit from the GT3 category, including 10 tenths, because they've dropped down to 5th position, and HundredForce now your race leader. So we have actually seen quite a few GT3s come into the pit lane, which I think is actually quite a shock.
Well, I wonder if this is just covering off the possibility of that safety car, because if you pit earlier, you put yourself in a good spot. If they've got the pit window, then it doesn't lock them in too badly if it's as wide as we are suspecting it's supposed to be. At least that's my theory on why we're seeing so many of them pit now. Potentially. I don't know. It's like I say, it's one of those ones that we don't know, obviously, what's happening inside each of the teams. We don't know what their mentality, what their approach is right now. So it is one of those ones where we sit back and go, we'll update you in 7 hours with who's on the right side and who's not. We can do all the research we want, and then suddenly the teams pull the wool over our eyes, and things are completely different. But HundredForce, the only ones other than Over the Limit Red to carry on Valkyrie competition in probably both serving service and a penalty out there right now. Fordzilla no longer our leader. They're in second place by about 3 seconds behind Peter Zuba. Looks like MTS Garage, Locals Autosport Black, and A&R Endurance also into the pit lane. So now we're just waiting on those last two GT3s. And that is everybody in every class done with their first stop here in our 8-hour race today. Oh, now I take that back. Locals Autosport Black has not stopped yet.
No, I don't believe so. So, they're in the pit lane now. A local Autosport Black. So
the 113 is not, though.
Oh, the one. Yeah. The other locals Autosport. I forget how many there are. Very confusing. There's too many of them.
It's always the case. So they served a penalty early, but they did not take service during that. Yeah. And I can tell on my time in scoring. So they're just able to go long here, I guess, on their fuel numbers. Over the Limit Red and HundredForce now pitting in, as you can see on screen. So the Porsche and the Mercedes going to get their fuel. Doesn't look like they are up on the jacks either, as they can take tires and fuel at the same time. So they'll return out on the same tires, trying to stretch them out on this second stint. And now we just wait on Locals Autosport Black. And did Valkyrie Competition... Okay, Valkyrie Competition only served their drive-through. So they still need to take their service, but it's kind of a moot point.
They definitely did have some form of service. I saw them because they were stationed in the pit lane. So I don't know if there's something on your timing. I don't know.
Okay.
They definitely were stationed in the pit lane, which makes me wonder if maybe 113 have actually stopped. We just don't really know about it yet because they haven't a penalty. But yes, Valkyrie Competition have stopped. I think they have served their penalty. The one that we're waiting for is 113 do come into the pit lane. I'll back off on that one. The Valkyrie Competition car is definitely... I don't think they've done a full service. I think they've literally just come in, repaired what they can repair, and gone back out. Maybe we are expecting a longer repair from them at some point because they need to. To give you a note on that, by the way, the note from race control to them was 7:30 in-game time. That was the time that race control gave, which is a good 4 hours rather than 15 minutes. I can't do maths. It is 4 hours, 15 minutes.
Always dangerous when we try to do that live. So we come back to our LMP3s. This is this one of our beaver grease? No, this is YSS Sim Lab, chucking it down the inside of Sunset Bend, the 532, fighting with locals Autosport Black, who is going to slow the car up because they also want to be pitting in here. Okay, so they're going to be coming down the lane as well. In the meantime, we'll get a replay as our battle come to a head. Oh. That's yellow by TC. Yeah, spinning at turn 3.
Yeah, just going round. It's a bit of a shame for them, but it is what it is. Just I don't know, just a bit sad, really. I guess it just happens, you know, just a little bit too hard going down into 3 and just touching the rear end. No majors, but it is. Yeah, thankfully there's no damage on the car. I think that's the major thing to take from that.
Well, one thing that we do want to mention, that with the adrenaline surging at today's Pulse final of the OBS Endurance Cup, don't miss a moment of it. Download the OBS World app now and join the celebration post-race with the drivers, teams, and sponsors of this amazing season. Inside OBS World, you can build your ultimate virtual garage, connect with fellow car lovers, and compete for incredible prizes. Dive into the heart of racing action with OBS World. Your dream car lifestyle is waiting for you. Download now, available both on iOS and Android here through our QRS code on your screen. Big thanks to everybody behind the scenes for that wonderful app to help you get involved with the action here. As we come back to YSS Sim Lab, as Yellow Submarine Squad, for those that don't know, and the 532, one of my favorite names, honestly, in this series. And Roy Vanier currently in that car as he allows Adam State and the WSR to go on through. Over the Limit Blue also dealing with that traffic right now, and they're currently sitting in 8th spot, still trying to hold on to the tail of Vilnius Tech.
Yeah, absolutely. Just again, we're not seeing quite as chaotic action as we saw in that first. I was going to say first 5-10 minutes, but it really is first lap and a bit. It's not quite been as crazy. There's been a bit more subdued driving, which is exactly what you want to see in an 8-hour race. You've already seen a lot of teams have issues early doors, but I do believe every single one of the competitors out there today remains out on circuit. It's only the 2 LMP3. Oh no, it's okay. 4SR are still in the race. It's only like 4SR, SRB Motorsports, and I think the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car that have had the 534 that have had major issues today. But they continue going on the circuit, so we should see some fair share of finishes.
Never say die in these endurance races. You don't know what could happen. Obviously, if you're multiple laps down, that's probably going to make life a little bit more difficult, but if you're one lap down, if you're just many seconds behind the leader, you got to stick with it and hope that a safety car will help you out later on down the line and bring you back to the 4. Still haven't seen the first of our full course yellows out here today, although we are expecting to likely get one later on. So far, we've gotten lucky with a few accidents that we've had. Getting very close between Vilnius Tech and Over the Limit Blue as they took a little peek down into turn 3, but nothing doing that time.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I'm just trying to work out some of the strategy things. I was just looking, by the way, at the Race Onion strategy a little bit here, because I thought that what they were doing was very, 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 very good. Because they were running a little bit faster than Team Fortilla at the start of the stint, but I think Fortilla are starting to drag that one back. So we'll come on to that one a little bit. I think we might have a little bit of a battle for the race lead between the 966 and the 15 car. That said, the 15 Race Onion car probably isn't a million miles away from bringing it back into pit lane. Of course, it is Peter Zuber behind the wheel. They pitted about 6 laps ago on lap 30. I would suspect they might pit around about lap between 45 and 50. I kind of feel like it's in that kind of margin, so in maybe another 10 to 15 laps, which sounds early, but they did short fuel quite a bit compared to Fordzilla. Yeah,
I'm with you in that it's certainly a bit of a head scratcher considering what we expected here today, but I guess they've done their research and they feel confident on what is possible out there, because especially in Race Onion's position, I don't think this is a race where they want to try and gamble. You want to take the high percentage stuff so that you can give yourself the best shot. It's those who are coming from behind, like Fordzilla, that have got to maybe be willing to do something a bit risky and unusual to have a shot at the win, because they're coming from behind in the points.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see there, Insights powered by Grip, top right of your screen, that Team Fordzilla have gained 2 seconds in 5 laps. So they are really closing up now and really starting to put the pedal down. Juan Manuel Gomez has been flying through the opening portion of this race and is showing so as well. Gap's now 2.8 seconds. It was around about 5 as they left pit lane, so we'll have to wait and see. Maybe there is a little bit of stabilisation coming in from Peter Zuber as they work their way past that heavily damaged Valkyrie.
We might want to go back to Vilnius Tech. They've actually had to go on defense mode here on the over the limit blue car, as they're attacking down into the hairpin, not able to get by them, but definitely the most fierce we've seen in that battle for 7th up to this point. Vilnius Tech maybe struggling a little bit at this stage in comparison to the Porsche, who's still showing their nose coming down into Cunningham, but nothing doing down into that turn. Going on the aggressor now at this stage. Here is the battle. In fact, nearly making contact, you can see, as they come off of turn 5.
Yeah, checking that, like I said, checking the replay and stuff and seeing how this is kind of unfolded between the pair of them. It's been a brutal battle, but it is the, like I said, Transport Engineers being on this tech car able to hang on. But like you're saying, you're absolutely right. They're having to turn up the defensive wick at the moment to keep the 747 behind, and it's not going to be easy. I think that's most because the 747 is probably thinking that, I mean, if you look ahead of the Vilnius Tech car, that too much of a gap has opened up, and that now there's no point in like trying to save fuel or whatever. You're losing too much time overall.
Yeah, exactly. So they could be content when they feel like pace is good enough to just kind of sit behind and save fuel behind them. But if they feel they're being held up, they'll want to try and get through and start to scamper up the road. In fact, once again, very good exit coming off the final turn. Always scares me with how wide they flow off of that last right-hander. He's going to once again show himself down to the inside of the corner, but isn't quite brave enough. He's left space, and in fact, that's going to compromise things for Vilnius Tech. They're a little too wide down through the inside of turn 3 to finish the job, and Pranauskas now moves himself into 7th.
Yeah, and now has 3 seconds to go and close down on their teammate, the Over the Limit Racing Red 56 car. Yatutas just now, a fair way ahead. You can see them there in that red Porsche. I would say if I'm in that Vilnius Tech car, I'm probably not thinking about going too much on the attack, too hard, because the Porsche of the Yellow by TC car isn't that far behind, and we saw them have that spin earlier. They probably will close their way up, but it's just about when. They've also had to navigate this moment. Oh my goodness me, bit of a spin there, second in the category there, of course, in the LMP3s, and that is one of our championship contending cars. The SMB Motorsports Violent Vega car has actually lost out to the MTS Garage car as well.
Yeah, that puts them down to 3rd, so I wouldn't say a crucial mistake, but definitely not going to help their cause here today. They got away a bit lucky based on the other accidents we've seen through Sunset Bend here today. Valkyrie competition, who have they got? Is this for position? Yes, it is actually. Trispalv are chasing them to try and get into the top 10. Still haven't seen the front of that car replaced, unfortunately. So in about 4 hours' time, they might be parked for the remainder of this race, kicking up some dust there. The number 148 is doing what they can to try and get past this limping car.
I'm absolutely sure they will be able to repair the front of that car and stick the new front end in. I think it's just like it'll be an optional repair that will just take quite a while. Like it'll be 5-10 minutes. I think what they'll be hoping to do is that between now and 7:30 in-game time, you've obviously got a few pit stops. Maybe tick off a little bit of the damage repair and hope that somewhere in there is the front end being replaced. They don't have to do the entirety of the optional repair to get that front end replaced, because the car's still seemingly driving, I say okay, I mean it's driving pretty slow. but they're able to keep it on the racetrack, I guess.
Yes, and the other thing that they're probably hoping for is if we get a safety car, that will give them way more time to sit and pound away at that thing and not lose a lap and be able to try and stay in this. Speaking of which, I have to say one of the things that hasn't been touted as much, or at least given as much fanfare, that I loved in this most recent iRacing build, they've updated the safety car to be better through the slower corners. All the drivers on the roadside that have had to sit behind the actual safety car, they have it driven by a real person in this league, are cheering on that one because, I don't know, have you ever seen it go through the corkscrew? Because let's just say it was unrealistic.
It's slow, is it? No, I've not actually seen it. That's a good. No, that's bad. Yeah.
The Porsche the Porsche safety car makes it look like they've got an IndyCar driver going through the corkscrew. The way it flew through there, so they've slowed it down now, so that drivers aren't having to lose their minds trying to keep up with it through that corner and various other slow turns. So, a big tip of the hat to iRacing for finally helping that one out.
I remember. Like sometimes the safety car would do weird things. I haven't seen a safety car do that many weird things in a very long time. But I distinctly remember I was doing I say Xfinity. It was definitely nationwide at that point. Race at Dover, and I remember the pace car had come out and then went full throttle into the wall at turn 3. And I honestly had a real mission keeping my eyes open. I was wetting myself. I thought it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. So good. So good. I think I've got a clip. Genuinely, I think I've got a clip of it somewhere. It's wild.
There's been a few things over the years that they've had to put some patches out. It buries itself in the pit wall and things like that. But I think they named him Fred as well. They finally gave him a name, our pace car driver. And Fred has gotten instruction over the years, and he's getting better.
Yeah, he's getting there. He's learning. He's learning how to deal, especially with these semi-professional or amateur or professional, whatever racing drivers behind him that constantly complain about everything. I'm mostly glad they fixed that. What was it they put out? The 1 in a million chance of the engine potentially blowing up. I was just like, great. I've had that sent to me because obviously the line for it in the change log. I've had that sent to me by 2 people completely unrelated to SimRacing. They were just all like, "What's this about?" I was like, "I've got no words, mate."
I'm pretty sure most of us weren't even aware that was happening. As I think we're going to be taking a look at some of our highlights for the early stages of the race. Lap 1 was full of them as 2 of the GT3 cars went off course 3 wide. Coming through turn 1 for the LMP3 certainly does not help either. And then, unfortunately, this put one of our cars multiple laps down at the very beginning, taking damage. The 87 as well, spinning off, just clipping the grass a little bit, as well as one of our OBSP cars finding themselves tipped off the course, causing a penalty for Locals Autosport Black. Then dramatic moments in Sunset Bend from many different drivers, including there for one of our LMP3s. 3 wide down into turn 3. Causes a pass 4 position in the LMP3s. Once again, another game changer as a spin coming into the final turn causes a battle to be interrupted, and another of our LMP3s going multiple laps down with damage. WSR Esports getting spun around with a little bit of car contact, coming onto one of the longer straights there and setting them back into third, as we now come back live with 6 hours and 43 minutes left to go in today's race. We're still following Trispalv here in the number 148, who have actually lost ground. Credit to Valkyrie Competition. They are still pushing as hard as they can out there, running away from a clean car with one that is looking like it's missing a significant portion of itself.
Yeah, like I said, they're doing a really, really solid job right now just to pull some form of margin back out there. Again, it's very, very impressive. To talk of the previous lap times between the pair of them, Valkyrie Competition was about a second and a bit faster. To talk of Valkyrie Competition versus our race leaders, they're losing about a second and a bit a lap, which, fair enough. But even like Blue by TC, to be fair, Valkyrie Competition's only running about half a second a lap slower than them. So it's Is it good? No. Is it terrible? Not really.
Well, I said never give up, and I guess they're going to do their darndest out here to see if they can stick with this one. In fact, are they? I think they're on the same lap as 10/10 still. So as long as you're on that lead lap, the safety car could turn things around a little bit. So you just never know. As we check in on WSR Esports, themselves, even after getting spun around, they're only 2 seconds off of Race Onion. So this battle for the lead in OBSP is shockingly close, considering the dramas we've seen throughout much of our front runners.
Yeah, exactly. So, like I say, a lot to deal with in all of this. As Race Onion, our race leader, now 1.2 seconds clear. Peter Zuber still remains behind the wheel, but the real question now is how much longer will he be? We're going to have a proper 3-car fight for this race lead, because WSR Esports butt kicker have been absolutely flying as well. Adam State behind the wheel, closing in, went half a second faster than the Fordzilla car on the previous lap, which meant he was over a second faster than our race leader. So the top 3 are right here, right together. Race Onion, Fordzilla, WSR Esports butt kicker, and they're all battling for the title.
Here's the other question to kind of throw a wrench into this whole thing, Lewis. What happens when they start to do driver swaps as well? As that was a little wide from Fordzilla. That's going to open the door briefly for State. Into pit lane goes Race Onion. Yeah. Why are they in?
Well, they did take less fuel. on the previous stint. Do you remember how many laps? I think they might have pitted on 45 to 50, something like that. Well, it's 44 now. As there is the move to the inside, so Adam State will fly his way through. I think Adam State might be in the pit lane fairly sharpish as well, because I think that car's running a bit lighter than the Fordzilla car. Race Onion switch out. Peter Zuber will get out. Benson Emethy will jump into the car as well, so a driver swap also on that one, and they're up on the jacks taking fresh tyres. I think this is on strategy for Race Onion. I wouldn't be worried about this. I think this is okay.
All right, so it gave me pause for a moment, that's for sure. Not used to strategy being so different between some of these teams. And are they also, yes, Benson Emethy is going to be hopping in the car. So just as I bring it up, we get some of the driver swaps going on here, and we know that Emethy is certainly no slouch. 7K iRating behind the wheel of that number 15 now. Will this change the game? Will that pick up their pace?
Maybe, but then Peter Zuber's the higher iRated driver. He's at over 9, so...
True.
There is that, but just because, again, like I always said before, just because you're like 9 or 7 or whatever, it doesn't really matter at this kind of rate. I mean, the fastest driver that we've had on circuit has been a 4.7 KI rated driver in the hands of course, the team Fordzilla car and Juan Manuel Gomez. Does the WSR Esports butt kicker come into the pit lane this lap to maybe try and cover off something from Race Onion, taking that really wide entry into the final corner? Will not come in yet, but clearly doing something different strategy. They've struggled with this Caddy the last few rounds. They obviously they were really strong with it in the first couple, but obviously BOP, or rather the success ballast, has kind of held this car back. So I think they're actually pretty happy to not have so much weight going into the final round of the season, to be honest.
Yeah, that's swapped around. It's now the Acura that has the vast majority of the success ballast on it. So that could be why we're seeing them at times look a little slow in comparison to some of the other cars. It might also be why they're employing a bit of a strange strategy. Maybe that's hurting their fuel mileage out there, so they're going about it slightly differently from their rivals, as we continue to watch that WSR car lead the way now up at the front over Fordzilla by about 2.3 seconds, but still 6.5 hours left to go in this race. I'm waiting to see what's going to be happening with an investigation that's happening behind the scenes. Race Control has said that they're looking into either the 245 or the 532 car for driving in blend lane and a crossing pit exit line infraction, which is not good news. Yeah, that is a basic error to make in this long of a race.
But generally speaking, doesn't it ping you if you cross the pit blend line yourself?
They do, I believe, at times have their own special rules, though.
Right,
which
exactly.
I think that might include the double white line at the exit here. This is actually a pretty scary pit exit because we talk about, the scariness of turn 1. To add to that, you could have cars coming out of pit lane, and that car will be a little bit blind to you. So you kind of have to make sure that you don't track fully out just in case they come out side by side.
Yeah, I got into a rhythm as we'll see a replay here. The yellow by TC car getting around the outside of the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech, who went for a spin as well, getting slowed a little bit by an LMP3 that had no rear wing as well. I think that was 2 to go green that was ahead of them, so they'll rejoin the racetrack, but having lost a little bit of time. No damage though, so that's fine. I was going to say something now and I completely forgot what it was. It's about pit exit. Every time I was going down into T1 when I used to race a circuit quite a lot, every single time I got into a really good habit of checking my relative every time into T1, right, when I was driving down. And the reason being is that as much as they're in your blind spot, you're in their blind spot, they're in your blind spot as well going through turn 1 if they're coming out of pit lane. Sometimes you don't really know, so you just commit fully into the corner, go straight to the outside of the circuit, and then suddenly you're in the barrier thinking, what just happened? It's because they were coming out of pit lane. It's not a great pit exit, I won't lie, but there's not really much they can kind of do about it, really. It's kind of it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, they can't put a wall there on the pit exit because that'd be dangerous to the cars racing, but everybody's just going to have to mind themselves coming through there. Good news for the 2 cars under investigation. Apparently it was bad information given to the stewards on that one, so there's no penalty there. Yeah, so bad news for the stewards, who probably are going to be even more grumpy after that one. And I had a thought. I just remembered, you reminded me the replay reminded me, really, that spin to the inside into the grass. We don't talk about that area much. One of the things that shocked me, this is my first time going to this race, looks like WSR now going to take their pit stop, is, as part of the broadcast team, we kind of get to go to places where you don't normally go as a spectator, so I try to take advantage of that when I can. So I spent some time up on that Sunset Bend, and I was a bit surprised as I went over to look at the exit. I went and sat on that little barrier where they have the sort of entrance road for the pit teams in there. I sort of shocked myself because I went and sat on that, and I looked down and I realized there's no fence here. If I wanted to, I could just kind of stroll up to that little grassy knoll. I didn't, because that's dangerous, but I was just kind of wowed. Like, there's nothing stopping you, I'm guessing, except for some security guards during the bigger races to prevent you from going down there.
They might put up like some temporary barriers or something.
That's
for that,
true.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of one of those ones that I always used to think, like, big racetracks or major racetracks will have like catch fences everywhere, just in case. Like in this
not
country,
the case here. Yeah.
If you go to like Donington Park in this country, there's catch fencing pretty much all the way around the outside of the circuit. Not everywhere on the inside. There's like a couple of wooden fences that you could literally put one hand on and climb over. We're not going to talk about that. But then you go to somewhere like Brands Hatch, and there's catch fencing most places, but around the back end of the circuit, there's quite a lot where there's just nothing. It's just like, it's great for a photographer because you're just there with the track. It's excellent. By the way, there's been a driver swap in that WSR Esports back car, so Paris Charles has got back behind the wheel. We saw them in qualifying. That has also done a tyre swap. I suspect Team Fordzilla might be doing 2 full stints here, so we might not see them into the pit lane for another 10 to 13 laps.
In a classic battle for the ages, we have red versus blue for Over the Limit Racing Red versus Over the Limit Racing Blue for 6th place out there right now. Took a little bit of a look into Sunset Bend, decided against it, as I'm sure they want to play nice with their teammate, or maybe they're also, again, using a little bit of that fuel-saving strategy sitting behind this number 56. They are actually just behind PPF Racing Team. Again, mysteriously not looking as quick right now. Klepika's still in that car. You can just kind of see them up the road. Do we have a change of position? Yes, indeed. Team orders, as Chitautas is going to allow Piranauskas on through into 6th.
Yeah, indeed. So obviously, I'd say less team orders, more probably just help your teammate out. Like they're probably in communication with each other, and just like they've just said, "Oh, just look down the inside, and I'll let you go. I'll lift off and let you go," or whatever. things like that. So they're in communication with each other. They're working together. I mean, you are a team after all. And so it is important to work as said team. Oh my goodness, through the middle of all of that comes one of the OBSPs. That is the Simsa by OBS World car, currently now second in the OBSP category, courtesy of the pit stop from the WSR Esports Buckingham. But I do believe Fordzilla, OBS World by Simsa and BC Volt by Simsa, obviously they're yet to stop for the second time. But I believe that's because they are running basically a full tank at the moment.
Yeah, surprised to see the 23 back down once again after it looked like they were doing quite well. And they did have a short pit stop, although no, they've been in a second time. So I'm not sure what's going on there that they've visited, and maybe I just missed that. They're going to fight with, well, no, that isn't for position. That is Locals Autosport that are a lap up on them right now. So SRB Motorsports by GE just been having a bit of a bad day for some reason with an extra pit stop when maybe we did not expect it. They'll carry on this time and go on through. And Grow Racing Team Blue and the OBSP have now taken what looks to be a scheduled stop.
Right, interesting. So we are, right, again, it's just trying to work out what they're doing on strategy. Yeah, maybe.
No, I'm getting info from Race Control now. They're letting us know the 23 got a speeding penalty in pit lane. That's why we didn't notice it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because obviously, if there's a speeding in the pit lane penalty, we don't get notified because it's an automated penalty from.
We're getting updates. Sorry, everything happening. Yeah, live here. Race Control. They had problems joining. Not sure what. Maybe joining the server. They got disconnected. Oh, driver change. Okay. So the driver in the car probably had a disconnect, and then whoever was there frantically was trying to hop in the car. So
been there, done that. We were doing a 6-hour race at the Nürburgring once. My mate, who was going to take the race start, Dan Kell, disconnected just before they started rolling. But it was at the point where I could, he hadn't been booted out of the car, so I couldn't just start the race. And I was just clicking the start in pit lane button. I'm like, please. So we started in pit lane in the rear of the field, it happens, whatever. But those kind of things, they do happen. It's a bit of a shame though. It's one of the things though with iRacing. At least if you do disconnect from the car, at least you can. The race is not done. You just have to wait for the car to basically return to pit lane.
Yeah, and something that just really I don't know if there's anything comparable to real life. That was a lot of curb there that was SRB G&E actually that we were watching as they bounded over through Jean de Bienne. Thankfully, they did not wreck the car because that's a fast set of corners. And that's going to allow Locals Autosport on by since they're lapping them. And that's Forest R Racing in the other LMP3 that's a lap down from them. So that's not for position. All three cars with having a bit of rough days today. The other thing that I don't like about when that happens, Lewis, is for me, I kind of want to, mentally prepare myself and get ready and prep. When that happens, it's just you're thrown in. You're not set up necessarily. You're not ready to go, and hopefully you don't have any plans that you had to step away for because you got to get in the car and go.
Yeah, you hope you kind of I'll jump out of the car and I'll go to the loo or whatever. And you're just sat there being like, brilliant. It's why always. Again, I don't know if this is like a normal thing, but always when it came to me handing over to my teammates in the Esports race that I was doing, I would always sit there, even if I needed the loo or whatever. I'd always sit there for about 3 laps. Because I think once 3 laps have gone, it's like, right, things are settled now. It's unlikely that anything bad's going to happen. But for that first 3 laps, your teammate might make a mistake or might make a big lunge. Oh, and there's contact. There is the 23 spun around. And that was by a car that was a lap down as well. It was the 87 car, laps down. That was very silly.
It was absolutely a bit of a ridiculous one. They were trying to overtake the GT3 car, maybe just got too ambitious trying to sneak by them. And interestingly, that was the over-limit red car who probably saw that flash in front of them and are wiping their brow, thanking the racing gods that they did not get involved.
Yeah, I mean, that was... Just very, very silly, in my opinion, for the 87. Of course, that is the 4SR racing car that we saw coming out of turn, I think it was 3 or 4 at one point, that was basically spun around in that the highlights package as well. Yeah, it's not good when you make contact with any other car, but when you're laps down and then you make contact with someone who, I wouldn't say they're on the lead lap because they've had their own problems, so fair enough. But still, someone who's laps ahead of you don't want to make contact with them because that's just silly, and it's a very avoidable thing. If it gets reported as a slam dunk penalty, maybe the SB Motorsports by G&E car might be like, it's whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's true. It's hard to have much more of an effect on them at this stage. So they're kind of just out doing their thing, although that will not endear themselves to the stewards if they continue to be sloppy out there. But as we watch back to, this is the over-the-limit blue car. Ever since they overtook the red machine, their sister car, they've chased down PPF pretty quickly and are now sizing them up, filling their mirrors, hoping to see if they can crack into the top 5.
Yeah, exactly. There is the potential for it. We'll have to wait and see. PPF having a large struggle. I said before they had their gold driver, and they've now got their silver driver in the car, I do believe. And despite that car starting from pole position, we'll see Valero come out at some point, I'm sure. Obviously qualified in pole position, but obviously with there being, I can't go into it because it's just there's so many different ramifications to how it all works. But because Valero is a platinum driver in a car with a silver and a gold, the amount of time he could do in the race is actually very much reduced, as there is a mistake from the PPF car, and that is the 747 making its way through over the limit racing blue. Might be an up and under though coming in from PPF as they depart onto the Ullman Straight coming out of Le Mans corner. You can't see it there, but on the left hand side that is the position being made up, so Kleppergath has one run wide. But then, to be fair, we've seen the over the limit racing blue car go over the limit in racing.
Appropriately. Oh, sneaking up the inside. Multiple of our OBSP cars will carry this on because that forces Kleppergath wide. And here we go again. Over the limit blue now fights back down the main straight. They're on the wrong side of the track, though, coming up to turn 1. But I have seen passes round that outside, including maybe right here. Indeed, brilliant stuff from that blue Porsche to get that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, that was fantastic. Great stuff between the pair of them going through the back end. But that was brilliantly judged going through the final corner. I watched it as the Grow Racing Team blue car worked its way to the inside. The ABSP got to the inside of the PPF Racing Team. And to be fair, it was just really well read from the 747. Just guided the car back to the inside going through Sunset, picked up the spot and didn't worry about it as the photographer there on the right-hand side. He's been glitching out there. I don't know if you noticed him. He does glitch out a little bit.
That was another note that I saw in the latest build, that it focuses on the driver's car. I don't know what that does with when you're in spectator mode like our directors are right now. And it seems, I'm guessing that's going to be fixed because I know the broadcast team at iRacing will often shout at them when they break things. So maybe we'll see a patch here soon. Also, a big thank you to Race Control because, boy, they are being a big help today. They've given us a note here that Gail Valero can do 4 hours and 15 minutes. So if he does hop in before those 4 hours and 15 minutes, we know that he can't go to the finish of this race, which means we need a little more than 2 hours if he wants to try and get in and just take it right to the finish. But I'm not sure if that's going to be their strategy. I'm pretty certain from what we've seen from him that they do want him to anchor.
Oh yeah, no, you've got 4 hours and 15 minutes of Gal Valero. You are taking 4 hours and 15 minutes of Gal Valero. You know what I mean? Like you want to take the entire allotment of that. Don't want to kind of sit back and look at it and be like, oh well, yeah, we could do with maybe a couple of hours with. No. If he could do 4, you stick him in the car for 4. The thing is though, is that do you then stick him in for 4 hours? Basically in one go for the second half of the race to kind of come back for it, because then if there is a safety car or whatever, at least then you've got all of your Gal Valero time, all of your top driver time. Let's make it equal for every team. You've got all of that top driver time for the final portion of the race. So even if there is a safety car, then The last thing you want to do is use all of your top driver early, then a safety car, and then it's kind of like, great, that was a waste of time.
Remember, you're talking about the problem with the 87 car trying to make that pass a little bit earlier. Well, they got away with a warning, actually, on that one. Yeah, so these stewards are feeling gracious right now and allowing him to race on. But I'm sure they'll be watching them with half an eye, hoping that they'll be a little bit cleaner than that through the remainder of it. Over the limit blue, appropriately, the 747 is flying out there. They've overtaken the red over the limit red car. They've now passed PPF, and they're leaving them in the dust.
Makes sense around here, making all the flying jokes and stuff as well. I don't know if you can get a 747 down around here. I'm not sure how big the area is.
I'm not sure.
I don't know how big how big it is. Do they still fly planes into it?
Yes, they do. Yeah,
awesome.
Saw them all throughout the weekend last week. So yeah, they're going in and out, and we heard helicopters blasting through. But none of it is. It was, I believe, up until the 90s. The parts of this track were still used as an airport before they finally converted it fully.
Yeah, but obviously you can see that in the background and stuff. You still have like taxiing, runways and stuff. I think, I would say that this probably circuit, the runway nearby. Again, I don't really know. I'm making a wild assumption here. Probably is only big enough for like private jets and things like that, rather than anything major. I don't think you could legitimately land a 747. Certainly not an A380. Anywhere nearby. I highly doubt the runway is big enough for that. You can see in the foreground there is an LMP3. That is the 23 car of the SME Motorsports G&E car, who I think had a moment in Sunset.
Let me check here. They did indeed. Thankfully, I think they avoided hitting the wall. Oh no, actually, maybe they did, but it wasn't on the afterwards. It was what caused the accident. I think they clipped the inside, which is bad news because that's not padded at all. If you hit that, it's just concrete, and you could damage the car significantly.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember exactly how much, but generally speaking, when you see those concrete slabs, each one of them, because they're all individual pieces in a sense, each one of those individual pieces generally weighs somewhere between about 3 and 5 tons.
Here it is.
Let's see. Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe it was a bump.
I don't know. You'd have to kind of see that one from... I don't even think on board's really going to tell you. You have to see it from one of the proper Esports.
The roof cam.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anything. There is a big bump on the inside, a very large one, and the wall. It's not like the Armco barriers where they bend around the corner like we see at Monaco. They jut out at various points because obviously it's concrete; it doesn't bend. So sometimes you'll think that you're getting really close to the wall, and then suddenly you're in the wall. So you've got to be very careful with it.
So the day goes from bad to worse to just utterly miserable. I feel like for that 23. They weren't in the hunt for the championship, but they would like to finish this on a high, and it seems like it's all been kind of falling apart on their race control. Feeling a little bit spicy right now. Their comment to us is a big bump. There's like 50 of those. Yes, 100% accurate. There are bumps everywhere, all over, and I can tell you that there's also a lot of surface changes, as that was the 747 testing the limits of this track, thankfully staying out of the barriers. But yes, through the corners of this track, again, the track walk is highly helpful. I highly recommend it if you get a chance ever to go out to any of these racetracks. You find out a lot of little tidbits. And the surface changes repeatedly throughout the lap. You can see it right here as going through turn 3 on the 747. So you're dealing with grip changes all throughout.
Did you walk the whole thing?
Almost. I actually ran out of daylight.
Yeah.
And I got to Jean de Bienne and Le Mans before it was getting too dark, and I needed dinner, so it was like I texted some of our camera guys because they were out working and told them where I am and said, "Hey, can you come pick me up?"
Yeah. Yeah. No, like I say, I've had the privilege of doing a couple of track walks, but not many. I normally arrive after the track. The track walks generally for us, like in GB3, they happen generally on like on either the Thursday or the Friday, and I get there on a Saturday because, well, I'm useless, and so I don't generally get to do a track walk. Sometimes I do like a little bit afterwards, but nothing major. I think the only circuit in the UK that I've actually done a proper track walk on is Silverstone, actually, and that was only because it wasn't a track walk. It was a track invasion after MotoGP in 2018. So it's not really the same thing. That was good fun though. Walking around the circuit, I think everyone was just like, "Oh my god, it's cool to walk around Silverstone." I'm looking at it being like, "Oh, it undulates a bit more than you think Silverstone's really flat. It's not. There's a lot more to it than you think."
Yeah, I got to do that at Le Mans as well when they do the track invasion, and I was there with my brother and my dad. We immediately, as soon as we saw people entering, we were like, "Let's go! I want to go and see it and get to walk on it," which we had already in the weekend. Actually, as more cars flirting with the outside wall of Sunset Bend here. We continue to follow Beaver Grease Racing leading up in the LMP3s. But yeah, no, that is something to behold. Some of these major circuits getting to walk. I'm trying to think now that you say that of which tracks I've been down on. Indianapolis I've been walking on, and then Daytona I've actually gotten to go down to the Tri-Oval.
There is something about stepping onto a bit of it's like you only get it if you're a proper motorsport fan, but like stepping onto a bit of tarmac where cars are flying over it at 170 miles an hour, and you've watched it on TV time and time again, but you're actually stood on that bit of tarmac. There's just something about it which is like this is magical. So weird.
This is a battle for position. Reniverse by Tomedo leading HundredForce. This is for the podium. So we'll see if HundredForce can do anything here as they're remaining a bit of a threat behind them. Just one last touch on that bit of conversation, if I can get it in, as that car is wiggling all around. Reniverse by Tomedo seems to be a little loose coming through Collier, and they'll gather it back up, maybe causing some hesitation for Maynard in that HundredForce, so he drops back a bit. But good friend of mine, Mick Claridge, has driven around, well, actually biked around and gotten on a lot of racetracks, a lot of historic racetracks, and he always puts his hand on the pavement to say, I've touched the same pavement that Jim Clark and guys have raced on. Yeah,
well, exactly. You've kind of got to. There's just, as I say, it's just special. As we'll see this now, I think that is going to be side by side. Of course, the Success ballast-free BMW here trying to make some moves. The Reniverse by Tomedo car. Got to watch out though. There is the Over the Limit Racing blue car closing in on the pair of these at a rapid rate of knots. Now less than 3 seconds behind, as that BMW is not going to be able to make the move around the outside of the HundredForce Mercedes, and coming through is that MTS garage car. Once again, Porsche gets so close to the barrier.
It does, but did you see the rear of that Mercedes over the bump just lifted up into the air? That really tells you everything you need to know about how severe the bumps are, but he's leaving them behind now. But you're right, Over the Limit Blue has gained a bunch by that side-by-side racing. I wonder if he's looking at potentially climbing to the podium.
Oh, surely. I mean, the pace at the moment of Piranauskas is plenty fast enough to close in on these two. Nicholas Maynard's doing everything that he can to keep Sakalauskas behind, but I don't feel that the threat for the 171 is really the 3. And maybe they are aware of it, maybe they're not aware of it, and are very soon about to be aware of it. But there is a large gap, as you were saying, between these two now. It's no longer the couple of tenths that Mercedes has pulled out a fair margin. There is a look at the 747 closing right in, be knocking at the door for the pair of these two in the very near future. And as long as they can get past that number 3 car, the Reniverse by Tomedo car, pretty quickly, then shouldn't be too much dramas. As I believe, by the way, Fordzilla are finally into the pit lane.
Well, they're already out of it, actually. I'm glad you mentioned that. I was watching that myself because the young phenom, Abel Torres, is now in the car. So we could see things change around whether or not he can pick up the pace in comparison to Gomez. Excuse me, dealing with a little bit of thing in my throat there.
I'm not. It's fine. No, I wanted to keep talking through it actually, but no, it's okay. Obviously, as we say that the Team Fordzilla car is running what I would classify as a slightly more normal strategy. They're running full stints, so they're going. It's why they're miles off the race lead right now. They are going for full stints and full stops. They did 30 laps, pitted, which took them around about 50 minutes. Then pitted again after about 30 laps, so they came in on 58, so that took another around about 45-50 minutes as to why they're so far off the race lead. Meanwhile, Race Onion and Fordzilla are not doing that. They did a full stint early, but then they've pitted and they've only taken on a smaller allotment of fuel. So they only went, if you account for it as the totality of how far the tyre has gone, they went about an hour and 30 minutes on the first set of tyres, the pair of them, slightly longer for the WSR Esports Buck car. But that's how they've done it. As we'll see over the limit, Racing Blue look down the inside and commit to something. Oh, that was not really that committed.
That was ambitious, to say the least. Thankfully, they did not make contact, but they've caught Ridderverse by Tomedo extremely quickly. Just an incredible pace at this stage of the race for the 747. Surely it's going to be a matter of time unless Sakalauskas, who is in that number 3, feels a bit spicy right now. And also on the bottom of your screen, that's over the limit red fending off yellow by TC.
Yeah, and of course that is a little further down the order in the old fights. That one's for 7th and 8th position at the bottom of your screen. Obviously, they've got their fair share of traffic. As here comes over the limit, Racing Blue to the outside of the Ridderverse by Tomedo car, trying to get something done before they even get into Le Mans corner. That might be a little bit too deep though. Oh, pulls it up brilliantly, and now they do work their way through Le Mans corner. That was so brave to make that one stick, going through that section around the outside of Bishop and that lot. That's crazy.
I got the impression Mantis saw him coming and said, all right, you have it if you want it that badly. Did not fight it all that hard. So they'll swap around. That moves over the limit Blue into 4th. Can they also catch up to HundredForce, who are up the road by about almost 4 seconds? Meanwhile, on the bottom part of your screen, over the limit red still keeping ahead, as Ridderverse by Tomedo is actually going to be pitting in off to the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, so maybe they've decided that now's the time, even though it's very early for them to make this stop. Typically, again, we'd be expecting the GT3s to pit around about the hour, but then maybe they're double stinting tyres. Again, just 5 sets of tyres for all the drivers in today's race. So maybe they've double stinted on the first stint, and they thought maybe shrink this first stint a little bit and make your way in a little earlier. It's going to be very hard to read what's happening on the tyres, but I will just say when it comes to track temperature, just to touch on that one a little bit, it was 47 degrees earlier when we brought this up maybe an hour and a bit ago. It's now 42 degrees track temperature, so the some cloud coverage coming over and whatnot, not that much. But just generally speaking, the temperature has come down slightly, which is a good sign for the drivers and for the tyres.
Marcin Junk in that A&R car chasing on Zielinska's SRB Motorsport by Lent Vega, and in fact going to take a look down into Cunningham, but can't quite get side by side. This is for the 4th position currently out in the LMP3s, and that's not good for the SRB by Lent Vega car, because remember, they're in a fight for the championship with Beaver Grease Racing Plus, who we haven't been talking about and showing much because they've been just kind of cruising up at the front, and they've got an 8-second lead.
Yeah, absolutely comfortable with the Beaver Grease Racing Plus cars. That is the 2 to go green car. I did say earlier they had no rear wing, and well, careful. That is showing for them. Are they coming to a stop? Is that going to? Did they get back going again?
It looks like they did. Yeah, they are going right now. Are we sure that was the 2 to go green car? Actually,
I am 3.5% sure now that you say that. No, it is. They have no rear wing. Yes, they are going. Yes, fine. It was. Okay. I am now 97% sure. I'll switch the numbers around. It's fine. I've increased it.
Yeah, I went and checked. That was them that spun. So good call on that one.
Who was that on pit entry? Someone spun on pit entry. Was that one of the SRB Motorsports cars? It was SRB Motorsports by Lent Vega spinning on pit entry. Dear.
Wow, that is absolutely bizarre. It is a bit of a difficult pit entry sometimes. That came down to, I think, under braking, just maybe pushing a little bit too hard. Do they have a black flag? No, it looks like they are not black flagged for an unsafe pit entry because of that.
No, which is, again, lucky, to be honest. When you spin on pit entries, typically you're going a little bit too quick when you do that. and keeping it lower than the average speed required is quite difficult. You can see here at the bottom of your screen more insights powered by Grip, Beaver Grease Racing Plus versus MTS Garage. Gain in the last stint, MTS Garage have closed up a little bit, but again, Beaver Grease Racing Plus have just been so strong in that category, and whilst that gap is coming down, I kind of wonder if it might actually go out on this, because I wonder if that's because Beaver Grease Racing Plus have not taken tyres, whereas maybe MTS Garage did.
Yeah, there could be some things that we just aren't aware of that are varying it up a bit out there. As we check back in with Yellow by TC, we were following this fight earlier, and Over the Limit Red continues to be able to retain them back there in that P8. Let's see if there's any change coming down the Ullman Straight. If you can get a good run, sometimes the slipstream can give you a shot down into Sunset Bend.
Yeah, there's again plenty of opportunities to make a pass, and this one could be it for the 82. See if the Yellow by TC car can finally work its way past the Over the Limit Racing Red. But the answer to that question is no. Did not pick up enough slipstream, wasn't quite close enough, maybe went on a bit of fuel saving. We've spoken before about iRating differences though, but I will bring up this one because it is fairly significant. The Over the Limit Racing, the Yellow by TC car, we'll go with that one first, is 1.4k I-rated. The Over the Limit Racing Red car is 5.6k I-rated. There is 4.2k between the two of these drivers, and that's 4.2 very important k as well. And yet still, Basilo's able to keep up in the Yellow by TC car. So very impressive.
Yeah, doing quite a good job out there, putting the pressure on. We don't know what the situation is between them in terms of tires, or maybe even just a bit of damage on the car that could be affecting that. But regardless, as having to slalom his way past them, that was Abel Torres chasing down the lead in the OBSP class, but he's back by about 43 seconds. Of course, he's on a different pit strategy. We're still waiting for Race Onion and WSR Esports Butt Kicker to take their service and kind of match them back up. These two head down into Cunningham Corner, getting very close to the back of Jataudis in that number 56, but not able to attack him into Collier that time.
Yeah, indeed. Strategy very up in the air in that OBSP category, as you were saying. I don't suspect. I'm kind of taking a look again with where we know they pitted, which is around about lap 45. And we know it's normally the first stint of their stints will be those 30 lap stints. It'll be a full stint first, meaning that we're not expecting them to come down into pit lane for another 10 to 15 laps. For the top two in that category, so there's still plenty of time, like generally around the not quite half an hour, but in that kind of vein left to go for Race Onion and WSR Esports Butt Kicker as Yellow by TC once again close up. I wonder if they are actually just playing a fuel game here, but then if they were, you'd expect them to actually be a little bit closer, because then you get more more fuel saving basically.
That's a good point. So maybe he's content back there, sitting in this spot, riding behind his fellow Porsche, just having him break the air for him in front as we hop on board, see how close he is coming up into turn one. And this shows you what the scariness that we were talking about, through that left-hander and then all the way out to the exit, where you hope that you got it right as you get back onto the throttle coming into turn three. I mentioned how much it tightens up through here, trying to take those curbs, which are fairly tall, I must say. There's definitely curbs that you do want to hit and you don't want to hit at this track.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've kind of got to learn the surface and where you can. Obviously, these drivers are well aware of that. Like, for example, here, this curve on the inside. Yeah, kind of. I mean, yeah, you can treat it like it doesn't really exist. Just fly over it. And this one, bosh, off we go. Don't worry about it. That one's flat as well. No worries. Whereas it's kind of like from this point on, it's like they grow for quite a few points. You just got to be very careful. Again, these aren't touring cars. They're not used to slapping over the curbs. And the higher the category you are, like particularly with the OBSPs, you really can't touch those curbs.
One thing I do hope that iRacing updates at some point here is, there goes one of our OBSPs being very brave through Collier, is down at that safety pin. There is actually an extra curb in real life that they've added. I didn't realize was there. That's this bright yellow tall curb. You could high center a car. It's that big. So yeah, it prevents cars. Here in the sim, you talked about, you can take the inside. You don't do that in real life anymore, apparently.
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's just obviously it's a whole thing of iRacing. What they'll do is if they were to rescan Sebring to bring it fully up to date, like getting that curb in and all that, what will happen is the iRacing curse will hit, which is hilarious, and it's not actually that bad. This happens with every circuit anyway, but they'll scan the circuit and then generally within the next month or two they'll update the circuit in real life, so that iRacing scan is completely out of date immediately as we see some of those GT3s come into pit lane. Obviously circuits do update fairly frequently and it's normal, like minor things that are out of date, but yeah, it's just funny. Every time it's like, oh, they've scanned the circuit, now it's going to change, and it does.
Yeah, it's the nature of the beast. The racetracks will grow and evolve and wear and tear, and these are more just a snapshot in time, if you will, that you're racing when they scan them. Ooh, this can get a little bit tricky coming up through here, but they're going to be able to get through past that Mercedes as OBS World by Simsa is now threatening the 966 Fordzilla, who probably was in a hurry to try and go by that lapped car.
And this is where things are a little bit confusing, because you'd look at this and think Abel Torres, I think, is struggling quite a bit behind the wheel. But you've got to remember that comparatively to the OBS World by Simsa car, I think that car is quite a lot heavier. I don't remember when OBS World by Simsa pitted. I'll go double check that one in a second. But I do believe the Fordzilla car is a fairly heavier car. It's not that bad actually. It'll only be a couple of laps between the pair of them. Unless maybe this time OBS World by Simsa have done something slightly different when it comes to a shorter stop. I don't know. Maybe Abel Torres is struggling, but then I find that very unlikely considering he was the driver that grabbed pole position earlier on in the day. So I think there's something more at play here than it being that Fordzilla car is going quite slow.
Exactly, and yeah, a bit surprising that they're putting the pressure on. It is, yeah, one lap apart. I can see on my timing screen as far as when they pitted between these two cars. Look at them try and open up this exit, heading down out to Big Bend. Also, sometimes I think called Gurney Bend, but I've mostly seen it labeled as Big Bend as they fly into the safety pin and not close enough to try and attack this time, so he'll continue to wait for a good opportunity.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, you can see pit lane very busy there within both the LMP3 and the GT3 category. So I think MTS Garage have just come out of pit lane, so it will be the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car to retake over the race lead in that LMP3 category. 10 tenths just leaving pit lane themselves. HundredForce remain out on the circuit, but we know that they do take a little longer to work their way into pit lane. HundredForce's last pit stop, I'll go and double check. It was lap 30, or end of lap 29 was the one they pitted on. So they'll probably be in the pit lane at the end of this lap, actually, maybe.
Okay, so keep your eyes peeled, seeing if we get some drivers in. Ooh, this is a pretty decent run coming down the backstretch, pulling a tow from these high downforce machines, and on top of it, they're approaching traffic. That's the Yellow Submarine Squad LMP3 that opens the door, and he steps right through Walton. Wastes absolutely no time. A fight back as they come off of Sunset Bend. Does not produce results for Torres, just a little too slow. That was a savvy move from the 66.
Yeah, and now maybe the 966 will stay behind, save a little bit of fuel. Probably, maybe won't go straight back on the attack. I wonder what Fordzilla's game plan is in all of this time. Dives it in as hard as he can, trying to keep up with the rear end of that 66 car, and is obviously able to do so. If the gap grows here, then it is clearly there is some pace differential, some large pace differential between OBS World Simsa and Team Fordzilla. Maybe Fordzilla is struggling, or maybe that 66 car is absolutely flying right now. If not, if that gap doesn't grow, then I think what we're seeing is the Team Fordzilla car is fuel saving.
Boy, did you see that pass between the OBSP and the Over Limit Racing Red? Almost lost it in the position to yellow by TC. So looks like drivers will get away with that one.
Potentially. I don't know.
Also, we want to mention if the adrenaline is surging at today's Pulse final of the OBS Endurance Cup, don't miss a moment and download the OBS World app now. Join the celebration post-race, and with the drivers, teams, and sponsors of this amazing season inside OBS World, you can build your ultimate virtual garage, connect with your fellow car lovers, and compete for incredible prizes. Dive into the heart of racing action with OBS World. Your dream car lifestyle is waiting for you. Download now. Available both on iOS and Android. So just click that or get a photo of that QRS code and head on over there, and you can join in the fun as we come back to OBS World trying to distance themselves, and actually are doing a good job. Look at that, 1.5 seconds, and it's been, what, a lap?
Yeah, exactly. So there is definitely some. I mean, there was a little bit of traffic behind them, so they've clearly had to navigate all of that, fair enough. But there's clearly some significant pace differential. Maybe there's some fuel difference between the two. I don't fully know. But there's clearly a significant pace difference between the 66 and the 966. So we'll have to keep our eye on that one as to what Abel Torres can do. But this is where I'm like, I think this is pure strategy, because the thing is that 966 car is Abel Torres was the driver that got pole position. So it's not something necessarily wrong with the car, surely.
Yeah, this has got to be a strategy call for sure. Well, we saw this before, remember, at Mugello, where they just held back, saved their tires for the end, and then blitzed everybody and just pushed forward. Didn't get the win, unfortunately, but looked incredible at the end of the race. And we haven't talked about saving the tires as much here, but I wonder if it's kind of a bit of that as well, that they're looking to just hold on to them until the very end, because you touched on that very early in the show, that if you hold on and save them for the end, then you can just push like the Dickens all the way to the checkered flag.
Exactly. They've only changed tires once so far in this race. So if which means that of the tire sets, so you had 5 to start with, so you're on your second tire set, so you've got 4, so you've got 3 more sets of tires after this. If you can double stint again, then you've got fresh sets of tires for all of the final stints of the race, which is obviously very helpful. But then what you're doing is you're running full doubles, whereas everyone else is doing a single and a half, a single and a half, a single and a half. And I want, like, for me, from my personal experience, generally speaking, the single and a half actually, while slightly counterintuitive, does work better.
Well, as they weave their way along the front stretch, drivers jockeying for position amongst the various traffic, as I think we had all 3 classes there in one shot briefly. And over the limit blue, still dealing with Renoverse by Tomedo. The 747 at first was running away, but suddenly they've been caught back up by that number 3. Wonder if that is somewhat due to the traffic, or if we're starting to see swings and roundabouts, and Stasiokas in that 747 is starting to feel the abuse of those tires.
I think it was too long ago for it to be traffic, right? If it was, if this was the gap for a couple of laps afterwards, then maybe I'd say, yeah, maybe there is just a bit of traffic that's kind of keeping it together. But we saw that move quite a while ago, so I think that's just a pure on-track battle, as we've got the over-the-limit racing red car closing down on HundredForce as well, who's gone straight out wide. Oof, that's not a particularly pleasant one there for the HundredForce Mercedes.
So easy to do down into that hairpin, just out braking yourself, and then of course it has that little wiggle in the track afterwards, so you can't do much but just hold the left side of the track at that point because you've got nowhere to go. Meanwhile, they're going to be interrupted by Locals Auto Sport, who just sneaks inside of Over the Limit Red, puts himself between the two of them, causes a buffer, and HundredForce's Hinton probably says, "Thank you very much, sir."
Say, just looks here, there, and everywhere. Again, and when you're so close to a move, to have then someone come through as traffic and fly their way past, it can be very frustrating. Speaking of gaps, by the way, closing down, have you noticed how the MTS Garage cars closed down by another second or so on Beaver Grease Racing Plus? That gap's down to 6 seconds. It's too hard at the moment to really commit as to whether this is a great strategy call or a bad strategy call, or great pace or bad pace, when you just don't really know what's happening with people's tyre sets and what they're doing on strategy in the long game, because there's so much nuance to this as we see the battle continue by the Renoverse by Tomedo car and the Over the Limit Racing Blue.
One thing I will always hold to in racing is that drama is in the unknown. And as we come down to the inside, looks like he's going to be able to overtake that 747 and sneak by. He'll cut back underneath him to see if he can attack down into turn 3, but then pulls back to the racing line, knowing that that job is done. Onto the podium for the number 3 car appropriately. But yes, one thing I do love about sim racing is we have lots of data. We have lots of information, but we just don't know often what the strategy is going to be for teams, and that can leave us kind of hanging in the air, getting these surprises still, despite all the information at our fingertips. So stay tuned, because this has not been decided.
Yeah, the idea, by the way, that all these strategies have been set for the last week, and they've been really hammering them home and learning from them, so they know exactly what's going to happen on their own strategy. I can tell you that is not correct, not generally correct anyway. And I remember back to a championship I was doing. It's called the Virtual Endurance Championship, which was on R-Factor 2. And we had a great time, blah, blah, blah. First round of the season, we'd done probably about 1,000 laps of practice each at Silverstone. And the qualifying happened the week before, so we'd done qualifying. We'd already had our spot, and then we'd done all our practice for the race stuff, which was then the next week on the Saturday. And I am not joking, we changed our whole strategy 45 minutes before the race, because we were set on it being like mediums or hard tyres, because we had different compound tyres. And then about 45 minutes before the race, someone suggested, like, maybe we should try the soft. Why have we still not even looked at the softs? Went on the softs, and we're like, oh, we should just do these then. How stupid is that? And by the way, we won that race.
It was the right call then. That was excellent.
Just like you say, it's just like your strategies. You need to be adaptable, especially in a championship like this.
100%. Endurance racing can throw so many variables at you. These teams, I've often heard from them that, they'll have the plan going in, but then most of it gets thrown out the window by the time you get out onto the circuit and you're really actually racing. Speaking out around the outside there, Locals Autosport trying to undertake Icarus International, put them a lap down, but so is Over the Limit Blue, so they're not racing for position. And actually, PPF Racing is now caught them. Remember, they were passed earlier. So I'm starting to feel like this really is the tires going away a little bit for Over the Limit Blue, because as fast as they were, it has turned a complete 180.
Yeah, like you say, maybe they've not played the long game on the strategy front, and like you say, it's come back to bite them. You can definitely see it. But then, I think this is their first stint on these. Actually, I don't know. Surely it's not. I was wondering,
2 seconds last time in the stall.
Oh, so maybe, yeah, okay, so it is their second stint on the tyres. I was wondering, because if it was their first stint on the tyres, surely they haven't gone off that quickly. But no, I think it's just their second stint, and it's finally just gone off the cliff on these tyres.
And we did see, you have to remember that Mugello showed us down to the inside into Tower, out into the marbles for Over the Limit Blue, but they're going to hang tough somehow and try and go side by side down through Bishop, give each other space, don't need a big wreck, and indeed he's going to give up the ghost and allow PPF back through, who are finally recovering from their mysterious slide backwards. But I was going to say, at Mugello, we saw multiple teams have blown tires, because if you run them down to 0% tread left on iRacing, that will cause you a flat.
Yeah, it's not like it's no like major visual thing that you see like in real life, as far as I'm aware. I've actually never seen it. I've never had it on my car, but yes, you can indeed get a flat tire, and it causes problems. Let's go with that.
Does it really now? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No worries. Stating the obvious here. By the way, speaking of tyres, speaking of pushing, speaking of gaps not really growing, and potentially tyres going off, OBS World by Simsa and Team Fordzilla, the gap's not really gone out. They've kind of closed themselves back in.
Yeah, so down to 1.2 behind OBS World by Simsa, trying to make sure and keep them under threat.
I think I've just seen a car disconnect. I think Noah Hinton in the HundredForce Mercedes. I think they've disconnected.
Checking here, because they are grayed out, and it wasn't them taking a tow or anything like that. They just blipped out of existence. That is going to be huge for them if they aren't able to reconnect. So keep an eye on that. It could be disastrous at this stage of the race. 5 hours and 48 minutes left to go and being sent likely laps down. Yeah, Noah Hinton dropped his connection. I can give the official confirmation. So someone is going to have to be furiously clicking that join button.
So frustrating, so frustrating. But it happens. Like I say, we've talked about it. Everyone always brings up the fact of in sim racing, we don't typically have engine failures and stuff. But again, your computers, your hardware failures, your disconnections, those are all kind of our variations on that. And it's clearly what's just happened there for the HundredForce Mercedes. So they'll be straight back onto pit lane. And hopefully someone will be taking that 171 back out onto the racetrack without losing too much time. Still, 2 hours, 15 minutes into this race? No safety car?
No, none yet. Knocking on wood. We've kind of tried to bring it out through commentator's curse multiple times, but hasn't worked yet. Also, just an update, something that we didn't catch. Pedro Barbosa and the Grow Racing team, Blue OBSP, has been in pit lane for some time. They hit the wall, single car incident, they limped it back in, so they're just taking that work. Race Onion, though, has just pitted.
Yeah, which, hold on, I'm just going to go and double check the old lap we're on. 73. How many laps was that then for Benson Unity? He pitted, 30 laps. So, that's on strategy. Based on what they did then on the previous stint, I would assume this will be a short stop for Race Onion, and they will go for about another 15 to 20 laps. So 10 laps or 15 laps under the regular allotted stint, just to really take the most out of these tyres, because again, they are double stinting these tyres at the moment. That other car in the pit lane with them is the Grow Racing Team Blue car.
Yeah, that's the one I just mentioned. That's they had a meatball flag, as we call it. It is the flag that says your car is too dangerous to continue. You must pit within 3 laps to get it repaired before they'll allow you back out onto the circuit. And you can get disqualified if you wait too long on that. So you don't want to play too many games with that one. In the meantime, Fordzilla still behind OBS World by Simsa by those 1.2 seconds we mentioned earlier. But now this is a battle for P2 because of the pit stop for Race Onion. Will be the battle for the lead any moment now, because WSR Esports butt kicker is on lap 26 of their stint.
Yeah, indeed. If you're bored of our voices, by the way, don't worry, because Zach Sweeney and Darren Thacker will be in to rescue us in around about 42 minutes. So don't worry. It's not. If you are bored of the waffle that we're getting, trust me, they'll take up to 11. No, it's fine. Poor guys.
They'll certainly have some excitement out here because, well, and they've got to try and untangle all this stuff too. So hopefully they've been paying attention, because I mean, we've been watching since the start, and even we're scratching our heads going, okay, what's going on with strategy with some of these cars? This is not the way we expected it to go. And I couldn't tell you who has got the advantageous position between them at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones that, looking at it from my experience, like driving and such, if there was a strategy I would rather be on right now, I'd actually kind of rather be on Race Onion's strategy. The problem is it's I think it's a faster strategy over the entire race. But one safety car at an awkward point could completely remove all of the progress that you've made, which is obvious. Like, the same for everyone, fair enough. But I don't know. I think that because of you're doing something where you're actually going to have to pit more, so you've got to build a large margin. And the reason why we kind of wouldn't panic too much about that is because the 27-second margin between them now is when Race Onion have taken an extra pit stop with Team Fordzilla. So they're basically, if they want to win the race, they've got to close that 27-second margin up to Team Fordzilla, because that will then account for their extra pit stop. And from that point on, then they're golden.
Well, and the other thing, I mentioned this earlier, that I'm kind of confused by why Race Onion is electing for this strategy, because of what you just pointed out. WS Esports butt kicker are the ones they need to be concerned about winning this race. They're leading right now. So if we get that safety car, that disrupts their strategy. WSR Esports finds themselves in the lead of this race. Granted, they do need to pit here. and I guess they're on a slightly similar strategy, but it's different enough. To me, I mean, it's keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. They need to try and make sure and cover them off, because if WSR wins and Race Onion is second, WSR is our champion.
Yeah, but I will say with the Race Onion strategy, I'm gonna give it from more of like a strategic standpoint as to where the advantages are in this. So at the moment, they are running lighter on worn tyres. That's fine. Team Fordzilla. They pitted recently and are on a fresh set of tyres now, right? Their set of tyres have done 17-20 minutes, basically, right? But you've got to remember that Fordzilla now will not change, or if they stay on their same strategy, there's again a bit of movement in traffic, Team Fordzilla will not change their tyres on the strategy they're on, potentially for another hour and 40 minutes, right? Meanwhile, in that time, you've got the Race Onion car, which is only 27 seconds behind, that's on a lighter tank at the moment, but will be on fresh tyres for quite a large time of Team Fordzilla being on those more worn tyres. It's kind of one of those ones where it almost feels counterintuitive, as that LMP3 has made a complete hash brown of that. Race Onion will be running lighter and faster for longer. That's kind of the important bit. As much as they've got a shorter stint, theoretically speaking, the 15 should be fast. It's a risky strategy, for sure, because the difference is between the Team Fordzilla and the Race Onion car is that Race Onion are running a strategy where they're using the tyres for an equal distance. Obviously, they've got 5 sets. They're using those 5 sets over the race at an equal margin. Meanwhile, Team Fordzilla are trying to double early so they have fresh tyres for the end of the race. So it's kind of like there's double whammies either side. But for right now, I do actually think Race Onion might be in a slight advantage. WSR Esports Buck were into the pit lane as well.
Yes, so they're taking their service. Also, how dare you bring up hash browns this early in the morning for me?
Do you like hash browns?
Oh, I love hash browns.
Zach Sweeney does not like hash browns.
His loss, more for me. But the 116 won't have time to try and gobble that down. He is going to have to sit in the car. Paris Charles has hopped in there for Adam State in the last pit stop. He'll continue on. This time returns in third. Where is Race Onion? Ooh, WSR, I think, is going to come out ahead of Race Onion. Yes, they are.
Yes, they've gone even lighter on the fuel then than the Race Onion car. So that's interesting. Maybe again, you've got to remember as well is that they're not all driving the same car, right? So like you've got an Acura, you've got a Cadillac, and you've got a BMW in there. Yes, also you do also have the Porsche, the OBS World by Simsa car as well. So they're not all in the same car. So how their cars react to the tyres and the fuel and stuff, like it's all quite different. So we kind of need to probably take that into account as well.
Watching yellow by TC, still in their ongoing battle with Over the Limit Racing Red. Just can't seem to get away from one another in this race. That or yellow by TC is continuing to try and play some sort of fuel games out there, using that slipstream from the car ahead. This deep into the race would make sense. Try to extend that pit window as wide as you can, especially if they're down in 7th. They need something to give them maybe a bit of an advantage over their rivals ahead of them to jump them forward later in this race. Now about, I guess we're about 2.5 hours into this thing, so we're getting into the thick of it, and it is now 4:30 p.m. virtual standard time here at Sebring, Florida. So you can see the sun starting to go down a little bit. We've got maybe 2.5 hours of time left before we start to hit official sunset as MTS Garage kind of inserts themselves in the midst of this battle.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, just trying to work their way past the MTS Garage car, but they are closing down on Beaver Grease Racing Plus, so they need to be fairly aggressive in traffic. It's basically it's a Lightning McQueen mobile, isn't it? Which makes sense because I'm pretty sure I can't remember if it was on iRacing. I think it actually might have been on R-Factor 2. But you know, as you go down the Almond Straight, you can see the back of all like the trailers and stuff. I think it's on R-Factor 2. One of those is a Lightning McQueen one. It's hidden in there. It's very good. It might be on here as well. I can't remember, but very, very good. But that car is flying, but it's got 4.7 seconds of close down. They've been closing it down a fair amount, but again, maybe it's not too much. As we take a look at our race leaders. Speaking of closing down, Team Fordzilla's knocking at the door.
Still at about 1.2 seconds. OBS World by Simsa making them work for this one. They're dealing with our LMP3 of Locals Autosport Black, who they're going to go around the outside, and that is 10/10ths as well that we saw in the Audi, that they're both going to be able to overtake. That's another one. Have we said much about 10/10ths since the beginning of this race? Because
no,
they've been leading, and I forgot that was the case until just now when we saw them on screen.
Yeah, I mean, look, 10/10ths have been ridiculously quick around here. Remember, they qualified 4th place of all places, but just flying away from the field. Of course, yeah, I'm sure some of this is strategic as well, and yeah, maybe they're running slightly short. I don't really know. Again, it's been so confusing. There's so many things running around in this race, but they are just in a different planet on pace, which is great because we've not really seen the Audi do well all season. We don't really see it that much. Is it the new Audi as well in this? Surely.
Yes, I believe so. I would think so.
I say new. That thing came out like ages ago. Oh, goodness me. One of the SRB Motorsports cars rejoining.
It is the Evo 2, I can confirm, but yeah, that was a little bit sketchy out there. I think it was a build or two ago they brought out the new Audi.
It was when they brought out Mugello.
So yeah, that would have been, I think, in December that was released.
Oh.
So not that long ago.
That SRB Motorsports car, by the way, that's broken. I'm trying to work out. I think it's the Limp Vega car, isn't it? No, it's not the Limp Vega car. Sorry, let me. It was the G&E. It's the G&E car, and that car is broken and it is back into pit lane. Let's find out as to why that car is broken. And it tips onto the curb, spins its way round, right back into the path. Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. That was one of the. Was it Beaver
Was that Beaver Grease? That was one of the Beaver Grease. I'm just not sure which one.
It's not the leader. It is not the leader. I don't believe. Well, hang on. Do we only have one?
No, it was. It was. I've gone back. The 815 was the one that made contact. This will have a big effect. MTS Garage. I think I mentioned they had only had a single podium this season. Can they up the game and steal themselves a win here today? Because if there's serious damage on that 815, the 111 is there to pick it up.
The only reason why I said that it might not have been the 815, and obviously clearly it is because on my screen it's not got any damage on the front end, which obviously could be a syncing issue, so we're not going to talk about that too much. But yeah, I don't know. That's a really weird one. They're still also running 2.2 seconds clear of MTS Garage, but obviously they have lost 2 extra seconds in all of that, so we'd really need to see the front end of that 815 car to work out if there is, because it definitely lost its front end in that replay. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it reconnected itself eventually. That can happen from time to time. I'm looking at it. There's definite damage. There's some scrapes on the nose, and I think there might be some front left damage. So they didn't get away squeaky clean.
Yeah, I can see some damage on the front left, but to be perfectly honest, from what I'm seeing of it, it doesn't look like it's that damaged. Thankfully, in that sense, then, the SRB Motorsports car, G&E, that was the one that received all of the damage. Here's some bump drafting between the yellow by TC and the Over the Limit Racing red car. Just a bit of bump drafting on the back stretch. Really hammering home the close to you bit that's written on the side of that car, because he was very close.
And not something I think I've seen before here, except maybe in MX-5s. As we take a glance now at Fordzilla, down to 0.4 of a second. They're getting to within striking range now if they feel like they want to take this overall lead. But this battle between P6 and P7 in the GT3s remains with yellow by TC behind. I'm starting to think, because of that little bump draft, that yes, they are thinking long term. They're not fighting this over the limit red car. They're just working with them.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's more thinking about like what's ahead, what can we gain from this races, in its totality as we ride on boards with Abel Torres at the bottom of the screen. Lots of snaps, lots of wiggles coming in then from our race leader in that OBS World by Simsa car. So Abel Torres is closing into it, just not finding the opportunity as of yet. But I'm sure it is on its way. I think we'll see Abel Torres in the car literally for the next hour and a half, and then we'll hand over, proceeding surely back over to Juan Manuel Gomez, and maybe we'll finish off the stint. The two of them seem like they're pretty equal on pace, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's a good call on that one, as they go around one of our LMP3s, trying to make sure that he keeps touch with that OBS World by Simsa machine, doesn't let him put a buffer between himself and his rival. See if he can shake a mistake out of that orange number 66. And as they come out of tower, no dice this time, just a little bit more traffic ahead before they get a little break.
Again, just maybe have to pluck your way through using the traffic, potentially. Although, to be fair, I wouldn't be too surprised if the 966 actually plays a bit of a fuel game in all this. Yellow Submarine Squad there, their GT3 that's right at the back of the GT3 contingent, getting it out of the way. Maybe the 966 is actually going to probably play maybe a little bit of a fuel game here. Do remember that in this stint, that OBS World by Simsa car took over the position from the 966 and then pulled away before Abel Torres dragged the gap back down. Alexander Walton, started to lead the race courtesy of pit stops and stuff. But so I think there's a lot more to this battle than meets the eye.
I was kind of looking up and down the order on our timing screen because I was kind of curious this far in who's been making the big moves. It looks like in the LMP3s, A&R Endurance 58 up 8 spots. I think they're the hardest charger of anybody of every class in this race. Have been doing phenomenal, but are about 5 seconds behind their sister team, so not really in much of a battle. So that's why we're sticking with this fight on screen, which has gotten broken up by the traffic now, back up to 1.5 seconds since Fordzilla couldn't slice through quite as quickly.
The 58 and the 59 have switched over a few times in that LMP3 category. Obviously, the LMP3s have had a few problems, but nothing too major, I guess. In the OBSP's category, by the way, I did want to touch on the idea that only the Grow Racing Team Blue car has actually had problems. Obviously, we saw they had a meatball earlier on where they had to pit for damage repair. Everyone else is on the lead lap. In fact, Ray Onion at the moment are 5th.
Wow. So Race Onion going to have to hope that things don't necessarily fall ill for them with the safety cars if we ever actually see it. Now fully 2.5 hours into this race, down through Le Mans onto the Ullman Straight. Torres trying to make up that time lost to Alexander Walton, as it's up to 1.6 seconds now. Luck going the way of that number 66 car on this most recent lap. They're both pretty much on the same pit strategy, though, in terms of laps, so not much to worry about on that one. But they've got only a small handful left before we do see them visit pit lane, and then we have to question whether Race Onion will inherit the lead. Well, no, whether WSR will inherit the lead back, I should say.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, they're all. I think this is why this race is actually really exciting in the OBSPs. They're all running different strategies. They're all doing something different. But WSR Esports Buttkicker will take over the race lead again once these two come into the pit lane, but that's not going to be for a little while anyway. So I don't know. It's curious. And now, throughout all of this, Abel Torres has dropped a second further behind Alexander Walton, so now the gap's over 2 seconds again. It's very bizarre. Track temperature is 38 degrees, so it's come down 10 since the first time we brought it up. And I think that's about 12 since the start of the race.
Yeah, it's definitely dropped a fair bit. The sun's getting lower in the sky, so that's going to help cool it down. Really, when it goes below the horizon, that's when you're going to see that drop much more significantly, closer to the air temperature, which is still at about 84 Fahrenheit. So that'll be perhaps the most dramatic change. And if you're watching this and hoping for rain, we hate to disappoint you, but unfortunately with the LMP3 not set up for that, we will not have that here in the grand finale. But I don't think we need it today based on what we've been seeing out there. There's been plenty to keep the drivers on their toes.
Yeah, indeed. As much as everyone, it's been all the rage, isn't it? Everyone's been getting their laps in the rain, but obviously we don't have it. Which, to be fair, I'm sure quite a lot of the grid, they might have had to pump the brakes on doing so much wet weather practice because they need to keep their eye in for this. It's just so they've not been able to probably do as much in that sense as to what genuinely every stream has been wet weather racing, which is great, fair enough. But when you've got a league to prepare for, you kind of have to be like, I can't do it. I've got to focus on this. I've been very excited to see some rain. Because I've obviously still not commentated on it yet.
Same, yeah. I'm looking forward to my first one. Although not from the visibility perspective, because I always put my camera way up high in the sky to see, and that's not going to work in the rain most likely.
No. Well, I mean, I know iRacing have said a few things about like the rain, because the weather, like, the rain system is obviously very good, blah, blah. There are a couple of flaws. Mostly it's the rear tail lights, which aren't bright enough. But I do know that you can't just up the brightness of the rear tail lights. It doesn't work like that with how the system is, because it wouldn't look right anyway, because it needs to diffuse a little bit through the spray. But at the moment it doesn't do anything. So it's I will say driving behind someone in the rain at the moment is it looks tremendously difficult.
This is also difficult, trying to figure out which way to go. Thankfully, the OBSP of BC Vault is able to get by them. The PPF Racing team fighting with Renoverse by Tomedo for a podium position here. And is that also... Yeah, Over the Limit Blue also racing them. In fact, going to send it up the inside with a deep dive into Tower, and that will snatch him fourth place.
I mean, we said about the Over the Limit Racing Blue car joining in on this fight, but we talked about it ages ago, and then it kind of filtered out. By the way, race leader into the pit lane, so the OBS World by SimRacing has brought it down onto the lane. So Abel Torres is now your race leader, probably pitting in around about 5 or 6 laps time. For the second stint on this set of tyres, potentially, unless they want to do something dramatic. I don't know. But yeah, that was a pretty bold send there from the Over the Limit Racing blue car going down towards Tower. We'll now have to try and clear the PPF Racing car. That's just, I think, the main focus for everyone inside that 227 is just to keep it in contention, keep it close enough, because we'll see some dramas back here. LMP3 down the inside of the Valkyrie car, then goes for a spin. It has not been their day in that Ferrari.
No, they're lacking some downforce most likely, so I'm sure it is a handful out there. Still missing the front headlights. They've still got time before they are going to be parked because of that. They're going to have to do it soonish here. OBS World by SimSub, BC Vault, both of them in the pit lane. Fordzilla's carried on, as we mentioned, so waiting to see when they will service their car. That will hand the lead over to WSR Esports butt kicker for the time being. Back to Renoverse by Tomedo here, sitting now in 5th, having lost out. PPF Racing team, we were asking the question, when are they going to find themselves back up to the top? The two Klepicus drivers, Edward and Henricus, have taken them back to 3rd after dropping early in this race. Is this where the car is finally starting to sing?
I mean, that's the whole thing, like setup-wise. We haven't really touched on the difference of how this track will drive now versus how it drove at the start of the race. Very different. Very, very, very different. And it will continue to be rather different as we roll on through the day. It's currently coming up to, it's about 10 to 5 in game time. So that, again, the track temperature is going to keep dropping. It's going to keep cooling down. It's expected to drop down into the higher to mid 20s before the end of the race, at least from what I'm seeing. So realistically speaking, the car's going to drive extremely differently, and you don't get to change setup and all that. You can change tyre pressures and that's it. So the way that we spoke about this last week or last round, the way the car drives at the start of the stint to the end of the stint is wildly different, and maybe you've prepared a car for the end of the stint rather than the start, and that's fine. Especially when Garvalera is going to be jumping behind the wheel.
We've turned our attention to the 815. We were talking about the damage on the nose of that car earlier. Well, MTS has cut it down to 0.6 of a second. Is there a bit of a struggle now going on for our race leader? Are they suffering a bit of loss of pace because of that? Or is this, again, a case of traffic just helping MTS Garage to catch up? Or maybe it's a bit of both?
Yeah, it's... I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm kind of like looking at this, thinking about how this is going to unfold. I mean, the MTS Garage car was closing in anyway. So, yeah, I mean, there you go. More insights powered by Grip. 3.5 seconds gained in the last 8 laps. 2 of those seconds will have been because of that incident that we saw coming around this area of the circuit. So, you know, fair enough on that one. But they had already been closing in, 3 or 4 seconds. The gap was 8 seconds. It closed down to about 5 before that incident, and then they lost the extra 2. So The 111 car has been running faster anyway. To speak of iRatings and stuff, the drive behind the wheel of the 815 is 1.9k I-rated. The drive behind the wheel of the 111 is 2.3, but maybe it's just feeling a bit more confident and comfortable around this circuit right now.
Montes Barreca currently in that 111 car, as can now see his rival up in front of him. So he'll go by HundredForce and leave him behind. We'll hop on board. Watching from the 111's perspective up ahead, you can see how big the distance looks here from this dash cam. We'll see whether or not that becomes bigger and bigger in his windscreen as that 815 car tries desperately to cling to the top spot. They're looking, I'm sure, for that next pit stop, hoping that they can get that front clip replaced.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I say, it's a bit of a shame for what's happened because particularly with the 815 in this race, they've been running pretty flawlessly and they've had something thrown at them, not really of their own fault, was unable to kind of navigate. But I don't think that damage is really causing them that much strife as they'll try and get past the to go green car that obviously has the rear wing reattached to it now. As I think Fordzilla, by the way, they are onto pit lane as expected.
They just returned, and it's right behind OBS World by Simsa, so they were not able to overcut them in the pit stops as the 66 retain the lead on their strategy call, but we don't know whether that will be the overall lead since we're still waiting to see what this looks like closer to the end of the race. WSR Esports Butt Kicker is your current leader of the entire race by about 10 seconds over Race Onion currently, which again is bad news for Race Onion as it sits, because if that finishes as they are, that will mean that WSR will beat them to the championship.
Yeah, indeed. The championship fights, they're all going to be very... still very tight. I think the main one that's not very tight at the moment is that the GT3 category definitely isn't tight because 10th leading.
Safety car.
Is it really?
The car of the number 89, I think, is stopped on pit entry. Now, this is a strange place. I guess that would be pretty dangerous to try and pull him in. So Pedro Barbosa, looks like here we're going to get... I don't think we're on replay, are we?
No, just the safety car graphic coming out. I can see there's a lot of damage on the rear end of that car back in pit lane. So, yeah, not been a great day for them. Did also see a drive-through penalty come out, but I didn't see who that was for.
That will be car 23, unsafe rejoin after safety car. Okay. So that was very recent then. Not sure how they... No, excuse me. The after safety car is for the drive-through penalty. Excuse me. I misinterpreted that.
Yeah, I'm with you. So that's 23 car is the SLB Motorsports by G&E car that's right the way down the back end of the LMP3 category. First safety car then of the day, which will make things very interesting, especially because Fordzilla have literally just pitted.
I think that should work in their advantage, because anybody in front of them that stops now, they'll just pick those positions up. But I don't know if we're going to see WSR or Race Onion come in for a stop from here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. When did Race Onion last stop?
It wasn't
that long
laps ago.
Oh, it was quite long ago then. Which actually, to be fair, the 14 laps is actually about what they want because they're on the second stint of these tyres. So yes, I think we'll definitely see Benson Embassy into the pit lane to take a fresh set of tyres and fresh fuel, and maybe even a driver swap. Really hard to work out though. This is the thing, because of how things are running on the strategy. It's really hard to work out where the strategy is and how many who's at advantage right now. This will be them going onto their third set of tyres. Team Fordzilla are on their second set of tyres at the moment, but they're on the worn stint of them.
Multiple cars coming into pit lane to take service. No wonder on this one, as this did come at an advantageous time for some. And you have to think that now Valkyrie is going to try and get their car fixed up as quick as they can. Beaver Grease Racing Plus, yes, they have come into pit lane and are going to give away the lead in hopes that they can get that car at least fixed up and back into pristine condition, which means MTS Garage will inherit the lead in LMP3 now.
Yes, indeed, and I say it's a good thing. Like, obviously, that's great, but are they going to do that damage repair? Is there any damage repair to do? They're already rolling off of pit lane as Beaver Grease Racing Plus, so maybe there wasn't any major damage repair to do. And to be fair, maybe the car's driving fine, and it's just again, it's on strategy with them. Very fascinating, and they've nearly just crashed in the exit of pit lane, so that's fun.
The dramas just don't end. I can tell you, okay, I'm looking at Beaver Grease Racing Plus, and the car looks like the nose is better now. So they did fix the damage at the very least. It just looks like it was within the window of their service on the car. And yeah, we're getting confirmation that it was fixed during that. Oh, and who had just missed their pit stall by a wide margin there?
Don't know off the top of my head. I think it might was it Local Motorsport. There's Grey Race. Let's see what happened to this car then. Oh, it's just on the start finish day. Ah!
That was into the pit barrier. Yeah. Right. So that was a bit of a strange one, and I can understand, because like we've said before, they try to treat this as realistically as possible. So yes, that's right by the pit entry. But in real life, if they sent marshals out there, that would be supremely dangerous for that very reason, what we just saw in the replay. And if another car spun like that, then they can't have them out doing that under green flag conditions. So they had to yellow flag it, slow things down. That car was given a tow, and that pulls us to our first safety car of the day, nearly 3 hours into the race. In fact, this is going to be fun for both Zach and Dara, because basically this resets them. They're going to be taking this on just about the time that they restart this thing.
Yeah, it depends exactly how long we are under safety car for. Normally these are out for sort of 20 to 30 minutes, especially because we've not had a safety car for a long period, which means that the field is as jumbled up as it can be. So there's a lot for race control to kind of go through to reset the order. So yes, those two will probably have to deal with the restart, if not the early part of this. Which the interesting part of that is if you compare it to the first stint of the race. I mean, let's talk about that first lap or so, isn't it? How many crashes we got in that first lap or so. So hopefully they don't restart on the same level of anger.
Asking racing car drivers to take it easy. I mean, what do you think of the chances of that?
Well, I mean, quite low. Yeah, no, it's not happening. It's not happening. I remember, I mean, to be fair, they were good at Mugello. That was the one I didn't do, so it's fine.
Yeah,
they were
exactly.
Really bad at Zandvoort. I remember that because I think I calculated after the race that it was a 6-hour race. We ran the safety car for 2 hours and 10 minutes. It might have even been longer than that. I think it might have been 2 hours, 2.5 hours. That Larry dropped in a couple of stats on that as well. So we ran the safety car for almost half the race, and just like brilliant.
It was a rough one. Well, it sounds like you're the bad luck charm. What are you putting into everybody's tea when you show up?
I can't say. Martin Haven brought it up at 3 o'clock in the morning on Le Mans, and that clip has gone round. If you think of that clip, if you can't think of that clip, you need to get on Instagram or something and find that clip. Just out of nowhere.
I'm not familiar with the clip, so I'll have to look this up afterwards.
You will have to. It's just excellent. You might actually know, but no, I don't know. It's just out of nowhere. But yeah, we'll not talk about it now because it's not. I don't think we're allowed to say it on broadcast. Martin can on Le Mans. It's different though. What a lad. It's fine.
Race Onion coming into pit lane. Okay. So this is interesting. Is this a driver change call? No, because they just put Robin Moss in the car. What is this about here for the number 15 that they've come down and they are pulling into their stall?
Maybe they're just filling up on some extra fuel. I don't know, but who knows?
Well, before we figure that out, we want to mention that if the adrenaline is surging at today's Pulse final of the OBS Endurance Cup, make sure to don't miss a moment and download the OBS World app now making sure you join the celebration post-race with drivers, teams, and sponsors of this amazing season. Inside OBS World, you can build your ultimate virtual garage, connect with fellow car lovers, and compete for incredible prizes. Dive into the heart of racing action with OBS World. Your dream car lifestyle is waiting for you. Download now, available both on iOS and Android. You can just take a picture of that QRS code on your screen and head on over there right this second. Should be a lot of fun, especially as we try to solve what's going on out on track. Race Onion is back out. Let me check the report sheet. No, there's nothing that we missed there. So, yeah, I don't know. They were in for 24 seconds, which is about a regular stop, but they were just in before, I was pretty sure.
Did they pit for? Were they in for a penalty? Maybe before? Wait, which? I don't know.
I checked the penalty sheet and I didn't see. I'm not sure. And it's not something for a closed pit lane or anything like that, as far as I'm aware. If race control has any information for us, please let us know, because we're kind of confused on that one.
Just say it as it is. We're idiots. And we can't wipe this out. So Gustus is probably going to have to pass us all the info required, because the info is required. And again, no idea.
We're not omnipotent, unfortunately, so this one is over our heads. So this means that now OBS World by Simsa leads this race, and Team Fordzilla will restart in second. Kind of resets thing for them, as well as for WSR Esports Butt Kicker, but they're going to be restarting in third. So they don't get the track position, but they're now on essentially the same strategies as rivals. They're off by about 4 laps on the 66 cars. That's interesting. Down in the LMP3s, MTS Garage also pitted in at the same time as SRB Motorsport by Linvega. So they will restart 1-2, but it is Beaver Grease Racing Plus who is going to be restarting third. They took a stop to fix the car and are now going to be rocking up behind them. Then we get down to the GT3 class. 10 tenths with Justinos Bumbilis has just been cruising up at the front, controlling this race, as they'll be rejoined by Blue by TC, but they're having to do a lot of catch up here because of the way that the pace car, the safety car, picked up the lead. So we're waiting to kind of figure out where exactly they'll sit, and whether or not Blue by TC can put on a challenge, because nobody seems to be able to catch 10 tenths.
I will pass on a bit of a butt though for the OBSP category. Is that, yes, OBS World by Simsa and Team Fordzilla are running first and second. That's all well and good, blah, 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 blah. But Race Onion and I believe WSR Esports Butt Kicker are on new tyres. Now, do remember that the OBS World by Simsa and Team Fordzilla car, they changed their tyres hour and 20 minutes ago. Or probably close to an hour and 10, but they changed their tyres. They're on old tyres, basically. And they're not expected to change their tyres for a little while. So do expect that they might be dropped out of the race lead fairly rapidly, provided, depending on what happens when it comes to race control renegotiating with the lap traffic. And I can't remember how we work this. It's been a while, actually.
So what they're going to do is they're going to, I think they have, waved around the cars that were trapped between the safety car and their class leader behind them. So they're put back onto the next lap. And then, once all those cars have caught up, they're going to sort them by class. So all the GTP or OBSPs will be up at the front. LMP3s will be put in the middle, and then GT3s at the back. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't still be separated by lapped cars within your own class. So that could still be a bit of a wrench in the system if you're trying to get a battle on. That's going to be a little less like in the OBSPs, because I think we've only got one car that is laps down, and he's in pit lane. That's Grow Racing Team Blue. But for LMP3s and GT3s, it could be more likely.
Yeah, indeed. Got to be said though. It's good job they do that whole. I did think they ordered them so that it wasn't just like OBSPs going straight into GT3s going into T1, because I can tell you what would happen with that: an enormous crash, and the safety car would be straight back out again. But obviously that's a bad thing for OBS World by Simsa and Team Fordzilla, because it means that there's no buffer between them and the rest of the contingent in that in that OBSP category. So yeah, I don't remember how long it takes them to do that. Maybe we're not going to be getting another bit of racing before we disappear off to have lunch and hand it over to the children.
Exactly. We've got about 5 minutes here, so that's probably going to be about one lap. Let me see what they were like last time around. Yeah, 4.5 minutes for a single lap last time. So we could see them still pacing. And in fact, I think Zach and Dara are just about joining us pretty soon here in the booth. So yeah, they're going to, like I said earlier here, Lewis, it's basically going to be a complete reset, and they'll get to start things off like it's the beginning of the race. Yeah, that's, I mean, I don't know. I'm curious. I'm very, very curious. But alas, realistically speaking, we should. They're going to have a fun one to deal with. But at least they get to commentate on someone finally that's much younger than them. I did bring up this joke earlier. But, you know, Abel Torres, I can't remember how old he is. I think he's like 14 or 15 years old. It's something in that kind of margin. So, and he's much quicker than the pair of them. So that's great. Age
that
is
makes
but
me
a
feel
number.
well. Exactly.
Age is but a number, but speed is also a number. And I guess that is the big one that makes the difference here. You know, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I was thinking earlier, you brought up that R Factor 2 has the Lightning McQueen trailer on there. I mean, do you ever think about the fact that that's now, I think, nearly 20 years old?
It's 20 years old next year, I think.
Yeah.
2005. Might be 04. Is it 2006? There you go.
I thought it was 05. Maybe it's 06.
I thought
Okay.
it was 05.
I was in college, so that tells you anything. I think Zach was not alive.
No, he was, born 2006.
Oh, goodness.
Bad, isn't it? It's bad. This is what I have to deal with on a daily basis, basically, with those two. So, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I just turned 40 in December, so yeah, it's making me feel older and older. But it sounds like both our friends are ready, so I might as well bring them in, since it's a good stepping off point here. Zach, welcome up to the booth there as well. I'm sure you guys heard our conversation. You get to start things off as if you were doing the beginning.
Yeah, exactly that. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing the next couple of hours of this race, because what a way to sort of have the finale of a season, how close all three championships are, a complete reset of everything really at this stage of the race, and a safety car to jump us right into it. So it's a good thing the young people are here to have all the energy to bring to this full fresh restart, and well, yeah, let's smash the final bit of the season.
Well, we will leave you guys to it, and thanks for coming in, picking it up, and have some fun out there, because we've had plenty.
Well, yeah, it definitely has looked to be the case. Well, yeah, we are in a safety car at the moment. It's myself, Zach Sweeney, Dara Thacker to talk you through the next couple of hours of the race. Then you'll have Lewis McGlade to join me for an hour, and then him and Joey back all the way to the end to round off what has been an amazing season. Dara, of course, welcome into OBS, I suppose. It's Sebring, which, of course, has its difficulties, and with so much at stake in terms of the championship, these drivers have really got to bring their A game.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's the crunch point, isn't it? We've got 5 hours left of the season. We've got 5 hours left to really decide the positions, and it's all going to come down to this. I'm looking forward to it. We've got a lot of battles to settle, and with this safety car, it's all to play for once again.
Very much is. Just a quick reminder for people who are only now just joining us while we've got a little bit of time under the safety car. Coming into today, each of the three categories have got championships wide open. When it comes to the prototypes, it's Race Onion who lead the way by 4 points, clear of WSR Esports by butt kick, and 9 points back is Team Fordzilla based on the leaders. So the top three really the main teams in contention. An outside shot is the OBS World by Simsacar. They're 21 points back on the leader. An outside shot, but still a mathematical one at that. LMP3 comes down to Beaver Grease Racing, SRB Motorsport by Lynn Vega, SRB Motorsport, and also the SimLab mathematically as well. You've got ANR Endurance, they're 22 points back, so the top 5 all have a chance. And when it comes to the GT3s, Blue by TC look to be fairly stable, 7.5 points clear of Valkyrie, PPF Racing Team 15.5 points back, and then comes Transport Engineers as well, the top 4. The top 5 as well, still within a shout, as Over the Limit Racing Blue are 19 points back on the leader, so again mathematically in with the shout. And when there is about $1,000 on offer for the prize pool, these are gaps that these teams and drivers are going to want to be winning.
Yeah, and with lots of tight championship battles all the way down the field, actually, in all of the championships, you really want to be picking up as many points as you can. You've got to be careful, of course, not to make a mistake, particularly at this kind of the stage of the race where we've got a safety car, we've got the drivers all bunched back up together, and if you make a mistake, you start spinning yourself around. You could find yourself falling all the way to the back of your own field and losing all the possible points you could pick up. But safety car's coming in this lap, and we're going to get going very shortly. And yeah, this is going to be interesting just to see if the leaders of the three classes can try and get away a bit, or if they're going to have a hard time for the drivers behind.
Well, we will find out. We've got about half of the lap left to go. And yeah, there you can see the race leaders at the moment in the prototypes. OBS World by Simsa, a team that didn't pit under the safety car. Unlike Team Fordzilla, WSI Esports, Butt Kicker, I believe the BC Vault by Simsa and Race Onion as well, they are all essentially on a clean reset going into this next stint, which could be quite disadvantageous for the 66.
Yeah, it could be, but, you know, again, long race. We've still got time for them to try and make it work for them, but, yeah, it's not going to be the best or the most ideal start for them, but we're going to have to see how it all works out in these prototypes. But, of course, the top 5 really quite tightly packed together here, so they might start to battle each other quite a bit as we get through Sunset Bend and onto the main straight to restart this race, but still 5 hours to go. There is still a lot that can happen.
Yeah, barely scratched the surface, not even into the second half of this race as of yet. Loads of drama still to come, and of course the fight for each of the 3 championships is up for grabs. The iRacing pace car will make its way into pit lane. Of course, the 66 will lead the way, of course, driven by Alexander Walton at the moment. The Team Fordzilla, of course, has got the young gun of Abel Torres at the wheel, who'll be looking to make some quick roads and, of course, make a step forward. However, Fordzilla are on some slightly older tyres compared to the 66, so we will see as to how the beginning of this race is about to transpire. The restart here in Sebring is underway. The green flag will wave once more, and the 66 leads them across the line. No major changes as they're all single file. However, it might be kicking off in LMP3. The 111 of the MTS garage leads the way, of course 4 tenths clear of the 181, but seems to be fairly calm as they will run their way through sector 1.
Yeah, it all looks pretty much single file as they run their way through the opening few corners, and it looks like it's a good enough start from the number 66 car to get away from Team Fordzilla just in behind. But they're not that far clear. They're still going to have to be fighting in the coming laps as we see a couple of moves being made, I think, in the LMP3 class. I think that was SRB Motorsport maybe getting up in front, or that was just my eyes deceiving me. But again, they're still close battles right the way through. They can't get away too quickly. Just because of the pace of the drivers behind, and they're going to have to work that gap out minute by minute, lap by lap, and see if they can try and pull away and consolidate their position. But for now, it's a good restart by the number 66, and they look like they're relatively comfortable in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, for now, settling down into this restart fairly well. Let's take a look as to what happened, because I do believe you were right. There was issues with the race leading car in LMP3. There was more calamity, actually. That is the MTS garage car, I believe, now rejoining the circuit. And yeah, it was all carnage and chaos to restart the race for LMP3, but it was the 181, the SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega, that's then been able to capitalize on that. Of course, now 1.7 seconds clear of the championship leaders. So let's see how the rest of this sort of restart process is going to go, because it does take a couple of laps to bed back into the rhythm of the race.
Does, and you've just got to really just try and refocus back in. Of course, with a relatively long safety car, a relatively long stoppage in that regard, you can maybe unintentionally just zone out just that little bit. Just you get out of that rhythm that you got into before the safety car, so it may become a little bit more difficult for these drivers to just slot back in, get back into that rhythm of this Sebring circuit, which of course does need quite a lot of rhythm, quite a lot of long corners at this track, and lots of corners that require lots of different lines as well. So there's lots of opportunity to make moves, there's lots of opportunity to try and improve on your lap times just by trying to take a different line. But if you got into a rhythm and you were confident in how that was going, you could snap out of that just a little bit under a safety car. They've got to work themselves back into that now.
And of course, some of the drivers may be, or some of the teams may have swapped in different drivers, so it's up to them to build themselves up to speed. Of course, there are different classes of drivers from bronze to platinum, and they are all on track sort of at the same time, dependent on when obviously teams want to swap them in as such. But so again, for them, it's all about acclimatizing themselves to this very hectic environment, because Sebring, very tight, very twisty, very bumpy, a very flat circuit. Of course, but with the multitudes of bumps around it, on paper maybe looks fairly simple. When you're driving it though, it's a different beast.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be really quite a different world when you think about it that way. I mean, it's difficult to really wrestle the car around this, particularly looking at this battle now in the LMP3 quickly. I think this is going to be quite interesting just to see how the drivers, because of course there was that incident just off the restart, how those drivers resettled themselves, because even when we were talking about resettling after the safeguard, if there's an incident, that kind of changes the situation of your race, kind of changes how you've been thinking as they make their way through Bishop. They're very close at the moment through there, but yeah, you've got to be careful, especially after a restart like this. You don't really want to be making any big mistakes, you don't want to be spinning around, you don't want to be having any collisions unnecessarily, and you don't really want to be losing any cheap positions.
Exactly, because that can really disrupt the rest of the stint as such. It's still a long race, but you want to give yourself the best foothold, the best stepping stone going in towards the second half of it. Fastest lap for Abel Torres and, of course, Team Fordzilla as they try and pursue the 66 for the race lead in prototypes. Bit of a battle kicking off here in LMP3. You can see a battle at the moment, I believe. Yeah, there you can see for P3 looking into turn number 1. You can see the blue and black trying to pick their way past. No way through, of course, through turn number 1. It's very wide, pinches at the apex slightly, but you can definitely still have a good look going in to turn number 2. It is still a braking zone, but not quite close enough.
Yeah, very, very close, but not quite enough for these guys. Just seeing at the bottom of the screen there, actually, for the prototype cars at the current championship standings would be the top 3 is split by just 2 points, which really means that it is all up in the air and all to play for. Ray Sunning and Team Fordzilla maybe with a little bit of work to do, but Team Fordzilla getting that position for the lead of the race, that would put them into a championship winning position. So we'll have to see how this all develops. Still 5 hours to go, a long way in this race for a lot to go right and for a lot to go wrong for some of these cars, but let's wait and see. Of course, looking at these battles all the way through the field, will they start to gap out a bit? Will they just start to space themselves out, or will they keep tight? I think that's going to be the interesting thing to watch over the next part of this stint before we see everyone come back onto pit road once again. But it is looking relatively comfortable for all of these guys at the moment because no one really seems terribly keen to really make quite an aggressive move yet.
I think that is sort of fair enough. There is still a lot up in the air when it comes to strategy as such. I mean, of course, we see in prototypes that so many different teams and drivers are on split strategy. Some going for 1.5 stints on a set of tyres, some going for 2, just to, you know, see how that dynamic shifts over the course of the race. So at the moment, you are just sort of in your own little bubble, trying to sort of figure yourself out. But also for those teams like Fordzilla in the hunt for the championship, that is always going to be something that's in the back of their mind, always going to be something that they are thinking, are we mathematically able to win this championship as of yet? For Fordzilla and of course for Abel Torres, who's got blisteringly quick speed at the moment, surely with being at this stage quicker than the 66, it's a no-brainer to go for the move.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. I mean, it can be difficult to try and find a line here at Sebring. I mean, a lot of the traditional overtaking zones, I should say, can be quite difficult. We're seeing the number 3 here trying to make a move in towards Sunset, but he's not going to be able to pull that one off. Maybe an up and under, though, through the long right hand. Oh, it's just not going to work out. I think it's the 82 just holding them off, yeah, in the Porsche for now. But as we go to split screen, I was just going to say, the overtaking opportunities at this track, you think down into the hairpin you could try and go for the move, but it's it's not the longest of straights, is it? Down in towards the hairpin, it's not the easiest to line up a move. And down the longer straights, the corners that come at the end of those straights aren't necessarily the best for overtaking. They're relatively fast, and so these drivers have to be quite smart, use different lines. We'll have to see how that works. But yeah, Team Fordzilla are going to look for a move. I'm sure they're going to try and go for it as quickly as they can because they know they're in this championship battle.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, Abel Torres, a very young driver, still with loads of experience under his belt, will know what is at stake, but maybe with a little bit more of a hasty mindset. Of course, it is natural. The younger guys do like to go for those do-or-die moves, do like to be leading the race because it feels good, it fills you with confidence, and of course, for Fordzilla at this point in time, so far so good in terms of their control of the race. Of course, we're seeing 2 battles go on. We've got the fight in GT3, and then there is that lead fight in the prototypes. It's the Porsche leading the way of OBS World, but also Fordzilla. You can see the gap. It's not much.
Not at all. I mean, it's what, half a second, just about under that. It's really quite a tight battle for the lead. I mean, Team Fordzilla as well with that fastest lap under their belt. Let's see if they can try and find a way through. Abel Torres will be looking to try and maybe just put off the Porsche in front off their line just a little bit, trying to just slip a nose up the inside, but they've got to be aware, got to be careful about how to do it, because you really don't want to be maybe just tapping the rear end, causing a collision, maybe picking up a penalty as well, because you've got to remember that the likes of Race Sunny in behind and currently in P5, they're not far off in terms of time, and in the championship they're right in the hunt as well, so you can't afford to lose many positions. And it's at this point in the championship, when you're looking at the drivers around you, trying to do the maths in your head and trying to work out what you need to do, then all of a split, in the space of maybe a split second, it can turn on a dime, and all of a sudden, someone's, come together with another car, and it's all on top of its head again. So you've got to be aware, you've got to be on your feet. But I think it's going to be easiest to control your pace in the race from the front.
Very much so. You are, definitely in control. You feel good about yourself, and you've got no distractions. You are just able to run in some nice, clear air. The 966, then that's Team Fordzilla, of course, trying to overtake the 66, as they have been for quite some time. Building a fairly sizable gap, though, back to WRC Esports, Butt Kicker, and, of course, the BC Vault by Simsa, and, of course, Race Onion, all of whom we believe are on fresh tyres. So, of course, Abel Torres, despite, and, of course, OBS World by Simsa, both running really, really nicely, despite the fact these tyres probably shouldn't be at the level of the pace they are currently running. 2 seconds between second and third in the prototype. That's a remarkable gap to have this early on in the safety car restart period.
About 10 minutes since the safety car peeled into pit road, and 2 seconds, it's quite a big gap, but even back from that 116 car is another 1.5, nearly 2 seconds itself, and actually that has grown out to 2 seconds now to the BC Built by Simsa car just in behind. Race Onion really trailing them though. I mean, that's only a couple of tenths in it there, so that's going to be interesting just to keep an eye on, just to keep watching that one with keen interest coming through. The final corner though at Sunset Bend, we're looking at the LMP3 battle for nearly at the front of the field here. I think this is battle for possibly P3 and P4 as they run their way through. In the end, that is the P4 car running through turn 1, the yellow and grey car, just tailing that bright turquoise blue, trying to find a way through somewhere. But again, it's difficult on this circuit, and you really got to pick your moment.
I really do appreciate you talking about the colours of the car, considering, I can't see any of them. So cheers for that, Barra. We're not even 10 minutes in and you are already making my life difficult. But that is the fight for second. Of course, the 181 leading by about 3 seconds clear. This fight for second, very much enthralling as they are all running really, really close. No major sends, though, coming in. Everyone fairly reserved. Bit of traffic in the mix for the 2 leaders, and there is going to be a swap as the 66 goes to the outside of the Ferrari. It's then Abel Torres who takes the inside through the exit of Sunset Bend. Now in the lead of the race. Let's see what he can do.
And this is such a feature of endurance racing, or at least multi-class racing here at Sebring, is that you can very easily get stuck behind a slower car exactly where you don't want to be, and find yourself losing a second in a position by doing so, just by being on the wrong line. And there isn't really any way of knowing where exactly is the best place to place your car before you get to the corner, because you may think that the inside might work the best, but then you realise halfway through the corner, oh, actually I'm going to get checked up here, and sometimes it's vice versa. So it's very difficult to tell, but as we're seeing the battle, there's the GT3s fighting it out just behind our Team Fordzilla leader in the prototype class. They all file through the hairpin. It's very congested around this part of the racetrack, but it's going to be difficult to know exactly where to put your car, and we can see the win decided on little moments like that.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't take much for things to go drastically wrong or drastically change. Of course, we did see the Valkyrie competition move their way past the Blue by TC14 machine. Of course, the championship leaders in the GT3 class and in direct competition with Valkyrie, of course, who are in second. So that is a swap, but not enough as of yet to see the Ferrari take to the top step in the championship. They are going to need a little bit more. Back to the battle. This still for second in the LMP3, albeit slightly more spaced out. So plenty of action to keep us occupied in the early moments, of course, of this part of the race. Swap as well. Race Onion picking their way past WSR Butt Kicker for the podium in the prototypes, as the 116 is dropping down a little bit. So again, we'll check in on that battle when we can. But there is the LMP3 through the hairpin as well. That's that battle for second still going on. So maybe just trying to settle themselves into a train, save some fuel, work together as such. But LMP3 at the moment, race for second.
This race second is really, really hotting up, isn't it, between all of these guys as they work their way through Cunningham Corner. But, I mean, three very... I know, I'm not trying to make fun of you here, but three very striking liveries in terms of they're very different to each other. And they're very easy to spot out as they run their way now through Tower. They've got to be careful, though, in this little battle, that they don't start to fall too far behind the leader with SRB Motorsport up in front by about 4 seconds. We're going to see a replay here. I think it's one of the prototype cars to the inside now. Oh, that's contact. Oh, at Le Mans, that is not ideal. And that's going to lose not just the prototype some time in positions, but the GT3 car as well. And they are going to drop back a little bit more. But this battle for P2, I think it's something we're going to have to keep tabs on over the next hour and a half or so.
Yeah, I think that, of course, was the WSR Esports car, and that is why we saw them lose the 2 places to Race Onion and BC Volt. Of course, then seeing them to the back end of the top 5. There has also been a change for the lead in GT3. Valkyrie and Blue by TC now lead the way, so that is going to be a good swing in the championship. Side by side here as they run their way towards turn number 1. It's the 815 versus the 58, who are unable to find their way through as of yet, but the fight definitely sparking. The up and under is there on the run towards turn number 2. Let's see if they're able to pick their way past. So far so good on the inside and up quite nicely at the 58 through.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very defensive line, wasn't it, from the 815 into turn 1, but the 58 just used that to their advantage. Very, very wide, and then cutting back in, getting the good exit up towards turn 2 and claiming that second position in this race. And they'll start to chase after the 181 of SRB, as we nearly saw a moment there between these two. Oh, we're seeing OBS World by Simsa. They're dropping down the order. They've dropped from 2nd down to 5th. Race Onion have now jumped themselves up into P2 position. BC Volt are right on their tail, but looking at this battle now, the 113 trying to find its way through around the outside now into Tower Turn. Cunningham Corner, I should say, as they run their way through there, and it's not going to work for them. But just about in the battle, sticking it in there as they start to see the 58 run away here.
Yeah, of course, slight bit of a battling. Let's take a look as to what's happened. Or we are under a safety car again. Of course, what, about 15, well, maybe 25 or so minutes since the last one. So back under the safety car. So now, what is the plan, do you think, for these teams and drivers? Because for a lot of them, they have only just come in. A couple of people didn't, though. Is this their saving grace to maybe come back in? Of course, we saw the 66 not come in, and I assume they, well, have immediately reacted to this. They've taken their pit stop and are now out about 50 seconds or so off the leader. But safety car out already, and we didn't really get much green flag running in between.
No, we didn't. About 20 minutes or so before the safety cars come back out, and yeah, this could shake up the strategies just a little bit. Could make some teams rethink how they were planning to get towards the end of this race. But yeah, not ideal for some of the cars, particularly those that have built a gap. You think the likes of SRB leading the LMP, the 181 car, were doing very nicely in the front of that group, and I think we're seeing that there was a. The number 23 had some kind of incident which has caused this safety car at some stage. We may be able to see that at some point, but it's not ideal for the 23. We'll have to see if they can try and recover, or if they are going to be really quite hampered in this race.
Yeah, of course, they unfortunately did have a penalty not too long ago, and unfortunately misfortune has struck their way again. And we're getting told that unfortunately just got stuck on the curb at turn 14, and that's so easy to do, of course, when it comes to prototypes as such. I mean, again, how low they are to the ground. The curbs aren't exactly low here at Sebring.
No, they're pretty chunky, aren't they? Pretty tall. I think if I was standing next to them, I might feel like I've got a cliff next to me, but they are not the smallest, and you've really got to be careful on them. You've got to make sure you keep off them in some areas of the racetrack. In some other areas, there aren't really any curbs at all, just a wall, particularly you think down at Sunset Corner. But yeah, where there are curbs, particularly about halfway around the lap, you're thinking about up towards Cunningham Corner, Collier Curve, you don't want to be touching them, and particularly down at turn 14, you don't want to be anywhere near them at all, and that's just a really unlucky moment for them, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's harsh, because again, it's easily done, and of course, you know, when it comes to endurance racing, it's part of the game. right? So of course for them, they're going to have to get their way back to pit lane, and then of course once they're back in control of their car, they can go again. However, that is going to be a huge hamper for them in the overall narrative of this race, down to 27th place overall, which is essentially dead last when it comes to the LMP2's third last. I think there are only a couple of teams that are actually sort of behind them. Whether or not they're still running or not is another thing, but yeah, not ideal for them by any stretch of the imagination, well, yeah, not the way that you really want to be heading into the second half of the final race of the season.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, you want to just be... You don't really want safety cars at this stage of the season. It just creates a little bit of nerve, and a little bit of worry, I think, for some of these teams, because they don't want anything to go wrong, and when you get more cars around you, that chance increases, of course. We'll see these guys maybe on the restart again. We saw them space out just a little bit, didn't we, on the last restart, and we might see something similar once again, but you can't ever guarantee that. So there might be some issues for these guys. It can get much tighter, it can get a lot closer, but we'll just have to hold on and wait to see on that one. We are under safety car conditions. We'll see how much longer we will be. But as it is, I think we're going to be looking forward in this race to the end of this safety car, and just to see if those battles that we saw before the safety car, if they continue, or whether the likes of the 58 car that we saw get through the 113 quite just before the safety car, if they can start to pull away.
Yeah, exactly that. And of course, for those drivers that maybe were overtaken and want to get a counter-attack, this is a great opportunity to do so. Hopefully this safety car isn't going to be as long as the last. Essentially, race control just need to reshuffle the pack, get all the classes grouped into their respective ones. So prototypes from P3s, from GT3s at the back. Of course, not really relevant as to lap cars and stuff, so it'll just be based on the grouping of the 3 individual classes. But thanks to the fact that it's not actually been too long since the last one, hopefully it won't take too long. There you can see the GT3s moving over and again just following race controls orders, and thankfully they're pretty good at getting this done nice and efficiently.
Yeah, they don't really want to be doing too much, being too crazy under this safety car. We'll see them make their way through Sunset Corner, none of them looking like they're diving into the pit lane. There go the GT3 cars as they make their way through on the rest of the pack, as we will see everyone file through, particularly the prototypes behind the safety car. But we still got a long way to go in this race. As we said, 4 hours. I think that is the 89, I think, was just getting out from behind the safety car. 8 laps down they are, so maybe just trying to recover a position or two. But yeah, it's difficult at the moment, isn't it, for a lot of these guys, because the race had slowed about half an hour ago, then it got back up to speed again, and now it's back to that mellow kind of waiting phase. And like I said before, to restart the safety car, it's difficult to get into that rhythm again, especially if it's such a stop-start race.
Yeah, because obviously you have the spike of adrenaline to restart the race, and then you get back into the rhythm of things. 5-6 laps, a little bit more, whatever we had before the safety car then came back out, and then it's just that crash once again where everything slows down, everything settles down once again, and of course it's then up and down like essentially just a roller coaster of the adrenaline spikes that you do get. So of course for the teams and drivers, how do you reckon they best cope with that? Do they try and keep themselves pumped up, or do they just enjoy this momentary sort of bliss of relaxation?
I mean, yeah, it's just nice, isn't it, really, just to have that bit of a break. I mean, especially in a long race where you're going to be pounding out lap after lap for a few hours, if not just only a couple. It's nice to have those breaks. It's nice to kind of be able to unfocus just a touch and slow down a little bit, and really just have a gentler time, because you don't really want to be on it for 3-4 hours, especially if you start to lose a little bit of concentration. Fatigue maybe starting to set in just a touch. So these guys, I think they'll be thankful for the break, but at the same time, mind goes into overdrive, doesn't it? Thinking about strategy, how this is going to play out post safety car, when do I need to pit next, how do I need to play this out with the cars behind me or in front of me. It's nice to have a break, but I think it increases the amount of time you're thinking about the race in front of you.
Yeah, it allows you, I suppose, to just slow down, process everything, maybe give you that rational mind to go forward in this race. And again, just, yeah, everything slows down. You can just relax a little bit. I mean, you still have got to be on it because you don't want to sort of, going back to maybe the car's point, you don't want to be daydreaming when the flag goes green again, like we saw obviously from Lightning McQueen in that last race. You don't want to be caught out by the safety car coming back in. You want to be able to immediately switch yourself back on and be right back up to the pace, because especially in a high pressure environment like a safety car restart, you do not want to get caught out on the back foot.
No, absolutely not. That's, I think, the main issue that quite a few of these guys will be thinking about, and that we think they'll be worried about, really. They just can't afford having any kind of mistake or getting caught up in any collision that the others might be having. So it's always going to be a little bit of a nagging thought, I think, on your brain as you get onto a safety car restart, trying to make sure that you can get away cleanly, that you can try and make a move cleanly if you feel like you have more pace in the car in front of you. But you're always worried about making a bit of a collision, particularly at this stage of a race. We're nearing half distance of the race. You don't really want to be making any mistakes now. You want to be calm for the next hour or two and then push in the final few hours.
Yeah, give yourself that sprint to the finish, particularly those, of course, that are in their respective championship battles. Of course, Team Fordzilla leading the way in the prototypes, but with a slightly different strategy. Again, they're going for the more conventional double stint each of the tyres. So each of the teams, every car, prototypes, P3s, GT3s, they all get 5 sets of tyres to use throughout the duration of the race. For the prototypes, they are running around about 50-minute stints on fuel. Work that out, that's around about 9.5 stints or so, which just covers being able to do a double stint throughout the entirety of the race. And that's what Fordzilla are doing. They're trying to keep it fairly uniform in what they're doing. But then what you've got are the likes of the 116, the WSR Esports Butt Kicker, and the Race Onion cars, which have actually given it a bit of a twist. They've gone for effectively 1 stint and a half on each set of tyres. So what they're doing is they're driving fast and asking questions later, so they're on fresher tyres for longer and they're on lighter fuel for longer, which means their overall pace should be just about quicker than Fordzilla. The sort of offset of this, though, is potentially they're going to be spending a little bit more time in pit lane, but at Sebring, it's not the longest one in the world. You might be able to get away with it.
It's a difficult conundrum, isn't it? Especially as, you know, pre-race you're going in thinking, oh, you know, right, we'll have this much time, we'll hit on, you know, around this kind of time, this kind of time, this kind of time. Then when a safety car comes out, it kind of messes that up a bit. So you've got to recalculate and re-coordinate your efforts in this race to try and get to the end in the fastest way possible. I mean, strategies may ever so slightly tweak at this stage of the race, or quite majorly change, depending on what the teams want to do, because they don't necessarily want to throw their good thinking into the bin straight away. But at the same time, you're also thinking that, well, actually, if we do this now, it might be slightly counterintuitive if these other drivers and cars around us are maybe going to go for something a little bit faster. So you've got to be on your toes, you've got to be thinking. And I think that's what Team Fordzilla are doing. But I mean, if we go to the end in that way, as you were describing, we could see a bit of a convergence towards the end of the race and see which strategies worked out the best.
I think the most important thing when it comes to strategy is to trust yourself, is to trust the process. Because for some, at different points, it might be a case of, well, we're on this strategy, these guys are on this one, and they are lapping really well. Have we made the wrong call? And then they think, oh, can we get onto that strategy? Can we change? And sometimes, even if you are on the wrong strategy, changing halfway through can do you more harm than good.
Exactly, but you've always got to be ready to do that. You've always got to be, you've got to have, you know, plan B, C, D, and E. I mean, we see many series in real life that, you know, some teams, you know, they have their plan A,
names?
And in the end they end up. Sorry?
Not saying names.
Not saying names, but they end up on plan, you know, like P or Q or something. But you've got to have a few options at your disposal, because otherwise you may get caught out by something like a safety car. And if all of a sudden you're looking at your strategy thinking, oh, actually, this is not going to work out well, you could come under some pressure.
And pressure, well, I mean, can make diamonds, but it can also squish you into a very, very tiny ball. Maybe, just maybe, as small as Dareth Thacker. Of course, that is, yeah, debatable. But yeah, so obviously, for some, pressure allows them to thrive. For others, it forces them to, it finds weaknesses in their craft and can very much force them to crumble, which is never ideal in a high intensity environment. You always want to be comfortable as such. While you're not necessarily going to be all sunshine and rainbows, you still want to have some element where you feel confident, where you feel comfortable in yourself, because the moment that you don't is the moment where more and more mistakes come in.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just taking a quick look as to some highlights throughout the last couple of hours. Some drama in the GT3s, a couple of spins amongst all of the three classes, couple of people having some difficulties. That's the 181 in the... of course, in the LMP3, having a bit of a spin, some drama down at Sunset Bend, seeing one of the Mercedes have a bit of a spin round, and just showcasing really the sheer difficulty of Sebring. Again, P3s, bit of contact, a little bit of netcode in the mix as well. That's something that we saw about a couple of hours ago with the 23, who themselves had some difficulty, and of course had another spin recently to bring out the most recent safety car. Some Porsches having a bit of an up and under, and again, it's the bumps at Sunset Bend that really are catching these drivers out.
Yeah, you can just absolutely launch yourself in towards the wall there if you just catch it a little bit too wrong, as we saw some other good moves throughout the field over the last few hours. But, it's going to be interesting just, I think, to see how these drivers still approach Sunset Bend, especially with lighter fuel. The car can bounce a little bit more. It's not as grounded to the track. But at the same time, you're not going to get as much of a tank slapper if the car starts to go around. But we did see some very good moves, particularly through this GT3 train, the 227, fighting away there. But yeah, lots of little incidents, a lot of little moments, and that's what you get in an endurance race at Sebring like this.
It is, and that is the 23. This is the cause, I believe, of maybe the most recent safety car, unless that's more issues for that 23, in which case they have had an absolute nightmare of a race. Again, more drama, another spin, the Ferrari with no front end whatsoever, not suffering from understeer, instead suffering from a significant amount of oversteer. The 89 completely obliterating the pit wall there, and that firmly did, I believe, see them out of the race. Again, that was the safety car restart that we saw just a couple of moments ago. That's the MRT garage machine that got caught up on the outside of the second corner. Again, just looping themselves around, tumbling down the order, but still firmly in this race, causing a little bit of a conundrum in LMP3 to restart the race, which, speaking of restarts, we're about to get ourselves back underway. It's Fordzilla from WSR Esports Butt Kicker who are going to lead the way for the prototypes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're going to try and pull away, I think, quite early here, Team Fordzilla. Of course, they weren't in the lead at the last safety car restart, and we'll have to see what they can do this time around. Race Onion, don't count them out as well. They're in that championship battle. They were leading the championship coming into this race, so they are the team with it all to lose, really. But they've just got to make sure that they don't lose too many points. They are hemorrhaging about 10 points to Team Fordzilla at the moment, and at the moment would lose the championship as it stands by a point, if my maths is correct. Maybe 2, as Team Fordzilla have the fastest lap. But getting through on Butt Kicker could be all important at the moment, but we'll have to see. Restart's going to happen soon, and we've still got 4.5 hours left of this race. Anything can happen.
Firmly so. And of course, when it comes to safety car restarts, there is a reason that they say safety cars breed safety cars. The carnage that you see, especially when you've got two teams in direct competition for the championship, only 5 points between the pair of them, and all three in the championship in reverse order, a 1, 2, 3 in this race. Let's see who's going to be the ones to benefit most from this safety car restart. Race Onion and the 116 are both going to want to get a punchy start. Let's see how Abel Torres is going to be able to, of course, lead this restart. Previously, he was trailing the OBS World by Simsa. This time, he's got the pack all to himself. He's going to probably leave it quite a while before he tries to catch the rest of the pack off, and he does. He puts his foot down to the floor and gets a phenomenal restart to, of course, kickstart this race back into action with 4.5 hours left to go. Flash their headlights in the background. One of the Porsches, I believe the BC Volt by Simsa and the OBS World by Simsa. Not really too happy maybe with how things kicked off. A huge gap though in the prototypes between second and third. Not the best of restarts for the 15.
I mean, the 15 team, as I mentioned, will be wanting to get back up towards these top two early on. Their championship might depend on it, really, and they don't want to lose it in the closing stages by just a point or two. So let's see as they run their way through. Team Fordzilla in the 966, they are looking like they're stretching their legs nicely at the moment. Gap out to 3/4 of a second back to the 116 as we run our way through. Similar story in the LMP3 category with 181 about 3/4 of a second, over a second now ahead of the 58, but it is tight in the GT3s. The 177 just about ahead of the 10.
Yeah, not much between them whatsoever, and of course for Valkyrie this is vital for their championship of course campaign. They are 7.5 points back on that 14 Porsche. The blue by TC there in third need to be making their way forward. However, still loads of race left to go. Can't read too much into it. However, for Valkyrie, if they are able to keep this foothold at the front, that is going to be phenomenal stuff for them. That is the battle for the lead. The Audi R8 in hot pursuit of that Ferrari 296.
Not going to let it get away very easily, are they? Let's see as they run their way through. I mean, it's 10. I mean, the Valkyrie competition car, of course, they had moments at the start of the race. They've recovered nicely so far, but the 10 isn't going to want to let them have it their own way, really, as they make their way down towards Le Mans Curve. And we're looking now at this battle in the prototype category. We're looking at the 66 car. That is the OBS World by Simsa, trailing its fellow Porsche, the BC World by Simsa, not too far behind, but they've dropped a ways back from Race On at the moment, who, I mean, there's been one lap since the restart, but they're already a second and a half behind the cars in front and nearly 2 seconds ahead of the cars behind.
Yeah, so sort of just suspended a bit of no man's land at the moment, but they do want to be getting a move towards the leaders, because that lead fight is something that maybe not right now, but eventually is going to be something they want to be a part of. But the 47, the 66, very, very close. Of course, no, it's not. Oh no, it is. Yeah, no, we're seeing the trailing Porsche. There it is. I was got confused by the BMW. No, that's a lapped car. In front, the 47. That's the BC Volt by Simsa. These two are very, very close, but not quite close enough to Race Onion to mount a bit of an attack. This is the fight for the lead for the GT3s. Once again, Valkyrie competition versus 10 tenths. You are going to be giving 10 tenths in order to pursue the fight for the lead. Significantly less success ballast for the Audi R8. 5 kilos compared to 25 kilos between the two chassis of the Ferrari and the Audi should swing the advantage going the way of the number 10.
Should. I think, as you said, the 10th team are going to give 1 to try and get through on this Valkyrie competition car. In the Audi, let's see if they can do it. I mean, there's a group of Porsches behind them. Of course, not be too worried about them, but they are kind of in a bit of a trailing group together. Valkyrie, they're not the most comfortable at the moment. 10 tenths are looking like they are on the move. They have a good race car underneath them. Let's see if they can really use it to their advantage coming through Tower Turn. It's going to be difficult to make moves over the next few corners, but we just have to keep an eye on it and just to see if they can really try and press home their advantage. At the bottom of the screen, though, we're looking at, I believe it's the battle for the lead in the LMP3s, and indeed it is, because we've got the number 58 car right behind the 181, and the 181 really not having it their own way at the moment.
No, not at the moment, of course. Have suffered some difficulty so far in this race. We saw them have a bit of a spin during the highlight reel, but at the moment leading the way in the LMP3 class, but not without some significant pressure from that 58. So getting 2 glorious lead battles to enjoy in the early stages of this safety car restart. I mean, the prototypes a little bit spaced out as Team Fordzilla look to stretch their advantage out in front, but no major movements as of yet. And is that down to can't or won't for these drivers?
Maybe it's a bit of a combination of both. I mean, for some drivers, I think they're going to be struggling, definitely so. But with other guys, maybe that they're just going to bide their time. But then again, I don't know why you would be biding your time. It's this kind of stage of the race after a safety car where you want to make moves. You want to make sure that if there is another safety car coming out soon, that you're in the best possible position to maybe therefore go and attack the cars in front. They may be 4 or 5 seconds away from you for now. But, you know, come a safety car restart, they're going to be right there in front of you. You want to be trying to get ahead of everybody you possibly can. So I doubt people are going to be waiting around for the time being. I think if this stays green for the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes, we might see that start to come into play. But for now, I think some teams are going to be keen, and that's particularly true for the lead battles in both LMP3 and the GT3, both of which are on our screen now.
Yeah, there you can see obviously in the top, the Audi R8, of course, qualified P4 going into this race, but comfortably, it seems, the fastest car on track, and of course completely out of the hunt for the overall championship. They're currently 6th in the GT3s coming into today, which means they've almost got nothing to lose as such. There are individual prize pools for each round, of course I believe 50 for the race winner of each class, so that's really all they're gunning for as such in this race. They're not worried about championship points as such, they're not worried about bossing the championship. They are out there as the quickest car on track, gunning for the win.
And that's what you got to do. I mean, even if you're not in a championship conversation, you just want to be getting in those lap times, you want to be getting those points, you want to be getting those podiums and wins. Even if you've not had the best of seasons throughout, you want to be doing the best you can towards in the final race of the season. In towards we're seeing sunset, we were for a moment there, seeing the GT3 battle, but we'll focus on this LMP3 battle for the lead now. The number 58 trailing the 181. Don't count out the 113 Locals Autosport car in behind, because they are lurking in and around this battle. If anything goes wrong between the top two, they're going to be right there to pounce.
Exactly, and that's the thing, you don't necessarily need to be directly in the fight going for moves. Sometimes you can just sit back a little bit. There you can see, of course, the insights powered by Grip, the A&R Endurance Esports gaining 10 positions so far in this race, currently sat 2nd in the P3 class. And while it's not settled, that is a remarkable stat. Of course, we sometimes talk about Sebring being slightly difficult to overtake, but throughout the duration of this first 4 hours, they definitely have nailed both the pace, the consistency, and the strategy, making the most of each of their opportunities, and only at the moment half a second off, making it 11 positions gained.
Doing a very good job for the time being as we run our way now down in towards, or through Bishop Bend, down towards the part of the track where we see the Le Mans curve. So yeah, let's wait and see here, because as you know, as the sun starts to get a little bit lower in the sky, the lights become a little bit more important. We might start to see some of these guys, you know, maybe just using it to a bit of their advantage. You never know what can happen in an endurance race, and that is why we love endurance racing. But for now, I mean, we saw the 58 make a move, didn't we, just before the safety car last time. If they get a move again for the lead, could that be a bit of an omen that we might have another safety car? We'll wait and find out. But these top three, you can see the gap behind to the 815. It really is a big battle, as we're now going to see a replay. I think this is a collision between the 80 or the 3 and the 148 here, or it's just a nice move from the 3 down the inside, making it dumb. No, it is a collision, because there goes around the number 3, the 148 in collision with it, and that blocks a couple of other drivers off. So a bit of an incident there. It doesn't look like there was too much damage on too many cars there.
But there was damage going the way of the Trispal Esports, of course, the 148 that did get themselves a penalty for that particular incident, and kind of fair enough. You can see the number 3 they did make contact to is the Reneverse by Tomedo Machine, who have now lost, of course, a couple of places as a result of that incident. So is essentially fair game as to that respective penalty. An unfortunate one, but arguably necessary. I mean, overtakes are always difficult, but it's good to know when the line is drawn, when is the right time to back out.
Yeah, and that I think that's a very big and important question, really, because Sebring isn't necessarily a track that lends itself to corner after corner racing side by side. You're thinking of, particularly down at turn 1, turn 2 kind of limits where that battle can go, and also down at the hairpin, like we saw. Once you've got the inside, because of that little bit of a left-right kink as you get onto the straight there, it's difficult to really keep it side by side, particularly as then you go down in towards Cunningham Corner. So you've got to be very careful. I mean, it can lead into a little bit of desperation, you could say, where some of the drivers are really trying to force the move through, and if they've got a little bit of a chance, they're going to try their best to keep it going, but sometimes it's just not going to be a viable option for them. Wait and see. We'll wait and see how this will develop. Very wide through Sunset Bend, going the 58, following and more the line of the 181. And 113 can see that. They're like, they're kind of in no man's land at the moment, aren't they, the 113? Because they're behind this 1 and 2 battle, and they're not quite fast enough for it, but they're more than quick enough for P4.
So let's see what they're able to do in order to go and get it. 4 hours, 20 minutes left on the clock. And closing in on half distance in this race. Still following this battle for the LMP3 lead. The 58 lacking an opportunity really to find their way past. And again, as we've said, Sebring can be fairly technical as to getting that move done. Battle here as well in GT3 between a Porsche and a Mercedes. The 117, of course, that Mercedes battling sandwiched between both the Porsche and the Audi R8 just in behind. Of course, that's the transport engineers, of course, battling with PPF Racing Team, the Porsche ahead, and then, of course, the over-the-limit racing blue 747 Porsche, Porsche, Audi R8 just in behind, both German, basically the same thing. In fact, all three of these manufacturers are German. They're battling away for their respective positions. P5, I believe, in class, that Porsche heading the way in the 227. Let's see what that Mercedes can do, because they definitely look to be the stronger car.
It does for the time being. Let's see if it can make a move. Oh, looking for the outside line, the 117 really going to try and force this issue for P5 around the outside of the hairpin. Maybe going for a bit of an up and under here to get a better exit. Straighten the car up nicely, and that's exactly what they've done. Let's see if it's going to help them down towards Cunningham Corner. The 227 seemed a little bit aware of that though, and knew that that was going to happen, so tried to cover off the line, which they did pretty well. Inside line defence here from the 227, but the 117 is going to go right around the outside. Can it dance its way there? Inside line for the second part of the corner, and yes, the 117 has put itself up in towards, I believe that is now P5 in class. There is the leader overall, the Team Fordzilla car coming through as well. So as this battle rages on, we've got the leaders coming through for the first time since the safety car restart.
Yeah, this is when it is going to get a little bit tricky. Of course, Fordzilla's gap has over-halved because of their slight little conundrum with traffic. Now under a second back to the 116. There you can see that Cadillac fighting their way through the GT3s, but I think Torres has been able to find his way through fairly efficiently. It's always really down to timing as such, where you catch the traffic, and unfortunately for the Team Fordzilla machine, he caught a battling set of cars in a fairly technical part of the circuit, which definitely slowed him down, but he still has a decent advantage back. It's just about picking himself back up once he's got clear air again and try and rebuild the gap that he got so well in the early phases of this restart.
To keep that momentum building at the moment for these guys, you can see P2 car, that is it's 116, isn't it? Yeah, coming through turn 2. But they're still trailing Team Fordzilla. If there's ever a moment, there we go, that's the point. If Team Fordzilla ever have a moment where they get caught up a little bit, this can be where the 116 can gain in. You could see through turn 2 and turn 3, there was a bit of a moment there for the 966, and they were able to close up, but they're just going to get stuck behind the leading GT3 car now as they make their way through at the hairpin, which is all too frustrating. But lots of battles through the field, and here's the battle for LMP3.
Yeah, here they go, side by side for the lead of the race. The 58 taken to the inside of Sunset Bend. That should be the most advantageous line, and it is going to be the race lead for A&R Esports Endurance. They find their way past in spectacular fashion. However, the up and under and the counter-attack could well be there for the SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega machine. They pin the turquoise blue to the inside going into turn number 1. Maybe we're going to see a supreme switchback from the 181. If they've got the momentum, if it swings their way, if they are able to find their way past. Now a 3-horse battle as the locals Autosport also battle their way into contention. So 1, 2 and 3 LMP3 all battling for the lead, but a nice move and capitalising on the opportunity that arose for now the race leaders.
And this is where the 113 can pounce really, where these the top two are a little bit unsettled, particularly the 181. If they can try and just find their way through, you can see gaining down towards the hairpin. Is this a chance for them? No, not quite. I'm just going to sit in behind and wait for now. But yeah, this is looking like a good opportunity for these guys. I mean, if they start to come together as well, don't count out the guys behind, but they are a ways back. You can't even see them in that shot that we just saw when we're trailing the 113. So that's something just to keep an eye on. But up in front, Team Fordzilla controlling their gap comfortably as well. But something that we haven't mentioned either is, for a few minutes actually really, is that the 10 tenths, the number 10 car, really not let Valkyrie get away at all. They are still within 2/3 of a second, and they are trailing or just following very, very closely at the moment. And they could go for a move at any point, really.
I mean, maybe. Of course, half a second is definitely a strong gap to have. But is it a case of can they just push a button, well, metaphorically speaking, of course, and go for that move? It is difficult to do because they are there, they have got the pace. That Audi has seemed to be the quickest car on track in the GT3s, but is it just a case of, yeah, we want the lead now, we'll go for it, or are they going to have to actively work for it? Because again, Valkyrie are not necessarily going to be too willing to roll over, get their belly tickled when they are in a championship winning position as things stand. Of course, making a 10-point gap to Blue by TC there in P3. Of course, the Porsche, as things stand, will score themselves 15 points compared to the 25 for Valkyrie, which is enough to overhaul the 7.5-point deficit in the championship. Following this battle, this is for second in LMP3. The 181, of course, was leading a couple of laps ago, but because of the battle, the 113, the locals Autosport, has now closed the gap and could well be able to demote them, well, to the back step of the podium.
They could, but they've got to be careful though. Ooh, maybe a move there for the 113. The 181 still sitting in P2, of course. They come into this championship finale, into the race, I should say, 1.5 points behind the 815 in the championship after their win last week. And, you know, if they, realistically at this point, especially if they're in the top, the top 8, whoever finishes ahead in that regard will be the one to take the title. Of course, looking further back, the SRB Motorsport 245 car is 9.5 points back. They're in there, but not really in the race at the moment. So it's realistically between the 181 and you would say the number 815 and the 181 in this position don't really want to be giving too much away. They're currently comfortable. They're currently doing quite a good job here, and they don't want to, you know, really give up any positions. They know that if local autosports try and come through, try and make that move work on them, they still have that buffer for the championship. Because at this point of the season, you're thinking of the championship. You're not necessarily thinking about the points. If your championship rival's down in P9 and you just need to beat them, you only need to get P8. You're not too fussed about P3, P4. You may want it, you know, for the trophy cabinet, but it's not an absolute necessity. Through Sunset Bend they come, as we see now. This is the 113 still trailing. The 181, I should say, has dropped a little bit back from the 58, but they're still in the hunt.
Yeah, they are, and well, I mean, technically everyone is really still with half the race left to go. I mean, we've seen what drama and chaos has ensued in the last 3 hours and 47 minutes and 45 seconds. Of course, that's not to say it's not going to, you know, be equal to that in the next 4 hours to really spice things up once again. So, never give up. Don't give up until you've crossed that checker flag, and even then, there is opportunity for you to maybe make some gains with protests and things like that. I mean, a lot of it is done during the race as such, but you never know. It's not over until it's over. Safety cars and strategy changes and all this, that and the other can really bring anyone back into the mix. Following on, there's a battle in GT3 again, still with the Mercedes at the 56. That is the Over the Limit Racing Red. A battle for 4th place in class. The Transport Engineers now looking to go to the inside of Sunset Bend.
Yeah, let's see if they can pull this one off to the inside. That red livery looking striking as the sun starts to set as they get around Sunset Bend. But I think that inside line has been very much controlled there, and they are now very nicely ahead in that Mercedes, ploughing their way down towards turn 1. In the behind though, very close to the wall, just in behind there, you could see in the back of the shot, one of the GT3 cars getting right up close and personal to that concrete wall. But we're going to look back at this battle in the LMP3s for P2. It's an important one in the championship. What the 181 can't really afford anything to go wrong. They can afford to let the 113 pass, but they cannot afford an instance as the 58 just about touches the grass on the entrance to Sunset.
Yeah, that's dangerous territory to do that, and interesting to see how pronounced that bump is right on the inside of Sunset. I know it's obvious. Look at the oscillations of the LMP3s as they run their way through the pit straight. It's bumpy here at Sebring, and it does get very difficult. So you don't want to add to your troubles with a little bit of grass touching. I believe that bottom screen is the fight for the lead in the GT3's Valkyrie competition. A great comeback for them in the 177, just to maybe give them an inkling inkling of a chance for the championship. 10/10, of course, the Audi R8 that we are on board with is about half a second back, so still plenty of action on our screens, plenty to enjoy and plenty at stake. Again, big prize pools, as here potentially is the move. Locals Autosport giving it a look, maybe just sort of showing their cards and playing the psychological game to SRB, forcing them into that mistake.
We talk about this in many forms of motorsport, many different categories, that you can't really find your way through very easily just on pure pace and just making the move stick. You can just try and scare your opponent off the road. I mean, if you look for it to the inside, they're going to see that in their mirrors. They're going to know that you're there. They might think, oh, you might be coming down the inside. Just go a little bit wider than they were intending to, allowing you to have a bit of a run up the inside. So, you know, there's lots of different strategies that you can use to make a move stick. It's just about how resolute you are in defence when you're leading that, and that's what the 181 is doing very well at the moment. We're seeing, very wide though, from the 113. That was not the ideal line. They've lost a good chunk of time, upwards of 2/3 of a second there as they come through the Mont curve. And it's just allowing the 58 to kind of get away a bit here, but while that's happening, the 181, if anything, is closing in on the 58 a little bit.
Slightly. And again, the ebb and the flow of endurance racing is right there. Provisional standings, as you can see, that is how things will rack up in LMP3. Of course, SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega will lead the championship. Beaver Grease Racing, unfortunately, not having the sort of second part of this race they would have liked. 6th at the moment on the road in LMP3. And then, of course, ANR Endurance Esport, who, as things stand, of course, are, leading the race, but they are going to need a little bit of a miracle in the sense that the 181 is going to have a crash. Beaver Grease are going to have another issue, but the bottom line is they are doing everything they can in their power. They're not looking back in hindsight in regret and thinking, if we'd have just scored a couple more points here or there, we'd have a better chance of the championship. In the present, right now, they are giving themselves the best shot.
It's what you need to do. I mean, it's a championship finale. I know I mentioned it before, but it's so important that... Oh, that's the replay of... That was a horrific crash. Yeah, that is not... And that's missing some bodywork, you can see. But
a little bit.
At this point in the championship, it's not about where you finish in the race. It's not about picking up the points. It's where you finish compared to your rivals. It really doesn't matter what you're doing, as long as you're doing better than the teams that are in and around you. It just doesn't matter. I mean, the top 3 in the championship could be 10th, 11th, and 12th. I mean, if you're leading the championship and your 2 rivals at 11th and 12th, you can finish 10th, and it's all hunky-dory, happy days, you've won the championship. It just doesn't matter about picking up the points. You just got to be aware of the situation. I think that's what these guys are doing now.
Yeah, it's all relative, really, and that's why from the Valkyrie competition car, may be showing some imperfections in the driving, of course, at the moment for Jonathan Poulet, who is is being pursued by the 10/10 machine, the Audi R8, that has been on his case for quite some time. And obviously, I'll ask you the question, obviously, as a driver, Darrell. I know you use the race line and everything, maybe not the best person to ask, but as a driver, that's scary to have someone in your mirrors looking that menacing when there's a championship at stake for this long. It takes a toll.
Yeah, it does take a toll, and
as do the race.
I mean, even if I do. Yes, they do. I actually wrote down a few bingo things, and I've ticked a couple off now. So getting through them.
Commentary with Zach Sweeney. How many digs is he going to make at me throughout the duration of the broadcast?
I do have a regular tally about the size jokes, but I had to work one of those on earlier. But no, even if I do use the racing line, I still know what it's like to see a driver coming up behind me in my wing mirrors and just thinking, I need to make sure that he doesn't come through. But you've also got to be very wary about how you place your car, how you defend the line. I was a group of friends once called me the Minister of Defence, so if anything, in a very basic level, I kind of know what you need to be doing. When you're defending a position, maybe going to the inside isn't the best idea. Some corners, you want to be on the outside line. If you know the limit of the track, the driver on the inside doesn't really want to be running wide into you and doesn't know what line you're going to take. So sometimes, particularly in somewhere like maybe even turn 1, driver on the inside won't want to run you off the track for fear of maybe picking up a penalty, and you know what line you're taking. You can fly around the outside, keep the position. But at some other corners, you want to control the inside, things like Cunningham corner. You don't want to be drifting wide. So it just depends on the corner. You've got to be astute, you've got to be aware. And I think a lot of these guys are doing that at the moment, but it only takes one lapse of concentration for it all to fall apart.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's the scary thing, is that as comfortable as all of your race could be, it takes one small lapse, one blink of an eye, and things can go drastically wrong. Literally just like that. And that is the very, very scary thing. Fight there, you can see that's the fight for second in LMP3. Locals Autosport pick their way past the 181 and move into second place on track. I believe we've seen Team Fordzilla make their way into pit lane. They've lost a couple of positions and continue to do so. So we'll be interested to see, obviously, how they get on when they rejoin. And of course, we'll be going on to, I believe, a fresh set of tyres to start the second half of this race. Plenty of action then still on screen. And yeah, the fight for second, LMP2. I mean, Locals Autosport through into second. Now they've got to prove that obviously they closed the gap because of the battle for the lead. Now they're in front. They've got to prove why they deserve to be there.
They do, and they look like they're doing it all right at the moment. Gap at about 0.5 of a second. They're not really pulling hard, but you don't need to necessarily if you're just going to be comfortably keeping them behind. If you're the 181 car, this is okay. This is all right. Of course, they are currently winning the championship against the team that are currently a little bit further down the order. Of course, they're being challenged by the 815, who did lead the championship coming into this race. But them currently sitting in P8, 2 laps down, they are going to need a couple of safety cars ready to really help them get back into this race. But at the moment, if you're the 181, it's okay if the 113 isn't too fast. It's okay if they're not necessarily kicking on towards the leader. Just sitting in behind, making sure that you get through the traffic okay, is really your main concern, your main worry. Because at this point, even though you came in chasing the championship, the team chasing the championship now are the 815, so you don't want to let them back into it. And I think that's what they're going to be thinking about. But about 4 hours left to go. The sun is starting to set. It's going to get tasty, I think, over the next few hours, Zach.
And the good thing is the track temp is going to cool. The big talking point earlier on in the race, obviously where we started around about midday in game-ish, just a little bit after early afternoon, was how scorchingly hot the track temp was. I believe it was upwards of somewhere around 45 degrees. Obviously, as the race has gone on, the later in the evening that we've got, it's sort of come down to 38, 37, 36. As they go towards the night, yes, it's going to be harder to see, obviously. It's nighttime. But with that comes cooler track temps and potentially the opportunity for the tyres to remain viable for a lot longer, and that could well play into the hands of Team Fordzilla, who are trying to obviously double stint their tyres for each stint, and it means that their main disadvantage in that strategy is that they are going to be on slightly more worn tyres relative to the likes of Race Onion and WSR Esports. With cooler track temps, they can keep their tyres alive for longer, which means they should be able to reduce the deficit in pace thanks to the tyres.
Yeah, so the race should be coming to them in that sense. I mean, with that recent pit stop there, you know, obviously down in P5 now, the back off the train, Grow Team Racing in P6, of course, they're a long way back there. They've got a lot of work to do. I think it's a little bit too much work, I think it's fair to say. But I think the strategy is going to be interesting. Like you say, it may come back to them, as we're seeing. And one of the prototypes getting through on 2 of the GT3 cars down in towards Sunset Corner. In fact, they were the 2 leading GT3 cars that we are now focusing on here as they make their way through Sunset. Valkyrie, they're still doing a good job at the moment, ahead of 10 tenths. But both of these cars, 10 seconds in front of the number 14. They are doing a very, very good, consistent job here. As we now look at, this is, I believe, in the pit lane. Is this the number...
116.
Yeah, the 1-6. Yeah, thank you. So they've come in a little bit early, haven't they, from the lead of LMP3. So we'll have to see how this works out for them. Oh no, sorry, that was P4 and prototype. Sorry about that.
You're right.
I don't know. I had a moment there.
I know it's not.
I've got the numbers confused in my brain.
it doesn't take a lot for blood to rush to your head, because there's obviously not a lot of distance for it to travel. So I can understand why you would maybe be having some lapses in judgment as such. Tick that off on the bingo card, by the way. There we go. Of course, there you can see Vedas Andreas Kevicius at the moment at the wheel of the 181 SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega. They're currently sat second place in the LMP3 class, 1.5 seconds off the leaders of Locals Autosport, who have been driving really nicely in the recent times. Of course, the battle we're following on screen still, by the way, the Ferrari and the Audi of the leaders in GT3. There is the 116 leaving pit lane, rejoining behind Team Fordzilla, but I believe onto what will be their half stint. So they should be mightily quick.
Should be, and they're not far behind Team Fordzilla, are they? You could just about see them flashing through the front of your screen there. As we now go back up to the lead here for the GT3 battle. Valkyrie and 10 tenths, they're still going at it. It's been like this for about the last half an hour since we got back underway once again from the safety car. Let's see if anything can happen here. I'm not too sure 10 tenths are necessarily too desperate to make this move stick. Of course, they're P6 in the championship. They're not fighting for the championship win, whereas Valkyrie very much are. Valkyrie being 7.5 points behind the number 14 car coming into this race. They know that if they win and the 14 comes second, they're going to lose out by half a point. Which is absolutely not what they want. So their race kind of depends on 10 tenths staying there. So if nothing else, just towing them along might actually help them out in the long run.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, of course, if the Audi R8 does get past, it might be worth maybe just staying with them, slipstreaming off them, because at the very least then, they limit the opportunities that Blue by TC can reclose and overtake them, because at least if Valkyrie are ahead, something can go wrong for Blue by TC and still give them the advantage in the championship, and at the very least they can still stay in contention with the Audi R8 to potentially launch a counter-attack later on in the race. For now though, that doesn't seem to be at all where this is going. The Valkyrie competition car running very, very nicely and dealing with the pressure remarkably well. I mean, I know we touched on it, however, that was quite late. Honestly thought he was going to go for that then. Thankfully thought against it, because that would have been an almighty move, and probably one that would have ended in tears. But for now, the Valkyrie competition car dealing really nicely with the pressure. Of course, they've had hardships throughout this race, throughout this season. Of course, everyone has. But right now, as it goes for Sebring, they've started the second half of the race in good stead.
Have done, and I think it's going to be a good building block for this second half of the race, just to try and get themselves ever closer to the end of the race, end of the season, in the best possible position. Because even though this is the end of the season, it gives you that bounce going forward in following seasons and even in other championships that you participate in. So it's always a positive to have good results, but you never really want to force them. If you're not desperate for a particular result, for example, if you need to win to have any chance at the title, of course you're going to be desperate to win. But if you're just racing and thinking that P2 is a very good result, you don't need to win to feel like you've got good pace. You know, you can move forward in future races and future events. So, I mean, part of it, particularly at the end of a campaign such as this, getting some good pace, getting some good consistency and rhythm can just give you that confidence, and the result kind of comes second to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing, particularly maybe early doors in a championship, is to focus on just the driving. The championship leads and things like that, at that stage, are more of a novelty than anything. Yeah, they're nice to have, they're nice to look at, but if you just focus on the driving, if you just focus on yourself, everything else sort of should fall into place as such. I mean, the more you stress about something, the more you manifest something, sort of the more likely sometimes the opposite is going to happen. Also, kind of, you can manifest something to happen as such, but the longer you stress about championship points, the less likely you are actually going to be able to go and score them, because you're taking your energy away from actually just driving well in order to go get those points. So right now, Valkyrie competition, focusing forwards, maybe not even looking in their rearview mirror as such, with the 10 tenths car breathing down their neck, albeit that gap definitely has closed. I believe Locals Autosport came into the pit lane on that previous lap, so the 113 now back down to third. Will be interesting to see where they come out relative to NR Endurance Esport, of course, after their respective battles as such. At the moment in the prototypes, though, it is Race Onion that lead the way by 6.5 seconds, but again, subject to pit stops and things like that in the coming moments for them. So, again, the second half of this race has started. It is a little bit mismatched, but everything should once again fall back into place soon.
This is the kind of stage of the race where, you know, we're all just kind of trying to look around, trying to work out, piece together where everybody is relative on track, thinking of net positions when everyone's come into the pit lane. But we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, 10 tenths, they are so close now to the back of the 177. They are as close as they ever have been at the moment, you'd have to say, bouncing all the way through Sunset Curve. Running a little bit wide as well. You can see a little bit of camber on the outside of the track just to keep the cars out of the wall. They do look keen all of a sudden to make a way into the lead of this race. You could just about see in the background the number 14 car making their way on towards the main straight, but they are a long way into the distance, into the sunset, literally and figuratively. But I think it's going to be interesting just to see how I think the top 3 in LMP3 shake out, because that is the championship that you could say is a bit on a knife edge for the time being. With a couple of positions maybe changing the entire outcome.
Very, very close for the lead in the GT3s. This might well be the chance that 10 tenths have needed. Outside line going into the hairpin. Of course, it is going to be defended by Valkyrie, but not very hard. They didn't exactly make that too difficult for the Audi R8. Probably seeing the long-term gain in just allowing them through, not battling with them too much at this stage. Again, it might be worth, like we said, sitting with them in the slipstream. Nonetheless, a change for the lead. Now let's see what that Audi R8 is made of.
Yeah, let's see how far the number 10 can push itself in this stint, particularly before the pit stop. Well, the pit stop might come soon. We don't really know. I mean, it's always that bit of jeopardy as well. You kind of want to be the first car into the pit lane. Of course, even though these guys are going to be independently serviced in the pit lane, you want to be ahead. You want to kind of be in control. And you want to really come out in front and use the pace advantage that you're going to suddenly have to your advantage without trying to make a way through on another car in front of you. But I mean, Valkyrie hasn't dropped too far off the back. They're still there or thereabouts, but you can see the number 10 does seemingly have quite a bit more pace in the car, pulling that gap now out towards 2/3 or 3/4 of a second, really. But they've got to be careful. There are some quicker cars about to come through, and I think it could be number 15 leading car in this race. In fact, it's not. It is the 966, which you could argue is the leading car in this race, because the top 3 in the prototype category haven't stopped yet.
Yeah, not quite, but yeah, the net lead as such for Team Fordzilla, who are hopefully going to be driving their way to a championship victory. As we say, coming into this race, funnily enough, they've not yet won a race so far this season. They managed to bag a P4 at Aragon after taking pole position, P3 at Long Beach, P2 at both Zandvoort and Spa, P3 last time a couple of rounds ago at Mugello, and then a P6, which of course is 10th, 9th, 7th in terms of position. So they've just been really consistent, which is probably arguably maybe one of the best ways to still be in a championship hunt. It's so great to say that you could potentially win the championship with maybe only getting 1 victory so far this season, and there's no better time to get it than the final round.
And yeah, and it's fantastic every time you do it. I mean, it's so difficult, isn't it? Sometimes when you're not necessarily getting the big flashy results, you know, your wins, your seconds, just being consistent, picking up the points through the season is where it matters. And then it puts you in the positions where you can get to here at Sebring and think, all right, we have, you know, we've got 10 points to catch up, for example. How are we going to be able to do that? Where can we put our car, and who are we racing? Because then you can really race the team rather than racing the race, and try and pick up the points that you need to in comparison to the teams you're fighting for the championship, because consistency is really what's going to put you near the top of the championship, and it's that ruthlessness at the end of the season that's going to win it for you.
Yeah, you do need to be cutthroat, and there are so many ingredients for what makes such a good, competent endurance team, and it's more so especially sort of in endurance racing, because you have to take bits and pieces from most disciplines as such. There are elements of sprint races in endurances, you know, safety car restarts, especially if there is one late on in a race. You have to have that switch-on dynamic, the push, the do-or-die nature. You have to be able to deal in high-intensity situations like traffic, like championship hunts, and the longevity as well is probably the biggest thing when it comes to being successful as an endurance team, because sometimes these endurance seasons can span months, upwards of a year, sometimes depending on the championship, and then the races themselves, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, maybe even 24 hours in total. Obviously not quite so far this season, but just sort of generally as such, you have to be switched on for so long, and that takes such a strain, sort of as a team, as drivers, in order to really focus for that long.
It does, but I think as well, these drivers, they've been there before. They know exactly what they need to do. They're in this championship for a reason. And they've probably got quite a lot of confidence behind them in what they can do and how they can do it. I mean, some drivers you'd say are better at a sprint race occurrence. Let's see here though. I think this is the number 14 defending from the 117 down in towards the hairpin, doing well for now. But once you get into that, I think I've mentioned it before, when you get into the rhythm can be so important. I will stop myself again because the 117 really is key to get through here. The number 14 can't afford too many position losses for the championship battle, and they're defending the inside at Cunningham Corner because it really hands you a better line through the second part of the chicane out towards Tower Turn. But you've got to be careful because look at that LMP3 lurking around. You don't really want to be having a bit of a collision with an LMP3 car, not in your race, when you're trying to make positions yourself.
Exactly, it just takes the focus away from things, and again goes back to how switched on you have to be. The LMP3 hopefully just sort of backs out of that particular move. Thankfully, this is a battle, by the way, in GT3. It's Transport Engineers by Vinless Tech, behind the blue by TC, of course the Porsche in contention for the championship hunt. The 117 technically, mathematically is, but will need a little bit of a miracle to really reel themselves into contention. The LMP3 waits for the gap on the straight, and then the Mercedes is going to try and benefit from the open gap left by the LMP3. That is clever driving.
Exactly how you work traffic if you're one of the slower cars, and it's fantastically done by the Mercedes, the Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech, and they are now ahead of the number 14 car, which is really, really quite concerning for the number 14 car. They're racing the 177, you'd say, in this category, and they can't afford any kind of slip up, any kind of loss of position here, but that's exactly what we are seeing. They're going to be concerned, I'm sure, but they have time to try and recover these positions. They've got 3 hours, 48 minutes and 24 seconds left of this race. They have the chance to work their way forward. They need to do so, but they also need to do it in a calm and concise way, because if you start trying to overdrive the car, that's when mistakes creep in.
And it's so easy to do that because obviously, maybe not for these guys, but definitely for us, it's so easy to get into a car and think, the harder I drive this car, the faster I'll be. If I brake really late, if I get on the power really sharply, if I chuck the car into the corner, I'll be on top of the world. I'm going to drive really, really quickly. In fact, all you're going to be doing, not only are you going to be slow, but you're also going to wear the tyres out more, you're going to use more fuel. Whereas if you actually take a slightly more, not necessarily cautious approach, but just sort of breathe your way through the process, a nice smooth transition between braking, turning and accelerating, you'll actually find yourself going really, really quickly, and also being a little bit more efficient with your driving as such. There's been so many times where I've pushed on a quali lap, thought that was a really good lap time, sort of let off a little bit, relaxed, gone into turn number 1 through sector 1 as such on the in lap, and gone, hang on, how am I 0.4 of a second up on my personal best?
And that can be the case sometimes. You just got to be there every time. You've got to be, and I'm sure these guys will know what it's like to, after a pit stop, they'll have practiced some long runs in the car on their own independently, just to get ready for events like this. They'll kind of know how it feels, and they'll kind of know what to expect. But yeah, the upgrade in pace can be a bit of a surprise, but you just got to adapt to it very nicely. And I'm sure the guys at the front are doing exactly that. At the moment, the number 10 car, with the pit stops that we've seen so far, very much on its own, doesn't really have a marker anymore that it can use to kind of measure itself against, if you like. So that's going to be something we keep an eye on, where they can come out after they make their stop. But we're still on that crossover period, really, aren't we? I mean, I think we're going to be on that crossover period for the next few hours, with lots of different strategies going on for a lot of the cars, and it's going to take a while for them all to kind of untangle themselves and come out so that we know exactly what their order is, that we know how many stops they've got left.
Yeah, at the moment we've just sort of stuffed our headphones in our pocket. We've only just taken them out, and right now we are just in that process of unwinding it all and trying to make it all nice and, well, untangled, I suppose, in that regard. And yeah, you're right. I think it's not going to be until the end of the race where we really start to see where everyone is in terms of what was the right strategy to choose, because right now it is so ebb and flow. Right now this is a battle. That's the Valkyrie car, followed by the 227 PPF Racing team. The Porsche does look to go to the inside of Sunset Bend, not quite able to, of course, translate. The PPF Racing team, again, another team in contention for the championship, just about. So maybe there is stuff to be gained from them. There is one of the BMW hybrid cars finding their way through as well. That was almost very close. The Icarus Ferrari, I believe, moving over just to allow the Valkyrie and PPF Racing cars through. But that Porsche definitely didn't hesitate to go for a move if there was a gap.
No, they look keen, don't they, in that 227. We'll see what they can do on the 177. But of course, the 177, they are really the championship. You'd say at the moment, theoretically, they are your championship leaders. In terms of the fact that they are currently in a championship winning position when all the strategies are said and done, you'd say at the moment. But of course, we don't know that for sure. Anything could happen. I mean, if there's a safety car now and we get a couple of free pit stops by the drivers, or freer pit stops for the drivers in front, it may lead us to having a little bit of a change in picture for the championship. So you just got to be on your toes, got to be ready. But you just want to consolidate your position as much as you possibly can. But I think the Valkyrie car will be worried about this 227 behind. They've seen how it's got through on the car further back, and you've got to be wary just to see if they're going to make maybe a little bit of a rash overtake. You've got to be prepared just in case something happens that you may not be expecting.
Yeah, and expect the unexpected when it comes to motorsport, because there's always a twist and a turn, not only obviously on the circuit itself, but in the metaphorical narrative of the race. There is always something that could potentially go against you, but also maybe something that can give you a little bit of a push, a little bit of a helping hand, and you've got to be the one to realise which one it is and how to best either limit the damage or make the most of that opportunity and propel yourself forward a little bit. 3 hours 43 left to go in this race, and still a battle between Valkyrie and PPF Racing. Let's see who's going to be the one to come out on top. Of course, at the moment this is for 8th in class, still waiting of course for 10 tenths to come into the pit lane and slightly offset in terms of the strategy, thanks in part maybe to safety cars as such. But while we are in this awkward crossover period, while some teams have pits, some teams haven't, those that were close of course are now a little bit spaced out. As things stand, it's Race Onion that lead the way in the prototypes. A little bit of traffic causing a bit of an upset actually for the Ferrari. That's going to allow the PPF Porsche to at least have a little bit of a look, and that's the thing, even for the GT3s they can be affected by traffic, and that has promoted PPF into a chance to fight on the inside for 8th place.
Yeah, Valkyrie are going to defend this one hard, you'd expect, but they've got to be careful because any kind of mistake by these two cars could lend themselves into a battle with the drivers even further back. I think that's the number 87 car in there. So let's see, in towards the hairpin, inside line control by Valkyrie. They should have this one covered up towards Cunningham Corner, but it's not the easiest place to make a move, especially if you're trying to make the overtake around the outside. But I think Valkyrie have this one covered, and they will defend it very nicely into Cunningham Corner, and the 227 having to sit in and wait. But I mean, you're right, we've seen it before, didn't we, down in towards Sunset, where there was the GT3 gliding up the inside, making that move stick. And it can happen really anywhere around the circuit. You just got to be aware and on your toes as a GT3 driver to either try and let the cars through in a beneficial manner, or to make sure that if it's not a great place, you're going to chop back onto the line to defend from the drivers behind.
Always a difficult balancing act in your head, how to deal with sort of each of the battles that come your way, because each of them are going to be different. And that's a dynamic that you are going to have to adjust to, because every racer is going to defend differently, is going to attack differently. And on the fly, very quickly, you have to analyze your opponent and bring up either the best offense or even, of course, the best defense in order to retain or attack for position. Still no way through for PPF. At the moment, though, I would argue this is really harming Valkyrie, almost to the extent that if the Porsche does go for another move, is it maybe not worth them maybe just allowing them through? Because in their battle with the Audi R8, of course, of 10 tenths who are still yet to pit, a battle with a Porsche is going to set them back. Maybe it was down to circumstances. We see obviously they are sort of extending the gap a little bit, so maybe not too much of a cause for concern. But when it does get to that point where you are locked in a battle with someone, at what point do you stop and try and sort of maybe think, is it worth harming ourselves when we could be benefiting long term?
Yeah, I think that's the trade-off, really, isn't it? Because you want to make those moves, but you also don't want to be putting yourself into a position where, in the long run, it becomes difficult and the strategy becomes a little bit more unclear and a little bit more, you know, not dangerous, but you're a bit predacious, I think the words I'm looking for, in terms of how you're going to move forward, how you're going to end the race. It's just going to have to be a concerted effort by both making the moves and also working out what the long-term strategy is in terms of getting into the pit lane, make sure you don't lose time to your competitors who may or may not have stopped earlier or later. There's lots of things to think about, and that's why endurance racing is so fantastic and unique in that way. In more sprint races where you don't have pit stops, you're racing to the end. You're just thinking, I've got to get past this guy, I don't know how, I don't know when, but I've got to make sure I do it before the end of the race. In endurance racing, you know, you've got to get through, but there's about 50 factors you could do. This gets close, my word. That is the number 66 car. That is right up behind the number 47 car. This is the battle for P4 in the prototype division. And that was nearly, I think, a bit of a tap around there.
Yeah, very, very close to being so, but very, very close between the two Porsches. Also, meanwhile, Race Onion have come into the pit lane 6 seconds back on Team Fordzilla, who now reassume the race lead, obviously after coming in around about 13 laps ago yeah, are now obviously leading the way still very, very nicely on their pursuit, maybe for the championship. It is going to be very, very close at the end of this race. Of course, the two BC Volt by Simsa and of course the OBS World by Simsa car work their way through, and no matter what, obviously this race has gone on for quite some time. These two, they're not really able to get rid of each other.
They've been trying to shake each other off for a long time, but they just seem to be just attached to each other by an invisible tow rope of some sort as they work their way now through. There's another car they're having to work their way through that, and ooh, that gets close with an LMP3 car as they make their way down in towards the Le Mans curve. Not the best line that the 66 is going to be forced to take through there. It's going to compromise the exit somewhat and going to not really help in the run down towards Sunset Corner. With the BC Volt by Simpson number 47 car just gaining away just that little bit and overtaking an LMP3 car to boot. But let's have a quick look and check in with the Team Fordzilla car, of course pitted a while ago. And yeah, the Team Onion, of course, they set out quite a lot longer, but they're only 7 seconds back, so they're not doing too badly themselves. And Race Onion, they're also drivers that are looking to secure the championship. They've won the last 3 races, and they're hoping to make it 4 on the trot and take the championship with them.
Who is that beached on the infield? Of course, Team Fordzilla just drove past them. Unfortunately, stopped on track. Not entirely sure as to who that is at the moment, but of course we'll reel out that information to you as soon as possible. But that is definitely not great and suboptimal for the respective LMP3. There is a safety car because of it, so we go back under full course yellows, and we're getting told it's the 315 2 to go green LMP3, and yeah, that seems to be a fairly sizable whack.
A deal for them at all, and it's gonna punch everyone back up again. So all of those gaps that the drivers had pulled out, that they'd made, they now absolutely disappear. They are eradicated from existence. But we'll have to see how this all unfolds for the drivers. Team Fordzilla, they'll still be leading. Maybe they might be able to come in for a pit stop, possibly. We'll have to wait and see on that one. And in fact, yes, they are. So they're using this opportunity to come into pit road, and this might give Race Onion the race lead here.
Maybe so. But yeah, pouncing on the opportunity while they've got it. And again, safety cars causing a little bit of a mix-up, of course, under strategy. We will take a look eventually as to what exactly happened. The info that we've got at the moment is they got a sizable whack from the 532. Of course, the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car. So, of course, when we do have a look, we'll just see to quite the extent as to what happened. But under safety car, into the pit lane for Fordzilla. Race Onion, you have only just pit. Slightly mistimed, of course, but we only know that because of hindsight. They wouldn't have known that at the time. Bottom line is, though, is that they now do lead this race. Question is, for how long?
I think in their race, I don't think it's a massively terrible thing for them, because of course it was only about a lap or two ago that they did pit. So all they've done is put another lap or two extra of wear on the tyres, and of course taking a little bit out of the fuel tank. In comparison, they can still really run to the same strategy that they were doing. So it's kind of worked out all right for them in this race, because they're still in the lead. They've not really been jumped by anybody, so it's all right for them. But Team Fordzilla, they've got some work to do, don't they? Currently down in P4, they'll like to gain their way back up. They came into this race after qualifying 9 points back on Race Onion, so they need Race Onion really to finish third and for themselves to win. So it's not in their hands at the moment, and they've got a lot of work to do. But after that pit stop, that car could be absolutely rapid.
Well, yeah, that is the question. How quick are they going to be? Of course, it's now Juan Manuel Gomez at the wheel, so Abel Torres taking a step back and allowing his Team Fordzilla teammate to have a go at the wheel, maybe to bring them back to the top. Of course, Team Fordzilla did take pole position here today at Sebring and will get themselves an extra point, but that does not change the fact that they need to win with Race Onion in third to stand a chance for the championship, and of course still gain 5 points on WSR Esports butt kicker. But with there being a 7-point differential between P1 and P2, not really a problem. They just have to go out there and win it. Easy as that, right? You just go and win an 8-hour race, right?
Yeah, it's easy. We've been there, done that so many times.
Have you ever done an
endurance race? And that's why we're here. No, I have not.
Your idea of an endurance race is 100% on F1, isn't it?
No, that's unfair. I would love to do an endurance race. I've never done one, not out of choice, but out of the fact that I don't have a sim rig set up that I can fit anywhere. So I'd love to do one though, because it just does seem more fun than any other format to me. And yeah, these guys, I hope they're enjoying it, because it's been a great race so far. Some of the drivers, I think, who may be chucked back a little bit down the order, maybe had some contact, they're not going to be enjoying it too much. But I think the number 82, the number 15 and the number 59 are going to be absolutely loving this race so far, or at least enjoying it. But I mean, even if I did do an endurance race, I'd have to learn it without the racing line on, I think.
You would, and of course you'd have plenty of time to actually, learn how to drive the track without the real race line. And I get the mick taken out of me because I'm not well versed when it comes to the track. But unfortunately, I know them better than you, because obviously I can drive them without racing line. Of course, under safety car, everything is going to slow down, and yeah, it's coming to a little bit of a standstill at the moment. And yeah, at the moment I'm getting berated by Lewis, by the way, because I brought up the point of lack of track knowledge, and he's going to say something about not knowing what Thruxton was or something. I can guarantee it's going to go that way, but yeah, it's suboptimal to say the least. But at least I'm better than someone when it comes to track knowledge. Maybe pace. I don't know. I haven't 1v1'd you on the F1 game yet, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait on that one. But,
well, ladies and gentlemen, if the pure adrenaline is surging at today's Pulse final of the OBS Endurance Cup, do not miss a moment. Download the OBS World app now and join the celebration post-race with the drivers, teams and the sponsors of this amazing season. Inside OBS World, you can build your ultimate virtual garage, connect with fellow car lovers and compete for incredible prizes. Dive in to the heart of racing action with OBS World. Your dream car lifestyle is waiting for you. Download now, available on both iOS and Android. Just scan that QR code there. It'll take you straight to it. Get yourself involved and get on to the app. It looks absolutely fantastic. While we are still under safety car on track, Team Fordzilla rejoin the race and we can continue on berating each other when it comes to a lack of track knowledge. Because you haven't experienced anything outside of the F1 tracks, have you?
Okay, have I? No, I have. I've done sim racing on other people's sim rigs. And also, when I was much younger, you know, I would play on Forza. You know, that wonderful game.
Oh, that simulator. Wow.
Yeah, that simulator Forza, that's fantastic. So no, I do know, even though I may not have the best experience, I do know the tracks, and I do watch far too much motorsport for my own good. So yeah, I am well versed with tracks such as Sebring, and I do know what Thruxton is and where Thruxton is. It's just near Basingstoke off the M3. Well, it's actually a bit further away than that. But the point is, you know, tracks like Sebring particularly, they're very specific because they've not really got the same kind of tarmac, and they're not really the same style of racetrack, particularly for America. I mean, in America, you either often have, I mean, even on infield road courses, you think of Daytona, Sebring's different because it's not a it's not always been a race circuit. There are these slight differences. I mean, you can see here, look at the line some of these drivers are taking. If this was a series that really kind of restricted your use of track limits, they'd be in the doghouse, I think it's fair to say.
They would. And, I mean, I will come out and say it, I'm not that big of a fan of Sebring as a circuit. I don't think it's that great to drive. I don't really think it's that enjoyable. Maybe it's because I'm bad at Sebring, which is fair enough, that's most circuits. But I've just never really taken to it. I don't really fancy it. But I can see the appeal, the bumps and the character and the history and all this, that and the other. For me, the only real thing that Sebring has got going for it are the bumps.
Yeah, and I think it's also got some interesting elements to it. It's a nice circuit to drive, I think, particularly on your own. It's got a nice flowing nature to it. It's got quite a nice... I think also it's nice to follow a car in front. Because, of course, you can try and pick out their lines, because there's lots of different lines that you can use in lots of different corners here. Fast in, slow in, fast out. Think of turn 1, final corner. Even places like Cunningham Corner, really, especially when you're defending and attacking. There's lots of different things you can be doing. Whilst trying to make a move or defending from a move. But either way, these guys working their way through turn 1 now behind the safety car. They're not going to be thinking about, you know, whether we know how good tracks are, or whether they whether we're really good at pretty much anything really, apart from speaking from a chair. But they're going to be thinking about how they're going to get to the end of this race in the fastest way possible. And maybe some of these, maybe their strategy's gone out of the window. Mid-stint safety car not helped them out. But we'll have to see. I think Team Fordzilla, they might have adjusted their strategy a bit. They might be more in line with what Race Onion are doing now.
Well, while we are under safety car, let's of course take a look as to how things have been racking up over the course of the last hour or so. There has been some intrigue with some highlights. There's been a battle. You can see Valkyrie getting pushed wide by the blue by TC Porsche going through to the back end of Sector 1. There was some action as well as the WSR Endurance went a little bit wide, forced off the yellow by TC going through Le Mans, and again some upsets in LMP3, but some good overtakes nonetheless, and action all throughout the pack. Of course, a fight for the lead in LMP3 as well, as A&R Endurance found their way past. Here was what happened though, the 148 getting themselves a penalty through the hairpin because of contact with the Renault Sport BMW. That is suboptimal to say the least. And the Mercedes and of course the PPF Racing Porsche battling their way through a fantastic move, it must be said, by the Mercedes. Great respect given by both cars. There was that change for the lead in LMP3. A&R find their way past and looking brilliant as always, still in good stead actually to command the race lead. And that was what we saw a few about 20 or so minutes ago, obliterating the wall. There was that other LMP3, and again suboptimal for them. So there's been ups, there's been downs all the way through the race, Dara. There's been at least some point of interest going on.
Never really been lacking any kind of action. Oh, that was the incident that we saw. I think that was what caused the latest safety car, wasn't it? Between a few of those corners, I think it was the 532 hitting the 315 there, which is ideal. That looked quite large, didn't it? And a lot of bodywork flying off the car in a way that you wouldn't necessarily want to see if you're in the car where the bodywork has just removed itself from. But the safety car is still out. We've got Race Onion still leading, of course. But I think this restart's going to be interesting. We've got the 59 leading the way in the LMP3. They weren't really in that battle at the front, were they? It was the 113, the 58, and of course the other car being the 181. But they weren't really in it in the last stint of the race. So can the likes of the 113 and the 58 try and get through quickly, did we think?
I mean, for them, that's the ideal scenario, because obviously it is the 59. There are two A&R Endurance Esports cars. I'll correct myself from earlier because I said it's the 58 that's in championship contention. They are not. It is the sister car, the one that is currently leading the way in LMP3. The 59 that is mathematically able to do it. Whether they're likely to or not is going to be a miracle. But right now, yeah, not looking overly great in terms of their pace. So the 113, which to be fair, off the back end of that last green flag period, were flying. I mean, they closed in on that 58 machine very, very quickly. They moved their way past the SRB car as well. Of course, it was the 58 that moved their way past. And then a couple laps later, the locals Autosport also then went for the move and then went and got the race lead as well. So as things stand, they are a very, very quick contingent in that LMP3. They are not going to be wanting to wait around when we go green again.
No, they're not. And I mean, even though they're not in this championship at all, they've got 1/3, 1 second, the third being Zabel, the second being Jello. They wouldn't mind a little bit of a race win to end the season. We mentioned before, it doesn't really matter where you finish realistically in the race, in the final race, because it's been a prize. And also, for the championship, got to be smart about it, got to be astute. But I think for the 113, they're going to be very much keen to get through. They can see this opportunity in front of them, and they don't really want to give it up here. So they're going to be, they're definitely going to be keen, I think, to make their way through very, very quickly. But of course, they can't really make a mistake through that. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. I'm looking forward to the safety car restart more than the other two, because we're at this stage of the race now where we're getting in towards the final third. You're kind of really looking to position yourself exactly where you want to be before the last couple of pit stops to the flag.
This, I mean, obviously, for the first 4 hours, you're walking into the woods. For the last 4, you're walking out of it. And you really start to then count back rather than look forward. So for these guys, their strategies are going to be, okay, where are we relative to when the check flag is going to fly? How long have we got left? What position are we in? Because that is all the effort, all the hours of practice, qualifying, and the start of the race is built down to. How are we best going to position ourselves for that run to the checkered flag? Based on how things are going right now, I wouldn't be surprised that we have a safety car within like an hour, maybe even less, of the race left to go. I highly doubt this is the last time we're going to be under full course yellows, because of just how chaotic this race has been, how difficult Sebring is. And that's always got to be something playing off in the back of these teams and drivers' mind. But also, obviously, for us in the commentary booth, if we do have a safety car with an hour to go, that's really going to spice things up. And with how close each of the championships are, that sprint to the finish is going to be something to watch. If it does, of course, happen, we might be able to go green to the end.
Yeah, but that's where we want to be tuning in right near the end, because we don't really know how this is going to sit. The championships, all 3 of them, up in the air completely at the moment. We don't really know how it's going to go. So a late race safety car, even in the last 30 minutes or so, could just absolutely change everything and tip it on its head. But we're going to have to wait and see. I'm looking forward to seeing the safety car restart, which is going to happen shortly. Safety car in this lap, you can see at the top of your screen. And this number 15 car, Race Onion, they are chasing a title, and they want to make sure they bring it home. They don't want to give any incentive to the 116 and the 966 to try and make their way through early on after this safety car restart, and they're going to hope to pull away quickly.
Yeah, a punchy start is exactly what they need, just to get the jump, build the gap, and hope that the 116, the WSR Esports butt kicker, is able to keep Fordzilla at bay at least for a little while. Of course, Race Onion fresh out of the pit lane, so we'll be looking to start this stint off well. So too is Team Fordzilla as well. They came in just after the safety car came in, so I think apart from WSR Esports, who didn't come in, it is a fresh start for both Race Onion and Fordzilla. Again, the top 3 in the championship, the 1, 2, 3 in this race, this time in order. Once again, the 8 Hours of Sebring about to get itself back underway. It's Race Onion this time that command the field out in front, still trying to get some temperature into the tyres, still trying to bait the rest of the field and deciding when to put their foot to the floor and send us back to green flag running. A great restart, as of course the pole sitter just able really to choose when they go, catch the rest of the field off guard, and on the apex of Sunset Bend able to just get the jump, half a second clear already. The 116 able to hold position as well, so no major inroads from Team Fordzilla. Couple of changes in the back background, the two Porsches still there trying to beat each other off and make their way into 4th place. So far, so clean, though, for another safety car restart.
Yeah, great restart from everyone involved as they work their way through the opening sector. But Race Onion getting away exactly how they'd want to. Team Fordzilla lurking in behind, trying to pick their way through, but they're going to be careful because the 116 isn't a slouch at all. There was a photographer on the right hand side, they're glitching away. But either way, through they come towards the hairpin. And I think that's a move for the lead in the LMP3 class. The 113 is ahead of the 59 immediately, within half a lap. I said that they might want to get through quickly. And indeed, they are immediately in front of the 59. And they can start to really stretch their legs at the front.
They can, as that is a huge advantage to have. Of course, the A&R Endurance Esports sister car right behind the 59, so maybe there is going to be not too much done if/when that battle arises, but the Locals Autosport making the most of some good pace early on. So too is Race Onion, but this fight far from over. Still 3 hours 20 minutes in this race, and well, all this season. What a long season it's been, all the way back at Aragon. Remember commentating a couple of hours of that one. What a race it was, what a season it's been since. All comes down to this, though. Everything before this is irrelevant. You just have to fight with what you've been given right now. And as things stand, Race Onion able to make the most of this early lead. However, that 116 looking fairly menacing.
For not the best line through Sunset Curve, and I think they're going to get swamped here. Yeah, there's the 966 going through and the 66. They tried to maybe try and scare the 15 off the road there, but it has not worked out. It's backfired very massively in their faces, because there's one position lost. Is this the second? The 66 dancing around the outside at turn 1 over the bumps, looking for the move, but it's not going to be able to do it there. It's going to have to keep the foot in around the outside at 2, which it won't do. And the 116 just about holds off, a little bit of contact. But yeah, that's just not the right line. That's the thing with Sebring, though. You can try different lines. The lights are flashing on the 66. You can try the different lines. But even if they might put the driver off in front, they leave you vulnerable behind, and that's exactly what we've just seen.
Yep, and it's enough just to slightly put them offline. Easy defence, and the 116 stays ahead for now. I don't think that was overly to the approval of the OBS World by SimSub who is still gunning for that podium place, and with a resurgence of it, I think maybe the 116 lack of pit stop at the recent safety car may be coming back to bite them a little bit. Team Fordzilla already on the back of Race Onion, half a second separate the two leaders. Have to say, probably not going to be too long. Fighting the GT3s, the 56 at the moment. This is the over the limit red Porsche, 4th in class, trying to move their way onto the podium ahead of the transport engineers by Vinlius Tech. Again, 10 tenths, a commanding lead, nearly 4 seconds clear of the championship leaders. And we're about 2 laps into the safety car restart. Valkyrie as well trying to carve their way through, of course, a little bit further down and bring themselves back into race leading contention.
And that 747 defending hard down into Cunningham Corner on the Valkyrie car in P6 at the moment as they run their way down in towards Tower. I mean, you can see the tyre rating on the top right hand side with the Intouch powered by grip that we've got for us. Race Onion 50 laps, Team Fordzilla 20 laps. So they're on much older tyres, and you can see Team Fordzilla, look at them, they're so close on the back as they run. Is this them down in towards turn 1? No, it's not. It's the 66 defending for now, but up in front, the 15 and the 966 are as close as they ever have been at the moment, so we'll have to keep an eye on them for the race lead. I think they're trying to make their way through on a slow-moving LMP3, but, I mean, battles up and down the field here, it's really, really getting quite tense.
Of course it is. We knew it was going to be this case when it came to safety car restarts, and well, these guys not disappointing one bit at this stage in the race. The GT3s particularly, all of them very, very close. Of course, Success Balance making a little bit of a claim to that with how sometimes varied it can be, and different cars at different points. Of course, the Porsches absolutely slammed with ballast, 44 kilograms added to them, which, yeah, not great for the GT3s. That's a significant difference. However, with 3 of them inside the top 5, you can definitely tell they're still doing well despite the deficit. Still running very, very nicely indeed. Very, very close for the fight for the lead as well in prototypes. LMP3 though, LMP3 for once, one of the calmest of the 3 categories.
They're kind of simmered down at the moment, aren't they? I mean, I think it helps that the 113 is now absolutely running away with the lead in that one. 2.5 seconds now. It's the gap there, and that has opened up in no time at all. But Race Onion, I mean, their race, you know, they might feel like it, you know, the crux of it depends on if they can keep the 66 behind them, but even if it doesn't, just keeping close, making sure that the 66 stays behind may be important as well. Of course, this is a championship battle between the 15 and the 966 and the 116 who are in 4th at the moment. They are the 3 teams, I'd say, going for the title. Team Fordzilla need realistically a win in this race to have a chance, and Race Onion really just need to finish in the top 2 to consolidate the title, but so difficult when the field is so tightly packed like this. One mistake could really put you from winning the championship by a few points to all of a sudden chasing.
Yeah, so, I mean, for Race Onion, do they take that as we only need a P2 and say, all right, let's sit in 2nd, of course, but behind Fordzilla, who would go on to win the race, but then Race Onion would then win the championship? Or is it a case of you don't really want to take that chance, you want to go out there, you want to win? Of course, for them, it'd be the 4th win in a row. But at the end of the day, the priority has to be the championship. And if they are going to do a lot of harm in battling Fordzilla, maybe to bring the 116 back into contention, is it worth maybe just allowing them through and being happy with that 2nd place?
I think there's a case to be said about that, but I think at this stage of the day, you don't really want to be letting Team Fordzilla through. With P3 so close in behind, it's a little bit risky. We saw earlier in the LMP3 battle, there was a gap of about 10 seconds back to the next car. I think it was the 181 that had kind of let the 113 through and was just kind of sitting and waiting. They could afford to do that. It was the gap behind, and at that stage of the race, it may have been helping their race. But now, it's a little bit too dangerous, you think, with Race Onion not a world away from P2, 3, 4 and even 5 here. So as they run their way through Sunset once again, 3 hours 14, just under that left on the clock, you want to be leading this race. You want to be in control of your own destiny, and you don't want to see Fordzilla run up the road in front of you.
Motivational stuff from Darragh Thacker. Be in control of your own destiny. That is remarkable. And yeah, hopefully advice that these guys are going to be taking. Of course, they do write their own stories, and the narrative definitely in their hands. It's a book that's being written. It's like an episode of Goosebumps, where they write the book as they're going. Well, for them, of course, they want to be the ones at top. Team Fordzilla at the moment in pursuit of Race Onion. But OBS World by Simsa, the pace of that Porsche, it's come out of nowhere.
It really has just kind of started to fly, hasn't it, really, at the moment in this race. We'll have to see if they can keep it up here. I think Team Fordzilla, they are aware that they want to get to... Oh my word, look at this behind, the GT3 battle. This is down for some of the lower positions. I can see one of the... I think it's a 117 car. Yes, that is flying down towards Sunset Bend. I mean, this is such a tight battle. P4, P3, P5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Look at this, nearly 3 wide down in towards Sunset Bend, as that's the Valkyrie competition, the 177 currently in P7, looking to pick up 1, maybe 2 places. Can't afford to lose one with the driver just in behind, but what a battle this is in the GT3 class.
Yeah, it's all kicking off. Everyone incredibly close. Couple looks again going into turn number 1, and of course there's a pretty good overtaking opportunity. The problem is, though, is for Valkyrie picking their way past. Of course, they've got Over the Limit Racing Blue, PPF Racing Team just ahead, and loads of cars between them and where they want to be, already languishing back. So they need to make the most of these opportunities, pick their way through, maybe be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to make sure that you can make the move stick. I mean, look at this here, the 66 car now, trying for the outside line on the 966. But are they looking for the up and under? Yes, they are. Maybe a better exit up towards turn 2. It gets oh so close. The tree's in the way. But when they emerge from behind the foliage, it is still the 966 out in front. We've got, just in behind as well, the 116 still lurking around. If there's an incident here between these guys, I'm sure they will happily take the position, but Race Onion as well, they will mind getting further in front. Back down in the GT3 class, Valkyrie, the 177, making moves at the moment. They've made one to Cunningham corner, all the way through this long left-hander before we get to Tower Turn. They look comfortable at the moment, and there's lights flashing in behind. Currently, still trying to hold position and make their way through, but just look at the proximity of all these GT3 cars. Things could change very quickly here, and I'm sure they might if something goes awry for one of the guys at the front.
Be interesting to see as well when it comes to traffic as well for the prototypes as such, with them not being actually too far off, lapping the GT3s once again. That's going to be very interesting. Of course, with them all being so densely packed, it could be a case of they just catch them on the straights and get a good chunk of them done at once, or like we've seen a couple of times, they catch them in the technical stuff and then cause a bit of an upset. And right now for both Race Onion and Team Fordzilla, and to be fair, the 66 OBS World by Simsa, not really a loss they can afford. And that traffic run through is going to be vital. At the moment now, the leaders in prototypes coming through Sunset while the GT3s are on the pit straight. It'll be this lap and we'll find out, as there goes PPF trying to dance their way through on the Transport Engineers Mercedes, looking now to go to the outside of turn number 1. Brilliantly done, not quite able to hold it.
No, not quite able to do. But they're still in the fight, they're still in the hunt. And let's see if they can pick it up somewhere else. But this 227 is really just lurking, just trying to put their competitors off their line. But you've got to be careful because the Valkyrie competition car is right in this battle and wouldn't mind picking up a P4. The 56, you can just about see at the front of the shot, getting down towards the hairpin. They're not far away. So if the likes of Valkyrie can find their way through here, they can start to try and gain onto those podium positions. But from there, gaps open up a bit. The number 10 car doing a very good, consistent job at the time, or for the time being. We'll have to see how long that can continue. But we've got just over 3 hours left of this race, and it really still is anybody's game for any of these championships, as we now see the leaders start to overtake some of the GT3 cars, and this could get messy.
Very, very quickly. So caution is in the air for these guys. Of course, Race Onion picked their way through. Fordzilla, they're probably approaching this, maybe a bit of a twitch actually for them, but maybe approaching this with a case of, do we get through this cleanly, or do I seize an opportunity and try and take the race lead? I mean, they've got plenty of time. They know they've got the pace in their pocket. Are they necessarily in any rush?
I think that's just the problem. I think the drivers behind, I think Team Fordzilla is in a rush. They can see an opportunity here, especially if Team Onion get caught up, or Race Onion, sorry, get caught up in a little bit of traffic. They've negotiated all the way up to what is P4 in the GT3 class with pretty much ease as they run their way now into Sunset Bend, and Race Onion haven't looked too nervous about it, so it's looked comfortable, it's looked decisive, and they'll hope that that can continue really throughout the rest of this race. But of course, one instant we could have a safety car, it can turn on its head again, we might be back bunched up once again. But this battle for the lead, do not count it out, because it really can change in a split second if Race Onion maybe take a slightly problematic line on the back of a GT3.
Oh, a bit of a twitch for the Mercedes as well on the exit. That could allow the PPF car to look and follow through on the BMW. That, again, clever driving, spotted the gap, picked their way past. Up now into 4th place for the Porsche, looking very, very good. And that's the opportunistic driving that we like to see. In the top half of the screen, you can see the fight for the lead in the OBSP outside line for Team Fordzilla as they try to send the move at the hairpin. There comes the OBS World by Sim, so the gap opens back up for Team Fordzilla as they still fight for lead. What is the stance the Porsche is going to take in this battle as well? They fire in formation. Fordzilla still just hanging in there. A drag race towards the next braking zone. Outside line once more for Fordzilla as they slingshot their way into the race lead.
Yeah, fantastic move all the way around the outside. They danced there at Cunningham Corner, and they've allowed OBS World by Simsa as well to have another move on Race Onion. So all of a sudden, the race has completely turned on its head, and as it runs now, Team Fordzilla would be winning the title by a solitary point, or maybe two with that fastest lap. So it has really just flipped on its head in the space of 30 seconds. Race Onion have gone from possibly winning the title by a good 10 points or so plus, and all of a sudden they're now chasing the championship.
Exactly, and of course for Fordzilla that is a huge statement to make, and once again seize control in this race. A brilliant move, it must be said, great respect given, but for how long is the question. OBS World by Simsa, their pace is staggering. Of course they made quick work of Race Onion, and considering the pace that Team Fordzilla have had up until this point in the race, they've just driven up onto the back of that 966. Of course, whether this is going to be sustained pace or not is another thing. Right now, in the present, means that the 66 could well find its way into the race lead in the next 10 minutes.
And that is exactly what Race Onion needs them to do. I mean, the 66, not really in the title battle. I mean, theoretically, yes, they're 21 points back, but logistically, no. So We'll have to see how this all pans out, but OBS World by SimServe really is racing for pride at the moment, but their racing for pride is helping the number 15 car Race Onion race for the championship. So Team Fortilla kind of alone at the moment, but Race Onion, they have tools at their disposal, not tools that they can really control, but tools all the same to try and make sure that they can bring this title home. But it'll be difficult, and especially with that move that's just been made by Team Fortilla, they look like they might really have a good shot here.
Potentially so. We will find out. Of course, unfortunate for the 747 over the limit Racing Blue, who are unfortunately over the limit there with a bit of a spin and now trailing at the back, picking themselves back up and going again, of course. But looking, yeah, very, very strong at the front is this battle. Let's see what is going to happen in the coming moments. Still 3 hours, 6 minutes left to go of this race. Plenty of opportunity, really. I mean, relative to the start of the race, I mean, we're well into halfway. But when you think about it, it's not that long. When you think of all the hours of racing that we've done so far this season, 3 hours, it's a sprint race.
Yeah, and especially if we get another safety car soon. I mean, 3 hours left of the season, 3 hours to decide the titles in all of the categories, and it really does come down to this. We've had hours and hours over the season of racing at many different circuits around the world, but for it to come down to just 3 hours, and you know where your competitors are. If you're Race Onion, you can see Team Fortilla. They're who you're racing for the title. It's been a long, hard-fought season, and you don't want to lose it now, especially when they're so close. They're within touching distance to you. The other classes, LMP3, there's still some tight gaps. There's still some championships to decide. I mean, you can see there the prototype provisional standings, and it's 1 point in it for now. It's so tight. And even in the GT3s, we've seen battling all the way throughout. And I think these final 3 hours are going to be incredibly exciting, just to end the season on a high, and also to get some fantastic racing and some extra points for some of the teams, just for a bit of pride at the end of the season.
Exactly that, and extra prize money as well, which definitely doesn't go amiss. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, as we approach another hour complete in this race, we'll say goodbye to Dara Thacker, and once again, welcome back Lewis McGlade into the commentary booth. And, well, I mean, not quite rejoining us on the back of what is a very hectic safety car restart, but nonetheless rejoining what is a very interesting race in terms of the dynamic for the championship.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously Dara's gone off to go and watch Formula 1 with his papa, so that's fine. Much more boring race than what we're getting here, because we've got some exciting stuff opening up. I saw the A&R endurance teams going side by side. I've seen some of the chops and changes. What else has happened over the last couple of hours? It seems like it's been crazy. We've had a couple of safety cars in all that as well.
Yeah, a couple of people maybe just making a little bit of some mistakes, but unfortunately it doesn't take a lot for things to go drastically wrong. We've seen some changes, interesting dynamics in terms of the strategy. No surprise though, still Team Fortilla out in front in the prototype class. But all in all, I think for the most part, naturally with Sebring being as technical as it is, we are going to see some mistakes. But for the most part, we've seen some great respectful racing, which is great with how high the tensions have been. You'd have thought people have been a bit more desperate given what's at stake.
Yeah, exactly. But who knows? Again, season finale kind of territory. It's exactly exactly. Can I just say, by the way, I am surprised that Valkyrie, completely away from what you were saying. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm surprised Valkyrie have come back as strong as they are. Right? Because you obviously weren't there earlier in the race. But at sunset, they had a spin. They then drove straight back onto the racing line, absolutely removed someone from the track and their front end. Had to come into the pit lane to repair that. Really struggled around for a little bit. Waited for a safety car. Finally got the car repaired. And suddenly they're back to battling in a solid position. It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
About an hour ago as well, they were leading the race with 10 tenths for quite some time. Obviously, their timing with the pit stop and the most recent safety car didn't quite play into their hands, but regardless of which, they are still in the top 5. It's going to be difficult from here on in, though, to recover back to 10 tenths, who, since the safety car restart, have taken off. I think the first step for Valkyrie is to clear this PPF machine. The good news is, though, is that 10 tenths leading makes no difference to this car. As Dara said earlier, it's all relative to your rivals. They do not need to win this race to win the championship.
Yeah, exactly. It's more about where the Blue by TC car is and how close they can get to that. 10 tenths have been the fastest car all day. So that's no major shock in all this. I am surprised. So the Porsche ahead, that PPF racing car, That is being driven presently by Gal Valero as Burkhard Mehring sets the fastest lap of the race in the OBS World by Simsa car. Once again, confirming the track temperature has come down. It's now 28 degrees on the track temperature. There is the car that's just set the fastest lap of the race. I think there's been a switch behind that as well. Have I gone crazy?
No, the 116 is off the podium now.
Oh, okay, yeah. They're in the pit lane, that's fine.
Yeah,
pit lane. We're okay. We're okay. We're having a bit of a brain fade there in the commentary. Don't worry. Exactly. I've just jumped back in, so it's fine. I have no excuse.
We're not as short as Dara, so we can't exactly blame it on the blood. I think it's just a skill issue. Well, you more than me. I'm significantly shorter than you are.
I wouldn't say significantly.
A little bit.
You're what, 5'5"?
5'5"? The rest of the day, do not affect me like that.
Oh dear. I made the same joke to Dara once. I said I said that he was 5'4". He was genuinely really deeply offended.
I don't think he's far off.
Nah, he's got to be about that, hasn't he?
I reckon I'm 5'7", 5'8" on a good day, maybe.
On a good day.
when I'm feeling tall.
Yeah.
And Darren, the first time we got out of the car, yeah, exactly. When I first saw him, I was like, "You're a bit short, aren't you?" And his dad and his granddad absolutely loved that. They were cackling, but yeah, he is remarkably short, which is unfortunate.
He doesn't deserve this. He's done a really good 2-hour stint with a champion he's never done. Just getting absolutely brutalised. My goodness.
But I had the same thing when I was in Dara's shoes.
No, sorry, the jokes, there's too many jokes there. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. We're going to move straight out of that and refocus on the race at hand. Because, like I say, we've still got plenty of battles and a high risk of safety cars. We did say before the race started, oh my goodness me, the chance of safety car was 50%. Now, we've definitely seen that one come to fruition, and the likelihood of a safety car between now and the end of the race is still pretty high, as we just tick over 3 hours left to go, and Fordzilla are under a lot of pressure here.
They are. OBS World by Simsa showcasing some really good pace, making that claim with the fastest lap recently, looking for the move, definitely putting some pressure on Team Fordzilla, who of course essentially do have to win this race to win the championship. For OBS World by Simsa, of course, they're a little bit further down in the championship. They're in 4th, so there is a chance, not the biggest one, but I suppose for both teams, if they want any hope of winning this championship, it's all or nothing.
Yeah, but then that is how these championships kind of go, especially with how the ebb and the flow of the championship has been. It really hasn't just favoured one car. Throughout the entire season, it's been open, it's been crazy, it's been wild, and it's especially with the safety cars and stuff. It is inherently unpredictable with how things are running. And also, when you've got a race like this, when you consider the track temperature when we started this race was about 50 degrees Celsius, and we're running now about 28 degrees Celsius, and it's expected to get cooler as the sun. The dynamic of the track has completely changed. So if you've built a setup for as we've got the 58 going very slow. Oh, they're letting the teammates win. Just 59, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, all good. So the 58, the quicker of the two cars, and the one that's most likely to go in contend for the race lead, which is good. Fight for the lead still, duck and diving, is the 66. Looking to go the long way around at turn number 1. That is going to be mightily impressive if they're able to keep it stuck. Team Fordzilla giving them a wide berth on the outside into the next braking zone, and of course Fordzilla hold firm. I think they knew that going into turn 2, which is why they allowed the Porsche to at least have a look to the outside. But the lead fight, well, getting tantalisingly close.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, they're really applying the pressure. I can speak English, don't worry about it. We have seen the 66 and the 966 have battles quite a few times throughout this race. They've been pretty much on the exact same speed for a long time, and it is showing that they are pretty much locked in step with each other. Just trying to work out who's in each car. It's Juan Manuel Gomez versus, of course, Burkhard Mehring, who has the fastest lap of the race. Whilst trying to close up, they come down into the Cunningham Collier section, down towards Tower. Once again, that 966 is under a lot of pressure. Was able to check out in the early stage of the race, but that was when they were doing some fuel saving stuff, including breaking rules. But we won't talk about that. It's fine. Actually, we will. I can't leave it like that. They were clutching in, and that's against the rules.
Naughty.
Which I don't think they really realised, and they stopped doing immediately. But still.
Yeah, but that's not more for fuel saving. That's more for pit speed.
No, it is for fuel saving.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense, because the whole point of the clutch is to disengage the drivetrain from the engine, and you're then relying on the engine's idle speed to sustain it.
Don't worry, I will give you an education in a second as to why clutching in is a good thing when it comes to fuel saving once we've seen this battle come to its climax, because they're coming through some heavy traffic right now. You might be the smart boy when it comes to mechanics, but I've got it when it comes to racing. Oh my goodness, and Fordzilla have been sent straight off to the barrier.
Oh my goodness me, victims of Sunset Bend once again. Of course, the 66 takes the lead of the race, but Fordzilla, what could this mean for their championship? We'll, of course, have to take another look as to what happened there. Just seemed like they took too much of that inside line, and of course that bump right on the apex is massive. And then of course couple that with the traffic and things, maybe there was contact. What happened?
Their car is absolutely done as well. They have slapped the wall hard. There's a bit of the bar. We'll see it on the replay anyway. There's a bit of a bump, but I've got to say it was the Trisbalve. I've said their name differently every single time I commentate on them. They were turning in way too early. We'll see it here. Watch that yellow and blue Porsche at the front of shot. That is the one that makes contact. So you've got Juan Manuel Gomez here coming through. He will clear the Ferrari on the run through, but then hit. Watch that line from the Porsche. It's really tight. That's where the contact comes from. You could say that's ambitious for the 966 to have sent that in that hard, but I don't necessarily blame him. He's got a car right up behind him, and it's for the overall victory. And I don't know, it's a bit rough, that one, but yeah, I don't know. How do you feel?
Oh, don't ask me. That's not my job.
How do you feel?
The bottom line is the foundation of how you call those incidents is it is the car that lead lap's job to lap safely. But given the circumstance, you can sort of, I don't necessarily think you can give Fordzilla the right of way, but you can definitely give them empathy as to why they would go for it. It'll be an interesting one. Obviously, I'm glad I'm not the one that has to make the decision, because that has a big stake in the, of course, the championship. But no matter what penalty, if any, goes the way of the 148, it's not going to win Team Fordzilla the championship. So either way, they're at a loss.
They're done. They're basically done with the championship now. There is no way Fordzilla will be able to come back out with a even moderately repaired car enough to be able to at least moderately contend for it there. Stationary in pit lane. There's been some more contact between the transport engineers and Over the Limit Racing Blue, and goodbye to the Porsche, says the transport engineers by Vilnius Tech. So plenty of drama in all this as they start working their way back up by moving themselves past the Renaverse by Toledo car. I will get back to this clutching point in a second once we've gone through all this, don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been very densely packed into the span of all of 5 minutes. So, I mean, I did say you didn't quite jump into the loudest point of the race and then give it 2 minutes and then boom, this has kicked off. Team Fordzilla are out of the race essentially. And, well, that could effectively give it, not necessarily give it to Race Onion, but alleviate a lot of pressure knowing one of the big contenders of this race, arguably the favourite, now out of the race.
Yeah, exactly. The Fordzilla have been so fast today, so such a shame. Now it is an OBS, Super Sims 1-2, OBS World, and then the BC Volt car directly behind. I'm going to give it a go now to see if we've actually got enough time to go through it. Because so when you're going into corner and you want a fuel save, right? Let's say, for example, you're normally braking at the 100 meter mark, right? So when you lift off, you already start slowing down because of engine braking. You already start slowing down a little bit, right? Yep. Whereas if you clutch in, you don't slow down a little bit. Generally speaking, you do a little bit.
You don't lose speed while you're fuel saving.
Correct.
Is that so? You're not necessarily saving more fuel, but you're not compromising as much speed.
You can go faster whilst doing it. Yes. So in a sense, it means you can actually lift off earlier because you can clutch in and carry the speed more into the corner. The problems with it are, and the reason why it is banned in this championship is because it is actually very difficult to do. Mostly for when you re-engage, when you remove your foot from the clutch, when you disengage. Clutch and re-engage the motor. When you do that, there's, especially if you're doing that mid-corner, there is generally quite a large snap, whether, like regardless of what gear you're in, whether it's too low, too high, whatever, it doesn't really matter. There is normally a large snap, and that's what causes problems, and that's what causes an awful lot of crashing. And also, when you've got the clutch and you're trying to turn, obviously there's no power going to the rear wheels or anything like that, and that can make things very awkward to drive as well, including very snappy. As you can see the provisional standings.
Yeah, so as things stand, Race Onion, 7 points clear of WSR Esports butt kicker, and then the Porsche of OBS World by Simsa, of course, the lead car now. into the mix. Still 11 points down though on Race Onion, so will need a miracle effectively to win this championship. However, will still be getting themselves a healthy sum of prize money if things were to stay as they are, which again also couple that with a $50 prize pool for this race alone. Even if they don't come out on top in the championship, they've still got a chance, by the way, of getting second. They're still going to walk away from the season with a healthy chunk of change.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the important bit. We're all in it for money, right? No, it's fine. Like I say, very interesting indeed. Do you feel like you've learned something now, by the way?
I have, because obviously my understanding of it, usually people do it in the pit lane, right? And my understanding was they were clutching into fuel save. That didn't make any sense to me because, like I was saying, when you clutch in, you disengage the drivetrain from the engine, and then the car's relying on the engine idling, so it's using fuel to sustain itself, as opposed to using the momentum of the wheels to turn the drive shaft, to turn the engine over, so it's therefore using less fuel. But obviously it makes sense. It's not necessarily being more efficient at the fuel saving itself, it's about minimising the trade-off of speed. So yeah, Lewis McGlade, tutoring 101, and that is why you're my sim racing dad.
That's true, and why I have coached many a driver in the world of sim racing. That is not true. I haven't. No one would ever pay for coaching from me, and wisely.
You've got a picture of you ahead of Kevin Siggy, haven't you?
Oh yeah, no, I've beaten Kevin Siggy in racing before. I said about earlier. I went around the outside of Nikodem Wisniewski here down into T1. It wasn't a practice session. We don't talk about that. As we will get some of the LMP3 traffic working their way past. If you don't know who Kevin Siggy or Nikodem Wisniewski is, then fair enough. They're two high-level esports drivers. One drives for Red Line, Kevin Siggy, and the other one drives now for GT, which is Nikodem Wisniewski.
He does.
Congratulations.
Yeah, a very interesting. He was at Williams before. He was Wisniewski, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, I know, but I'm just disappointed you didn't instantly know that. So
no, I wanted to just know. But yeah, no, he is a phenomenally quick driver, is Wisniewski. And so is Siggy, of course, the mustache man.
Mustachio himself. Wonder who's got the best tash on this field. That's the important question.
Photos and drivers. I think we need an extra 5 championship points for the best mustache.
Do you think we have the power to give that out? I don't think Gus is a bit too happy with this.
I don't think so either. So no false promises from us. But you'll get some kudos from the commentary booth, which means more than prize money, right?
That is true. Mostly for the fact of at least 2 of the people that were in the commentary booth today cannot grow a mustache. So there is that.
See, I can. It's just all blonde and
yeah, so you can't.
Not there.
Yes, you can't. That's the definition of not being able to do so. Over the limit, Racing Blue still trying to get past the Vilnius Tech. Of course, Transport Engineers Vilnius Tech car, and that is a lovely move into Tower. Beautiful stuff there.
Yeah, making the most of the opportunity. Of course, that Mercedes has been very quick for the most part of this race, but the 747 making up for that spin they had a couple of laps ago. Up now into 7th place once again in class, and looking to get back on the strategy. Not sure relative to Race Onion themselves, but I do know that it could be sort of the same ideology going into the final couple of hours, yes.
Yes, indeed. Now, I don't know if we've lost the feed too much. I can still see roughly what's going on. Zach definitely cannot, and I don't know if you can see what's going on sat at home, other than a beautiful sunset shot going over Sebring. It is delightful. I can confirm, if you are panicking, by the way, as far as I'm aware, the race is still going. Although, give me a sec. Hold the line, please, caller.
Oh no!
It might have been a while ago. There was a few disconnections that were in the same go, including the safety car, which I think might actually end up causing a red flag. I'm not going to lie.
I think, yeah, it has just been announced by Gustav's red flag, saying that race control is gone, everything, saying to stop at the start-finish, and then obviously don't cross the line to start a new lap. So that's suboptimal, I think is the best way you'd put it.
Yep, it's not the first red flag that we've seen all season, but I can confirm absolutely no one has listened, so that's fun. I am in game right now. I have just seen them all fly past. A few people did, but for the most part, no one did. In fact, there's been a crash on the start-finish straight as well. So. But to be fair, I will be fair to all the drivers. This message has come through on Discord, and it does say that race control is no longer in the game, which means there is no authoritative figure in game to actually
say to do it. Yeah,
say to them. So as much as some people have been told by their teammates, others will not have been.
You're relying on having a teammate.
What we're going to say is this is probably going to be a lengthy delay. Sozzles.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You will probably not get another lap of racing here, Zach Sweeney.
Oh no, that's a shame. But I'll watch. It's you and Joey to the end.
That's true.
So
that is true.
Enjoy the two oldies going at it.
Oldies?
Oh no, you're only 20. What are you?
Wow,
you're 96.
No,
95. You're 95.
Yeah.
So you're 20. You're 29 this year. On the 10th of July.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just want I'm going to get her on my address as well.
No, it's just so they can, send you a birthday card.
Oh my goodness me. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's fine. This is what it is. We're gonna keep pondering on. We're gonna keep chatting. We're under red flag at the moment. It is what it is. Obviously, we'll be passing you information as quickly as possible. Basically, what they'll try and do is they'll try and either. Well, I don't know if we can use the current session. Because what they might be able to do is, unlike how we had at Spa, if anyone joined us back in Spa, the reason why we had to start again was basically because they DQ'd the wrong person. Well, they DQ'd someone they weren't supposed to DQ, and it was you can't un-DQ people, so it's all very confusing. Whereas in this, as long as everyone goes stationary, which I think is what the plan is from Race Control, without starting a new session, without doing anything else, we can theoretically reset the order and reshape the order manually before allowing the drivers to kind of continue in the same race format. The problem with that now is because of and I'm going to say this brutally, the incompetence of some, now people have damaged cars.
Yeah. Which, yeah. What does this mean, though, for Team Fordzilla, however? Because obviously...
Well, their car's still being repaired.
Well, exactly, but they can use this red flag period to repair it.
Oh, they're back out on the red track, never mind. They're back on the track, they're 4 laps down. So if they had any extra...
lap back.
No, they won't get those laps back. They may, like I say, dependent on what they might get 1 back, just dependent on how Race Control kind of rejiggle everything to try and get everyone back onto to where they're supposed to be. But yes, either way, these things happen. This, by the way, this was a fairly known problem at the moment with iRacing, is that the iRacing servers have a tendency to jettison people after the most recent patch. It's something that they're aware of and are fixing, and it probably won't be long before it's fixed because their servers are generally fairly reliable. But it is a known problem. Just to say, Race Control will be moderately prepared for this. I say moderately prepared for it. They'll be prepared for it in a point of because they were expecting something like this to happen. Those and the teams will also understand the rough process as what to do from here on.
There's a procedure.
Correct.
Followed. Of course, the procedure will still take time, but it's not like they're scrounging around panicking. What do we do? They have a contingency plan that is ready to go. And to be fair, Race Control do a good job. Obviously, we see that with the safety car restarts and stuff, making sure that while it does take time, it gets done as efficiently and most importantly, it's done correctly. The last thing you want is sim racers moaning because they restart the race in the wrong position.
Oh, been there. I have been there. I have seen it with my own eyes on certain championships where you're just watching it and being like, this is not the right order to restart in. So yeah, that's fun. That is it happens. It is easy to do, especially on Rev, because you're kind of trying to reset the order based on what you've kind of previously known. Basically, I would like to read out the order that I currently have ahead of me, but I'm not 100% convinced by it. Because, again, some people went for extra laps and others didn't. So, as much as I can tell you fairly confidently, OBS World by Simsa and BC Vault by Simsa are 1 and 2 in the OBSP category. And I know that 10 tenths were leading by Blue by TC in the GT3 category. The LMP3s, I'm not fully convinced by the order.
LMP3 moment, really, isn't it?
There is a chance it is the dentist class.
Which was at Sebring as well. I think that was the clip that was most popularised of LMP3s, or at least the most recent one that I can remember of P3s being P3s. So yeah, but again, it's difficult because, like we say, they're relying on their teammates to say, "Hang on, mate, don't cross the start-finish line." And again, it's that delay in processing. It's because again, for these drivers, they have to assume that everything is still normal. And as a racing driver, you are not going to want to sacrifice something on a 50-50. Do we stop? Do we not stop?
Correct.
Because again, it could be different, because there are going to be people that maybe don't follow those rules naturally. And while, yes, you have done the right thing, you could still have a disadvantage because of it. And obviously, as a racing driver, you're not going to want that. So that delay in response time, probably not helpful. But unfortunate due to the circumstances that they couldn't get race control come into the session and say, lads, let's stop.
Yeah.
Just one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a tough one. Because, like you say, the fact that all the race control were knocked out of it, and those are the ones, like as race control and iRacing, if you're unaware, race control can do basically a voice command to everyone and say stop or safety cars out, things like that. Right? They can do a voice command that everyone can hear in game. Whereas when you're not in that scenario, like it's not as if like just a spectator can be like stop, or if like for example you're a team's race engineer, you can't just go out into voice for everyone in game and be like, we all need to stop, red flag. So there was no authoritative figure, which is why people were doing extra laps and stuff, which is why it's going to take a little bit longer for race control to deal with. Yeah, that part ain't fun. So I don't know what the process is from here, but I do know that based on what we have, the time remaining in the race is still around about about 2 hours 40 minutes, roughly. So there's still plenty of time left to go in the race. In fact, it's 2 hours 40 minutes on the dot. There you go. That's nice, isn't it? I can that.
It's almost like you're a 2-time Viso Simi Award winner and did it fast.
That's true. That is true. That's what the package said that arrived at my house the other day.
No, I didn't say 2-time.
It didn't say 2-time. It just said VCO Simi Award. Well, it didn't even say VCO. It just said Simi Award winner.
I know. They're downgrading your achievement.
Lewis McGlade Esquire. Thank you. As soon as I saw that package, I knew exactly who had sent it to me. So thank you to Hugo Luis.
What a legend!
What an absolute legend! Oh dear. Well, I said this. I feel like I jumped the gun a little bit because I said this race is going to be more interesting than Formula One. At least that's going.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, although they have just come out of a safety car. Obviously, we won't spoil it too much, but yeah, they have just come out of a safety car. Of course, me and Lewis are 100% not watching the Formula One Grand Prix.
We can commentate on that. It's fine.
Well,
we'll commentate on that completely out of sync with each other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oof, that's just happened. ... Whatever.
Has.
I don't know what, because I don't know what we're looking at, but it's fine. No.
Something into turn 4.
Oh, we are pretty in sync then.
Yeah, I know. It's not bad.
No, that's pretty funny. We're not going to do that, obviously. Obviously not. Although I'm pretty sure that a lot of people on this grid have just opened up the Formula One feed.
Absolutely, I can guarantee it.
What a time! Do you think it's a tactical move? Someone pulled out.
They've all disconnected so they can watch the F1. Yeah, but it's F1 of all motorsports, right?
Oh my god! Yeah.
Come on!
Don't get me started. Don't get me started on F1 recently. It's a disaster.
I mean, as a Verstappen fan, I'm not complaining, but
it's not even this thing is it's not even the races at the moment. When the races are boring, but then like the outside of the racing is kind of interesting, I'm okay with it. But the outside of the racing, it's not that it is kind of interesting, but it's terrible.
For the wrong reasons, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting for all of the wrong reasons. So yeah, no. I think, by the way, we're just waiting for people to rejoin. I'm looking from the list. Everyone there was 5 people that are disconnected, or that were disconnected, and all 5 of them have rejoined. So race control will be in communication with everyone now to reset things and to get that going. As long as, I was going to say as long as the people that it wasn't like someone that was hidden in there that was disconnected, but I don't think that's not a thing. Not unless you're from a driver, so it's fine. So yeah, everyone has rejoined that was kicked out, including the safety car. Don't worry, don't whiz was. Which I'm assuming the safety car will probably come out, and then they'll start moving, and then they'll reorganise the field because they're all stationary at the moment.
I think that would be the best way to do it. The only problem with that would be obviously it would then tick further in.
Yeah, well, the time is ticking down anyway.
Well, if they're using the same session, they're going to get less race time, which is a blessing for some, a burden, of course, for others.
Yeah, but we can't. The thing is, when it's a timed race, you can't just go, oh, actually, we'll just add like an extra half an hour or whatever onto the race. Because it's like you need to like stick to it as a set time.
Yeah.
Remember
Absolutely.
that? Do you remember that series that we did with your mate Shane?
Oh yeah, good old. Yeah, Shane.
Yeah, your old mate Shane. Yeah, exactly. Shane Van Gisbergen, by the way. And in that they had a set end time. Like it wasn't. There was a set start time to the race, of course, whatever. But they were like there was a thing where it was like, regardless of issues, the set end time for any race was midnight New Zealand time.
Yeah,
always. Which I think end up for the most part being, I think it was 9 o'clock in the morning for us.
Because there were a couple of early ones for us. I remember for the most part it was all mornings. Because they were
of course it was.
10, 11 hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
So
then we had that round when I was at Silverstone, and I did GB3 and GB4, and then I went back.
You did GB3 and GB4 when we were doing AHU, really?
Yeah. No, we did. I did GB3, GB4. Then I did VCO Infinity because that was on the same time. And then, sorry, that was Saturday morning, wasn't it? It was Saturday morning.
AHU was on a Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah. So I woke up at like 1 or whatever it was in the morning. Did AHU for 4 hours.
Was that the Daytona? Yeah, because you and Arjuna had to do an early one, didn't you?
Yeah, and then I had to go to the track, and then did a full day at the circuit, and then I came back. Then I did 2 stints, one on VCO Infinity in the evening, and one very early in the morning. And then I went back to the circuit, and then I had another broadcast in the evening from the traction studio. And after all of that, I wanted to die.
I can, mate. Wow.
That was not fun. And yet still I have a Saturday which might even be worse than that coming up. So that's fun. They have all started moving on the track again, by the way. So Race Control are in contact with them. So we are staying in the same session. Race Control are in contact with them, and they've just started moving them off. I know we can't see that on screen right now. Don't panic. But Race Control are sorting out the drivers. I think they're just sorting them out class by class, basically.
Probably the smoothest way to go about things. So maybe I will get another lap of racing. Fingers crossed.
Maybe it is half an hour away.
But
it's
been about 10 minutes since it happened.
That is true.
They've been fairly quick.
They are. So they're sending everyone out. So what they're doing is they've reorganized. So they've sent all of the OBSP cars. Like there's no safety car out at the moment. But they've sent all the OBSP cars. They're sending all of the LMP3s now. So it's going to be a train of OBSPs, then LMP3s, then GT3s, and I think the gaps and stuff are tough.
Yeah, which again, good for some, not so good. Then again, we were only off the back of a safety car, so they weren't drastically representative anyway. I'd say the biggest hurt is going to be the 10/10ths car in GT3. Obviously, they did a really good job off the back of the last safety car. I think they got up to about 10 odd seconds to P2, which obviously is remarkable stuff. And well, now they just have to do it all over again.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know. Like I say, I'm very curious to see how things are going to unfold. Based on this, by the way, I'm going to read you out the top 5 of each of the classes right now, which is hilarious because we've only really got like 5 OBSPs. That's fine. OBS World by Simsa leading, BC Volt by Simsa second, Race Onion third, WSR Esports Butt Kicker fourth, and Team Fordzilla in fifth. The top 5 of LMP3, Locals Autosport, the 113 car is leading. Were they leading before?
I cannot remember.
Yeah, exactly. The LMP3 is the one that I'm a bit like, I'm not sure about that.
I think it was the 113. It was the Locals Autosport, and then it was the 58.
Okay, it's the 59. 58's way down. 58's a lap down.
So they must have stopped and been good boys.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a 59 ANR Endurance Esports. Then it's the SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega car. Then it's the MTS Garage car. All of those are on the same lap. Then it's the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car, still on the same lap actually. That's in 5th position. And then it's the 58 ANR Endurance Esport car that is 1 lap down on the rest of the contingent. In GT3, it is 10/10ths. Then Blue by TC in 2nd position. 3rd place is the Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. 4th place is Garvalera in the PPF Racing Team car, and then 5th place is the Valkyrie competition car. I don't feel any of that is that out of place. I think it is literally just the only one I'm seeing on there really is like it is really like 58. Feels a little out of place.
Yeah, for the most part, it seems.
But I don't really remember.
No, because it's a fairly sizable field. It'd be difficult to predict where everyone is. So yeah, it was the 2 Porsches 1 and 2 in prototypes, which is normal. Race Onion yet. So prototypes is fine. LMP2, I don't know if Beaver Grease were that far down.
Well, it's LMP3, but that's fair enough.
Yeah, either way. Same thing, mate. Same thing.
No worries. Don't whiz what's, mate.
It is what it is. I meant LMP. I was testing you, Lewis. All right.
Were you?
Yeah, that was the lapse in judgment. But yeah, in LMP3s, I don't remember them being that far down. I've got to be honest. I can guarantee that's probably not the first time I've called them P2s this race either.
Nice.
But I don't remember Beaver Grease being that far down. And then GT3s.
Well,
yeah,
I will say Beaver Grease are they're like 3 laps down on the race leader. But the thing with that is they can't have actually lost more than a lap because everyone, if anyone went further, it was only 1 lap further, right? So they must have had something that was dropping back there. Basically, what we're saying is we don't know. Obviously, you can see a proud flag of the United States. We will get as much information to you as quick as possible because we simply don't know. And Race Control, rightfully so, are not going to go out of their way to inform 2 lowly commentators because they've got a lot more on their plate right now.
Yeah, basically. So we'll get the information probably last.
For sure.
To make sure, because of course the important thing is the drivers are out there, doing the race. Obviously, we're just the added bonus that get to watch it, and obviously bring all the lovely action to the lovely lot at home. But yeah, we are in the dark as such. Yeah, hopefully it won't be too long. Because it has been a fairly swift process up till now, about 15 minutes since the red flag. So actually no, it's been about 20 minutes. Actually, it was at 16 past 5 our time that Gustus announced the red flag. So it's been about 20 minutes, but we're making some good progress, hopefully.
Okay, they've all been told to remain stationary once more. So I'm trying to give you like a play-by-play of what's actually happening. They've all been told to be stationary once more on the run between turn 1 and turn 3 because Americans can't count and actually get the corners correctly. Now WSR Esports butt kicker have pulled forward. And it's very confusing. The WSR Esports butt kicker are basically a lap down. So I'm assuming they stopped before everyone else did. And so they're trying to let some of the people that did stop early go round, including WSR Esports butt kicker, even though it has got station again. It's very confusing. Very confusing.
For little minds like ours.
It is interesting. It's all right. Zach's having to go off of this based on a live timing sheet that's being pumped at him through Discord. Meanwhile, at least I've got an in-game feed, and I still don't know what's going on.
We're just good like that.
Yeah,
we do our best, but yeah, it's not the most ideal of situations. But at the end of the day, there's not really much that can be done. Purely because it happens.
No. Exactly. We could continue to talk about who has the best sim racing mustache.
We could, but I don't think there's really much competition, to be honest, for Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, it's just Kevin Siggy, isn't it? Yeah. Surely someone's got a really big bushy one. Surely.
Well, like there's a proper Monopoly.
Yeah,
there's Pringles.
There's got to be someone in, like, I don't know, eNASCAR or something with like a proper bit of facial hair. Surely.
I
don't know. You don't watch eNASCAR, that's fine.
I don't. No.
Can you name me 3 eNASCAR drivers?
There's one that does the PESC All-Star series.
Casey Kerwin.
Yeah, that one. I did know him.
Nice.
There's some American names.
Oh dear. Yeah, no, exactly. Spot on. You can't even like name a champion other than
Casey
Casey Cohen. Other than Casey Cohen. That's fair enough. No, Easter
Lightning
Rose,
McQueen?
you're what?
Lightning McQueen?
Yep. Well,
Yeah.
that is Casey Cohen. He did it in the 95 as well.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
What guy?
Yeah. And everything on his stream is Lightning McQueen. I'm a really big Casey Cohen fan. I think Casey Cohen's one of the best drivers in sim racing. Anyway, we should be talking about my crushes in the world of sim racing. But Casey's
You could
right up.
obsess over the most niche man to do it over, and that's Enzo Benito. So at least you're not falling into the.
That is true. That is true. I like Enzo, but let's be honest. Enzo. Oh, that's brutal. Enzo's dropped off pace wise a little bit.
Ooh. See,
true, though.
my most vivid memory of Enzo Benito is the send to the inside of the loop during the ERWC race in the Formula One type cars. And ever since then, it's just never left my brain, and that's the only thing that I can really associate to him, which is
It's
probably
you.
unfair.
What?
Silverstone.
Oh, Silverstone. Oh, right, up to there. Right, gotcha. Was that in the? What car was that in? Was that in the F1?
I think it was the same car they used in the V10R, maybe.
Oh, right. Did we? No, we didn't use the Delara IRO one.
I cannot. It was an F1 type car.
In ERWC.
Was it ERWC or is it ER? It was something in that vein because it was with the knockout stages and everything like that.
Yeah, we don't. I don't think we ever. We didn't use the IRO one. We used the 1976.
It was on R Factor, I think.
Oh, right. Okay, then yes, we did use the Formula Pro.
Yeah, that would have been it then.
The
yeah.
V10 F1 car. Yeah, I'm with you now. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Goodness
Picking
me.
up what we're picking now. Nice.
That's a tough call on memory. Joe is literally just sat back now thinking, thank God I'm not on now, isn't it?
It's fine. He'll be back in 20 minutes, so it's all good.
Yeah, the timer is still ticking, by the way, just to clarify for everyone. It is still going to be an 8-hour race. It is still going to end at the same time. So we're still going to be able to get off and go and have some dinner.
Yes.
Woof.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Your dog actually sounds like a chicken then. I'm not going to lie.
He is. I'm surprised you can hear him. I've got to be honest, because usually it's not picked up as much, but he is a yappy one. And it's not the first time either, because
he's a yappy one. We're yapping.
We're yapping. We're speaking Japanese. It's
are.
Great.
It's not ideal right now, but that's fine. It is fine. Again, they are working very hard. I know you've been looking at the same picture of Sebring. I promise you, a lot is happening. A lot is happening. Race Control are very busy right now. So do not fear, don't fret. Everything is trying to be. They're trying to reorganize as much as possible. The LMP3s are almost back in order. I think they're just waiting for they're kind of doing it like one or two at a time, rather than just going you go, you go. I think they're just trying to wait for everything to kind of be a bit more predictable, if you get what I mean. Like rather than like trying to rush it. Again, the thing is, if you rush it now, if they rush it, then you will almost certainly get it wrong.
It's easier to stay on top of just taking it slow. I mean, while not ideal, there is still 2 hours and 22 minutes of this race. They've got time to play with, and more importantly, obviously, I'm sure the drivers and teams would agree, whilst it is unfortunate what's going on right now, they would rather it be done right. So say they get done on the hour and there's 2 hours left to go. They would rather that than it get done wrong and people get not necessarily cheated out of it, but sort of forced out of contention when there is over $1,000 in prize money up for grabs.
Yeah.
It's better to take your time.
Exactly. That's money that I would race for. Yep. Won't be able to win it. Do you know I am actually, we found this out the other day. I am I think it's 446th highest earner in the UK in esports.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
If you go and look me up on esports earnings, I am on there. Obviously, that's not accounting for commentary money. That is purely accounting for
winnings.
For winnings, which I think is $46.50.
Really?
Yeah.
See, not officially, but I have won a couple £100 doing
Have you?
racing. I have. I did a 1 hour karting race on GT Sport at Red Bull Ring Shore, which I won. One going into the last corner, punted someone off, but it's a charity race,
Good
so
man.
it's fine.
Good man. Yeah, but so yeah, if it's a charity race, did you win any money from it?
Yeah, I got
That's
100.
not a charity racing, is it?
Well, no, because I got £100 donated in my name to
Oh, yeah,
the
that doesn't
charity,
count.
and then I got £100 myself on top of it.
Oh, right.
And then in the same championship, I won the championship twice, I think. And then also got P3 in one of them, so I managed to get a couple extra bits of monies from that as well.
Oh, right. Well, you're paying for dinner next time we meet up.
Yeah, it's fine. The Mackey's next to Snetterton will do.
Yeah, exactly. It's on you next time, mate. Goodness me. Sorry, I didn't realise you were such a high earner.
I know.
You've earned more from esports than I have.
I know. I'm a little bit higher up on that list, maybe 445th.
Indeed. Is it high profile enough though to be on esports?
No, of course it's not. Because
at least what I took part in was the very first WTCR esports trophy.
Yeah, that's much more
in person.
But because I've not necessarily won money, but I've won an asset in the form of a rocket e-bike.
That is true. You have one. Do you use it?
I sold it when I passed my.
Do you sell it? Oh, nice. Good effort. Did you use it before that?
Yeah, I used it for a good 7-8 months because
really nice.
Obviously the competition took place in May of 22. I got it around October 2022, and then I passed my driving test in May of 23. So I used it essentially in that interim, and it was good to have. It was very nice. So much so that when I couldn't have it, when I let my dad borrow it, I had to use his normal pedal bike, and that was a tough transition to go back to.
Yeah, it's bad, isn't it? It is hard to go backwards. Which, again, it's like the whole thing with like pedal assist bikes. A lot of people tell me, they're like, yeah, it's cheating, isn't it? And I was like, not really. Not really. I mean, it is kind of, but not really.
No, because I never used the pedal assist. I just throttled.
Well, yeah. Oh, well, yeah. But that's illegal. Anyway, but no, so like my bike's pedal assist, right? Which means that all it does, it means that I just go faster, which means I just go further. It's great.
Exactly, it's efficient.
It is efficient. It means I can go up hills that I wouldn't normally go up. Because let's be honest, lugging 107 kilos up a 12% incline, it's hard work. That is hard work. I'm just going to give you an update again. So the entire field, as far as I'm aware, 1 second, please. Hold caller. The entire field is moving once more. And I will say everyone in the OBSP category is in the pit lane. We have 4 cars now on the lead lap. OBS World by Simsa, BC Vault by Simsa, Race Onion, and WSR Esports Buck are all in the pit lane. I didn't think I'd be making my radio debut this early, but I am giving it a go.
Practice.
Thank you. But they are the top 4 in the pit lane.
For us right now, there is the same level of noise as you would be getting. So there is that. Albeit, actually, no, because the tyres are really loud. There is quite a significant amount of noise.
Oh, you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to let.
I'm not spoiling it.
No, that's fine.
I'm just saying tyres are loud.
Oh, they are loud. That is true. All the LMP3s also are in the pit lane, so I think everyone will take the opportunity to come into the pit lane as well, just to get fresh tyres, because it's essentially a bit of a reset for the race. We've got 14 minutes before we let Zach Sweeney run away. You might get a lap, actually.
Just.
Unless has everyone been told to go to pit lane and then stay in pit lane? Surely not.
But
everyone is in pit lane?
As in queue up at the pit exit?
No, they're all in the pit stalls. Everyone's in the pit stalls. Oh no, to be fair, they're all pitting. So
I'm guessing they're allowing them all to have a fresh service before the.
Yeah, but the services aren't equal car to car. So, like, if you've done it where you've let, could you imagine if the OBSP pit stop was like significantly longer than the LMP3s? You've let everyone go through to like reorganize themselves, and then you've let the OBSPs just get overtaken by the LMP3s. No, obviously they're not.
Do it and wait.
Yeah, but then can you really tell them to wait? Because then they're not actually. If you would lose positions, because where your pit stall is, your pit stalls are defined by your qualifying order. We're just making pure assumptions here, by the way. Whilst they are currently in the pit lane, we will bring you pictures as soon as possible. So don't worry, we will not miss the racing action. Nothing is happening from an action perspective in this race. We are just waffling whilst they are getting themselves ready. These are long stops, by the way. This is why I'm like, I think race control might have told them to stop.
Yeah. And yeah, stay in the pit stops because what we got, like 2 minutes 40, 3 minutes pit stops nearly. So that's quite a while. So I'm assuming they are just because it's timed until you leave the pit box, isn't it? It doesn't matter whether or not there's work being done.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't fully know what the exactly. So the time is just going to keep going because it's their time in pit lane itself. No one is moving yet, so it's definitely a call from race control to have said to remain stationary. The safety car is out on circuit right now, and it is just on the outside of T1, waiting for when these drivers do indeed return to the circuit. This can't be good for the engines and stuff because they've been stationary on the start-finish straight, then they moved around to T1. Then they've done a full lap and now they're stationary back in the pit lane again. But for the last half an hour, the cars have moved a totality of 1 lap around Sebring, which I can't imagine is great.
It's gonna be great. No, getting very hot. But fortunately, it is nighttime or getting close to. So it's not going to be like there's a lot of heat ambient. But then again, the engines are going to get a lot hotter than that. So yeah, I don't know. It does obviously depend. It does depend as to how drastic it is because when it comes to engine failures, really.
Ooh. There we go. That is actually in game right now.
That is dark.
It is dark. The sun has indeed set. That is how time indeed works, young Sweeney.
Thank you.
But we have got actual in-game footage, so you can see what I was saying about everyone is stationary in pit lane at the moment, as we are still under the red flag procedure.
Yeah, so hopefully should be fairly soon-ish because we have made progress. Whether or not it'll be done in the next 5-10 minutes or so is another thing. And there we go, back to the patriotism of the waving American flag. Do we need to do the Pledge of Allegiance or something? I don't know. Joey is back in the voice call, so maybe he can.
He will be able to assist us later on. But we did get to see what the OBS World iRating is. It's 1,308, which is about what yours is, isn't it?
The highest I got to.
No, don't say it's that low.
It was over 2K.
Oh, good man.
That much. I know that much. And then I had a really bad week where I just didn't perform. I think I did a couple of Formula V races, and back in Ricky's probably wasn't the best idea. I've got to be honest.
Joe Peaks is 3.9. Good man.
What guy? Yours is about 3.5, I think. It was
3.6. I've dropped off a little bit now. I'm now 3.2. But now they've split the licenses.
That's
true. The license split. No. So when the license splits, so I'm 3.2 in both.
Oh.
And now I build iRating from here.
So
at least there's that.
Or drop it significantly depending. What you mainly do sports cars though?
I do a bit of both.
Yeah. Okay. I always loved the F4. That was my car. I just always enjoyed it. It was the car that I thought was the easiest to drive and be quick in, but also gave pretty decent racing. I don't think I was ever really quick in anything else, to be entirely honest.
No, I mean I'm always a Formula 4 kind of guy, if I'm perfectly honest. Formula 4 is normally what I do. I do a little bit of GTs and stuff, but like nothing major. It's just that really. Again, we are still waiting for the safety car to basically pick everyone up. So we're waiting, and we've not had too much communication as to what the dealio is here, and they are all still remaining stationary on the old start finish straight. So it's or in the pit lane, and that's just where they are at the moment, which is chill.
Yeah, which obviously, I mean, I guess for a driver, it's almost a case of like, well, what do you do? Like, do we have enough time to go to the toilet? Do we have enough time to get up? Do we? yeah, it's a bit of a crash down to them, but I suppose it gives them probably a well-needed rest as to how crazy this race has been up until this point.
Yeah, indeed. You've had actually quite an exciting 2 hours and 15 minutes, followed by 45 minutes of waffling. Now, trust me, I am an expert in waffling because I commentated on the 2023 Le Mans Virtual. Bless him. I actually really enjoyed that race, but there was a lot of waffling through the red flag. And I remember I was getting ready for my my longer break. I had a 4-hour break, and literally within 5 minutes of me going for this break, red flag came out, and I remember sitting there being like, I can't go now, can I? No, there's no way I can leave this comms booth right now. Not with all this going on. So I just sat there and just chatted.
Fair dues. I mean, it's not hard. You just you talk. Oh, and then again, it's just commentary, really.
Oh, I have a note. I haven't. 1 second, let me read it out because I completely missed it. The race will resume behind the safety car at 8:07 in-game time. It is currently 8:03:45. So we will be resuming behind the safety car in 3 minutes and 10 seconds. So we will start and nearly finish the first lap behind the safety car just as we boot Zach Sweeney out of this commentary booth. So that's fine. You done any maths or anything? Worked out what the championship's doing or whatever? Is that a Larry job or is that you've done anything? No.
Well, we had a lovely graphic that did it for us. To be honest,
that's true. Larry's been a busy boy, but I think he's been a bit busy on other things.
I think it's still Race Onion from WSR from OBS. I think well, effectively, it is as it was the last time we saw it. 110 to 104, I think, to 100. 1, 2, 3.
Nice. Just testing your memory, mate. What about in the LMP3s?
Good question. I think Beaver Grease not doing very well.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lint Vega were doing all right. They were the 181, so I think they were leading the way.
They're currently 4th in class at the SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega car.
So the 245. Hang on, I've got the. I can cheat. So the 245 is down.
He can cheat by doing doing maths. 245. 245's done. Yeah, don't worry about him.
So they're out, which is a shame. The SimLab is the 532 is there in 3rd, so they're not actually looking all right.
6th in class, so 2 positions behind the SRB Motorsport Lint Vega car. SRB Motorsport Lint Vega is 4th. Yellow Submarine Squad is 6th, and then Beaver Grease Plus is 8th.
So the championship is championship.
I was expecting you to do some maths to actually try and work this out, but clearly not. No, it's fine. God, Zach Sweeney, it's hard work with you sometimes.
I didn't do A-levels, mate.
How did I? Why do you think I did?
You did business.
I did 1 year. 1 year of business of a 2-year course, of which my attendance for that 1 year was probably around about 60%. I don't condone bad attendance for school, college, or anything like that. But I will say my final year in secondary school, in year 11, my attendance was 69%. Nice.
I mean, worth it, I've got to say.
Oh,
yeah. You turned out all right, I think.
I just kept bunking. I just got so bored.
See,
I was like, nah, I'm not telling
my attendance in school was dreadful. I didn't do year 8, year 9, or half of year 10, and that's not because of COVID. That's because I was just at home. And then I did a year at college after GCSEs, which I think I only missed 2 days normally, but I missed a good about a month and a half worth of college time because I'd done all my work, so they were just like, there's no point coming in. So I think that dragged down my attendance a little bit. But it's fine.
So we're bad boys. We are the quintessential bad boys of school.
Of attendance. That is true.
Yeah.
And look where it got us.
Exactly.
Stay in school, kids. So, yeah, I can't even speak English.
That's so good. That's so good. Yeah, no. If you want to do a normal job and earn normal money, then yeah, I definitely do well in school. If you want to earn a lot of money, then definitely do well in school.
Yeah.
If not, just get really lucky. What was it? Sorry, what was it that James Marvett said about me? Oh, I can't remember. Actually, I'm not going to say anything. That's fine.
Hang on. No, you've said... Yeah. What did he say?
I can't remember. It's fine. We're just not going to talk about it. We're just not going to talk about it. I'm not out in it. No one. I'm not saying anything bad on stream. It's fine. No, it's fine.
We are...
I've earned my award. I've earned my awards, and I'm sticking to it.
Actually.
That's true. Zach Sweeney is an award-winning commentator.
And nominated.
And a VCO Simi nominated commentator. Yes, indeed.
Thank you to James for getting it to the top 10.
I've been nominated 4 times, mate. Don't worry about that.
It's fine. I'm 25% the commentator you are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's why you're one of my commentary sons.
I know my place.
Exactly. As you can see, we're getting these delightful static shocks of Sebring because we are rolling again on the I was going to say formation lap then, but it's not. What is this lap? It's a safety car lap, isn't it?
Just a lap.
Just a lap.
A restart lap. A reconfiguration lap.
I don't know. That actually just really triggered me. Did you see the Rolex watch, the clock on the start finish straight there? It doesn't tell the correct time.
It doesn't. That is small details, but
you just said
annoying.
3 o'clock. How boring is that? How hard is it just to animate, just to whatever it is in game? Just show it.
Did you see that cameraman?
Oh yeah, so I didn't realise Joe was the one who pointed out to me. But before I'm going to let you go in a minute, Zach, don't worry. But yeah, it's supposed to follow the car that you're in, but obviously in spectator mode it doesn't. Anyway, what are your thoughts on the race been? You've got like 30 seconds. Wrap it up. It's
been great. Obviously, a lot of safety cars, a lot of time spent idle. But for the 2 hours of actual racing I did get, it was very enjoyable. Of course, it's been great to do the commentary, both Aragon and today. And yeah, best of luck for the rest of the championship, boys. Bring it home and hopefully no more disconnects.
You did try getting that said in 30 seconds or less, so I respect that. Zach Sweeney, thank you so much. Joe Peak back in the booth. Well, what a time for you to rejoin.
Have you guys thought about a variety show by any chance?
No, it's bad, isn't it? It's just waffle o'clock, mate. We were yapping.
I was having a good time. I was smiling so much listening to all that. So if I'm doing that, then I'm sure the audience is having a great time out there. So job done. Well done. I'm sure that I know how much that is not fun when you get those red flags or lengthy cautions out there. So I appreciate you guys willing to fill the air and keep everybody entertained in the interim. Like I've joined at the right time. I left just as we had a caution. I rejoined as we have a red flag. So all is right with the world.
They had 2 other safety cars as well. It really did tick over quite a bit. There was a lot of drama. A lot's happened. Fordzilla as well. Most recently, before we had the red flag, they're not out of the race, but they are 4 laps down. They had a very large incident with the tri-valve car going through the final corner. Ended up in the barrier on the left, Sunset, and their championship run is unfortunate. It's basically done. They need an awful lot of luck, which I'm not sure they're going to get.
No, I don't think at this stage that's possible. So that means it's narrowed down to Race Onion and WSR Esports, with Race Onion in 3rd and WSR in 4th. That means it is on the way of Race Onion, as we heard Zach relaying earlier. So will they be able to hold on to that in these final 2 hours and 15 minutes? Now, are they going to bring the safety car in this time, or are we going to keep carrying around? It looks like we'll carry around as they are going to stay out. So they'll bring them along. We have heard that the driver time will count from the safety car taking off. So that's what they're going to do on that front, since obviously that messes with that some. So I assume that means that the entire red flag period before the safety car took off will not count towards driver time.
Yeah, as far as I saw, the driver time requirement, the minimum driver time requirement, was reduced by half an hour.
Which makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know then if the maximum driver time was affected. I would assume not, because if, like, for example, you've got, I think it's just because it makes the calculation more difficult on the maximum driver time. So, for example, like you've got Gal Valero behind the wheel that we've spoken about quite a few times. So he could do a maximum of 4 hours and 15 minutes. He's been sat behind the wheel for now 45 minutes. We're all in the same session still. For like 45 minutes, just sat behind the wheel. And the calculation afterwards, it might be a little bit hard to like remove that 45 minutes and then be like, oh, what do we do now? So, yeah, so I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
Getting some talk from race control over race communications, and it sounds like they're satisfied with how everything is. So, looks like we're going to be going racing shortly here and wrap up the season how we really have wanted to, which is under green flag conditions. But as we anticipated earlier, it's also going to be under the darkness here in Florida, with the sun having fully gone down. And I believe, if I saw correctly, the red flag was just as the sunset was getting close, was it not?
Yeah, it was literally as the sun was pretty much like on the horizon. So I will say the track temperature has only dropped a single degree since that, despite obviously no track action. It's only dropped 1 degree. We're down at 27 degrees Celsius. So it's not actually come down that far. But yes, indeed, the sun has set. The dynamic of the circuit will change slightly and somewhat. So very curious to see what the dealio is going to be with these drivers. I think they're basing that the safety car might be in this lap. Is that correct?
That's what I thought I heard over race control. So I think they're going to release them, and it'll be back to racing conditions. This has definitely reset things even more than what I had joked about coming into the halfway point, or close to the halfway point of this race when we had our first yellow, because now many of the teams and drivers were allowed to stop in, take whatever pit stop service they wanted, and crucially for some, get repairs.
Yeah, exactly. So any extra repair that was on the Fordzilla car, they may have needed to do, because it was quite a big crash. Even though they lost, I think they lost about 7 or 8 minutes. If they had any more time, they could just come in and they could take the repair. There were a few drivers who had a bit of incident going into the red flag. There's a miscommunication. Obviously, they had nothing from race control. They got hit, so they will have their cars repaired as well. So all things, relatively speaking, in that front should be fairly equal. It is basically a reset to the race, and considering how they were racing the first couple of laps of the race when it was an 8-hour race, I'm terrified to think of what they're going to do now. There's only 2 hours and 40 minutes, and it definitely is basically a sprint to the checkered flag.
OBS World by Simsa going to lead them on this one back to the green flag. They won last in Zandvoort, had a second place at Road Atlanta. Can they finish on a high note as we go racing once again at Sebring International Raceway? Walton leads them down into turn 1. Oh, and we got a big accident in the background. I think that's some of our LMP2 or 3s.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure as to which ones it is, but I will go and find out. The SRB Motorsport, the 245, is certainly one of them, but that one was multiple laps down. They spun by themselves, as far as I'm aware, and I don't think they were actually necessarily collected by anyone.
Oh, and the Lent Vega team was involved in an accident just now. It looks like Locals Autosport as well. There were multiple cars off at the track at turn 3. Beaver Grease Racing Plus also involved in it. So a lot of major players, and the LMP3s have suddenly gotten major damage.
Yeah, I want to correct myself a little bit as well, by the way. There was actually a larger incident after that as two to go green were not involved in that incident. Like I said, there was even more added to it. We'll see what the WSR Esports bucket car can do here at the top of the OBSP category, going for 3rd position at the moment, battling with Race Onion. Of course, the battle between the top 2 in the championship now, as the 2 Simsa cars running 1st and 2nd, trying to check out Team Fordzilla in the middle, multiple laps down. This is a proper fight. I'm trying to work out exactly who was involved in that incident going through the basically the restart of the race. 2 to go green, they had an incident and they slid back over right in front of the over the limit racing red car, and I believe there was some contact as well, maybe even with like Garvalera and the PPF Racing code. It's very good to avoid as much as possible.
Well, Lewis was afraid about what this start was going to look like, and it definitely was frantic, including that change of position for 3rd and 4th. Now, I have to, again, dangerous doing maths here on air, try and figure out what 3rd and 4th will award, and if that is enough for WSR to beat Race Onion. I believe it's 15 for 3rd. I'm not sure what 4th is worth. Is that 12?
12, yeah.
So that's a 3-point swing. And that is, no, that won't be enough, I believe. I think that would leave them 1 point apart with Race Onion still winning, if I'm seeing that correctly.
I believe so. As far as I'm aware, I will. Do you know what? I'm going to join you. I'm going to do my own maths. In fact, you're correct. You are.
That's rare.
It would be Race Onion still by a point over WSR Esports BACK. They need a little bit more. A little bit more positions. The thing is, they can't. Race Onion really won't drop back any more spots because Grow Racing Team are out and Team Fortuna are too far behind. So it is just about them as we look back at the top two in the LMP3 category.
Yeah, so that's A&R Endurance 58 and 59 running a 1-2 in the LMP3 category. MTS Garage, who briefly led this race, have fallen back to third, but are still hot on their heels now that we've restarted this thing. And then they've got Locals Autosport Black behind them, but they're a lap down or two. So they're not in this fight. Top three all together to try and decide. Now we can see the accident in the background. I don't think we'll get a visual on that unless we go back to that. So going off, I guess, yeah, that's what starts this wreck into turn 3. Cars try and scatter. Oh.
Wow. It has not been a good day for the Beaverbridge Racing Plus car, has it?
Yeah, that was the one that slammed, sort of T-boned into that other LMP3 car. So just innocent victim. They're just now coming out of pit lane. And I believe they were fighting for a championship. Yes, they were, with 1.5 points between themselves and Vega, who are also in pit lane. Holy cow.
Yeah, exactly. They all got kind of involved in all that. We'll try and bring it. Well, we'll try and bring you the maths. Rather than us trying to do the maths, we'll let Larry do them, and they'll pop up on the screen at various points. This is what I was talking about coming down into the final the final corner. So we'll see this spin from the 245 car as it tries to get going. It hits one of these bumps just about here. Whoop, there it goes. Can spin and watch the 2 to go green car. So it comes through, gets hit, comes straight back over, and then watch the Open Limit Racing red. Bang! There's the contact.
Just all chain reaction down the order, unfortunately, as everybody's trying to get on the throttle as soon as possible. Now, the reason this is so shocking is we look at the top 3 in the points. Beaver Grease Racing Plus, we just saw them involved. SRB Motorsport, Lytle and Vega, they also got collected. SRB Motorsports, third in the points coming into this race. They had trouble at the start of it and have been playing catch-up ever since. Now, they're a lap down from the leaders, so they're probably not going to be able to pick this up, but they're kind of hoping that those other cars might fall behind them because they're still out. I think they survived that, and we have to go all the way to 4th for Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab. They're 14 points behind the points leader coming into this race. I mean, there's still a shot that they could pull an upset from 4th to take the championship here.
Crazy things can happen in a crazy finale. Alexander Walton sets the fastest lap of the race in the OBSP category. Like I say, there's a lot of crazy things that can happen, especially when you've had the level of drama that we have had. Slow exit there from the A&R Endurance Esports car and the MTS Garage, who I think when you left, they were looking really, really strong. Over the previous 3 hours, they have had very difficult times, including dropping right the way back. And yet still find themselves back up in the mix. There's the provisional standings of the OBSP category. Race Onion by, as you said, a single point over WSR Esports BACK. OBS World by Simsa, they're only going to be able to get 100 points, so they are effectively out of it, basically.
So Race Onion could take this one by the scruff of the neck here. If they can repass WSR, they can almost ensure that they won't have a shot at trying to do this one. But as long as they do stay behind them right now, they still are in that winning position. WSR has the ball in their court. They need to make some passes to try and take this championship. It is still possible, and there are still 2 hours left in this race. As we continue to watch our LMP3 leaders on our screen, MTS Garage losing that second place right back again as the 59 machine repasses them for P2.
Yeah, indeed. So, like I say, we've got a lot to deal with in this little battle, and I'm sure we're not even remotely done in it. MTS Garage trying to find their way past. It was the 58, by the way, A&R Endurance Esports car, the one that kind of, I think they listened to the race control very early when we had the red flag out and dropped back down the order. And they actually lost a couple of laps, but obviously when the red flag came out, then they got given the laps back. Like that's something very confusing. But they dealt with it very well. So at least there is that. Battle at the bottom of your screen, though, that is the battle in the for second position in the GT3 category, Blue by TC versus PPF. And of course, it is the hot charge coming in from Valero. By the way, I didn't realise this. The red flag, though, would have made things a lot easier if you've saved tyres, because now you can go full attack. It means if you've not saved tyres, because you've been sat there for 40 minutes not using tyres.
Exactly. So this kind of changes the game in a couple of ways. And PPF Racing Team, Valero, now in the car. We've seen him kind of charge his way forward before. Can he overtake Blue by TC? And can he bring anything to that Audi that has been dominant this race? Boombella still in that white 10/10 machine, up by only about 4 seconds now. We saw it much wider than that earlier on.
Yeah, indeed. So, again, I'm sure this... I don't know if this battle's going to be quite as intense. I don't know if Valero is going to be a little bit patient. I think it depends on what happens with the gap up ahead in that GT3 category, because 10/10s are clear down the road. But that Audi has been absolutely rapid today. 10/10s, obviously they qualified in 4th spot. They took the lead going down to turn 3 and have led by far the most laps today. So even if Valero does take over that second position, I don't know if he's going to be able to close down on the number 10 car that currently runs as the race leader in the GT3 category. So I think it really is more of a battle for that second spot. And in that GT3 category, as far as I'm aware, Blue by TC with their current position, everything's pretty set for them. They basically just need a podium to tick off, and then the title's essentially theirs.
Yeah, with Valkyrie competition kind of pushed by the wayside, that helps them out.
About that. They're in 4th spot now, and they have a fully repaired car. So you know how they stayed.
Is it up to pace though?
As far as I'm aware, yes. As far as they've actually led quite a bit since you've been gone over the last 3 hours. So what happened? Obviously, for anyone who didn't join us, they had a big incident in the final corner at Sunset. They rejoined. They lost the front end. They were able to keep going, and the car wasn't too much slower. And once they started navigating some lap traffic here, the Yellow Submarine Squad Audi, able to carry on, but they didn't take a full repair. So they didn't ever drop a lap down. Safety car came out. They got almost the entire car repaired.
Unbelievable. I thought that was the longest of shots for them, and yet here they are, the 177 in the top 5, and with a realistic shot to be a problem for drivers for teams like Blue by TC and PPF Racing. Granted, they do have to put in the work from here, because now they've got to go fight once again, much like we're seeing with the sister teams of A&R Endurance Esport number 58 and 59. Have they gapped? Yes, they have gapped Mantis in that MTS garage car. So they're starting to pull away a little bit right now. They've also got the Locals Autosport black car acting as a buffer between them.
Yeah, and there, if you look at the bottom of your screen, Valero has worked his way past. So he's now in second position, getting past Klemanskis. They're in the number 14 Blue by TC car. Absolutely right in that one. And of course, absolutely right with this fantastic battle at the top of the LMP3 category again. As you said before, first and second on your screen right now, we can't quite see the MTS garage car. It's a little bit too far behind us. And I will say the SRB Motorsport by Vega car has just received a penalty in-game.
Yep, I believe that was for the failure to hold the brakes on that one, from what I saw. So I believe were they the cause of all that craziness in a turn 3 then, if that's the case?
Yeah, they were the one that spun round, and then they didn't hold the brakes, which was bad enough, but then they tried steering, but clearly didn't really think about which way they were steering, so they steered, they pulled the left hand over the top, so just to steer left normally, which obviously just brought the car in front of a load of people. It was chaos. They should have just held their brakes, but easier said than done. Mistakes made, they have the penalty to round themselves.
So, who was on pole actually for our GT3s? Because I was trying to do that math. PPF. Okay, so they, for the GT3s, then, okay, so that isn't a factor. It's 7.5 points between Blue by TC and Valkyrie competition. For those wondering what it would take for Valkyrie to come back and somehow unbelievably win this thing, they have to win the race, and Blue by TC must finish 3rd. Because if they finish 2nd, we thought 1 point was close. How about half a point?
Yeah, which fair enough, it could be possible. I mean, they have had that before, because I remember the boys, I remember Darren and Zach were talking about it basically a bit earlier on, because they have been, that particular Valkyrie competition have led. Whether they'll be able to retake over the race lead, though, is a very different prospect, but we shall see. You can see there the prototypes, the OBSP is working their way through the GT3 traffic already, so sure that's sketchy. Thankfully, there's only 4 of them. There's only 5 of them because Team Forza are still in that group.
Yeah, so we've lost Grow Racing Team Blue. They're officially out of this race now. So 5 of them on track, but only 4 on the lead lap. Yeah, I always thought, at least in terms of endurance racing or just night multi-class racing, having that F3 relation box up is almost critical now at this stage, because unless you have a really keen eye in your mirror on what the headlights look like for each class, you're not going to know until they're pretty close. Yeah, I mean, I've only really raced in the top category, and again, I don't say that as if like, oh, it's because I'm the best driver in the world of sim racing. Definitely not. I think racing in the top category, whilst the cars can be quite difficult to drive, I think your traffic management's far easier because you're fully in control of everything. It's up to you as to how you do it. So I actually maintain that I think it's the easiest one to deal with in the lap traffic perspective. So, you know, I've done that, and I remember when we were on R-Factor 2, we never had a relative box in the same way that you do. Your relative box only shows you the direct position ahead and behind. That's the to-go green car. Nice. Yeah, it only shows you the positions ahead and behind, 2 positions ahead, 2 positions behind, which obviously is fine. When you're trying to go through traffic, it doesn't tell you. So someone, guy called Pablo Aspertunis, coin operator, you might know if you want to know, but obviously Lithuanian, works well in this league, developed a proper relative box that would work in the same way that iRacing does. And when we had that, absolute game changer, because you could see exactly what was going on ahead and behind. It made going through traffic a lot easier because you could prepare yourself a lot better for it. I can only imagine that just revolutionized in multi-class racing for that game. So yeah, it's almost critical at this point. By the way, 2 to go green did get the car back on track, although they might get an unsafe rejoin because it was a little bit sketchy when they tried to return. Thankfully, nobody hit anything, nobody spun, so everybody's okay. But they'll probably have the other team on the radio pretty shortly after that one to complain about that rejoin. Currently up at the very front of the field, it's about 4 seconds between OBS World Simsa and BC Vault. So we've been so focused on WSR and Race On. You have to remember, there's still a race to be won, even though the championship is probably foremost in many of the drivers and teams' minds. Yeah, exactly. And speaking of championships, here's the top 2 of the GT3 category about to go into combat. Now, Blue by TC will want to delay the Valkyrie competition car as much as possible, even though still a win for the championship is a little bit almost out of reach, it seems, for the Ferrari, but still they will give it their best go. And if they can get by the Porsche quickly, maybe they can keep up with Gar Valero. The important bit with that is that Valero will be firing on all 6 of those cylinders to try and close down on the race lead of the 10/10 car, Justinis Baboulis. Currently running about 5 seconds clear. This is what's happening provisionally within the GT3 standings. So it's still about 10.5 points between Blue by TC and Valkyrie competition. PPF Racing Team trying to come in as a bit of a dark horse. Unfortunately, maybe a little bit too far back, because despite them running in second and could get a few more, at best they're looking at second place because Blue by TC just way too far ahead for them to try and catch up unless they encounter yet more problems, and PPF probably needing mostly to win this race. And you know, you say that it's a long shot for Valkyrie competition, and it is, but we just witnessed the top 3 in points, or at least 2 of the top 3 in points in LMP3 get taken out in a single accident. So endurance racing, I mean, it really relies on that old adage, to finish first you must finish. Exactly. So just keeping out of trouble seems to be job 1 today. Yeah, exactly. Like I say, it's reaching the checker flag, the endurance spirit, as we always kind of classify it as, is absolutely the most important bit in all of this. You know, being able just to get to the end of the race.
It's easier said than done, though. That is the important bit. But just being able to get to the checker flag, it is really hard. But if you want to win a championship, you need to be, it's a 7-round championship. You need to be reaching the checker flag in every single one of those races. If you're not in one of them, maybe you're not going to win the championship, but still, it's tough. There goes Valkyrie competition then down the inside. Oh no, and there's contact between them.
And as just as they rejoin, Yellow by TC says, thank you very much. I'll take both of those spots. Just about had an unsafe rejoin. Valkyrie competition allows Blue by TC back through. I wonder if that was just redressing the position for them. I'm not sure if they'll get away without either at least a warning or a penalty from race control on that one. I was just about to say when I saw them make that dive, they've got almost nothing to lose. It's the last race of the season. Yes, they want to get to the finish, but they need the win, so they're going to be taking the risks.
And that was a big risk there, trying to really send that one. Now, still going to have to work his way past Klamanskis and now Dominic Basilio, who finds himself ahead of the pair of them. I don't know if that was an overcommitment. The easy thing to say from that, is obviously that Poulet just overdrove it. But then you could also argue the 14 turned in maybe a little bit too early and made contact with the Ferrari, instigating the incident. So I'd say from what I'm seeing, probably a racing incident to be fair.
We'll see if race control has any opinion on it, but they're going to continue the battle on now, especially that Valkyrie has redressed the position and let them through. Will they be able to sneak back by once again, and will they be able to do it a little bit cleaner than last time? They're also not that far behind Yellow by TC, which I'm sure Valkyrie competition is even more motivated now because they don't want to let that Porsche scamper away.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they will, but you can't fight between yourselves and then let another car run away, even though it's another TC car. So we'll have to wait and see. But realistically speaking, I think they've got the pace to both of them. They've got the pace to catch and pass the 82. So I think they'll be fine to do so. As we can see at the bottom of your screen, Race Onion working their way through. Let's see if Valkyrie can make a move this time safely and clean.
Around the outside, trying the other way. They're still going to make a little bit of contact, this time without running off the course. Wheel to wheel, coming up through Collier as Blue by TC fights them off as best they can into the braking of Tower, but they're a little bit earlier on the brakes, and Poulet is able to run that 177 into fourth.
Yeah, indeed, and I'm just a little bit more concerned about what's happening behind them a little bit, because they are being caught by the over-the-limit racing blue car. Stokoikis is the next one behind, and will probably fancy himself to come through in all this, because he's sat right there.
It's the two blues versus one another, as it's going to be a fight for fifth. They're still close behind Valkyrie competition as well. I'm sure Blue by TC doesn't want to give up too much at this stage. Yes, they've got a championship, but it is not guaranteed. They're going to have to try and prevent this from getting any worse than it already has.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, they've already done a fair amount of damage to their own races, and it's all a bit of an F. Really, but either way, Valkyrie are there. What's the gap? So it's less than a second up towards Basilo. But again, we've spoken before how they need a win. Problem is that win is now 12 seconds down the road. It is enormous, the margin that's been able to grow between a lot of them. As you can see, Race on the bottom of the screen, currently running in fourth position. Yeah, maybe. I mean, they're not too far behind WSR Esports butt kicker. They don't need to pass; they just need to keep close.
10 Tenths is still looking for that top step of the podium this season. They've had a second place back at Long Beach, and then they had a third place at Road Atlanta last round, but haven't really fulfilled that last little notch on the belt as we watch from on board with one of our OBSP cars down through turn one, flying into three, giving chase, as I believe this is still that battle for third. Race Onion making sure to keep WSR in their sights as much as they can. They, I am sure, know at this stage that this fourth place will still give them the championship, but this is the farthest that they can allow WSR to get ahead of them.
3 consecutive victories for Race Onion over the last 3 races. Unlikely they're going to get one today, but you never really know when it comes to fuel and tyre strategy over the next 96 minutes, but I don't think they're really focused on getting a 4th consecutive victory. They are focused on the title, which, to be fair, let's be honest, after 3 rounds of the championship, they were probably sat there being like, there's no way we're going to win the championship. The fact that they've come into this and they are effectively the favourites to win the championship now is insane.
That shows you what momentum can do in racing. It's a psychological game out there. And if things are going in your favor, sometimes it just helps you race at that higher level that little bit better. And speaking of racing at a high level, Valkyrie Competition's been doing that this race as they follow on yellow by TC and look around the outside, coming into turn 1. They're going to cut back. Can they get the undercut? Oh, no, they don't have enough space.
Oh, that was really close to contact as well, coming on the exit of the corner. There's another look to the inside. These two are going so aggressive to the point where I'm just sat there looking at it thinking that this is surely going to be an instant. Jonathan Poulet desperate to get past Dominic Basilo. Basilo, though, 1.4 KI rated. Jonathan Poulet, 8.2, nearly 7K between the two drivers.
That was a late defense by Basilo. And I think he got away with it. Oh, but he breaks a little bit too deep, cutting back under him. Poulet is going to try and out-drag him off the corner. And they're almost going to come together yet again, banging doors, scraping paint, whatever is left on that Valkyrie Competition car. And they are going to come together off to the side of the road. Valkyrie's able to continue on. Basilo, oh, he's backs across the track. That is also potentially a penalty worthy.
Yeah, I don't know if he might have taken the over-the-limit race. Yeah. Oh, I think he might have done. No, the 747, it's lost 2 seconds, this grouping. I got to say, like, that was absolutely fine until it was ridiculously stupid. The pair of them, like, had obviously come through side by side, fair enough. And I understand the yellow by TC. It's just the way that yellow by TC car comes straight across the Valkyrie. I get it, your teammate's behind and you're trying to assist for the championship, but that's really bad in my book. Really, really bad. I don't like how that looks.
No, I'm not a fan of it either by any stretch, but now Valkyrie back on the back of blue by TC. They're going to dive to the inside. They don't fight it at all. I wonder if they're seeing the action that this Ferrari has been in and said, fine, you guys can go and do what you want. Oh, as our OBSP drivers, Fordzilla, just come in behind them. Maybe blue is backing off and just going into survival mode.
Yeah, I don't know. Just to be fair, I kind of wouldn't blame him if blue by TC almost felt a little bit bad by what happened there and was like, you had the position before that instant and it was our teammate that you were involved in the instant with. So do you know what? All's fair. Maybe you should be ahead. I'd like to think that's what it is because that's very sportsmanlike to me. Whether that is or not, I don't know. But it's just, I don't know. That feeling's it's got a really bad feeling about that incident. Anyway, focusing back on the positive in the battle for the podium in the OBSP category, because we'll see if there's going to be any switches between Race Onion and WSR Esports Butt Kicker. I think Race Onion, they're pretty satisfied with where they are right now.
I think so as well. I think as long as they've got that WSR in their sights, they know that there's nothing they can do. And if they follow them through, let's say WSR does pass BC Vault, if Race Onion can overtake them as well, then they're still the winners, as long as they are directly behind WSR. So as they head through the Fangio, or no, excuse me, this is through Collier right now. They make sure each and every time, whenever they go by some lap traffic, that 116, the 15 follows them through.
Yeah, indeed. Just no major risk in traffic from any of this lot. I mean, I think they're desperate to get through to the end of the race without any major dramas. Of course, especially Race Onion, they know the position they're in, they know where they're at. The big fear, though, I think for this group is the what if. What if a safety car? So yeah, I don't know. It's is it safety? Is the risk of a safety car still quite high? I think yes.
I mean, based on what we saw with a couple major incidents since this restart from the red flag, absolutely.
Yeah.
That we could still easily see one erupt out here. But to your point, yeah, it will kind of depend on what they do pit stop wise and when that safety car comes out, if it does. And Do both teams actually have tires left?
I absolutely have no idea. I wasn't able to keep track. Unfortunately, we don't know. It's not as if there's like a button that we can just keep track of how many tires people have got. You kind of got to do it manually.
Paging Larry. Let's see if he can get us some.
You can't go about on poor Larry.
That's his job. He's supposed to be giving us that sort of stuff. I mean, I appreciate what he does, but I mean that's the entire point of Larry the Stats Man.
Yeah, now, if he doesn't know already, he's going to have to go back through every pit stop and see, did they take tires in this one, did they take tires in that one, did they take tires in this one, did they take tires in that one. That's a tall order, that's a tough job, as we see the battle for second position. Locals Autosport going around the outside at the moment of A&R Esport for second position in the LMP3 category. It's so close between them and more contact.
Out into the marbles. There's just no grip there with how dirty the track has gotten at this stage. Locals Autosport gets elbowed out. MTS Garage will pick that up as well with that battle. So Locals down to 4th.
Yeah, and whether they're going to be for too much longer, no. Straight back down the inside to, or at least to hold. Obviously, they've still got the MTS Garage car behind. They were almost passed once more to drop them down into 5th position with the second. Oh no, it was the first. Yeah, no, it's all right. I can count. Don't worry. It's fine. My brain is not here. But either way, some brutal fighting. That's the important bit. As the top 4 in category are all relatively close.
Yeah, this has been just a fantastic development in LMP3, and again, it leaves us with question marks on who's going to take the championship at the end of it, because Yellow Submarine Sim Lab is sitting in 5th, but they've got a ways to go because of those top 4 breaking away. Larry has delivered. Thank you, Larry. You're our hero. Both WSR and Race Onion have a set left. So, actually, do we have more than one stop, though, to the finish?
Yes. With these, because obviously how they went racing. Go and double check in a second, but they were kind of starting.
It was about 2 and some change left, so.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll probably not, based on what we saw in the first part of the race, there'll be 2 stops left to go from here, which just depends on which side you take the double stint on, really.
Well, I mean, if you ask me the smart way, if it's feasible, I'd say you hold on to that set till the last pit stop, because you don't want to be caught out by a safety car at the end, and you're on old tires and your rivals are on new tires.
Yeah, but then will you be potentially... Will you lose too much ground on the next stint if we don't get a safety car? Yeah, if next stint, let's say, for example, Race Onion do take tyres and WSR Esports Bucket don't take tyres, will Race Onion be able to pull out a big enough gap where it kind of negates whether you've got tyres or not, unless there's a safety car? It's a risky game.
This is why they hopefully have some sort of strategist up on the box to help them out, or at least the driver that is not in the car is trying to crunch the numbers and figure out what is the smart way to go about this. And they'll be watching things carefully as Alex Walton taking the fastest lap of the race here. I guess the track, well, it didn't cool anymore. It's still 81 Fahrenheit, but maybe just got a lucky lap without traffic.
Yeah, indeed. I was going to just say, I'm very impressed by how swift Larry had that information. He's good, isn't he?
I was going to say, that's why I said it's his job, and he's good at it. And Larry, I mean, you've been really fantastic to us all season, so a tip of the hat to you for really providing us all kinds of excellent stuff, and also coming to our rescue when we're so focused on the action we don't have the notes for who's done what out there. And yeah, he's given us a little bit of a heart in the chat for the love we're giving him. Meanwhile, Blue by TC still behind Valkyrie competition after being overtaken by them. They're not letting them get away, even though, as you said, it looked like they may have let them by.
Yeah, indeed. I think just keeping everything close together. You know, obviously, whilst you're battling for the championship, you can't allow the Valkyrie competition car. Right now, again, Blue by TC have winning the championship, right? They can't allow Poulet and the Valkyrie competition car to run too far into the distance. You've got to, like I say, same as what Race Onion are doing with WSR Esports Bucket, they're just keeping an eye on them. If you're ever involved in a championship fight like this, the best thing to do, if you've got a main championship rival, but you've got a few points on them, and you just need to finish like one position behind them to win the championship. It's boring, it's really boring, but sit behind them, all race, and honestly do exactly what they do. Because if you do exactly what they do, you will finish one position behind them, which will win you the championship. Is that boring? Yes. Is it risky? Not really. You know, it's not as risky as like trying to experiment the strategy, trying to win the whole race, or whatever. You're doing the game plan to what you actually need to do to actually win the championship.
And you know, I talked to a lot of teams over the years, and so many of them will say, or drivers will say, over the course of the season, no, we're not. We're just taking it a race at the time, and we're just, you know, trying to get good results every race. By the time they get to the last one, I guarantee you that they are trying to points race, because, like you said, you don't want to take any unnecessary risks at this point. There's nothing else you can do but try and position yourself to finish as high as you can in the championship. Now, for some, that won't matter if they're down towards the end, but if you're in the hunt for the crown, you absolutely have to.
I mean, look, I hear that from a lot of people, and I have battled for championships myself, you know, various times, and it is the case. For the most part of the championship, you shouldn't really think too much about the championship, not on a race by race basis, because the thing is that, you know, you can only get, if you treat every race like as an individual thing without thinking about the championship, you can only get as high a result as you can get, if that makes sense. If you were going to finish fourth, if fourth is the best result you can get, then fourth is the best result you can get. If first is, then first is, right? Whatever the best result that you're capable of around that track, in that car, at that time, right? That's the best you can do. And that's fine. That works throughout quite a lot of the season, because you're just focused on getting the best result possible, rather than like, oh, I need to average like 10 points around or whatever. No, just like whatever the best result is. Whereas when you get down into the season finale, even the very best drivers in sim racing, they'll probably play it cool in the interviews. Oh no, we're not thinking about the championship that much. We're going out there, we're going to aim to win the race, and you know, that's about it. That is rubbish. They are definitely thinking about the championship. You can't help it.
It's why we're here for a full 7 rounds. So yeah, I'm fully with you on that one as we continue to watch this fight heading into Collier in our LMP3 category. Still about a second apart between A&R and now Locals Autosport. Instead, they've split that number 59 from his 58 teammate. So we've got a little bit of a breakup in what has been a lockout on the front 2 spots there. Can they continue to do anything to see if they can chase them down and take that win away in this race? Because it certainly looks like they're keeping him honest. In fact, I believe he's been a little bit faster than him, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. That gap has certainly come down. I thought the 58 had actually checked out a little bit, but the 1-1-3, the Locals Autosport car, has dragged that one back in, picking up the slipstream now. Potential for a race victory is definitely on. It's just about navigating the final pit stop, or potentially 2. I think for them, for the LMP3s, we've seen them go quite long. That's because the temperature's quite cooler. They'll be burning a little bit more fuel right now. But yeah, we've seen them been able to get quite close. I think they'll need to do one full stop and then just genuinely like a little splash, like put in 10 minutes worth of fuel, and that's about it. As we can see the updated LMP3 standings, at the moment, Beaver Grease Racing Plus will be taking the championship despite being quite far down the order, mostly courtesy of the absolute drama that is afoot, as you've got the A&R Endurance Esports team, which I think is the 59, not the 58. Well, it might be 58.
The 59 was sitting in 5th position coming into this one, and A&R was, they were 13. So this is definitely the 59 car.
Oh, it says, Larry says 58.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Unless I'm looking, because the A&R Esport 58 car was 13th in the points coming into this thing. Surely that's not
How many
enough.
points do they have?
They had 21 points. Yeah, that's got to be the 59.
We do mean the 59, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. We won't panic. We ain't panicking. It's fine.
I mean, if it tells you anything, A&R Endurance Esport was 22 points behind Beaver Grease Racing Plus. Now, they needed basically a miracle, but as close as they got, they came pretty darn close to a miracle on this one.
Yeah, indeed. Wow, that was close. Icarus International going around the outside of the A&R, one of the A&R Endurance cars. That would be the race leader.
Are you saying Icarus flew too close to them?
Almost. Just the Icarus flew the exact right distance to the sun on that occasion. It is absolutely fine. And now they're trying to, so you've got the battling up ahead, you've got a bit of lap traffic in the over the limit racing blue car. Struggling to get through these
Yeah. Now Larry's saying somebody gave him bad numbers before the race. So there we go. That's about the only time I think we've seen Larry get a number wrong potentially.
We'll allow it.
Coming back to that battle for the lead, Locals Autosport not only has passed the rest of the field and caught our leaders, but they're putting pressure on now right behind them, and they've got traffic. Team Fordzilla's coming up, I believe our leader in the OBSP as well, so things are going to get a bit complicated, and this could offer up opportunities like right here.
Oh my goodness me, straight on the inside, Locals Autosport. I thought they were going to absolutely cream the side of that Fordzilla car. I thought it was going to be an unbelievable crash. Somehow managed to arrest the car just about in time. Ridiculous.
Very brave on the brakes, but like you said, they were down to the apex, and that puts them up to the lead. Now, I don't believe this is going to give them a shot at. They were 34 points behind the leaders coming into this one, so they're not worried about any sort of championship. They're just out here to try to take a win. In fact, they're another team that has gotten both a third and a second, but never a first this season.
Yeah, indeed. So it's again all about ending the season as high as possible, i.e. taking a victory, especially if it is your first one of the season. Navigating themselves by the Blue by TC car. So again, working their way through most of the GT3 contingent. Not too many are left to go before they've got a bit more relatively clean air. Just 80 minutes left to go in this season from Arlo there.
Gotta say, I know we've been harping on this point a lot all day long, but when it comes to the iRating, another good case for things is Locals Autosport. Akauskas shows it at 1800, and he just caught and passed two drivers that are 3,000 plus, and he's now trying to run away. So yeah, sometimes it's more about what you can do on track than that iRating number that you've got by your name. If you've got the speed, that's all that matters in the end.
Yeah, I mean, look, we as much as we do bring up and we do harp on a little bit about the iRating, because I think it's interesting. You know, it's not like in a special event where you do typically see the highest iRating drivers are always at the front and the lowest are at the back. That's just generally how it goes. In like league racing and stuff, it's whoop, that's a big slide for our race leader. In league racing and stuff, it's way more open and advanced and complicated than that. There is the updated standings then inside the LMP3 category. So it's Beaver Goose Racing Plus by then SRB mostly by Lin Vega, and then Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab car. So it is still Beaver Goose Racing Plus taking the title at the moment.
Allowing the OBSP car of WSR through, still ahead of Race Onion, but now have started to gap them. It's up to about 2 seconds. They're trying to run away, but again, doesn't matter how far away they are from that 15. It's that they need to be ahead of BC Vault, who's still about 4 seconds up the road. Definitely not impossible, especially with an hour left to go. If they can push, if State is quick enough to chase him, he could still hand them a championship here, but it's in his hands to do so.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be perfect strategy over the next 78 minutes. You've got to make sure that you're taking the tyres in the right time. Of course, again, we do know that Race Onion, WSR Esports, Buck, they've both got a tyre set apiece left to go as we continue to see this fight between Locals Autosport and, of course, the A&R Endurance number 58. Sat right on the rear, incredibly close between the two of them, and it doesn't look like this battle's going anywhere in the lead of the LMP3.
Oh! He just hit the wall. He smacked the inside coming through turn one, a little bit too aggressive down to the apex, and he certainly found it this time. But Darius Rakauskas maybe feeling that pressure. I thought he was running away, but suddenly Marcin Junk is just making him look a little nervous.
That's seriously lucky. If you've slapped the wall there, again, we've spoken before about how these each of these concrete pieces is basically like a Lego set. They fit into each other, but obviously they're rigid as an object, which means that they kind of jut out a little bit out of the wall, and clearly very, very lucky as they work their way past Gal Valero in the GT3 category. Of course, PPF Racing currently second in those GT3s, so a long way up though to the 10/10 car. Get the feeling that the PVF racing team might have a little bit of a boring run into the checkered flag from here, because 10/10's been way too strong today.
Darius may have gotten away with just barely putting his bare foot on that Lego before he lifted it, because it looks like he's keeping the pace up. So he'll try and hold back A&R's number 58 team. But now they've seen them make a mistake. They know that he can get into his head, that he can try and put that pressure on. Will he be able to force that LMP3 car to make another small enough error that he can get back into the lead of this race?
Abel Torres now sets the fastest lap of the race. No shock that Team Fordzilla are going so fast. They've got absolutely nothing to lose in all of this. They're just doing their own laps. They're doing their own thing. Basically just trying to chill to the checkered flag, and at the moment just ticking the laps off. I think small victories for them right now. Yeah, fast lap, cool. Such a shame that they ended up in that barrier, basically in the background underneath the Michelin logo.
Yeah, and as they have gotten themselves down to 3 laps below the lead, because it was 4 before. You're right, they're doing everything they can. Because we keep saying it, and it really is true. Never say die in an endurance race. You just don't know what's going to happen. And they're trying their hardest, but it's getting farther and farther away from being much more than just a distance 5th place for them. And definitely not looking like that final win that they wanted here in this season, because they have not gotten one yet so far. And I think that's been a bit of a thorn in their side throughout this time through an OBSE.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to remember with them is that they've had Fordzilla have had the pace so many rounds this season. I remember Zam thought they were basically the fastest car. You've seen them time and time again be the fastest car, and then things haven't worked out for them. It happens. They do have those moments, and sometimes a lot of the time it's not their fault. This time you could argue they were a little bit aggressive in traffic, but then it was kind of one of those ones I'm looking back at. I can see it from both sides. I understand it from both sides. They've not been like crazy risky or anything stupid in traffic. They just keep getting genuinely just a bit unlucky to Team Fordzilla.
Sometimes that seems to happen. You have slumps in racing, and they've gone back to 4 laps down because they're taking a pit stop, and they should need, I think, one more to get to the end from here. Yeah. That's a little bit too far. And they are going to swap out Abel with Juan Manuel Gomez. So he'll wrap them up as the anchor, it appears, on this one. Back to our battle on screen that we've been keeping an eye on. Locals Autosport versus A&R Endurance Esport 58. As all this has been happening, I keep wondering if the other A&R car, the 59, is going to catch them, but he's been getting really bad luck with the traffic, and he's just been that little bit too far away to become a factor.
Yeah, just not quite within the roughly a second that you need to be in if you want to be in the slipstream, especially around here. So it's kind of one of those ones you're staring at it, looking at it, being like, oh my god, it is so close. I need like 5 or 6 perfect corners, and I'll probably be in the slipstream.
That was a big mistake right there, as the 113 went wide for the second time that we've seen down through the safety pin. And the A&R Endurance 58 is diving back and forth, trying to find an opening down into Cunningham. They go around the outside, but nothing doing there. So somehow Locals Autosport will live to fight another day. Sorry about that. That was just sudden mistake. I thought this was going to be it.
So did I. I saw them going a little bit too deep going into 7, and then somehow they're still in position. What that does mean is that we do now have a 3-car battle for the race lead, because the 59 has joined the fight, now 1.1 seconds off of the race lead, so they're getting slipstream off of the 58, and even a little bit of a toe off of the 113. BC Volt by Simsa, and I believe the OBS World by Simsa car, both in the pit lane.
That is correct. WSR Esports takes the lead. Race Onion follows them through. They will need to pit still themselves. Wonder if any of these OBSP teams are trying to save themselves a pit stop by going as long as they can. I don't know if that's even possible.
No, I don't think so. Basically, the longest we've seen drivers or teams go, I think we saw some earlier on go 55 minutes.
Okay.
I think that you're just like reducing the size of the splash. I don't think you can shave off that pit stop.
That makes sense then, yeah.
Not even the best fuel savers, no.
That's just a little bit too far. At that point, I'm not sure it'd be worth trying to save the fuel. We might as well just go all out on it and push hard. Certainly seeing these LMP3s push hard here as the 58 is continuing to let the 113 know that he is there. He's not going away. And Darius is going to defend down into what could be his weakness. We've seen him just slip a little wide down at the safety pin multiple times. This time he hits the apex nicely. Behind them, they're starting to drop Tromp once again in that number 59. So these two do have pretty good pace compared to that third place car.
Yeah, they seem to be able to pull out the gap, but as soon as there's like mistakes like that, I was going to say, I think as much as they're faster, I don't think, particularly with that Locals Autosport car, I don't think there's quite as the same level of consistency. Maybe that comes from the level they are pushing to, but we've seen quite a few mistakes coming out of the 113 car. You can see just how close the 58 is behind. As we can see, the insights powered by grip and the tyre age. The Locals Autosport car, well, there we go, might explain why they're having a little bit of pace struggle. Tyres are way older than the A&R Endurance car. In fact, well over double the age.
Wow, so there you go. Oh, and down to the inside immediately. They're not even that close. Kind of surprised that Darius is taking that defensive line, maybe just trying to break the slipstream down the Ullman Straight to see what he can do to shake that number 58. Nothing doing at this stage, though, as he'll hold on to the back of him as they come over the bumps of Sunset Bend and flash past the flag stand one more time. Eventually, we need to also see this class into pits, and that could also make a bit of a difference. If the 58 can't pass them on track, maybe they can get sneaky in pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, you got to remember with these battles again. I'm starting to understand, having seen that insight powered by grip and our little guy Larry, who's passed us the info. I'm starting to understand why this Locals Autosport car might be struggling quite as much as it is, because the tyre grip will have definitely dissipated, and it will be quite a difficult vehicle to drive around here as they get their photograph taken again, go down into the head, and continue on their route.
Paris Charles getting into the 116, stayed ahead of Race Onion, who now has Peter Zuba back in the car. First, I thought maybe that was a French name. It was Paris Charles or something like that, but no, he hails from Club UKNI, so I'm going to go with the rather English way of saying it. And
Paris Charles.
Yeah, Paris Charles. So,
yep.
What a name.
What a name. Yeah, I mean, it does make more sense of it being like Paris Charles. But, yeah, fair enough. Represent or something.
Coming around, looks like that battle for the lead in the LMP3s just rages on. And yeah, that tire difference really kind of changes our perspective on everything here as to what the 113 is doing. Honestly, I'd say makes it pretty impressive the way that they've clung to this for so long. As they come around the final corner once again, boy, way wide there. That was maybe a bit too wide, or at least it appeared from that camera angle for Darius, as Marcin is not able to close in like I thought he might after that corner exit. They stay about as they were, getting ever closer to that 1 hour to go mark. Remember, an 8-hour race. There we go. Current stint and longest green stint for each of the teams.
Yeah, and so realistically speaking, these are only going to go another couple of laps more. We've already seen the OBSP cars come into the pit lane for what will be their penultimate stop. We have seen, obviously, WSR Esports, Acura and Race Onion into the pit lane, as you were saying. We saw the OBS World by Simsa and BC Volt by Simsa car in comfortably before that. So we obviously we're definitely expecting another pit stop from them. These, unless there is some magic fuel saving, they definitely ain't going the distance. We're going to need to see a splash.
A very small one, though, I think. So it's not going to be much. But yeah, as they work their way around towards Bishop once again. A&R Endurance number 58 just making sure that if he can't get by that 113, he's at least going to stick with him and make him think twice. Another little slide wide from Darius coming into Jean Debienne as they're getting ready to lap the Yellow Submarine Sim Lab car. And here we go. That was the bad exit he's been waiting for. And Junk finally gets down to the inside. Job is not completely done. And they've got the lap traffic. There, he's finally got it. And I think, I'm not sure if it's what I was seeing, but it almost looked like the 59 car was flashing his lights in celebration when he saw that move happen.
Yeah, no, maybe. I think it was more probably flashing the lights to make sure that that GT3 knew, by the way, it's not just those two. It's not just those two coming through. I want to make a move as well. As look at how close these two are, almost contact as well. They allow Fordzilla to work their way through, squeezing past, struggling on the brakes of the 58 car. Highly dramatic fight.
Sticking with him. Maybe he lost that track position, but he could still try and make life a pain for the 113. And our endurance of 59 now getting closer because of that little bit of a fight, but still lacking the pace that we're seeing the top two show so far, and has not been close enough to try and attack, just like we saw an attack from Darius once again down into the safety pin. He is feisty today.
Yeah, exactly. He's not messing around, is he? Absolutely pushing to the nth degree at the moment. But I'm liking seeing what I'm seeing from the pair of these. They're just giving it everything they possibly can. And to be fair, I can see this battle going for the next 65 minutes, depending on what happens during their pit stop, because that's the part that might split this group apart.
Yeah, that has the ability to do that often in these endurance races. Instead of bringing cars together, you tend to see them kind of spread because of so many variables that can happen in those pit stops. But it also can mean a change out there. Looks like, I think that's OBS World by Simsa. Yeah, that's our overall leader. Just going to leave them be. He's currently leading by about 10 seconds over BC Volt, so he's sitting pretty comfortably at this stage. Not a done deal, but he's got himself in a great position here with just a little bit left to go. We got a car in pit lane.
That was one of the ANR Endurance Esports cars. It'll obviously be the 59, so it's pounced straight in there, I believe, being joined in pit lane by a couple of others in the LMP3. That is wide. That's like my line going through T1. As we'll see if the 58 is able to hang on a little bit. Look down the inside from the 113 Locals Autosport car. Once again, filling the mirrors, going down into T3.
Yeah, it looks like MTS Garage is the other one that is in, along with 4SR Racing. 4SR, though, multiple laps down. In fact, I think they just got a penalty. Don't think they're serving that right now, though, are they? Or have they? Yeah, they've already served it, so the black flag is gone for them. They're going to change drivers on top of things. So they're ready to go to the finish of this race just about. Getting some info from Larry here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, you read away.
So that'll be 7 laps. Yeah, so wow. Okay, 7 laps. Yeah, that's way too many for OBSP to try and make. 3 laps for LMP3s. That's a lot. That's a lot. But, I mean, if you can save, then, I mean, it'll depend on how much that splash and dash is worth. I wonder what the pit bogey is, actually. Because that might tell us kind of what time that you're looking at. If you're looking at needing a minute, or if you need a minute and a half out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say, like that. If someone would tell me, like, obviously, I'm sure they will already have known this for a long time, whatever. If someone would have told me at the start of the restart of this race and the red flag restart, we need 3 laps of fuel. We're going to be short by 3 laps over the next 2 hours. So I'm thinking that's a lap and a half a stint of fuel. I'm thinking I'm going for that. I'm trying that, as we'll see ANR into the pit lane with the 58 car. Locals Autosport going out one more. 3 laps. Like I said, it's 3 laps over 2 hours. That's at the point where I'm looking at it being like, that's possible. The 7 for the OBSPs is not. That's just really not possible. You have to scrub off way too much speed. But 3 in the LMP3s, it's really difficult. But it is possible.
Well, and so we know that ANR is probably not doing that because they took Both their cars took them a little bit earlier. But Locals Autosport was leading, and if they were trying, they would probably want to let that car go and then use that tow to help the fuel to get them farther along. So I don't know that they're doing it either, but they've seemed to have made it just slightly farther.
Yeah, I actually reckon that the 113 from where they are, I actually reckon they will be good. Genuinely, I think they'll be good to go to the end. By my calculations, by my estimations, I reckon they'll be able to do like I think from here it'll be like 30, 31 laps, 32 laps, which is, to be fair, they're all very close to it. Very close to it.
Also, we're getting information that the 177, that's Valkyrie competition, stopped under safety car before the restart, so they might have that little bit more fuel. And I mean, if they did that because of the fuel, that was incredibly heads up by the team to tell them, give ourselves the advantage. We don't need the track position. Throw the Hail Mary and see if we can bring it home to the end zone.
Problem is, I think they were maybe expecting the race to get back underway a little bit faster than where it did, because realistically speaking, they're still stopping the same amount of times as everyone else. Because I think PPF 1010s, all the GT3's cars, they're going to make one stop, right? They're not going to require to make a second stop. There's no splash and dash required. So as much as that is great, it means their stop will be shorter. So at least there's that. They might actually be able to close in on PPF Racing courtesy of that. So we'll have to wait and see. And obviously Blue by TC down in 5th position. So there's a lot up in the air in this category.
So looks like Villius is going to be hopping into the car for Darius Rakauskas, the Locals Autosport. So they finally take their pit stop with just pretty much exactly an hour to go left on the clock, down to the last eighth of this race. A&R Endurance 58 now coming around to the Ullman Straight. And let's see if it's close enough that they can come out ahead of the 113. Or are we going to see Vicarious be able to emerge ahead? Oh, he's already coming out. It's looking like the 113 is going to easily be ahead of them.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously some... Oh, yeah, look at that. You saw them just diving around. Does that mean they've short fuel? Does that mean they've not taken... No.
It's the same stop time I'm seeing to both A&R cars, so they just timed it well.
Fair enough. Good on them. Just playing things very well when it comes to their strategy. But there's a lot of heads doing a lot of maths at the moment, making sure that everything's going to work out well. There goes the reversed by Limp Vega car. Goodness me. Oh, I'm getting old, aren't I? To me, though. That's what I wanted. Limp Vega's the SRB Motorsport car in the LMP3. Sorry.
There's a lot to keep track of out here today, so you can give us a little bit of leeway, I think, to this afternoon / evening, morning for me, at least earlier on. But watching the second place car now have to make up what was tenths of a second, is up to 4 seconds between himself and the 113. Even cone to cone, it looks like they were about the same between themselves and Locals Autosport. So that must have just been out laps and in laps.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just maybe there's a bit of luck traffic-wise as well. I mean, maybe there's been some good fortune working for Locals Autosport with the traffic play. But I don't know. There is that was insanely close with Valkyrie, almost diving straight back in onto the rear end of the A&R endurance car. But of course, Valkyrie competition currently race leaders in GT3, but awaiting their final pit stop. Probably will take it this lap. We were expecting them only to go maybe a lap longer than everyone else in that GT3 contingent, so potentially expect to see that Ferrari 296 work its way down onto the lane this time by holding a tighter line. Bye-bye, off it goes.
Okay, so a slightly shorter stop, most likely, than some of their rivals. Where is that going to put them? 10 tenths, we expect, will retake the lead once they come around. But then what about PPF Racing Team? Will we see the 177 ahead of them once they emerge? Because it's a big gap. In fact, 11 seconds between the 10 tenths and the PPF teams.
Yeah, indeed. So, I mean, 10 tenths have been dominant And to be fair, I don't think 1010s are going to be caught in this race. I just think they've done everything right. I think they've got the pace. I think they've got the position. And as much as PPF Racing are looking really quick, really, they're looking great. Maybe PPF are going to be in a battle with Valkyrie a little bit here. We'll have to wait and see when Valkyrie start moving. I just think the dominant force in this category all day are the ones, weirdly enough, looking like they are going to be the favourites. You can see them going through there. That car coming through the background, that was the PPF Racing car, and Valkyrie hadn't started moving in pit lane yet. So actually, I'll pump the brakes on that one, and Gar Valero will comfortably be into second position. So finally, Tony Poulet will work his way out of pit lane.
That is correct. So your order for the top three, now that pit stops are done in the GT3s, is 10/10 leads, PPF is second, and Valkyrie Competition is in third. It is about 4.5 seconds. They could try and run down PPF if they feel like they have the pace, but it's Gail Valero in that car. So if you can run him down, then you have. Granted, it is Jonathan Poulet, who is extremely fast in his own right. So he's probably one of the best positioned to try and be faster than that 227 car.
Yeah, and also, I think that from what I've seen today, the Porsches, they've looked pretty quick, but they do have a lot more success ballast. I think that's kind of hurt them a little bit as the stints have gone on. So I think that the Ferrari might be a little bit stronger towards the end of the stint, but realistically speaking, I don't know if Poulet can close down what is now 4 seconds between himself and the rear end of Valero in that 227, who we caught up with before the race. Obviously, our pole sitter in all of this one. So we'll keep our eye on our race leader here. They do need a livery. I'm going to slam that one down. That ain't a livery.
Getting to note that the 177 took tires and the 227 did not. So Valkyrie Competition, I did notice that it looked slightly long, but not much. It was about 1.3 seconds slower. So that would be PPF and Valkyrie fighting for second. So yeah, by that metric, Valkyrie actually, I think 4 seconds is not that impossible. It just depends on if they've got the consistency over this last stint. They got 55 minutes to do it.
Yeah, no, actually it does make sense, because you do fuel and tyres at the same time, and then you go, well, why wouldn't you just take tyres then? And again, it's, as we've been saying,
safety car.
5 sets of tyres. Safety cars come out. Who is that for?
Trying to see if I can find it. So let's see. We got the tow request, and that's number 532. Oh, is that that's Yellow Submarine?
It's their LMP3. Bjorn Claessen's behind the wheel of that car. But what indeed had happened?
That looks like it was a Jean Debienne. So that's the series of S's just before Le Mans, and I think he clipped the curb there with him running in the LMP3s. They are still pretty low-slung cars. And is that OBS World, or is that Ray Sonnen that just dove in there?
OBS World by Simsa into the pit lane. We'll see if BC Volt by Simsa also join them on the pit lane. They'd be kind of... Oh, they would be wise to. No, everyone's going to pit. LMP3 is going to pit, OBSP is going to pit, GT3s aren't. Because from now, and from when the restart will happen, they'll be able to go to the end of the race.
100%. Yeah. It took us a bit, but once our brains kind of engaged, yeah.
I'm not good at this.
It's that's why we're commentators and not strategists. But now that we've got the picture, it definitely is a slam dunk. You've got to pit now and do what you can to try and make sure that you're in and out of the pits as quick as possible, in behind that safety car and on your way. But this changes the game to much more of a sprint right down to the finish.
I said all the LMP3s will pit. Actually, I don't know if they will. And the reason why I say that is because I think they said they were 3 laps short. I think they'll be able to save 3 laps of fuel quite comfortably under safety car. So I think so too. I don't think so. What we're going to do is we're going to backpedal from what I previously just said in a flurry of excitement. All the ABSPs have pitted because they needed to take the little bit of fuel. The LMP3s I do not believe will, because track position is still important around here, and also they should be able to save enough fuel that they account for those 3 missing laps. So it's fine.
So, well, okay, that said, it is our job to try and make things dramatic, and I promise I'm not just doing this just to do this, but Locals Autosport pitted the latest out of all top 4 there in the GT or LMP3s. ANR Endurance, both cars were, or excuse me, no, the 58 was 4 laps ago, and the 59 was 5 laps ago. MTS Garage also 5 laps ago. So if they do need to save as much as possible, then the 113 is going to have the easiest time to try and do so, since they stretched it the longest.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, the reason why I say about like fuel saving and stuff, because obviously we were running at that at like what they needed to save an extra 3 laps of fuel running at race car speed. So now they won't even need to save fuel, because we're going to be running slow probably for the next 20 minutes. In fact, I don't think you even needed to pit if you were an OBSP, now that I think about it. Because I think the amount of time that we take out of the race, yes, we're not running to distance here, we're running to time. And with it taking about 2 to 3 times as long to go around the lap, it means that you're not burning as much fuel over the same distance, so you're getting the extra save, so you can stick an extra couple of laps into the car. But also, it's taking you 2.5 laps, so you're actually losing laps of the race distance. So realistically speaking, you probably didn't need to pit.
That's true. All right. Listening to race control. Yeah, safety cars. Turn 14, I think they were just telling them. There it is on screen now, picking up the leaders. It'll depend on how much reorganizing they have to do. They've had an hour of racing, essentially, since they restarted from that red flag. So how jumbled up is it? How many cars do they need to sort at this stage?
I think the thing is, from now as well, bearing in mind what we've seen before in OBS World, I do believe that this will be the last time we will see the safety car this season, because I think once it comes into the pit lane, which they probably won't rush too much, they'll make sure it's all sorted. But once it comes into the pit lane, I don't believe race control will deploy the pit lane again, unless absolutely required. But realistically speaking, I think they'd allow tows just to make sure that we don't have a safety car to impact. Because let's be honest, no one wants Abu Dhabi 2021 yet.
Exactly. I was just double checking, because we were told that the 47 did not take tires on the stop before the safety car, and I'm checking now, they did take tires under the safety car. So that worked out the best for the 47 team. Now, I don't think it's going to be enough that they're going to scamper away with this thing, but what it does do is it means that they're not on double stinted tires at the end, because if they didn't have that set, then that would have meant that WSR and Race Onion would have a distinct advantage over them in the final run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've got fairly lucky there and could be staring down the barrel of a victory here. I mean, I don't know. Between the top 4, between OBS World by Simsa, between BC Vault by Simsa, between WSR Esports Bucking, and of course between Race Onion, I do not know which team is going to be victorious. Insights powered by Grip. This is the 5th safety car of the day. I think that does include the red flag. In fact, yes, it definitely does. So fair enough. That one was, an inadvertent caution. Not much we could do about that one. The rest of them have all been through driver error, but to be fair, most people have been fairly well behaved today. It's been the odd bit of silliness and a fair few solo car incidents that have actually brought out the safety car. In fact, the last one was brought out because of a car getting beached on the curb, basically at the exact same point of the circuit.
I've seen that before, and it's the most helpless feeling as well when you're in the car and you've got drive, the car can go, but the wheels can't touch the ground. And in the sim world, it's not like you could try and rock the car back and forth from inside. It's there, and you have to take that tow.
But you do try. You sit there like moving your head back and forwards, be like, come on, go on, get that weight backwards. No, yeah, just sat there. Car wasn't damaged at all. It was just sat there on the curb. There's just nothing you could do about it. That's it. We talked about it before. Curbs are quite high around here.
Absolutely. So I'm not too shocked that it bit somebody who just landed it precisely wrong, unfortunately. But yeah, 5 safety cars out here today, and certainly have been slowed up a little bit, but we've been getting some good racing when it is green flag racing, and just some incredible twists and turns in this championship story in all 3 of the classes. Where is Beaver Grease Racing Plus now that all this has gone down? They're still sitting in 6th, and they're still a lap down from the leader of their class. So I don't think we'll see much change. Although, well, no, it was Locals Autosport Black given a lap back. Will Beaver Grease now be a lap behind 5th place instead?
I don't know.
That might.
It's all very complicated around this point with like them all trying to set them, because obviously they wave around people that are between the given classes. So like if you're between a couple of OBSPs, you'll generally get like a wave round. Obviously, if you're between the OBSPs and the safety car, you'll get a wave round. But, the whole wave round process can be a little finicky, but yeah, generally speaking, I don't fully know. We're definitely not.
I've been looking into it here, and yes, Beaver Grease Racing Plus is behind Locals Autosport out there, so they're not getting their lap back. But Locals Autosport Black, I mean, fittingly, their teammate was not lapped, and so they're going to come back around. They'll be a full lap ahead. So Beaver Grease Racing, unless someone wrecks out, can't really get another position here at the end of the race.
It's frustrating, yes, but they are in position for the championship.
Yes.
The problem is they're not in control of it. They're just sat there being like, we just have to watch and hope. That's it.
Twiddle your thumbs and hope that someone will, nobody will take you out on top of things and make sure and keep the car safe to the finish. SRB by Lent Vega, which, if I remember, yeah. Between them from what it looks like, but yes, with the 1.5 points between them, I need to check to see what 6th and 7th reward equally, but I think that still will come down to who finishes ahead of the other. What a bizarre twist on this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy end to this championship, and rather fitting. Let's be honest with all of that. Like, you know, we've had a great season all the way through. We've come into this with some extremely close championship run-ins, and it does look as though that we are going to be able to end the season with an odd battle. It must be said. You know, it's not always we see the battle for the championship being like 6 or 7, but it does happen.
I mean, I guess it doesn't matter where it's happening out on track. It's still the same fight. And, man, this is a lap down for outside the top 5 to try and decide all the marbles here today. But it's got to be fierce out there, I'm sure, between those cars. Because I'm sure they're going to be just fighting tooth and nail no matter where it is, as someone's going to be in their ear letting them know the point situation, and their rival being not directly behind, but very close behind.
Yeah, in the right neck of the woods, to be perfectly honest. It's going to be a very interesting run to the end of the race with 43 minutes left to go. It is all to play for, and all to play for the victories as well in each of the categories.
Well, one last time, we want to mention that the adrenaline is surging at today's Pulse Final of the OBS Endurance Cup, so don't miss a moment and download the OBS World app now and join the celebration post-race with the drivers, teams, and sponsors of this amazing season. Inside OBS World, you can build your ultimate virtual garage, connect with fellow car lovers, and compete for incredible prizes. Dive into the heart of racing action with OBS World. Your dream car lifestyle is waiting for you. Download now, available both on iOS and Android. Just simply get a picture of our QR code on the screen and follow that to the App Store. So, a big thank you, of course, for all those behind the scenes at OBS and all they have been doing all season long to put this underway. The race stewards, the organizers, those who put all the graphics together. It is definitely a team of people. Our director, of course, with the sort of quiet, thankless job that he has to do, trying to push all the buttons and turn all the levers as we follow them out of the sunset bend. I think we'll be getting the 1 to go signal this time by.
I do believe so. I think the entire grid is set, so I'd be surprised if it was one more lap or more than one more lap. Maybe it'll be 1, maybe 2. But realistically speaking, we're not very far away. 5, maybe 10 minutes from getting this race underway. Hopefully, and I do believe so, for the last time. I do believe this will be the last time we see the safety car intervene this season. And so it will be a big push to the checkered flag. The thing is, we're looking at all these cars driving around. I'll give you a bit of information right now. At least 1, maybe 2, maybe 5 of these cars. I don't believe... there's got to be someone that isn't making it to the checkered flag. I don't know who it is. Could be our race leaders. Could be someone in the mid-pack. Could be someone in the championship. Could be someone irrelevant in the championship chase. I just don't see every single team getting to that checkered flag from where we currently are.
Well, we've lost a couple of them. HundredForce has been out. Remember how good they were earlier in the race. SRB, G&E are out of this race. Grow Racing Team Blue. And then Yellow by TC. I also see Yellow Submarine Squad. Looks like they have might have finally withdrawn themselves from the race, but are still dropping down the order as the rest of the cars laps down slowly overtake them.
Indeed. So, I mean, looking at it now, I'm kind of thinking, I don't know who's going to be victorious in this race. Who's going to be victorious in each of the championships? Which is exciting to me as a commentator, as a viewer. Realistically speaking, I think the advantage in the OBSP's courtesy of the fresh tyres does go to that 47th, the BC Volt by Simsa car. That maybe we'll see them overcome their teammates, but. You know, for the Simsa team, I mean, they're not battling for the championship. They're looking at trying maybe making a 1-2 here.
And, I mean, WSR, remember, they needed to try and pass somebody to take the championship. Now, that gap has been closed down. They can do this. So, does Race Onion get more aggressive? Do they try and overtake that 116 in these final stages? And they're in the Acura. We haven't talked about it in some time. They are in the car with the most success ballast here at the final race.
Yeah, which of course success ballast is dependent on your championship positions as well as the results in the last 2 races. So that's where we kind of like draw it. And let's be honest, when it comes to the last 2 races, well, they've been dominant. They had pole position and race victory in the pair of them, and of course the one before even that. So. So there's a lot to kind of get through, a lot to muddle through as the safety car will work its way down onto pit lane, and with 39 minutes left to go, the season finale will be back underway. And the track temperature is finally dropped, by the way. It's now 26 degrees Celsius, so it's finally gone down by 1.
80 Fahrenheit for the Freedom Units folks out there. 70, that's fine. No, I like to give both when we can get the opportunity. 78 Fahrenheit air temperature, pretty warm and muggy night here in Florida. Will it be a celebratory night for someone as we get started with 38 minutes left to go? OBS World by Simsa with Marion in the car. Accelerates down the main straight. WSR already putting the pressure on. In fact, trying to dive down into the first corner, but can't get inside a BC Vault.
No, indeed, but they are going on the attack. Look at that in the background, though. Is that the... Whoa, there's contact at WSR, and that's it. They will be done. They are out of this race. Well, they're not out of this race. They're still going to be able to keep going, but the championship hunt is done. They're now thrown into the middle of the LMP3s after that contact. It was a bit of an audacious send, and that'll be their chance of winning this title gone. They've led for almost the entire season, but at the final hurdle, it all comes to an end.
I don't blame them for trying. I said it before we got started. They had to try and make a pass to take this championship. They surely knew it, and that maybe explains the aggressiveness. And we've seen them be aggressive on the restart. Here is the replay. The question is, did the BC Vault car defend it too aggressively? It didn't seem like it initially, and I wouldn't say so from that view.
No, it's one of those ones I could look at it from a few different angles, and then we see it from one, and I'm like, oh, actually, no, they did move over, like from an onboard maybe, at the WSR Esports bucket car. Maybe it will look like they've moved over, but regardless, what it does do is it's given the whole advantage to the OBS World by Simsa car. That's not the only battle that we're seeing, though, on this race circuit. The battle for second position now is Valkyrie Competition taken over from PPF. Garvalero does get overtaken by Poulet, of course, in the GT3s.
Saw another big defense there from the Valkyrie competition machine. I think we're seeing drivers really ramp it up here now. They're expecting this to be the final run to the checkered flag, as long as we don't get another safety car in this last few moments. And behind them, PPF Racing tried their best, couldn't get by Valkyrie that time. I mean, they might as well switch it over from Valkyrie to Phoenix on this one. This has just been an incredible rise.
I've got to say, there's been a switch for the LMP3 lead. ANR in that tough battle with Locals Autosport. There is the BC Volt by SimSacar working its way through, and the battle for the racing in that category. Locals Autosport looking to go any which way to try and work their way past that number 58 race-leading LMP3 car.
Working their way through turn 3 now. They're well clear of those behind. I mean, my goodness, it's a monstrous gap. And it's not even cars that are racing them that's directly behind. It's Beaver Grease Racing that I think is trying to let some of the faster cars go. Yeah, now MTS Garage is able to get clear of them in the background. So a battle for the top spot with a handy gap of about 3.5 seconds currently between ANR, Endurance, Locals Autosport, and the rest of the field.
Larry's going to have to be getting the calculator out just to make sure that all the championship points are all set, sealed, sorted, and everything like that, because it's like I said, it's quite a lot to deal with. It should be Beaver Grease Racing Plus in the LMP3s. It should still be the Race Onion car in OBSPs. Can't remember who it was supposed to be in the GT3s. It's constantly changed and chopped around, but I think it should still be Blue by TC.
Ooh, this is getting very, very close, uncomfortably close, looking to the inside now by Locals Autosport, but chopped off at the apex. ANR Endurance with Marcin Junk currently in that machine is not taking any guff from that 113 car, and that will force him backwards as a couple more car lengths are now between the blue and yellow machines.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see if there's going to be any move down into turn 1's probably a bit too tall of an order to make something stick, especially from this far back. There's obviously going to be nothing into sunset. Maybe there's no oh, I'm going to sit behind and save fuel anymore. This is I'm pushing for a victory. I want a victory. I want to end the season with a victory, with a W. As we'll see on the right-hand side, battles a bit further down as we've got that BMW in the Renaverse by Tomedo car battling out with Over the Limit Racing Blue, and they've spun round. Where are they going to end up, though? Back basically on the racing line, but they managed to get themselves back going again to drag themselves off of it.
That was Renaverse by Tomedo that we see there on the bottom screen, spun out in a valiant attempt to try and make an overtake, and it has backfired. They fall down to 7th in GT3.
Which is a shame, but it is what it is. You know, just pushing maybe a little bit too hard. Like I said, some people they are going to push a little bit too hard at this point. Look at that gap though between the Valkyrie competition and PPF. It now grows to almost 6-7 tenths of a second, as they've got still a fair margin to close down on potentially the 10 tenths car. Is that gap too large at 2 seconds? That's the question.
I don't think that's too large. I think it's possible, but it just depends, because 10 tenths have looked nigh untouchable today on their pace when they're out by themselves. But I mean, maybe Valkyrie competition with this freshly repaired car feel like they've got enough pace to try and make an improbable win here today. Just, I mean, this would be the drive of the season if they somehow come away with a victory.
Yeah, exactly. They've been incredible to have dragged their way back into it. That is the endurance spirit through and through. You know, to have had the instant they had fairly early in the race, to be fair, and to have just battled through and just kept their mind in it, kept their mental focus. You can see in the provisional standings that Blue by TC will win the championship by just 1.5 points at the moment. Valkyrie competition will be well aware of that. They've got 1.5 seconds to catch 10 tenths. If they are able to pass, they will win the championship. It is the race for the title. They don't care about the victory. That's not really relevant right now. It is purely about taking that championship.
You send that script to Hollywood, they'd say that's too trite. That's just, nobody's going to believe that. And yet here we sit with a team that has come back practically from the grave in this race and are looking to try and battle the most dominant car of the race so far and see if they can take a championship. It's actually been coming down since we looked at it. Bumbolas, not as quick as we thought before, down to 1.7 seconds.
I've got to say, Poulet doesn't give a hot damn about the racetrack at the moment with his line through T1 there. If you've saved some incident points up to use them, well, now is the time to use them. No point in staying within the track limits now if it's going to potentially cost you the championship, although that gap has now started going back out, 1.9 seconds. The Audi's been so good today in the hands of 10 tenths, but Valkyrie, you've got to respect their mentality. They are throwing everything at this race right now.
So will Bambula see that gap starting to come down? Will that cause him to pick it up? Does he have anything to try and increase the pace here at the end to prevent Valkyrie from taking the win away from them? Remember, 10 tenths, they're not in any sort of championship fight. They are just out here for the win, but Valkyrie competition can accept nothing less than the win in this situation. Which one is the rock and which one is the hard place?
Yeah, exactly. It's so tough at present, but you know that 10 tenths have been the dominant force all day, but that Ferrari, we haven't really seen it. That's the problem. Because of the issues they've had today, we haven't really seen them really, realistically too much. They've fought their way back in. I'm amazed the car is actually working in one piece. There was a point in the race where we thought they might have actually been binned off from this if they couldn't get that front repaired and got the lights back on. And yet here they are, challenging for a victory and for the championship.
I feel like the next thing that iRacing needs to add for immersion is endurance racing repair teams frantically working away at some of these cars during the red flag and trying to repair them, because boy, what a sight it would have been for the 177 to be pieced back together in front of our eyes and suddenly brought back alive, as they're down to 1.5 seconds now. Lap by lap, they're chipping away. 30 minutes left. They've got time to try and pull them in, but then they've got to try and make the overtake. And I don't think, have we seen the 1010s team go wheel to wheel with anybody today?
Not really. Not outside of turn 1, basically, when they flew around the outside of 2 cars and then down into turn 3 where they got past and got into the race lead and started to check out. It does seem as though that Audi R8 is actually a little quicker in that first sector, so I wouldn't worry too much about that gap growing to about 1.7, because typically speaking, when we go into the Cunningham, Collier, and down towards Tower section, that is the chance where we see Valkyrie competition drag the gap back in. So as much as it's 1/10 gained in the first sector, we'll see a little bit more when we get into the second sector as what the difference will be. But I think it might be a little bit advantage towards the Valkyrie car.
Check in what the lap times are looking like between our OBSP leaders as well. 45.5, 45.6 for OBS World. Race Onion, 45.3, 45.6, 45.5. Now that one might be a little bit of a longer stretch because it's about 2.5 seconds there, and they need a little bit bigger margins, I think, to be able to chase them down. But Race Onion could also somehow find themselves fighting for a win here at the very end. As for the battle for the lead in the LMP3s, that's gone back up slightly, not much. Locals Autosport now about a second back from A&R's number 58 car.
Less than half an hour to go. All the teams and drivers will be feeling that time ticking away every second. Just imagine the pressure on the shoulders of the 177 Valkyrie competition car, of Poulet. To be fair, I don't know about you. Would you rather be in the car or out of the car right now? As we can see, the Insights Powered by Grip, 2 seconds gained by the MTS Garage car over the last 2 laps for the battle for the win in the LMP3s. Yeah, would you rather be in the car right now or out of it?
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to be in the car right there as he pushes it all the way off the track in that Ferrari. So Poulet, you talked about him using up the incident points. There's another one. I think, since I've never been a very good under pressure driver, I'd rather be out of the car. I'd rather let someone who is the steely-eyed anchor to the team hop in there and try to wrap it up.
I kind of agree. But then I have also sat on the sidelines whilst watching your teammates do this. And I promise you, it's more stressful. Being sat there when you can do nothing. You've got no more power. You've done what you're going to do. It's now down to your teammates. You're sat there being like, I can now no longer influence to whether we're going to win the championship. Whereas when you're behind the wheel, you're kind of like, well, at least I can do something. At least I can push a little bit harder. Maybe I'll crash. Maybe I won't. I don't know. But at least I have power to do something in this race. Whereas when you're outside of the car, when you're looking at it, you're just like, oh, I'm powerless. It's purely down to my teammates. Here has been the fastest car over the last few laps in the LMP3 category, the 111 MTS Garage car, who were closing down for the race lead earlier on in the race, so almost does feel fairly fitting if we see the Lightning McQueen-esque car maybe take a W here.
Yeah, MTS Garage looking quick for sure, and has been gaining on Locals Autosport. What we thought might be a race for the lead between the 58 and the 113 could see a new face enter the chat as they come through 3, 4, and 5. He's getting now uncomfortably close. Ooh, and a very good exit off of turn 5. I think Villius is going to be under threat.
I think so. Let's see if there's going to be a move. Defensive line being taken by the Locals Autosport car. The 111 reads that, goes to the outside, coming down into the hairpin. A little bit too deep on the brakes. That yellow and white machine's going to go, but it is actually pulled up perfectly and drives off the corner nicely. So one attempt there from the 111 car, and it just wasn't enough. By the way, the gap in the GT3, it has grown now to over 2 seconds for the first time, basically since the restart.
Coming down through Cunningham once again. He's still got the headlights of the 111 filling up his mirrors. In fact, looking to the side of the car now, coming down into the braking of tower. Can't quite do it from there. He'll back off and resize it to see if he can figure out a better place to try and make it happen. But he can't dilly-dally because they're starting to lose time on the leader now. It's up to 1.5 seconds. How aggressive does he need to be so that he doesn't lose touch with a shot at the win?
Yeah, now earlier on in the race, you can kind of risk a little bit more here, sitting behind and waiting time-wise, whereas now, 25 minutes left to go, you don't have much time. It's ticking down. That timer has been ticking down. It didn't stop ticking down just because we had a red flag. There's the look to the outside. Once more, cannot commit to it going down to the sunset. Maybe looking for a good drive off the corner, hold a tighter line here, and maybe try and do something down into T1.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does. Gets the launch, and there was just enough of a car's width in between the 113 and the wall as the MTS Garage car takes the inside away, coming through turn 1. That's going to be second place, but all that messing around has put them 2 seconds behind the leader. He fends off the middle of the track down into turn 3 just to be safe.
Yeah, I've got to say, though, that the expectations, the 111 car, it has been faster. It has been significantly faster. Remember, it closed down on the 2 of these by basically a second a lap before it got to them, and then maybe struggled to make those moves. But now, realistically speaking, we should be able to see that 111 maybe close up to the rear end of the A&R Endurance Esport car. The number 58 that leads the way. We'll keep our eye on the gap. 2.3 seconds, 2.4 seconds, with 24 minutes left to go.
So can he do anything to try and challenge the number 58, who's really been doing a fantastic job today? They put themselves in the right position. They had to deal with that 113 for quite a bit of the race, but once they got up to the top step, they've been managing this from the front of the fields and using that clear air well to their advantage. Up for Race Onion, I can report, doesn't look like they're catching. They're actually back down to about 4 seconds. So that leaves us with these LMP3s and maybe the GT3s, but Valkyrie Competition is still stuck at about 2.2 seconds back. They're not gaining like they were before.
Yeah, indeed. And just to give you the updates on each of the categories then, so that means that Beaver Grease Racing Plus at the moment will win the LMP3 category, as far as we're aware. Race Onion will be winning the OBSP category. The GT3s, it will be won at the moment by Blue by TC, but should Valkyrie Competition be able to close, catch and pass 10 tenths, then the victory for the championship will be theirs. Tall order though.
Well, they might not have to pass, because I was just looking at Blue by TC. They've only got a second between themselves and Over the Limit Racing Blue. And they have been a little bit streaky out there. At times they're incredibly fast. At times the car seems to just lack in pace. So what is the end of the race going to look like for them? If they demote Blue by TC, I think that's enough of a swing that Valkyrie would be our champions.
Again, that's where old Larry's going to come out and pump the numbers through, just to maybe give us an exact understanding as to what's going to happen in their championship should those positions switch. But at the moment, I said, do you believe it is in the hands of Blue by TC? But we said it was 1.5 points. There is the insights powered by grip positions gained over the race. A&R Endurance, that 58, started basically right towards the rear end of the LMP3 category and has worked its way through into the race lead. MTS Garage up 5 from the race start.
We always say that the grid position isn't as critical in these endurance races, and there you go. If you got the race pace, if you got the strategy right, sometimes you can really pull one over on even the fast teams. So that was second to last place, to give an exact number there, for the number 58 team. So yes, only one car was behind them at the start, and yet they've passed all the ones in front of them to get up to the top of the field here. Well, MTS Garage now hovers at about 2 seconds back. I think that last lap, they must have cut it down just a little bit.
Got to imagine it would be a fairly excited interview from them. Should they be able to take victory? The A&R Endurance Esports team, considering the day they've had. Does seem as though the gap, by the way, in the GT3, it's settled. It's staying around 2.2. It's not going up. It's not going down. It is staying exactly where it is. They did lose, half a second over a 2, maybe 3 lap stint earlier on, like literally about 5-10 minutes ago, after closing it down as best they could to 10 tenths. But right now that gap has grown, starting to come down ever so slightly, but I think in that sense it might be too little too late.
Coming past the lights here, around through Big Bend and towards the hairpin by the hotel as they slam on the brakes once again. We check back in the meantime with the 116. WSR did get a warning, by the way, for that contact, but did not get a penalty.
Interesting. Fair enough. It was pretty bold and aggressive. I think they might have got a warning because I think there might have been some movement by the BC Vault by Simsa car, and they thought, actually, do you know what? You kind of caused it, but also at the same time, you're not the only thing that did it. So, bam, slapped the warning down. Obviously, I'm sure race control will have placed meaning as to why they've done what they've done. They're normally very open and whatnot with all that, which is how you need to be. Once again, it's a very close battle though between the pair of these, but I think even with them the other way around, it doesn't really matter. WSR Esports Buck need to win rather than just finish ahead of Race Onion, if I remember correctly.
Yes, and also we got some numbers from Larry. Looks like if Blue by TC gets overtaken and finish 5th, as long as Valkyrie Competitions finishes 2nd, that means that Valkyrie will be the champions by half a point. So once again, it has been the narrowest of margins in pretty much every championship that we've been following here today in each of the classes. So we couldn't have asked for more, on top of having just great racing out there.
Yeah, indeed. So again, for Valkyrie Competition, it might be a little bit out of their hands as to whether they are going to win this championship. It might be down to the Over the Limit Racing blue car that sit in that 5th position behind them, closing in. Although I'm not sure how far behind they are. They were quite.
It was 1 second before. It's up to 1.5. So they've lost a bit. That could be down to traffic. We'll just have to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of it's still been coming down. It still seems as though like the Blue by TC car is the faster, but the Over the Limit Racing blue car is the fastest. Just too many blues. But you just never really know. Blue by TC have been so consistent this season, as you can see at the bottom of your screen again. Insights powered by Grip, that the championship standings. Race Onion. Yeah, I was going to say it's not really changed, is it? It's Race Onion by 7 points, and WSR Esports Bucky. There's just not much they can do, really. They can pass Race Onion, but it's not going to change the championship.
OBS World by Simsa will pass Team Fordzilla as it sits right now with this win. Finished 3rd in the championship. They should be proud of that one, that's for sure, with the way that they've run this season. Took a win and a 2nd place. The win was at Zandvoort, and the 2nd was at Road Atlanta. So a pair of wins by the end is certainly no shame in what has been an extremely competitive series out here. Now less than 20 minutes left on the clock for our drivers, deep into the night here in Florida. And we still have some unanswered questions out there, including the LMP3 lead, which has come back down. It looks like MTS Garage caught about a second on A&R number 58.
Yes, maybe there is still a fight left to go. Everyone's just setting as fast lap times as they can at the moment, and there's not too many super close battles, not too many on-track action style things right now. Everything's pretty calm here at Sebring. But like you say, it's building up. There's a couple of battles that are getting closer and closer. There's a couple of opportunities incoming, like I say. We do have this one, Race Only and WSR Esports BACK, fairly close. I could imagine, though, if WSR Esports BACK can get to the back of Race Only and have a look, I can't imagine Race Only will fight it too hard out of risk of losing more. Right now, they're in a very solid position.
Kind of impressed that WSR is as fast as they are, because it wasn't a super hard hit in their contact, but definitely enough that I would have thought they'd get a little damage. But we have seen that these OBSP cars can be a bit of a tank sometimes and can take a licking and keep on going out there. But regardless, Race Onion, maybe they are just managing this race. Maybe they're just thinking, let's get to the finish. We know we're in a good spot, and if WSR starts to encroach upon them, we might see them pull to the side.
Yeah, again, it's just like what is there to gain from it? Yes, the swing will make the championship very close. It would take it down to basically it would just be 1 point between the pair of them, which sounds crazy, and it is crazy. But 1 point's still a point. It doesn't really matter right now. It's better winning the championship than not. Let's see if there is going to be a little bit of a flash of the lights there coming in from Race Onion. I think that might have been, because obviously WSR Esports BACK can see that might have been send it and go for it, because there is WSR Esports BACK going down the inside, and it is Race Onion going to hold the battle up towards turn 1. Yes, they are.
Wow. Well, so much for playing this safe, because they just made contact down the straight. We've seen that so many times today. I can't believe there are teams that are willing to get that risky, pushing the limit as they get by, and they're going to stick their nose underneath once again. They don't want them to finish in front of them. Again, contact between the two cars. WSR will take second place, but Peter Zuba is definitely putting things on the line.
They are risking everything for this second place, which I don't fully understand, because again, right now you get 15 points per second, you get 18 points for 18 points per second, 15 points for third. So it's 3 points between them. There was 7 points between the two of them before the position switch. So obviously one gains 3, one loses 3, which means there's now 1 point between them. But still, they're pushing as if like that's now a 1 point deficit, Race Onion, which is just crazy to me.
I wonder if Bentz, the teammate there of Zuba, is getting on the radio saying, just bring it home. We're in a good spot. You're not losing the championship here. Let's just try and do what we can to wrap this one up. He's sticking just behind him as we check in with, is this, that's not Valkyrie Competition.
MTS.
Oh, that's LMP3's.
Yeah, MTS Garage try to take over the race lead once more. A&R Endurance Esport 58 currently the race leader in that category, so that gap has been closed down. It was like 1.1 the last time we checked, and it is now absolutely nothing.
They're going to get overtaken by another of our OBSP cars as they go down into Sunset Bend. Let them on to their own battle now. Nothing happening up in the top of the OBSP. WSR is way too far behind to catch OBS World at this stage, and 10/10 as well in the GT3 stay about 3 seconds apart from one another. This is where the action is, down on the bottom of your screen. MTS Garage versus A&R Endurance Esport fighting for the win.
Yeah, and how close is it? I mean, it's just it's a perfect battle. A bit too much curb being taken there, though, by the A&R Endurance Esport car. It is going to open the door in a little bit too deep. They bring it round Big Bend, and there is side by side now as they come down towards the hairpin. But it does seem as though that blue LMP3 is the one that's going to hold firm. Let's see what MTS Garage can do.
They break deeper into the corner. Will this try and force their rival into a mistake? Not quite, but they do get the launch off the safety pin. Looks like Zvetis in the MTS Garage car is not willing to give this one up, just lying down. They want their first team victory of the race as they get close once again down into the braking of Cunningham. He backs out and allows the 58 through, but he is putting on some really aggressive moves to try and make that team think twice.
That MTS Garage car is a lot quicker at the moment. That's one thing that we can absolutely confirm from what we're seeing. There is definitely a lot more pace behind that machine. And so it does seem as though the chance of a victory very high for them. But the A&R Endurance Esports car just not making any major mistakes. Covering sort of like the middle of the road going into a lot of these corners, which is fairly risky because it does mean that you're taking a tighter line through the corner. It means you're slower off. But as long as you're nailing the important ones, like coming out of Le Mans, coming out of Sunset, coming out of turn 5, as long as you're nailing those ones, you're going to be a very difficult driver to overtake. Because look at that, even with the pure slipstream all the way down towards Sunset Bend, just not close enough to make the move stick.
And Sunset Bend is a scary one to try and pass into, so he knows better than to try and do something crazy into there. He does set himself up for the exit once again, and you talked about getting those runs off onto the long straights. Well, there he goes. He's got a chance, but he'll have to do it around the outside as the 58 fends him off, tries to cut back underneath out of turn 1. Don't think it's a long enough straight here.
No, I did notice that the A&R Endurance car, I think it might hit quite an aggressive bump there going into the final corner at Sunset, but thankfully was able to hang on. There's quite a few of them around there. But you do, in practice, one thing that you'll learn around there is where the big bumps are, because you want to avoid them. Alas did definitely slap one of them, nearly cost them a position there, but alas, still fine. It kind of half-heartedly committing them, was trying to commit to defending, and then thought, actually, no, they're not close enough, and then thought, well, maybe they are. Did the A&R Endurance Esports team, but still that gap remains 0.4 of a second. This is a proper fight.
Love that we're getting this after 8 hours of racing. It comes down to just these two in the LMP3s. Locals Autosport is still back there. We might get just a few glances here and there of them in the background. So if they do start fighting hard, it could become a 3-car fight.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely the possibility of that, but realistically speaking, I think Locals Autosport might be a bit too far behind. It would require some extreme fighting, and most importantly, I don't feel Locals Autosport are quite as quick as these two at the moment. MTS Garage, definitely the fastest of the three.
Yeah, I agree, and they catch traffic at an absolutely atrocious place as Trispalve, unfortunately, will cost them a few tenths here down the Ullman Straight. Nothing they could really do in that situation other than completely jump off the track, and they weren't willing to do that, so don't blame them. And this will give the 58 car a bit of breathing space. Not a lot, but something that allows them to focus forward at least for a bit.
Well, I mean, you don't need a lot of breathing space right now. When you think there's only 10 minutes left to go in this one, we are very close to the checkered flag here. That small margin might just be enough to at least eliminate the challenge for a couple of laps, right? And that's all you kind of need to do. If you can eliminate a couple of laps, you're removing the opportunities that they've got. And you've defended from them for long enough that you're showing that maybe you only have to properly defend from them for 3 laps or 4 laps rather than the 5 or 6 once they've closed back in.
That's a good point, and I think that's what's going on right now, because yes, MTS Garage, as you said, seems to be the faster car and is pulling him back in, but if the 58 hits his marks, and that will make it that much longer, that fewer opportunities that Zvedas has to try and attack on our leader in the LMP3 class. They've got another bit of traffic in front of them. It's Ryan Reed in the 534, so that's one of our GT3 cars, the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab machine. Will they catch him at a good spot? They might here, actually. Bishop isn't too bad.
No, indeed not. Like I say, that car is in an awkward spot, sure. They might just be able to clear them before they get heavily onto the brakes. There we go. Down the inside of the R8, who turns in, who might have to straighten on this bit, but nope, it's okay. Very much of a squeeze there. MTS Garage not going to be quick going through Le Mans corner. Just getting delayed a little bit there by the R8. Again, just awkward. There's nothing. The R8 wasn't doing anything wrong there. Just driving their own race.
And I want to give a lot of credit, honestly, because, I mean, surely they would have been aware that this is a battle for the lead that was coming through if they're watching the relative box. And they held their line pretty immaculately despite being given not much space by these LMP3s, because they were pushing at 10 tenths themselves to try and take as much as they can. That did not help MTS Garage, unfortunately for them. Still at about half a second between themselves and A&R Endurance. They've got to get closer.
Now's where we try and work out how many laps there are left to go in this one. 7 minutes 30 seconds left in the race. I estimate it maybe, I think it's maybe like 4 laps from here. I will tell you, the OBS World by SimRacing car has just gone out into the Ullman Straight now.
Yeah, so it's just under 2 minutes to finish a lap around here. So yeah, 3 or 4 laps that they've got left. I think you're right that it is 4 to go.
Yeah, it'll be 3 once he's crossed the line, I believe.
Okay, so he did give up some time to WSR. I wonder if some of that was traffic, because it was a significant chunk. About 1.4 to 1.3 seconds we're hearing. Let's see what it is this time across the line. 45.9 for our leader, Mering, whereas Charles had a 45.2. So that was another 0.7 of a second chopped off. He's coming, but I kind of wonder if the 66 is just kind of managing things from here.
I will correct myself. I think it is 4 laps actually. Now that I use my brain power, all the big boy IQ, rub the 2 brain cells that I've got left together, and yes, it should be 4 laps left to go. Burkhard Mering going now down into the hairpin. So all's well and good. However many laps that means we've got for these, probably will be 4 at the line again, because I don't believe they're going to go another lap down.
Coming up into the braking here. He's close, but not close enough. Tries to open up the exit going wide. Don't blame him. It almost worked before as they accelerate down the main straight once again. He's still within that slipstream, but unfazed. Junk will cover just some of the inside, just enough to try and dissuade that 111 who cuts back underneath through turn 1. He could be aggressive down into turn 3. Still another defense from the 58 machine.
Yeah, indeed, and like I say, it's very exciting between these two. But I mean, they're not going to come under any pressure from the locals Autosport car, that's for sure. So it is literally just between those two. But they've only got 4 laps left to go now. To see who's going to be on top in this one, and they are throwing everything at each other. It's been the perfect defensive drive and almost a perfect attack at the moment. If we can find that move, well, it will be perfect, won't it?
And I worry about this fight, because it's been fair up to this point, but we've seen things get super aggressive, and neither of these teams have won yet this season. So there is a lot on the line for both of them.
Yeah, indeed. And again, we've all said before about like wanting to end the season on a high, but a win is as high as it gets. You don't really care about the champion. So it's kind of it's the exact opposite as, like, say for example, like with Valkyrie competition. They don't care that the position ahead of them is the victory. They just care that the position ahead of them is the one that they need to do to take victory in the championship. Exact opposite of this. They don't care about where they are in the championship. They could be, only moving up 1 position in the championship. It doesn't matter. That might be slow from A&R, and this could be the best opportunity for MTS Garage to come through. But there's plenty of lap traffic, and you can see the flashing lights from the Transport Engineers Vilnius Tech car.
Yeah, Vilnius Tech, the one that they had to overtake there. They're going to go side by side through Sunset Bend this time as they approach some of the GT3 cars on top of things. Stasiokas trying to keep out of their way. They run out of room and they make contact. They're going to stay pointed the right way this time, but it has now come to blows. The gloves are off.
Yeah, that was crazy. Stuff between them. I'm surprised they've even survived through that. Here comes the look to the inside. MTS Garage, though, straight back to the outside now, going down into turn 3. They've got the Blue by TC car directly ahead. Of course, those that are poised to win the championship in the GT3 category at present have got to navigate them fairly cleanly and without causing incident. But this is going to be very close down into the hairpin. Which way do you go?
He's fended them off up to this point. It's going to be so tough from here on out in these last couple laps. Still covering the inside every chance he can get. That swings him a little bit wide. If he's not careful, Svedis might be able to use the switchback.
Down into Cunningham they will go. There it is, the 111 goes to what will be the outside. Once they get onto the brakes into Cunningham, it will be the inside line held by the 58, and it will be a move trying to go around the outside. Got the inside though through Collier, and the 111. This could be the move. The MTS Garage car, they've been closing in on the race lead all day. Got to get to the outside of Tower though. It's going to be so brave to stick it round there. Got a little bit too deep and still isn't going to get the drive off.
A&R clinging to this by the skin of their fingernails. Unbelievable defense so far. Where are we on the leader coming up to the last lap? Yeah, so just a bit to go. This has got to feel like an eternity inside the 58.
Yeah, there is really not very long. Once again, poor drive though going onto the Ullman straight. It'll be the inside line this time for the MTS Garage car. Look at that on your timesheets. They are separated by absolutely nothing, but it is advantage on speed to MTS Garage. They head their way down into Sunset Bend, and unless there's a big send here from A&R, I think it might be the race lead switching. Might go for an up and under here down into T1, but I think MTS Garage finally have it.
And this might be, I think we said, 2 to go for them as they cross the line and come around for yet another. Speaking of another, please, sir, I want some more. A&R's not done with his fight. He's going to try and go around the outside of turn 1. As they approached, Gail Valero almost gets the 111 inside of him down to the corner. He'll successfully get by, makes a little bit of contact with that number 227. Finally, they managed to go by.
Confirmed, by the way, Burkhard Mehring in the OBS World by Simsacar has just begun the final lap of this season. These will still have one more. Burkhard Mehring's going down to turn 3, so will probably not lap this group unless they really do have quite a mare. So it is this fight will live on. We will get to see the end of it as well because, well, they're probably one of the last cars to finish this race. Provisional standings there at the bottom of your screen in the OBSPs.
A single point as we see it now. WSR up to second, may have gotten them into close to a championship winning position, but it's not a championship winning position. They still need to pass OBS World by Simsa, and they're right now 4 seconds behind. Unless tragedy strikes the 66, it's not looking like they'll be able to take that one home as we continue to watch this fight for the lead in LMP3.
Yeah, so exciting, but now it does seem as though MTS Garage, they've settled themselves in this. We work our way through Le Mans corner. You've got the Valkyrie, rather. I thought it was going to be the Icarus International car there. No, it's Valkyrie competition. They've worked their way past now, but they've worked their way past it nicely. So they will have 1 lap to defend here, but I feel they've got the pace and they have got the gap to secure this victory in the LMP3 category. I've got to say, going out to the Ullman Straight, though, there they are, race leaders.
OBS World by Simsa leads by 4 seconds at the end of this race. There were 2 different strategies we saw being played. In the end, the 66 has played theirs to perfection. They will come away with the win in the season finale for the OBS World Endurance Series.
So good, such a good drive, such a good final portion of the race since that red flag. Played it carefully, and there is your OBSP champions by a single point. They are well aware of that. They put up a big fight, but what a stunning effort as someone absolutely creams the barrier in the background.
And it looks like the 58 has lost second place to Locals Autosport. They made a mistake into turn 3, so that puts paid to that battle. Interestingly, though, our leaders in LMP3 and GT3 are right there. They're side by side.
Yeah, indeed. There we go. You've got the 10-tenths car working their way through. 4 seconds clear of Valkyrie competition, so it will be a fairly easy win. Speaking of 4 seconds clear, MTS Garage are now. They've been so impressive. We see them getting closer and closer to a potential victory all the way through the day. And then sometimes they drop back, and then they close back in, and then they drop back, and they close back in. It does seem as though the 111 will be those coming out on top. But there will be confirmed your champions in the LMP3 category.
Well done to the 815 team, bringing home the title this time around. And Race Onion will also be your champions in the OBSP, with Blue by TC still in a championship winning position right now. We'll see what it looks like when all is said and done as MTS Garage comes down to the final turn. This 111 made the pass for the lead late in the race, but it doesn't matter how many laps you lead. It's the last one that matters, and that's why they're taking victory in LMP3 class today at Sebring.
Yeah, incredible. And it won't be long before that GT3 crosses the line. There is the 10-10th victorious in that GT3 category. Let's be honest, the dominant force in that GT3 category, but here comes your champions.
Wow, so we had a championship that came down to half a point and another that came down to a single point. In fact, did 2 of them come down to a single point as well?
I think that it was a single point in the OBSPs. I think, a single point in this as well.
Wow. So Blue by TC narrowly escapes despite finishing 4th here today, but they managed that one well. They never were really in the hunt for the win on this one. I guess they were also just trying to think big picture. Let's just get to the finish.
Got to remember that that car was very heavy. Speaking of cars that were heavy, obviously this Acura was as well. Not a 4th consecutive victory, but from round 4 onwards, they have completely turned this one around. They weren't looking so great rounds 1, 2, and 3. Obviously I think they had a podium, but then 3 pole positions, 3 victories, stick another podium onto the account, and that is the title.
We're going to have some very excited drivers after this one. Also, some exhausted drivers, because I can only fathom how much they've been throwing into this entire race. Longest one of the season at 8 hours, and yet it feels like many of them didn't get a chance to relax the entire time.
No, we don't get much time to relax, and I'm already absolutely knackered. But from a driving perspective, like I say, once you jump out of the car, you're already there, like running the numbers for your team. You're trying to figure out this, trying to figure out that, and wow, that was tough stuff from them.
So here are your results for today, starting with the OBSP class. OBS World by Simsa, your victors over WSR Esports Butt Kicker, who just narrowly missed out on the championship, as Race Onion will clinch today with their 3rd place finish. BC Vault by Simsa was P4, and then Team Fordzilla, a distant 5th place, a couple laps down after they got damage from a wreck. Grow Racing Team Blue rounds out your 6-car field in the OBSPs. What about the LMP3s here, Lewis?
Yes, indeed. MTS Garage taking that victory overall. The 111 behind the wheel. Locals Autosport and the 113 there as well. Before we get to the 2 A&R Endurance cars. Big shame for the 58 there, but still they dropped back behind the Locals Autosport car. Locals Autosport Black in 5th position with Beaver Grease Racing Plus, the series champions, in 6th position in the LMP3 category with SOB Motorsport by Lent Vega, SOB Motorsports the 245, as well as 4SR. 3 retirements rather from the race. 2 to go green. Yellow Submarine Squad, SimLab, and SRB by G&E.
That takes us to the GT3s. We're 10/10ths. We're indomitable today. Nobody could touch them, and came away with the victory, as Valkyrie Competition was 2nd. Then we had PPF Racing Team finishing P3, and Blue by TC sees themselves narrowly come away with the championship by claiming 4th today, as Valkyrie Competition gave it their all, and I think definitely deserve some celebration for what an impressive job they did. Over the Limit Racing Blue finished in 5th as Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech, unable to pull their wild victories they tend to do in these crazy races. They finished 6th today. Renoverse by Tomedo P7 and Trispalv in 8th. Then you've got Yellow Submarine Squad finishing 9th, Icarus International rounding out your top 10, and then DNFs for Yellow by TC, Over the Limit Racing Red, and HundredForce. Let's do a chat with Race Onion, who comes home with the championship. That is going to be Bence Nemethy, Peter Zuba, and Robin Moss. Guys, this looked like it was a bit of a nail-biter out there, and especially at the end of the race, a bit of fighting with WSR Esports right at the very end. Did anybody get on the radio and say, hey, let them through, let's just finish, we're still champions?
Yeah, it was a tough one, really. Hard but fair. This was probably the toughest round of all for us due to the success ballast. We were carrying quite a few pieces of sandbags in our car today, so that didn't make it easy for us today.
We saw the 2 different strategies start to form. Were at any point any of you guys worried about yours not being the right one, or did you feel total confidence that you were on the right track?
We were a little bit on the back foot at the beginning, because I literally ran my first set of tires down to the tread after just 43 laps, so that was a bit of a disadvantage going into the rest of the race. But we got lucky with some safety cars here and there, as well as the red flag, so that made it a bit easier at the end.
Well, Peter, Robin, Bence, do you guys have anybody you want to thank for the championship? Because It certainly looked like it was a well-earned one by the end, considering how far you came back in the points.
Our other teammate, Marcus Dick.
Yep.
Also
Thank
got a
you,
win
Mark.
on Mugello.
Yep.
So yeah.
Well,
And for the rest, yeah, we did it on ourselves. So
fantastic. And again, congratulations. You impressed us with how much you bounced back, and go savor the spoils of victory.
Thank you, guys. Was a good fun.
Thank you.
That will take us to the champions in the LMP3 category. That'll be Beaver Grease Racing Plus. I believe Lewis has caught up with them.
Yes, indeed. I have Andre, I have Casimir, and I have Mantis. I'll start with Andre first. I mean, let's be honest, for the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car, let's go for the positive emotion straight from the off. How are you feeling after taking that championship? It did not look like an easy race for you.
Yeah, it's like roller coaster today's race. It's I don't know. I'm speechless in today's race. So yeah, pretty happy that ended very well for us, and congrats teammates.
And Casimiris, I mean, you were behind the wheel to cross the line. I think you might have been the one behind the wheel when the whole red flag scenario was all going along. Crazy race. How do you kind of deal with all that in the cockpit? Was it pretty a calm experience? Or was it very stressful for you?
Oh man, it's the whole race. It's such a, like Andre said, it was such a roller coaster, man. I'm a bit still shaking because I can't believe it. Red flag. Actually, during the red flag, we were okay with our race. We had a crash before the red flag, and we were like, I think a lap down behind from the leaders of LMP3, and we were basically, we were expecting that we might only finish second or even third in the championship, so we were okay with it. So we were kind of sad, but so it wasn't that stressful. The whole stress began when actually SRB Lindvega crashed, and we were again leaders in the championship, so that changed everything.
And for Mantis Armalis, obviously you were behind the wheel for the first 60 laps of the race, and then you passed it off to your teammates, sat back, and probably weren't calm at all. How was the emotions kind of there, watching it basically from the sidelines, watching things unfold, and seeing the team become champions?
Yeah, it was stressful. all those crashes and red flags, it was really stressful, but yeah, the team went good. So Kazimierz did good job, Andrei did good job, and yeah, slowly, and we managed it. It was really tough experience, but finally we're here.
Well, from us here in the comedy booth, you want to wish all three of you massive congratulations. Excellent championship. Looked like a very stressful day for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. The 815 Beaver Grease Racing Plus, our series champions in the LMP3 category, Joe.
And our season champion down in GT3s was Blue by TC, Mantis Povolitis, Povilas Klimauskas, and Demantis Ladauskas in the car for that one today. Guys, I'm sure when Valkyrie Competition had their wreck, you thought, okay, this is going to be a much easier cruise to the end of it. And then suddenly, what's the emotions like when you see after the red flag, holy cow, they've got a fixed car and they're still in it?
Oh, yeah. So we are really happy with the win, but the Valkyrie comeback was unimaginable. We didn't even count it for that, so kudos for them. I saw their strategy. They were pitting in each lap, then overtaking everyone to go back to the grid and then pitting again, so it was awesome strategy. Really smart guys.
It looked like you were mostly managing the race. You didn't hassle the lead nearly as much as what we saw with guys like 10-10s up there. Was your goal coming into this to just manage the points race, the championship, or were you just trying to finish as high as possible?
We were trying to cheer the 10x10s all the time. And I don't know if you saw, but in the beginning, after the safety car, we let them through to go as fast as they can because we knew that they are our ticket to the championship win. So thank you, 10x10s. You did awesome today.
You guys have managed to take your second victory of the season, 4 total podiums. So that means only twice, I believe, you were outside. No, excuse me, 3 times you were outside of the podium this entire season. What does it mean to be able to execute on that sort of consistency?
Mantas, maybe your choice.
Yeah, so so about consistency, right? Yeah, we spend a lot of effort into focusing on the championship rather than the single event. So at some events, you can understand that you're not capable to win, so you're trying to maintain pace as much as you can. So yeah, we focused a lot of the consistency and it paid off. And yeah, I just wanted to use the opportunity to thank our sponsors to have an opportunity, DC, for helping us, enabling us to, deliver and focus on racing instead of, other things outside the board. So yeah, thank you for them.
Well, again, a huge congratulations to all of you guys, and go enjoy yourselves because we're into the off season.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mantas Povilas Klemenskas and Domantas Ladauskas, your winners in the GT3 category here today. I believe we've got Lewis now talking to our winners in the OBSP, the OBS World by Simsa team.
Yeah, indeed. I don't see Alexander Walton in here, but I do see Burkhard Mehring, so at least there is that. I mean, let's be honest. Let's go from the whole red flag restart when the race was basically reset and that final safety car. And like, did you think a win was possible? Did you think like it was on the cards for you?
Kind of. To be honest, we did good on the tires. We managed them very well in the beginning when the track was really hot. So it was a gamble, and I think the race was decided not with the red flag, but the safety car before, because that's where our strategy really took off. And basically, the red flag made it equal for everyone because we had a service time between. But still, we had the fresher tires of the whole field together with our sister car, the 47. And yeah, until the end, it was quite tricky for me because in the dark and especially with a colder track, the car didn't work as well or as I wanted to. So we had to change a bit on the brake bias and stuff. But in the end, that paid out.
That's interesting because you were obviously in the car at the start of the race when it was roasting hot. I think I saw it up about 48 to 50 degrees track temperature, very hot. And obviously, you ended the race when it was 26 degrees. Try and explain like the complete difference of complexion of the race surface and how the car works in that, because it's very different.
Well, the car doesn't feel that different, to be honest. The thing is that the tires just get roasted with the heat. And basically, when the track is this hot, the racing is not really that great because you try to avoid anything doing the fastest lap of the race early in the race. But yeah, later on, like in the evening when the sun was setting, that was when the car was the fastest, and you can basically feel the car better when the track is getting colder, and that allows you to go faster in the end. So and also to carry more speed through the corners, which will allow you to do better lap times.
Well, thank you very much. Obviously, pass on our congratulations to Alexander Walton for a very well-deserved victory here in the season finale. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, I also want to thank our sponsors throughout the season, and also Fabio and Tony for making the race at Road Atlanta for us because Alex and I was not available. So kudos to them for the second place, and yeah, thanks also for Simza for giving us the opportunity to race in this championship, and also congrats to the championship winners.
Thank you, Burkhard. Excellent stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Back to you, Joe.
Well, that's going to bring us to our winner in perhaps the most exciting finish of the three classes. MTS Garage winning an LMP3 with Montes Barreca, Lucas Vedas, and Martinez Pargaliascus out there today. Lucas, I want to talk to you because in the booth, we were talking, Lewis and I, about, do you prefer to be in the car or out of the car in this situation? Do you thrive on that sort of pressure, knowing that it's all on you to try and make the overtakes and take the win?
Yes, hello guys, this is Mantas talking instead of Lucas. So I was the one who spectated pretty much that brilliant and intense battle. So even though, the palms are sweaty, but I could say finally we achieved that victory, and we're very happy because of that.
Well, you guys made an impressive run. It was the first win of the season for you. I guess better late than never. Do you feel like this will help you coming into next season, kind of having that that off-season high going your way?
Yes, absolutely. LMP3 still, anybody could have win. Definitely. I mean, every round there was like 8 teams who could achieve that victory. And finally we managed to do that. It's a matter of seconds or something like that. So apparently, yes, better later than ever. And we'll see how it goes in the off season.
We saw such close fights out there, but thankfully you guys were both able to come to the finish. Is there great respect between you and the other competitors, especially considering it almost came to blows, I think, there at the end, coming onto the front straight?
Oh, absolutely. We have to acknowledge that it was really intense, but let's say a very professional battle. There was no dive bombs or something like that. But yes, some DNFs were very, very close. So as we have our slogan, as we try to joke, with podium or hospital, this time podium came to place. No, I'm just kidding.
Again, big congratulations on the win. I think you thrilled us out here, so go savor it. And if you feel like thanking anybody before you go, let us know.
Yes, thank you, organization. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, commentators. And good luck, everybody.
One last interview next. I believe we've got our winner down in the GT3s as Lewis is caught up with 1010s.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have Avaris Benicius, but we do have Justinas Bamboulis, who obviously was a part of the dominant force that was 10/10ths here at the season finale. Absolutely incredible pace. Qualified in 4th place, took the race lead within 3 corners, and basically didn't look back. Incredible performance, Justinas.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess quali was unexpected for us because after pitting and changing tires, I suddenly got damage out of nowhere. So we didn't actually show our true pace in quali. And of course, the BOP was favorable for us, and the track is one of my favorites. So we just, I think, did the right thing we needed to do.
What was the biggest challenge today? Was it the conditions? Was it the track? Was it the traffic? What was the bit that you found the hardest today?
I think the last stint, because I knew that Jonathan had new tires, and I had old tires. So I didn't look at the times and just looked straight into the road and pushed us as much as I can.
Must be, though, an incredible feeling to end the season with a victory. Because you did have a couple of podiums before, including one back in Red Atlanta, but this is kind of like an extra step forward. Is this something that you're going to carry into, maybe future seasons, that we're going to maybe see you taking some more dominant performances like that?
Maybe. I actually call this one a moral redemption victory because I felt that we had pace for top 3 for almost all races except the Underworld, and we just were unlucky with the traffic. We always got serious damage, and that just destroyed our race. So this one was a true moral victory.
Well, it's been very impressive to see such a dominant performance. By far the most dominant of all 3 of the categories that we've seen so far today. So, Justinas, thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if you've got any final words. If not, have fun.
Sure. First of all, I want to thank Ivaras for coping with me and the pressure I gave him to move forward. And yeah, he delivered, especially this race. And of course, the big thank you for organization OBS and you guys. It's amazing to have such opportunity to fight against quite huge names. Just entire show is great.
Thank you. There we go. Very well deserved. 10/10 our victors in the GT3 category, Joe. Just incredibly dominant. Absolutely incredible.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, before we close up soon, we got a couple more things, including we want to mention with the adrenaline surging today. We mean that it was tense out there. The Pulse final of the OBS Endurance Cup. Don't miss a moment. Download the OBS World app now and join the celebration post-race with the drivers, teams, and sponsors of this amazing season. Inside OBS World, you can build your ultimate virtual garage, connect with fellow car lovers, and compete for incredible prizes. Dive into the heart of racing action with OBS World. Your dream car lifestyle is waiting for you. Download now, available both on iOS and Android. But now we have the podium celebrations today, starting with the OBSP class, with up at the top, OBS World by Simsa, your victor, WSR Esports butt kicker OBS finishing second, and Race Onion finishing P3 and taking the championship as they hop up onto the podium to celebrate. This one was such a back and forth swing all day, Lewis, that it was hard to figure out which way it was going to go.
Yeah, indeed. And to be fair, at the start of the race, you really could have gone for any one of the 6. I think Grow Racing Team Blue, they were the ones struggling more so, but everyone's spraying the old virtual champagne. Of course, we caught up with Burkhard Mehring, obviously Alexander Walton being his teammate in the WSR Esports butt kicker. It was Adam State who put in some very impressive stints. Paris Charles, who we're going to go with that because it says UK and I, but yeah, it could be Paris Charles, who knows. Gabrielle Roos, of course, in that WSR Esports butt kicker. Race Onion was Robin Mars, Benson Emity, and of course Peter Zuber, who we caught up with. Incredible drives, an incredible way to end the championship for them, to be able to finish a championship on the podium and take the title. That's very positive.
It absolutely is, and I believe that should take us to the LMP3 category here.
And that podium first.
Yeah. Let's go third to first on this one. I realized I'm a mistake on that first one. We'll start with third place, A&R Endurance Esport number 58. A bit of a disappointment at the end. They were looking at a win, slip up right on the last lap meant that they lost even second place, but they fought valiantly. I think they deserve some credit there for that third, as Locals Autosport are going to be the one to snatch that second place from them, put themselves in the right position. I wondered if they would be a threat there at the end, but as Lewis figured out, they just didn't have the pace. Still, they were P2. And then, of course, we had NTS Garage with what was an amazing fight up to the front and eventually coming away with the win. And that, to me, was definitely one of the highlights of the entire season, of seeing that come down to literally the last few laps of an 8-hour race to decide the win.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think they're going to stick the people in first on the podium first. So Lucas Svedis, Mantis Borrega, who you did catch up with, and I am going to try Martinez Pagliauskis. No idea. Long name, that one.
It was as good as my attempt, honestly.
Thank you. That's terrifying to look at as an English speaker. Very, very terrifying. Again, very well deserved from them. Of course, joined on the podium locals Autosports. It was Darius Rakauskas and I think Vakaris Vilius. I think there was another one in that car, was it? And of course, in the A&R Endurance Esports car, that was Martin Junk and of course Patrick Rathert, who was behind the wheel through that middle stint. Again, great performance. A big shame to see the A&R Endurance Esports car have that moment towards the end. Oh, look, we got Lewis Hamilton or Valentino Rossi or Sebastian Loeb in the session, or Michael Schumacher.
Depending, on where you stand in terms of racing, I suppose. Some of the drivers taking liberties with their names there. They're having trouble getting onto the podium, it feels like. Not sure if they need to press a certain button.
No, I don't know either. But anyway, to the LMP3 category, we salute you.
Absolutely. Still well-deserved. They'll get to spray some champagne eventually. And we've got to get to the GT3 class as well here for this finish. Starting with third in them, it is PPF Racing Team, who have looked mighty quick late in the season, but it wasn't enough to take the championship. Wasn't enough to get them a win today, but they still captured another valuable podium, and they finished behind perhaps the most admirable run of everybody in the whole race, Valkyrie competition, with a car that was literally missing its front end for a good chunk of the beginning of the race, managed to come back, repair the car, and almost get a victory, but managed to fall not only short of that, but the championship by the smallest of margins. They still were second place in both cases, and I think they should be proud of themselves. And then, of course, 10 tenths taking the win as they just absolutely controlled this one from start to finish, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Again, give them a bit of a shout out. Of course, we did catch up with Justinas Bamboulis, Alvarez Benicius, who we didn't get to chat with from the 10 tenths car. Those are the victors, of course, in the Valkyrie competition. Matthew Schroeder, Jonathan Poulet, who we watched, honestly, the most incredible comeback charge. And then, of course, in the PPF, it's the two Clapicas, Henriquez, who started the race, Eduardus, who did the middle stint, and, of course, Gael Valero, who did a mega stint, including through that red flag, did all of the laps from 121 to 202, including the red flag bit where he was stationary for a long time. Very incredible. Well done to all of our podiums. Well done to all of our victors, both in the race and in the championship as well. Incredible scenes.
That will indeed now wrap us up for the season. After 7 grueling rounds in the OBS World Endurance Series, we saw some great moments and, of course, some tragic moments out there. But in the end, I'd say we all had a fun time, and hopefully we'll get to come back for more of it next season. In the meantime, a big thank you to everybody in our crew, including Zach and Dara, as well as Lewis with me, as well as those behind the scenes. But I'm Joe Peak, and until next time, race clean, race hard. We'll see you on the track.